Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. If you've got kids, you know it's not easy all the time. There's things that crop up. You have questions. You're not really sure how to handle situations from time to time. Who do you ask? You can ask friends and family, but sometimes that kind of runs thin. You need somebody to walk that journey with you. And I found her. And she's a parent coach at Encourage Club. And she's back with Tricia. Welcome. How you doing today?
I am great. How are you?
Very well, very well. And as soon as we start talking, I just get images in my mind of my kids and situations and how I dealt with it and how it might have been so much easier if I had somebody to rely on like you just to bounce something off of. And it runs the gamut. There's so many different situations from sleep, eating, behavior, and all of that. Dysregulation is one. And we're going to talk about that today. What exactly is that?
Yeah, so being dysregulated is when your nervous system is overwhelmed. You are in a stress response. And as adults, we have a lot of life experience and we have a fully developed brain. So we have ways to be able to either change our mindset or we know how to breathe through it. We have ways to kind of calm back down. But our little ones are experiencing the world for the very first time. And sometimes their nervous system gets overwhelmed. They feel stress in situations that might not match their reaction. I have a feeling if anybody listening has had a toddler, they have given them the wrong color of cup to drink out of, and all of a sudden they're on the floor crying. So that is dysregulation. Those big meltdowns, tantrums, those moments when your child has just flipped their lid and you actually don't know why or what is going on. Like, I didn't know that giving you a red cup instead of a blue cup could ruin your whole day.
Why does that happen with something that, to an adult, a parent seems so insignificant, but your kid just wigged out? Why? Why is that?
Yeah, so there are a couple of different causes. Some of it can just be those overwhelming emotions. Our children don't have the language to express what is going on. Sometimes it can be their sensory processing. So the lights, the sounds, the smells, everything going on around them can contribute to feelings of stress. Sometimes it can be they're too tired or they're hangry. They need to eat more often than we do. And sometimes it can even be the kinds of foods that they're eating, maybe too much sugar or artificial food dyes. Certain dietary things can also contribute to feelings of anxiety or overwhelm, can enhance stress in young children.
So what I'm gathering here from you, Tricia, is it's not just the color of the cup. It's the culmination of all these other things that are going on. The food, whether they slept enough, maybe some other stimulation going on there where it's just like, can't process, dropping to the floor, crying tantrum.
Yes. And as parents, so often we respond to the behavior that we can see. They're kicking, they're hitting, they're crying. We're responding to that behavior. But oftentimes the reason for their dysregulation, the reason for their behavior is all of these other things that we can't see. So we have to be really attuned to our children and prioritize connecting with them so that, it's a little bit easier to know how to respond. And that's what I do for parents. I really just help them go deeper, get curious about what could be contributing to any kind of aggressive behavior or, major meltdowns or dysregulation in their child's nervous system.
You're like CSI Tricia. Yeah, it's like, you're looking for the clues, trying to figure out. And I guess when you work with a parent, maybe track back or trace your steps back to, what went on like an hour ago? How about 3 hours ago? When did they last eat? Let's look at all of these things on the table and then identify maybe one of those that could be pointing, or two, whatever, to the
Yes.
meltdown.
When
Okay.
I work with parents, I just ask a whole lot of questions. We track their sleep, we track their food, we track what's going on in the environment, and then I help parents figure out what aspects can they control. We can't control our kids. We can't control if they throw things at us. We can't control if or when they eat or sleep. We can't control, if they go to the bathroom in the toilet or on our new couch. But there are things we can't control. And so that's where I help get curious, put some things kind of on paper, and we experiment with the aspects that we can control.
Every situation is different. Every kid is different. Based on your experience, what is the common thread there when these things crop up? When, let's say your child has a meltdown. Does it trace back to sleep? Does it trace back to food? Is it usually one of those? Usually, again, it could be anything or a combination of a bunch.
I would say the majority of kiddos that I work with, parents that I work with, it actually comes back to their sensory processing. So kids experience sights, sounds, smells, things that they hear. And there's also more than five senses. We all know those five basic senses, but there's the vestibular sense, which is located in your inner ear, and it gives your brain information about where your body's at. If you're moving forward, if you're moving backwards, if you're upside down, if you're fast or slow.
Hmm.
And then there is the proprioceptive sense, which is your big muscle movement, jumping, crawling, rolling, kicking, throwing, all of those kinds of things. And then there's the interoceptive sense. That's all of the feelings from the inside of your body, your emotions, your feelings of hunger, the cues inside your body that tell you if you have to go to the bathroom. So kids are experiencing all of these things at the same time. They live in the present moment. And that is how they learn. That's why when a child is dysregulated, you're going to see them probably fall to the ground because their body feels safer there. It gets more sensory input.
Oh,
And
okay.
they're probably going to kick or throw something. Again, that movement is how their emotions are expressed. And so a lot of it is just those kinds of things. Either they didn't get enough movement that day, or possibly they got too much. Maybe they were on a long car ride and they were in a car seat for too long, and then they have a big meltdown once they get home. Or they were at school all day, and all of these things are going on all day long out of their control. And the second they get in the car or the second they get home, it all comes overflowing out. And so I think a lot of it is actually just parents not understanding how their kids are experiencing the world, all of these things going on at the same time, and all of that information in your developing brain can sometimes overflow.
You make it very clear, and this is the stuff that we forget. They're processing all this new stuff all at once. So it's like, overload. And yeah, they're fortunately they are living in the present. Many of us adults don't, but that's also problematic because if we're as adults not living, we can dissect some of those. Well, you know what? I can take care of that later. I can take care of this now. I'm going to deal with that in a couple of minutes. For a child, it's all at once. That's a
Yes.
lot. That's a big load.
And especially for our children who are neurodivergent, meaning they might be autistic or have ADHD,
Mm.
sensory processing differences, things like that. So as I'm here right now, I can hear the birds outside my window chirping, but I know that that's not the most important information that my brain needs to take in right now. I'm talking to you. So I can, you know, not ignore the birds and pay more attention to this conversation here, where a child with any of those issues doesn't know, their brain doesn't know yet which information is most important to pay attention to. And so, yeah, they're taking it all in at once. That's why we say so often our kids can't focus or they don't listen, or, but really it's just because they haven't learned yet which information coming into their body is the most important to pay attention to and which is the most important for survival. So sometimes they pay attention to something that their brain thinks this is really important. Our survival is at stake when it might not. Could be just, false alarm.
Yeah, like the ice cream man.
Yeah.
My survival does exist on that. When I hear the ice cream man, I run. Um, Interesting. This is, so much of this we don't realize as parents,
No, we
you
think
know?
our kid's just being a brat.
Yes. Yes. Or maybe, yeah, they're learning things for the first time and that can be a little bit of a challenge. But when you stack all this stuff up, it's really a lot for a little human being to deal with. So when you work with somebody, you dissect it, you kind of figure it out, and then do you give remedies,
Yeah. Strategies
strategies?
for how to respond.
Okay.
Um, so I'm not going to fix your child. I'm not going to change them. I'm not going to promise you they'll never have a tantrum again or a meltdown again. But what I will do is equip you for how to respond in those moments, how to focus on what you can control. So often we tell our kids, take a deep breath. Um, but how often have any of us actually taught our child what that means? We think that we're just born knowing how to breathe, which we kind of are. But when we're really stressed out, it doesn't always come naturally. So I help parents practice blowing bubbles or blowing, like, those little fuzzy pom pom, like craft things. You can play games by blowing them across the table or blowing on a pinwheel and practice that motion of taking a deep breath in a concrete way when they're calm, when you're just having fun, when you're, having a good time. That way, when your child is really upset, you can just pretend you're blowing bubbles and they'll get it. Like you're doing that action with them. They have to borrow that information from you. Borrow the calm is what I say.
Hmm. It's almost like a cue, pinwheel. Like let's
Yep.
say, having a meltdown. Pinwheel time, pinwheel time. Let's
Yep.
do it.
And you can just pretend, and you as the parent can start doing it and then see if the child will join in. One of my own children, I usually just scoop him up and put his head right on my heart because that is a regulating sensation. And then
Hmm.
I start breathing deeply. And then eventually he joins. That's called co-regulation. When he's dysregulated, I stay calm and lend those strategies to him. Um, and so, yeah, just teaching parents some of those easy ways. Another way to teach breathing is, holding out your hand and inhale as you trace up and exhale as you trace down. Inhale as you trace up,
Hmm.
exhale. That is another very visual, concrete way that children can practice breathing with you. Another thing that is super easy for a lot of kids is squeezing your finger and your thumb together and doing that with every finger. You have to concentrate on just moving your fingers, which is challenging for kids. And then the squeezing gets that information of your body. So it can kind of bring you back to your body almost when you're, in this state of overwhelm or stress.
I heard also even just to rub your fingers together
Mm-hmm.
can be helpful, or just touch a fabric, just
Yep. Or doing both
right.
hands together like this.
Hmm. This is stuff we don't know, as parents. The kid didn't come with this in the manual. I didn't see this page in there.
No,
Yeah.
why
Hmm.
not? Gosh.
I don't know. What are some other things that we should be mindful of? And it's so common with younger children, the meltdown, when you got to deal with that.
Yeah. So, um, one question I get asked is, how do I know if my child is dysregulated or if they're kind of just being a kid? So we really expect ages 3 and under to have a lot of these tantrums. And that is because they're still learning language. The world is going at a fast pace. They're not in control of their schedule, usually. They're not in control of most things they're relying solely on their attached caregiver to meet their needs. So 3 and under, a lot of these tantrums are pretty typical. And a tantrum is usually when you can give them whatever they want and the tears stop. That's how you know, like they're just trying to use their entire body to communicate something with you. Now, a meltdown or dysregulation, that is actual nervous system dysregulation, that is usually much bigger. This is happening more with our kids that are older. It's lasting a long time. They're crying for, more than 5 minutes at a time. Sometimes their eyes are dilated, or they're really aggressive, or they might be sobbing this like that like dysregulated breathing, shallow breathing. Those are all clues that the prefrontal cortex, the thinking, reasonable, rational part of their brain, has gone completely offline. When they're in that state, no amount of talking to them is going to bring them out of that. You can give them what you think they want, and they're still crying. So those are the moments when we really need to co-regulate, figure out how to stay calm ourselves, model those strategies for them, and just kind of ride the wave with them. They're not being rational. So trying to scold or punish or lecture or rationalize in those moments is only going to escalate the behavior.
You said 5 minutes before, let's say a meltdown. Would we say that if it lasts more than 5 minutes, all right, we got to look a little deeper here. Maybe there's something else going on.
It's not a hard and fast rule. We have some pretty strong-willed kids that will cry until they get what they want.
Yeah.
But that's just kind of a general, usually if you have a toddler that is kicking, crying, screaming, if you give them what they need, they're gonna, recover from that pretty quickly. But if you have a child where these meltdowns are lasting multiple times a day, they're lasting longer periods of time, everyone's just completely exhausted and on edge, that is probably a clue that your child's nervous system is dysregulated. Now, there, like I said before, many reasons for that. But sometimes that would be where I would recommend seeking some support from a pediatrician, special education team, something like that. Just making sure that medically everything is okay.
How about the situation where your kid has figured out, oh, if I cry and cause a tantrum, I am getting ice cream. I'm going to do that again. How do you identify that? How do you deal with that?
Yes. So this isn't a one size fits all answer. There are different kinds of children and different styles of parenting. So when I work with parents, we really dig deeper into, what the parents are comfortable with. I think oftentimes kids need an adult that is going to set boundaries. So I'm not saying every time your child cries, you need to give in. However, most kids do the best they can with the information they have. So if your child is crying every single time because they want ice cream and you're saying no, like this is happening, let's say every day, they want ice cream for breakfast every day. And every day this is happening. If you give in one day and then not the next day, they don't know what to expect. So part of it is just setting adequate expectations. Part of it is clearly communicating and clearly setting boundaries. And then the last piece is just affirming your child's feelings. Like, I know you really wanted ice cream for breakfast. Ice cream is so delicious, and I completely understand why you want it for breakfast. But we want to put some protein in your body so that it feels better for the day. My job is to fuel your body with food that will help it, be the best, be the safest. So let's make a plan for when we can get ice cream the next time.
Is it okay to say ice cream is a dessert or a treat and frame it that way? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, just setting those boundaries of, when is ice cream okay? When is it not? Maybe it's not okay for breakfast every day. But again, you have to know your child. If you have a child who has an aversion to food and literally will not eat anything else because they are autistic and the only texture that they are allowing is ice cream, you need to keep your child alive somehow, right? So there's nuances here. My my own child had a cheeseburger and french fries for breakfast today.
That's me. Yeah. And you know what? Ice cream's not the worst for you. There is protein. You
Yeah,
getting a
very,
lot, little too much sugar, but it is what it is. So it's not the worst. It's not the worst.
yeah.
Um,
I would say though, it's kind of a misconception that kids are manipulative, especially if they're younger. If they're younger than 8, they're probably not manipulating you on purpose. They're
wow.
just acting out because they don't know what to expect, or they feel out of control, or they feel disconnected from you.
Interesting. Instant feedback, steve@gmail.com is how you can reach us. We have Becky checking in from Searsport, Maine. She says, love your talk today. My daughter is 8, and I find that she doesn't tell the truth or own up to it. I'm very frustrated and don't know how to handle it.
Yes, this is a great question. Okay, so two things. Number one, around age 4 and 5, kids have a developmental leap in their brain development where lying becomes a new skill. They are able to hold the truth and what they wish would happen together in their brain at the same time. This is actually exciting because
Wow.
now they can forward think a little bit and understand consequences of behavior. Another developmental leap happens at age 8.
Ah,
They're all of a sudden able to have really abstract thinking, and sometimes lying at age 8 is just that. They're expressing what they wish could happen. Another reason a child could lie at that age would be out of fear. They are afraid going to get in trouble, get scolded, not be safe by telling the truth. So
hmm.
those are two little things. Now, finally, along with the fear, another reason a child would possibly lie is if they are in this stress response, they feel backed into a corner and they say whatever comes to mind. They're not using their thinking brain. They're actually in this kind of shut down stress response where they're just like spitting something out because they're responding out of fear or stress.
Wow. So it's your job as a parent to kind of figure that all out, to analyze it or uh, seek your help. Because,
Yes.
you know,
So here's an example of my own child yesterday. So I also have an 8-year-old. Well, he'll be 8 next week. And I gave him a direction yesterday. And I thought that he had followed through on the thing that I asked. And then today I reminded him again that he needed to do that same thing today. And he goes, uh, Mom, so yesterday I didn't exactly do it just like you told me. I did this instead. And it just all came out. And instead of scolding him for not obeying what I asked the first time, I said, thank you for being honest with me. That took a lot of courage for you to be honest. Now, which decision are you going to make today? And then we just left it at that.
hmm. I love that approach because you're putting it on the child and they feel like they're more in control in making a decision, how it's going to go. And they know what the consequences are. So if they're old
Yeah.
enough, they're going to pick the
I
right
reminded
choice.
him of the decision that I hoped he had made, the
Hmm.
responsible one.
Right,
And he
right.
said, Mom, I think I can be responsible today.
Ah, and that had to feel empowering, for a
Yeah.
child.
I tell parents this all the time. You can choose to parent for immediate obedience in this moment, or you can choose to parent in the long term to actually shape an adult who can think and make decisions and understand their actions have consequences and be a self-sufficient independent adult in society. Parenting the long game is much harder. It's really hard because you have to have some forward thinking and you have to reflect, what is my parenting goal? What am I trying to accomplish? And is that most important right now in this moment, or can I let it go?
Right. Right. And you know what? That comes down to pick your battles, at that point. We're out of time. I had another question. I'm looking over, I'm like, whoa,
Went
okay.
so fast.
Yeah. So if somebody, Trisha, wants to work with you, we've got a parent, maybe frustrated, not really sure how to handle things, even between their kids. It starts with just going to your website, right?
Yes. So my website is encourageclub.org. And you can also find me on socials at encourage.club. That's ENCOURAGE
And you have different programs for parents. If you have, let's say, 2 or 3 kids, does it matter?
No, you can come to me we can problem solve more than one child.
Okay. Yeah. I was just wondering if you're on one program, can you also plug other kids into that? And
Yeah.
yeah.
So I have 2 offers. I have a 1-month offer and a 3-month offer. If we're going to be kind of dissecting multiple kids and, multiple scenarios, probably the 3-month offer would be most beneficial, because then we have more time to really dive deep into each child's motivations and intentions and struggles. And then I can, as problems pop up, coach you through how to apply the information that I give.
And I believe we said last time we talked that you're available. So if something comes up and wow, let me just reach out to her, with an email or a text or whatever it is. You get back to them reasonable amount of time and try to help them figure it out.
Yes, absolutely. And when you do work with me, we have our own communication app that we talk back and forth, and you
Okay.
can leave me messages and I will always respond within 24 hours
Oh,
when
fantastic.
we're working together. So
Yeah.
even the sleep people, I get middle of the night messages and respond in the morning. And yeah.
Awesome. Trisha, you have the answers. Like, you're great. You really are. And your passion shows for what you do. You just want to help people, and it's almost like you think like a kid.
Yes, I just want to advocate for the kids who are misunderstood and help parents better understand their children.
Awesome. Thank you for being here, and
Thank
definitely
you.
look forward next time we get together.
All right. Thanks so much.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We're excited to have our friend Dave Nordell joining us here once again. Yes, he's back live on the podcast and on the Zoomcast to talk more about the work he does at MaxFab Consulting and, of course, how he can help you. Welcome back, Dave. Please introduce yourself to our listeners today.
Hey, thanks, Jill. Hey, Dave Nordell. And if you haven't heard me the last time, I'm a 30-year retired military veteran out here, running my own company with a large focus on helping my brothers and sisters transition from the military to the civilian world. For those of you that don't know, I mean, that's a fairly dynamic thing, and so we've developed some things here that are really exciting, and they've really gotten some momentum, and we're working with some chambers of commerce and some business and even the ecumenical community to go into places and educate employers on how to bring veterans on, how to mine all of that really cool stuff that we come with, the leadership and the ability to work hard problems in organizations and to bring all of that with us. And then the other things that we come, the challenges of transition, that can be anything from mental health, just to needing that camaraderie and that sense of purpose that we had every single day. Being able to build environments for us to work in makes companies stronger, actually helps their bottom line. And as I was talking to somebody the other day that's going to have us come and help them out, it's half of a full FTE when you lose an employee. So if you pay somebody $100,000 a year and you lose them in the first year, it costs you $50,000 to replace them. My stuff, I shouldn't say my stuff, but our stuff here at MaxFab is what bridges that gap, what keeps them on after a year or 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and it starts to save you money on the back end. So it's a tremendous thing, but the focus is providing an environment for veterans that are mentally and spiritually and physically happy and healthy, so that we can continue to contribute and give back like we had when we served.
Oh, that's amazing. Now, could you just tell us a little bit about, for those that don't know, about your background, when you served and what you did, please?
Sure. In 1984, I went in the United States Air Force. I became a medic. I'm a registered nurse, and I do shock trauma. My graduate education and my passion on top of all that is emergency and disaster management. So I'm the guy that tells you which way to drive when the hurricane's coming. And obviously, I filled a lot of senior leader positions over my 30-year career. So that's kind of me. Married, couple kids. I'm living in Montana now, which is great for a variety of reasons. One is that Montana per capita has either the number one, or we're either number one or number two in the nation. Montana and Alaska, kind of back and forth. So it's this is mission next. I've written a couple of books, and the first one's called Giving Back, and it's life and leadership from the farm to the combat zone and beyond. And so that's where we're sitting. Yeah.
Beautiful. And now you're giving back and you're helping so many. Let's talk about specifically the work that you're doing. And by the way, how do we contact you?
Sure. www.maxfabconsulting.com. So that's www.maxfab consulting.com. And you can look up the story as to why it's MaxFab, because it's directly related to combat time and my combat tours and some organizational, attitudinal things that help us thrive. So if you go there, you can find the books, you can find my blogs, you can find these. These are all stored away and podcasts, not just ours but others. And then how to get a hold of me, how to book a free consult. It's all on there. Just work with us and send it out, and we can jump on and talk more about it. But yeah, so more in depth about what we do. We bring a program to an organization, and it starts off with explaining veteran culture, kind of how a veteran's made, from the time they go to basic training or however they end up coming under the military. Explains kind of how we're programmed while we're in, and then some of the nuances of transition. So some of the challenges that we come with, especially kind of the needs that we have based on how we were, previously programmed, how to build that environment through HR processes and through just leadership and cultural and cultural awareness, to build that social capital, that social income into your institution that not only gives veterans a chance to use all the good stuff that we do, but it also gives us the ability to integrate into an environment that we want to stay in, and it helps us, grow and thrive beyond our service time. So it's pretty exciting. Did you leave me? I can't hear you, but I can keep going. So while you do the shuffle there with the IT stuff,
Hello?
It's great. Yeah.
No, my camera's been out, but not the mic. And I apologize. It's probably
okay.
I had double groin hernia surgery a few days ago. So I have a pillow on my lap to hold the pressure. So my pillow, I apologize, hit the button. Sorry about that.
No, it's great. It's great. I'm sure there's
but the camera, I don't know. That just happens miraculously. I'm sorry.
I'm sure there's an edit button in here somewhere. So, but yeah, I mean, that's what we do. You know, it's compassion and empathy based. It requires somebody of my experience and expertise to facilitate it. There's a lot of me out there, believe it or not. One of the statistics that I kind of garnered yesterday through some research is that by next year, by 2024, there will be over 424,000 female veterans. That's an amazing number if you think about who served, and our programs, you know, have the you know, the slices and the pieces to address even not just the veteran environment, but the female veteran environment and that experience, because there's a dynamic there too. So it's really cool.
Awesome. It's fab. It's Max
Fab. It is Max Fab.
How did you come up with that name, by the way?
Okay, so this is a whole keynote speech, and I'll try to do it in 60 seconds.
Okay.
When I was going to Iraq, I was going to lead an organization of about 235 medics that were doing combat trauma medicine for the whole of the country, for the whole theater. Very dynamic place. And when you're going to a place like that, when you haven't been together with those people, because we all came from different parts of the world, we haven't been together with those people, you kind of have to find some foundation. And so when you're a senior leader in an organization, one of the most important questions you might hear in a day is, how are you doing? So in my world, it was, Chief, how are you doing today? Innocuous, right? I can say good and go about things. My answer to that was always, I'm maximum fabulous. And people would say, what in the world is that? They just kind of roll their eyes. And I said, listen, that is the highest of the hierarchy of attitude. And if you're not there, but you're always trying to get there, then you'll keep yourself in a place that keeps you safe emotionally and mentally and physically, because you're making sure that other people are getting the max fab. And when you're in that type of situation. So if you look behind me on the screen, there's a flag back there, and on the bottom of that flag, it says maximum fabulous.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, your head's covering it. Okay.
And that flag is the flag that flew over the trauma center in Iraq for my entire time there. And my people pulled that down and actually embroidered that on the flag. So that's a piece of history.
Did I tell you I've been to Iraq?
Have you?
Yeah. 2010 and 2009, I think it was. I went to Camp Al Assad and Camp Cupcake. What was Al
Udeid.
Yes, thank you. Yes, with the news station I work for, we were doing not like reporting of the front lines, but we were bringing them, the soldiers, the holiday cheer for the holidays. So we went over there twice. So we'd spend like a week and a half for the holiday, connecting them live via satellite with their families in like the New York area. Yeah. It was amazing, but I got to see a little bit of, my goodness, wow. But I mean, amazing what you all have done. And yeah, it was just an experience of a lifetime to be a civilian going over there. Sure. And yeah, so wow, I commend you on that. No, please. I got to experience it and just to see it, but I'm glad I could make some people smile, right?
Yeah, those visits are really important, actually. So thank you for doing that. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Please, you're the one who were there. My goodness, you did most of the work, and you continue to do that work to help all these veterans do these other jobs. And could you share some of the main industries that you find our veterans able to work in? Who is like the most accepting? You know, what type of industry is?
Interesting that you would say
I always thought it was automotive, but I don't know.
No, you know, people, I think, you know, we really need to work on what the perception of the veteran is. So let me give you an example. The United States Air Force has their own community college. And when you join the Air Force, you're enrolled in that community college. And when you graduate basic training, you're 5 classes away from an associate's degree.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, but most people picture the veteran as what we see on TV, right?
Yeah.
A lot of dirt, a lot of foxholes, a lot of rifles, a lot of kicking in doors and finding bad guys. And actually, those people that do that, they are degree earning people too. And by the way, they're high strategic thought people, they're planners and those type of things. Veterans, even though you were you worked on a tank crew or you were a mortar guy or those type of things. Veterans come with such diverse skills and training that they fit into a lot of industries, and that's part of what we do is to open up those blind spots. But I'll give you two big companies that are really good with veterans. If you look at their programs,
Okay.
JP Morgan and Deloitte. They have got really solid programs that they understand when they're hiring veterans how to hire them, and when they get them, they understand how to keep that environment that I talked about. So that's good. There's some good examples in there. Where I'm working now, everything from construction to churches to city government to organizations that have a high preponderance of veterans because what they do, like flying helicopters. If you fly helicopters, civilian helicopters, you're going to need the military training because the helicopters are the same. So mechanics and those kind of people transition. Healthcare is huge. I came out of healthcare. Healthcare is huge. Our training in the military for healthcare is the same as it is in the civilian side. And that transition is awesome. And you know what, healthcare as a whole, civilian healthcare as a whole, can use what I'm offering probably sooner than later because the job market is getting competitive, and we have holes in healthcare, especially in nursing. And these type of things help because when an organization becomes vet ready and they have that designation of vet readiness and they've done the program and they have the training, vets will navigate, will move towards those organizations just based on the fact that they already can see where there's an environment and it has a little bit of the culture that they need to reassimilate.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. And do you want to share some of the success stories from MaxFab and the people that you're helping? It's got to feel good, to do this, to help so many. And you dedicate your life to doing this. Do you still work at all in the EMT field, or are you just curious?
Right. Well, no, I still do disaster management, but I mean, this is the passion, and some of this is very slow moving when you want to work on culture. So you have to develop things that are digestible for a wide variety of entrepreneurs and business people. You have to, it has to be there. If you're in business, there's a financial component. And as much as that can feel yucky when you're trying to do this kind of work, you have to tie it to that. And I did earlier with some numbers. But I'll give you one quick success story that I think is great. So I'm talking to a church, and I said, I know that there's a place for vet readiness in your church, because when people go to church, any type of congregation, doesn't have to be a church, but this happens to be a church. When people go to church, they come from all walks of life, right? And they're in the church. And I finally got them to do a math problem, and they did a back of an envelope math problem, and they said, we probably have over 120 veterans in our church. But yet, if you think about church groups, they have Sunday school for kids, they have wives groups, they have men's group, no veterans group. No place to build this community. And then out of that, there's business owners in there that can not only learn it in the church, but then take it to their business, and then it starts to propagate. And really, Jill, the dark side of this, and it's an important side. I don't like to overemphasize it because we like to stay positive about what we're doing. But our nation loses up to and maybe more than 44 veterans a day to suicide. And a big when you look back and say why, a big thing is about veterans having purpose. And if a veteran loses their purpose, because when you get up in every day when you're in uniform, you know exactly what your purpose is. And I think you've probably seen that if you went to Iraq and around the soldier, sailor, airman, and Marines. When you lose your sense of purpose, you lose your equilibrium. And that can just lead to hope or no hope. And that can be a slippery slope. Well, think about when especially men, but think about what you identify with. And a lot of it is our work. I mean, we have passion for our work, and we identify with our work. We ask people when we meet them for the first time, what do you do? It's one of the first questions that we ask. And so veterans deserve and need environments where they feel that they have purpose. And so that's a huge thing. So that's just one example. We're going to, working with city government's amazing because, they have high turnover rates and they have a need for veterans, and they just don't know how to either make their holes square for the square peg, or make the peg round to fit in the to change things. And so there has to be a little bit of a facilitator, and that's what we're doing.
Oh, I love it. Well, it's amazing the work you're doing. And by the way, you're helping veterans in how many different states?
Right now, we want to co-opt this, but right now I really need to focus on Montana, because some of those numbers that I gave you, some of the suicide numbers and substance abuse and mental health needs, unfortunately, Montana per capita is number 1 or number 2 in the nation. And for mental health, we're 44th in services. So we all know that on a bad day in our nation, public-private partnership is important. So we need to work those two things together, local government all the way up to our federal representatives. We need to work that piece to have better awareness and to put the resources towards the right things to get the most bang for the buck, which I think Vet Ready does for sure. And the other thing is, programs like this need to have a grassroots base. And so why not do it here, right? Why not build out the base? Now, with that said, if you want to talk about other states, I have someone in New Jersey that's ready to go. I have somebody that's in Indiana that's ready to go. I have somebody that's in Arizona that's ready to go. I have 2 people in Texas, North Carolina, Florida. So they're ready to go, but we just need to we need to grow it the right way. And because sometimes if you get too big, too fast when you're working on culture, you can screw it up. And I don't want to do that.
Oh, good. Dave Nordell here still joining us. Remind us of all the ways we can contact you, and then let's continue the show.
Right. www.maxfabconsulting.com. That's MAXFAB consulting.com. And I appreciate you asking about the story.
No, it's always good to hear. Come on. It's exciting to have you here. Someone is doing so much. And I'm just curious, what are you sipping on? Is that tea, coffee, water? What do you got?
You know what it is? It is cinnamon tea.
The fall is here. I can't wait to try cinnamon and pumpkin spice.
Yeah, and it's just, I drink it year round because it's just good for metabolism and keeps the mind clear. So
does it keep you hot? Is it like
it does? Today, we say people that haven't been to Montana think we wear a snowmobile suit 365 days a year, and it gets to be 110 degrees here. So we have just transitioned, and today it looks like a nice day in England. Clouds are low, and it's just drizzly rain, and it's about 60 degrees. So yeah.
Ooh, kind of fall feeling.
Yeah, and you can smell it. And the leaves are turning, and they're selling pumpkins at the stores. So I guess it's on.
Oh my gosh, awesome! And you also work with groups, team building, corporations, motivational speaking. There's so much more to MaxFab. Yeah. Do you want to touch upon any of those?
All of that, yeah. Like I said, there's a MaxFab keynote speech. I talk a lot about cultural closure. The keynote that goes along with that's the 25-yard gap, and it works around the dynamic of the length of a military barracks is about 25 yards, and you can't get to know anybody or lead anybody in a barracks unless you cover that 25 yards. And if you look at our society as a whole, we have a lot of people that are standing those scary 25 yards apart, and they make assumptions about the other people at the end of that. And because of the fear and pain that is in this figurative 25 yards, we don't travel it to talk. And anytime that we make assumptions, especially about other people, we're going to be 100% wrong. And that drives emotion. And so I work with people to learn how to close that distance, learn how to build understanding and empathy. You don't have to be in agreement. In fact, you don't even have to bless things. You don't have to be in agreement, but it does build an environment where you can have enough respect for somebody that you can coexist and give people the space they need to be who they are. And when that happens, organizations just grow and thrive and explode. But if you have two different versions of water cooler talk, that can be unhealthy. So we don't want toxic organizations, and we want people to perform better.
Oh, of course we do. That's awesome, awesome, awesome. And any other, mention that you want to make from clients of the people you've helped? I mean, they got to be grateful, thankful, and do they give back? And are they still part of you? Like, how does that work?
Well, people follow us. It's kind of amazing. It's a trickle effect. I was just working on an email to a lady this morning that said, hey, we heard that you guys, I work in a cohort called the Apex Leadership Institute that does some of the same stuff, that's really focused on this developmental thing from the brand new leader all the way to, continuing to develop executive leaders. And she wrote and she said, I hear you guys have speakers. What can you speak about? And I had a really awesome time because I said, well, what's kind of your genre? And it's for a conference. And it's healthcare. And their whole conference is geared around going from surviving to thriving. And if you understand the dynamic of what's going on in COVID, right? Post-COVID, financially strained hospitals, it really kind of reinvented them. And they're in this transition state. And so they want us to come and to intervene at a level to help them. So that's a whole hospital system. That's just not one hospital. So that actually covers Montana. So yeah, that's one example. We've got one of the first two. This year we have 2 medical schools that opened up in Montana, and previous to that we had no medical schools. And actually, the medical school is like right next to me. I can walk from the house to there. And we just finished the big to-do for them to help them develop, because when you build a medical school, you're going to get really diverse really quick because of the medical students come from all over the world. And so we work on that too. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you. We still have 4 minutes left in our show here as Dave sips away on the cinnamon. I'm working the water. That's about it right now, but I could use some of that cinnamon stuff.
Yeah. Right. Is that how you're feeling today?
Well, yeah, because I had this double groin hernia surgery like 4 days ago. So I'm sitting here at my pillow, holding my stomach tight and drinking lots of fluid, they say.
Taking one for the team today. That's right.
Exactly, but it's okay. I feel all right. It's just a little sore, right? We get through. You're a medic. You should know.
You're healing. You're healing, right? You're going in the right direction. And that's all, and that's all we want. Yeah, you got to move forward. Yeah, I also have a podcast. In fact, it's talking about the right direction. If you look behind me, you see the kangaroo. I call it the kangaroo.
Tell us.
I call it the Kangaroo Leadership Podcast. And the reason that I picked a kangaroo is that kangaroos physically can only move forward. And so they have to demonstrate leadership traits that are pretty dynamic. One is courage, and one is vision and strategic thought. And you have to have a little bit of empathy, and you really need to understand pace and transferability of your environment. So I always started off with, you're only allowed on the podcast if you demonstrate these traits. And so, locally, we go through some pretty dynamic leaders and present them to the public with their stories. And it's amazing that when you do a podcast, even if you mine, as you know, because you're on the receiving end of this, even if you mine a lot of things from people through a conversation on a podcast, they're going to say something you didn't know that is really profound. And I just find that that's wonderful. And we were talking work-life balance the other day, and the lady on the podcast was telling me that she was in a bad work environment and she needed to leave, and she needed to leave the culture and needed to leave her boss. And when she left, she didn't have a job. And she goes, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't recommend that. And she was home for a couple of weeks, and she was working on projects, and her 11-year-old daughter walked up to her and said, and her 11-year-old says, Mom, I know you don't have a job, but you yell at me less and I like you more. And I found that super profound on work-life balance and how we need to be aware of that, because it's so important.
Oh my goodness. That's great. Oh, awesome. And where can we find the podcast, when and where?
The podcast is on Spotify. And if you look it up, it's the Kangaroo Leadership Podcast by Dave Nordell. I think we're probably maybe 7 episodes strong. I'm having a lady on named Dallas, who's a female veteran who went to Iraq in 2003 at 19 years old and journaled her whole entire military journey, and has now written a book, and it's just really powerful stuff. And her and I were in a civilian Chamber of Commerce get together for veteran issues, and she had everybody in tears by the time she was finished talking. So pretty powerful.
My goodness.
So I'm excited about doing that one.
Aw, wonderful. Well, thank you for that. Remind us how we could reach you again, please.
Okay, www.maxfabconsulting.com, MAXFAB consulting.com. And please just reach out to me. Click on the calendar, pick a spot, hit send, and even if I don't know you, we'll jump on. We can have this kind of conversation for 15 minutes or an hour, and it's all free.
Perfect. Thank you so much. You have a fantastic day. To all of our listeners, stay tuned. More of the show's coming right up. Don't go anywhere. Thanks again, Dave. Enjoy your day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. So many of us are looking to advance our careers. Let's say you do get to that point where you're in a different position, but things have changed since maybe you were working in that last position. Responsibilities have changed. The work culture nowadays have changed. What's going on? What's that landscape look like, and how do you adapt to it? We're going to talk with this gentleman about that today and so much more. And he helps people navigate this all the time as an amazing transformational coach, business coach, and so much more. He's with Cool Persistence Coaching LLC. That's his company. Martial Dumlau joins us once again. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Steve. It's great to see you out there in Long Island. Awesome.
Your homeland, actually.
It is. Good old Islip and Connecticut High School. There you go.
Well, it's great to have you back here. And we've talked about a lot of different things, including pillars of success and how that looks in different areas. But if you're fortunate enough to move your career forward, things are different than they were, I don't know, even like 10 years ago, 15 years ago with digital everything.
Yes.
What are some of the main changes that are on your radar that you let people know about or you coach them about?
Oh, okay. Well, when you do get hired or you actually get promoted, things have changed, and the things that you're used to do probably not relevant or maybe not going to work because of technology, because of culture. And I like to help emerging and business leaders and these ambitious leaders to get promoted. Take a look at what I call this pyramid where there are visible elements in the culture, things that you can notice right away. You can see, hey, this is how they dress. Maybe it's, polo shirt and, jeans or whatever that is, or maybe their logo, right? That's the visible elements. And then the behavioral ones, like what happens in meetings, so you sit there and what happens in meetings or how are decisions made. Then you get to the underlying subculture, the things that are actually hidden. For example, how do you get a new initiative going in your business? Now that you're a leader and now you're in charge of, let's say, product development and you're an R&D, how do you get that new initiative going? And who do you have to talk to? Now it's the underlying. Who are those folks that will influence that decision or actually put a stop to it, right? And it may not necessarily be in your department. It could be somewhere else. And so I talk about omnidirectional relationships. And so those are the things that leaders and new leaders, right? They get placed in this position, they get hired. This is great. You know, you only have about 90 days to actually start moving. And I remember just for myself, in one job that I had, the boss told me 3 days, training wheels are off. And that's all you had, right? So, so again, it just depends on what it is, but usually you give yourself 90 days. And here it's that subculture. It's those things of how decisions are made. Who are those influencers? How are the meetings? Are the meetings just for discussion, or after the meetings are rubber stamped, or are the meetings really, decision meetings, and they're looking for, buy-in from everybody? And if you did not speak, let's say, to somebody that may impact, just say, well, what about this? And didn't even cover that staff work beforehand, chances are, the decision that you may not get approved because you didn't talk to them.
Lots of questions here. When you start that new position, you're the new person in town,
right?
You don't really have just what you said, a grasp on their procedures, but you also want to look competent. So how do you navigate that? I obviously ask questions, but I would think there's a fear in the questions that you ask, because you don't want to have imposter syndrome, but maybe there's a little bit of that's going on there, especially when you're the new person in town.
Yeah. So what I think and encourage them folks to do is actually take their own assessment of what their biases are and what their weaknesses are. And I think if you know that when you walk in, you're confident on where you need to look and where you need to improve on. For example, there's a book out, Michael D. Watkins talks about the first 90 days. That's the name of the book. The first 90 days, what are you going to do? So actually you do an assessment, the technical problem, and group it into technical, political, and then cultural. And this is where your weaknesses are. Let's say for HR, let's just take HR. You the new manager, and now you have, 50 people working for you now instead of having a team of, 2 or 3, right? How are rewards and appraisals given, right? That's the technical thing. Do you even shy away from that? And then the political is that employee morale. What's it like? We talked about it a couple of weeks ago, quiet quitting, are they hanging out at the, at the coffee machine too much, or are they teleworking and remote work, but you can't get a hold of them? What's that morale doing, right? Quiet quitting. And then the cultural is, how's the equity and fairness going, right? So where do you lean toward? And if you're weak at one of those, then maybe that's the one that you really want to seek with HR to say, hey, I may need a mentor, I may need a coach, I need somebody to help me to do that, right? Because that's usually what happens, that we tend to shy away from the ones that we're not good at, and we focus on the things that we're really good at. The thing is, when you're in a leadership position, you have to be comfortable with the uncomfortable, because you're moving up now. The things that work for you in the last position may not work for you in this position. So that's just one of it, right? So you can go to operations, you can take any one of those things, financing, operations, even R&D.
This is going to be an odd question I'm going to pose to you.
Sure.
I'm close with somebody who has had a job for almost a year, and she required some training.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the best culture in the beginning. In fact, the tip-off was, and this is a big company, the tip-off was when she was first interviewing and going through the process, they said, yeah, a lot of times people just leave. They run to the parking lot even before this is all done. That should have been her tip-off. Right. They actually told her in the beginning during the training, at one point, you're going to get to this point, and it was very short. It was just a few weeks. Don't ask any more questions. Like now you're paralyzed. If you have a question, you feel like you're doing the wrong thing. Just the culture. She took time off for major surgery, heart surgery. They didn't even call her to see how she was doing.
Right.
So where I'm getting at with this is she doesn't like working there. And she's been looking for another job a long time, for a while now. And it's even mentally cut into everything because it's just not a great culture. How do you identify that, or those situations, or a company culture, or what the company's all about before you take that job? How do you do that research? How do you find those things before you're signing on the dotted line so you know what you're dealing with?
Right. So, those are really great questions. And the research is, you go online, look at their website, look at what they're doing, right? And usually now, if it's a public company, you can actually look at their finances. You can look at their 10K filings. What are they doing if it's a public company? See if are they looking at buying out another company? You can actually look at those. Those things are public, right? So if you know that there's some kind of merger or something's happening, then hey, maybe if you get hired, are you going to be one of those billets and everything else that when they actually merge, then all of a sudden you're going to be laid off, in the next 6 months?
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Good point. Good point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the 10K filings is really something that, that is public. And for a public company, why not do it? Right. I think that's a prudent way to take a look at who actually are the decision makers. Who are the CEOs, the board of directors? What are they thinking about? Where are they going? And you can actually look, when you look at that, you can even look how the money is being spent and the cash flow, right? Where is it actually going? Is it going into R&D, or is it actually going into, operations? And they want to increase the quality of their product and things like that. Follow that through.
Okay.
That's a smart way to do it. Now, if it's private, that's very difficult to do, obviously, right? And that's where you start. You do the best due diligence you can. And I think at the interview is where you ask the questions. I've always helped out other emerging leaders that when they do apply for a job, have like 2 or 3 good questions to ask. What's going on with the company, or even that, because if you say I have no questions, then obviously it tells the interviewer that you didn't do your homework.
Right.
Right. And I've done that a few times when I was actually in HR, right? We've prepared standard questions to ask. And one of them that I've always put down is, have you looked at our company's website and what we do for our mission? And
this is key. This really is key, because many times, you've got the interview, you're that close to getting the job. You don't want to screw it up. So now you're very careful about how you approach things, but probably one of the best things you can do is ask a lot of questions, because it shows that you're vested, you're plugged in, you're interested in learning as much as you can so you can do the best job that you can. But I truly think that a lot of us, kind of tap the brakes on that. Don't want to rock the boat too much. Just want to get in there and get started.
All right. And I've done this too. I've actually encouraged them to say, let's say the appointment is a week from now. Well, okay, great. Just call up and talk to the admin assistant or the executive assistant, and just say, hey, my name is Marsh Dumlau, and I have an appointment interview scheduled on this date. Can you tell me more about it? Is it just going to be the boss, or is it going to be 2 or 3 people? And if they say, well, we're not at liberty to say that, I said, okay, great. Well, and ask them their name. Hey, what's your name? I didn't get your name when you, and when they start asking, well, hey, you sound great, or you sound, maybe, you sound great, and you guys have a great day, and it's a pleasure talking to you, right? So you can actually get that feel, even how they respond, even how that answering service responds to your phone call. Right? They say, it is that how do they treat their employees, and how did folks come in, right? And
this is good stuff. It really is. And I think for many, they may think that it's not as important as it is, but I believe it's everything. In my life, I've learned one thing, many things, but one in particular: people show you who they are in the beginning.
Yes.
They're giving you the information you need. You need to see it, process it, and use it as you choose. But it's all right there. Even with my friend, when they said, yeah, a lot of times people kind of run to the parking lot. They don't even finish, the interview process or day one orientation right away. And when she told me that, we laughed, like, really? Wow. That's interesting. No, that we're telling you what's going on, that maybe the culture isn't the greatest. And even to your point, Marsh, when you call up the person that's just answering the phone, whoever they are, even just to say, yeah, I'm coming down there for that interview. Maybe I'll meet you. Yeah, looking forward to learning more about the company. Maybe they'll share a little bit more, that you've kind of, opened the door a little bit. What about going on LinkedIn and finding anybody who in your circle, depending on your relationship with them, who is somehow connected with the company that you're looking to get hired from or you have an interview with? Is it reasonable to reach out and carefully ask questions carefully?
I think so. Who's gonna, who's gonna say no? Or if they do say no, then at least you tried, right? You did your due diligence. And I think, I've done this one time. I've actually walked into the company or the headquarters that I was gonna, apply for, and I just walked in and said, "Hey, my name is Mars Dumlau, and I'd like to talk to a couple of folks." And they said, "Sure." And I'd walk around and, "Hey, how are you doing?" And you meet them. Says, just taking, I'm with the other building. I'm just walking through here, and what's your general's top priorities? I'm fishing around already. And then, oh, really? And now I said, okay, this is great. Now I can go back and do the research, and so be prepared for those things.
Sure.
Right. If you're going to, in LinkedIn, it's very simple. Simple doesn't mean easy, but once you know that the company you're working for, you can actually find out who's actually working there. And if you are connected already, you can probably ask them, says, "Hey, I'm thinking about applying for this job here. What are your thoughts?" Right? Do that, personally, call them up. "Hey, can I talk to you? There's a position open. Do you have time for 10 minutes? That's all I need."
Yep.
And 10 minutes is really, I think pretty much, you don't want to be there for 30 or 45 minutes to find out everything. And then after that, you do your homework. And for example, if you know that you're speaking to somebody who's, let's say, in the tech world and who's written a couple of white papers and dissertations, like their PhD well, then read their PhD. If you know that they're gonna interview you, you might as well read their dissertation or the white paper. So when they actually talk, it says, sir or ma'am, I read your white paper on this, and here's the question I have to ask: how is this related to the R&D office in there? Are we actually implementing some of your principles? And then they're going to go, "You read my dissertation?" "Yeah, I did."
They're going to be flattered right away.
Yes.
You're showing them praise just by telling them that you read it. Then I'm getting another thought here too. You're going on maybe the company's LinkedIn profile,
right?
But start drilling down to some of the employees, the CEO, the CFO, whoever it might be, and start learning about them and also their likes, maybe dislikes. It's just going to give you more background. The more you have, do you feel a lot of times when a position is at your doorstep that we just bow to it like, oh God, oh, this is going to be great, instead of looking at it as is this right for me? Is it?
Yes.
It's almost as if you're the client at the moment. You got to make sure it's a right fit for you, as opposed to seeing dollar signs and this being oh so great, because maybe it isn't oh so great. You have to really determine that.
Right. I mean, if it's remote or if it's actually on site, right? Those are the things. And then you can look at what's the size of the company. Again, if it's a public company and the size of it, what are they doing in the financial side? How are they structured? Right. You can look at, and if you're an MBA, there are 16 performance ratios that you can do for a public company, and you can determine whether they're doing good or not. Right. And that's just your due diligence and your research. And the challenge is getting to that subculture, right? We can see the visible stuff at the top. I told you the pyramid, and then how things are done. It's really getting down. Really, how do they conduct business? Is it, there may be I used to call this the Ram Racy. It's a project management term. Roles and responsibilities matrix. Who's responsible? R. Who's accountable? A. C is who's the consulted, and then who's the informed. Well, when there's only one accountable, because that's the one that has the purse strings. Well, who is that? It may not even be in your department. Right?
Interesting.
Right. And then all of a sudden there's the one that's consulted. Well, that's the two-way communication. hey, what's your opinion on this? Or it has to go here and you've got to do something. The other office has to do something. So they're the consultant. The informed doesn't necessarily need to reply back to you, but they just need to be informed that this is going on. And sometimes in a meeting says, well, I was never told about that. And next thing you know, the leadership is going to go, well, why didn't you let logistics know? Or why didn't you let supply know? Now, all of a sudden your decision, you hope to reach a decision, you don't get it because we didn't look at those who are informed. And that's that omnidirectional relationship. It used to be just up and down. Now, when you're in a leadership position, really got to know your internal and external stakeholders to the point where your distributors and your suppliers sometimes.
Any other thoughts in the time we have left when you start that new job? Let's say now you pass the interview process, you're in the trenches, you're there.
Right.
To feel more comfortable, but also wend your way through their procedures, their policies, kind of adapt to that. Any thoughts on how to navigate all of this?
Right. So during usually you have your employee intake. I call it the intake process with HR. And then to your point, that one example you gave where say, okay, ask no more questions after this time. That's the one that period there is where you start asking the questions before they stop you saying that, I guess.
Does anybody do that? I was floored when
no, and that's the thing. I think walking around and asking, hey, introduce yourself. I'm new here. What is it that you do? And I've done that a few times in earlier in my career where I'd actually have a cup of coffee and have another cup of coffee in my hand, and I'd be there at the thing, and I look and say, well, let me talk to that gentleman. Hey, my name is Marsh. You have coffee? He says, here, I have an extra one. Where do you work?
and go deep, like get personal, like yeah, I can't do decaf. I'm like,
right.
But what do you like in your coffee? I make up for, I just caffeine jacks me up. So like, I like putting, flavors in it. What's your favorite? What do you got around here? Just ask questions.
Ask questions, ask who does these things. And I think, when you have that type of connection value, right? Connection culture in yourself, meaning you can't do it alone. And so now you're in this position where you do have to spread out and find out who's doing what to who, even in meetings. I mean, just paying attention to how meetings are being conducted. And then you can be astute to hearing, well, have we talked to, the chief technology officer? Oh, that's interesting. I've never talked to the chief technology officer. And this is, I've been here for a week and I'm in R&D, or I'm in, something here on product development. Sure. Well, maybe we should. Who is that? Who are those folks that we need to do? And that's the thing about the technical, political, and culture. We tend to gravitate to what we're good at, and that's great. The thing about it is that sometimes we get placed in a new position, and we're moving up the chain, and hopefully you want to be CEO, right, or chairman of the board. Well, you got to be comfortable with the uncomfortable, and some of those things that you've learned previously, you're good at it. Now you're in that uncomfortable position, and sometimes you just got to take that step forward and just smile and say, hey, how you doing? I just got hired here on this. What is it that you do?
Don't be afraid to ask questions. It's reminding me of, because sometimes, like anybody else, I forget, but be curious, like a kid, be curious.
That's right.
Isn't it, Marsha, isn't it refreshing when you're hanging with somebody? And I have a friend who does this, and we're pretty tight and everything. And he'll just ask me a question out of nowhere about, we could be eating something. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, that's interesting that he even asked that question. He's just curious. Isn't it refreshing when you get questions like that occasionally?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's great, right? So it's something there. Again, that's where you'll find the culture. And again, if you walk in and no one's talking to you, even if you say hello and they don't reply back on the passageway, that's a signal. Right. That's a signal saying, okay, maybe the person had a bad day, but if it's every day that no one's smiling, well, then you say, okay, what did I get myself into? Right.
Yeah. Billion register that. And then to my friend's situation, that was the situation. And occasionally somebody would, with the next, it was a mostly remote job, but she'd have to go into the office and still does. But somebody in the cubicle and back would say, hey, and would actually share some things about the company. My friend even got in trouble in an email because the printer at the office wasn't working. And she was asking if that's an IT situation. Should I contact them? And they blew up and said, what are you talking about? That's not an IT situation. We sent out an email 3 weeks ago that that printer wasn't working. Well, don't assume that everybody gets the email.
That's right.
And she was just trying to be proactive to make sure that it's working. Yeah, bad company. Anyway,
Yeah.
didn't ask enough questions. I'm going to ask a question. How do we connect with you and start this whole process with everything that you offer, but specifically if somebody's taking on a new position or role?
Okay, yes, 740-217-COOL, COOL, or 2665. So 740-217-COOL, that's the phone number. And if you want to email me directly, mdumlau@focalpointcoaching.com. And you can email me directly there. And then if you can look at my website, marcialdumlau.focalpointcoaching.com.
Cool Persistence Coaching. Always great talking with you. I love your energy, your positivity, and the way you get to the point and look at things that we're not always seeing. It's fantastic. Thank you for being here.
Well, it's great, Steve. Thanks.
Always enjoy it, and we'll catch up soon, okay?
Okay, take care. Have a good one.
You too. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Every time we get together with this gentleman, we learn so much on how to make our lives better, how to focus and live in the moment. And that's what this is all about. He is somebody that teaches and believes strongly in something called positive intelligence. And we're going to dig deep into that with a guy who's the president of Effective Learning for Growth. He brings measurable results to people, professionals, individuals that want to up their game. Steve Callender is with us. Welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm thriving.
Same thing here. And I'm excited to learn about this thing called positive intelligence. Now, we're picking up where we left off last time. So why don't we just go back to the beginning for anybody that might have missed it? What is positive intelligence?
Okay. It's a creation by a fellow named Shazad Chamin out of California at Stanford. And what he's done is a radical simplification of several different fields: cognitive behavioral therapy, positive psychology, sports psychology, and neuroscience. He's brought all these together and distilled them down to a level of simplicity that is analogous to saying there's only 3 colors, red, green, blue, red, yellow, blue. So what we do is we take this very, very simple framework and we teach it to people so that they can deal with their emotions, they can deal with their saboteurs, they can deal with the things that we do to ourselves in our own heads in a way that is astonishingly effective. and it allows people to get better results. For years, my business byline has been that I help my clients think differently to get better results. Because it all starts with our own thinking, our own reactions to our own emotional well-being. And this helps people get into the right state of mind to access the better parts of their mind, like being empathetic, being creative, solving problems. It helps us be our best on demand at any moment, no matter what.
So when it's on demand, which is fantastic, if you're going through a challenge, stressful situation, meeting, whatever it might be, is great. Would you also practice this along the way, just to fortify your mindset, your thinking?
Sure, because one of the essential things about it is what they call the PQ rep. It's a momentary exercise that you stack several of them, one over the other, in such a way that it brings you back to center. It brings you back to the right here, right now. And when you're centered in the here and now, you actually don't feel stress. You're not worrying about what might happen in the future. You're not nursing any old anger or disappointments or shame or anything like that. That goes away. And it feels great. In fact, I wonder why people wouldn't be doing that most of the time. I certainly am. You know,
this was my aha moment. Just what you're talking about right here. It really was in my journey, which it took a different path the last 3 years. That was the aha moment. And just what you said, I tell other people. Now, I'm not totally plugged into positive intelligence and the PQ reps, but I do share when somebody gets flustered, somebody close to me, don't worry about it right now. This is what if you want to say worry, this is what you worry about, or this is what you focus on here and now. Don't think about that. Don't think about that, because we do. And of course we're going to, but if you minimize the amount of this out here, this right here is going to be so much better.
Indeed. One of my coaching clients, a nurse in Minnesota, actually said the other day that it has changed her life, that she is happier, that she feels more competent to deal with whatever comes. And she does PQ reps quite a lot. We were even having a good laugh about how you can do PQ reps even with your dog. That is, the essence of doing a PQ rep is that you're going to deliberately, consciously focus all your attention on one of your senses. And under situations of very high stress, sometimes I'll use the back of my thumbnail. Sometimes I'll use an image of a burning candle. But when I'm out walking the dog, I just observe and pay attention to exactly what the dog is doing, staying in the here and now. And staying in the here and now feels really good.
It's fantastic. Guess
it is.
You don't have anything to worry about. You don't have anything to reflect back on. And again, that doesn't mean we're forgetting about those things.
No.
So let's address this. We say live in the here and now, this moment. What about if somebody takes that and says, all right, man, I'm just going to live in the moment right here. I'm not going to worry about the bills I got to pay over here and all that going on over there. So what? I'll get there when I get there. When I get the, delinquent notice, don't worry about that. I'm living in this now. How do you address that?
That's such a great question. Yes, in the here and now, you're not worrying about the bills. And you can be in the here and now as often as you want. But when you're in the here and now, it unlocks thinking that you couldn't otherwise do. So you do have the responsibility to pay the bills, of course. And after a few PQ reps to get yourself into the here and now, that's a lot less daunting. Because when I'm writing checks, paying bills, I could be worrying about it. I could be wondering about what's going to happen in the future. I could be fretting about it 9 ways to Sunday. But when I've been in the here and now, I'm enabled to feel better about it and do it much more effectively. For instance, and it is being in the here and now does not mean that you ignore the future or ignore your feelings or ignore the past.
Sure.
The PQ materials frequently use the image of a hand next to a hot stove, a red lit up burner on a stove. Now, is it useful to experience pain? Yes. But once you've experienced it, you take your hand off the stove. Okay. All our feelings, all our issues, all our saboteurs do have a message for us. And once you've heard that message, you let it go. For instance, at one point a while back, I had a very, very close call in my car. I darn near had a wreck that would have perhaps even ended me. That was very alarming, very distressing, of course. So what I did is I used the thumbnail. I focused entirely on the present moment. And as a result, I wasn't rehearsing in my head, oh my God, I could have been killed. Oh, it would have been terrible. I wonder what my wife would do. I wasn't worrying about any of that because I'd already got the message. The message was simply, whew, that was close. But by getting into the here and now, I wasn't rehearsing how scared I was. I wasn't rehearsing the worry about the future. I wasn't rehearsing any of that. I didn't keep it in my head. I didn't nurse it along. Instead, I did some PQ reps and done. The stress level of having a near fatal car crash, my stress afterwards was very low, very low. So it's not about ignoring the present. It's not about being irresponsible. It, in fact, enables you to be better responsible. And in the sense of the word of response, able to respond better. Because the kind of thinking you do after PQ reps is very different. I had one person who just found out about PQ reps one afternoon when I was teaching a course, a problem solving course at Nash Community College. This is a young man still living at home. And I asked the next day, how did you practice your PQ reps? And this young man said, well, last night when I got home, my mother was spoiling for a fight. She wanted to have an argument. She lit into me as soon as I got home. Well, the way that would usually go is, of course, he would respond to her assertive aggression and they'd go at it for a while. That didn't happen. What he did instead is he put one hand behind his back and did the finger reps where he's concentrating a lot of attention on the feeling of his fingers rubbing together. He stayed in the present moment. So he was listening to everything she said. He was observing everything that she was doing, but he wasn't engaging with her saboteurs. He wasn't engaging with her anger. He wasn't engaging with any of that. As a result, he just did his PQ reps, listened. She could tell he was listening. And after a while, after she had blown off all the steam that she needed to blow off, the argument, the quarrel, just didn't happen. It's a good way to spoil a perfectly good fight.
Yeah, it's like your secret weapon. It's
exactly.
You know what it is, Steve? You know what it is? In those situations, it's your force field.
It is. It is. As a matter of fact, in the PQ materials, positive intelligence materials, they often use the metaphor of a Jedi. And one of my other clients, who's a manufacturer, he's a floor manager of a manufacturing plant here. He said that there is one of his employees that every time he comes into his office, he knows it's going to be this complaint, this problem, that problem. And his reaction used to be to this employee, inside his reaction was, oh, hell, here we go again.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, now he looks at this employee as his Jedi trainer. That is, he is someone with whom he can practice his Jedi skills of using his PQ reps to get himself centered, of using his power of empathy, his powers of problem solving, his powers of connecting. And when this employee comes in to complain and, start that, he's ready for it. And he actually rather enjoys it because it gives him a chance to practice his newfound higher level skills. So instead of seeing this person as a pain in the neck, he sees him as, here's a great opportunity.
How long does it take you to master all of the positive intelligence aspects?
Well, when you say master, it implies that there's a certain level that you get to that you wouldn't want to go any higher. You'd want to go higher and higher. But there is a 6-week fast start program that I offer that is pretty highly structured.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of 6 weeks, you know this well. And if you've been practicing it, you'll be amazed at the difference it makes. Now, I wouldn't say that lightly. That sounds like hype. But in every case where someone has gone through this program, they say it changes their lives. They say it enables them to do things that they were never able to do before. The structure of the program is kind of cool, actually, because most of the content, I'm not even delivering it. It's delivered on an app, on your phone. Over the weekend with this program, you have about a 1-hour presentation of that week's material by Shahzad Shamin, the guy who created all this. He does very good videos, very clear, very impactful. Then on Monday of each of the 6 weeks, we have a pod meeting. I usually do this in groups of 4 or 5 people. Can be virtual, of course. And it's about a 45 to 60-minute meeting on Mondays. And that's all of the time out of your schedule that you would need. Because on the app, you get a 2-minute assignment from Shamin of what to focus on that day, what skill to develop. And then 3 times during the day, you get a 2-minute reminder. Time to practice this, time to practice that. So if somebody can't fit 2 minutes into their day, I think that might be a large problem.
Yeah. Continue being stressed out and have anxiety. Good luck and God bless. Bye-bye.
Yeah, right.
Come on.
If you're too stressed out to unstress, that's sort of a doom loop.
Yeah, it's time to seek help for that at that point.
And in this program, people really do become more resilient. They experience a reduction in stress throughout their lives. That's not just at work. It's at home. It's anywhere you are. You experience a reduction of stress, an increase of resilience. You normally have an increased productivity. And all this happens within a 6-week program.
So
and that 6-week program takes very little time out of the schedule, really.
I want to dive deeper in here. Now, we talk about some of those exercises to do when you're being challenged, like, rubbing your 2 fingers together to refocus here away from the situation. You're not ignoring the situation. Let's say the confrontation, right. You're doing this.
Right.
And there's some other things that you suggested last time we got together, similar to this, just to refocus.
Sure.
How deep does this go? Now we're talking 6 weeks. What other things are you going to learn? And I'm talking, there's a lot to talk about here, but
Sure.
Is it more than just stuff like this, refocusing your mind?
Oh, gosh, yes. Gosh, yes. One of the things that I think is the most clever simplification in the whole program is the saboteurs. Saboteurs are personifications of the mental habits that we all have. Like the harsh, every human I know has in her or him the capability to be really harsh critic of yourself.
Absolutely.
And to be hugely negatively, hostilely critical of others, and to be terribly critical of situations. Well, what Chamin did is he renamed that. He personified it as the saboteur. The saboteur is the ringleader of the other 9 saboteurs. And there are saboteurs for almost every bad mental habit that we have that afflicts us. One is restless, which is sort of like ADD, sort of like you're always, while you're working, looking for something else to do.
Can't focus.
Squirrel.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And so that's one of the saboteurs. Another is the avoider. Another is the pleaser. And so I hope you can see that all of these saboteurs are present in everyone. And the difference is through this program, you learn to recognize them. You learn how they operate on you. You learn to expect what they'll do so that you can be ready for it. So that once you know the saboteurs, the first of the mental muscles that we develop is the saboteur intercept. That's where you recognize, oh, this is my avoider and my restless. They're teaming up with my judge to keep me from getting a darn thing done today. I keep popping out of my seat to go get coffee, to walk the dog, any doggone thing except the work I have in front of me to do. So when you know about the saboteurs and you can recognize them, you can intercept them, then you take control. That's the next 2 weeks. The first 2 weeks is learning the saboteurs, their history, how you developed them, what they sound like, what they physically feel like in your body when you're being set upon by your saboteurs. So you learn that in the first 2 weeks, how to intercept the saboteurs and calm yourself down, bring yourself back to center, okay? Which weakens the saboteurs. It doesn't undo them, it just weakens them. Then the next 2 weeks, you start to learn about the sage. And the sage is a reference to the 5 mental powers that you have available to you: empathy, curiosity, creativity, and so on. You learn how to use those better. For instance, one of the tools that you learn to use in this program is enhancing innovation through the yes and technique. I don't know if you've ever done an exercise where you get a couple of people to start to discuss something, planning an office party, whatever, and each one has to say yes, but, yes, but, yes, but to everything the other says. And it's not long before that turns into very, very counterproductive stuff. And they never get anything done. So the trick here is to use the yes and, where you recognize and identify some tiny piece, maybe just 10% of what's a good idea and what the other person is saying, and build on that. It's not, instead of yes, but, it's yes and.
I'm a big proponent of that. I picked up that one probably 2 years ago, and that you're turning a positive into a negative. You know, how's my hair? Well, it looks great, but so it doesn't really look great. There's a but in there. If you use and on everything, and I look at the ands connected to children. You hear a child talk, we went to the store today and we got candy and it was so much fun. And it's always positive and it's always moving forward. So that's a big one. Even when I'm typing emails, I'll be looking, I'm like, no, but let me, no buts about it.
Right.
That's where it comes down to. We're
Right.
just about out of time. Final question here. Some people might say, well, okay, this whole positive intelligence is only going to work if I'm in a good frame of mind. It's if you're thinking that this would be like therapy, it's not, and all of that. Briefly, how do you address that?
Well, it's designed to get you into a better frame of mind, no matter what frame of mind you're starting with. That is, one of my clients, the nurse up in Minnesota, told me that she had used this with a dear friend because in the past she'd gotten kind of judgmental with her friend, disapproving of some of her friend's choice. When she was in the more positive state, she was able to be genuinely interested and curious about what her friend was saying rather than judging it. She was able to really empathize with her friend rather than judging her. So it's used for when you're not in the best frame of mind. How to seize control, get yourself into the best frame of mind, and then skillfully use those gifts that you have available when your brain is better.
I totally see all of this in that situation. If she's having that conversation, her mind, last time I called it the monkey chatter.
Right.
The monkeys are saying, look at her. Why would she even do that? That's ridiculous. Speaking to her as she's hearing. So she's not hearing fully,
right?
Because she's not present. She's not here.
That's right.
This is fantastic, Steve. How do we start the process, make the intelligent choice and connect with you? How do we do that?
Well, the best way is my cell phone. It's 252-258-4698. The second best way is through my website. And my website is still being changed, under construction. I'm blowing the whole thing up in the fairly near future. For now, you'll see all the things I used to do. But the most important part is the contact page. If you go to the website, use my contact page, please, in the subject line, put PQ so that I'll know that you're not a Russian bot. And I get a lot of junk mail from my own website. So if you want to get in touch with me, just go to my website, put PQ in there somewhere, and I will get back to you, and we can schedule a mutual discovery meeting to see if I'm the right coach for you and if I believe that I will be able to help you. So it's a mutual exploration, mutual discovery session. It's free, of course. It goes about a half hour. And at the end of that half hour, you'll at least have some new skills that you didn't have before. Because during that initial session, of course, I'll teach anyone who contacts me how to do PQ reps.
All of this stuff, as I said before, has existed. Now it's all under, and tested, it's all under one umbrella of PQ, Positive Intelligence. Steve, thank you very much for being here today. So insightful and so important to all of us, and looking forward next time we get together.
I am too. Thanks a lot, Steve.
We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So when you see somebody and you say, hey, what's going on? How's it going? And they say, living the dream. Are they really living the dream? That's the question today, because the dream is different. Now, we all have dreams. I get that. But I'm talking about the American dream, what it was, what it is. Things are radically different now than, say, 20, 30 years ago about work, business, and all of that. We're going to jump down that rabbit hole, learn a lot about that. She's somebody that does amazing designs, interior designs, full remodel projects, all of that. But she also provides some other insight, which I find fascinating, in KN from KN Creations and Design. She's with us. How you doing today? Don't say living the dream. Don't say it.
I am. I'm just living the dream, my dream at least.
Well, I guess, nobody can dispute that. We're all living, a dream. Everybody has a dream. Billy Joel song, by the way. So everything has really changed here. And as we're starting to talk about this, I think back to, seeing old TV shows where, the father went to work, picked up the briefcase, mom was at home cooking, the two kids were there. Everything was happy, happy, joy, joy. Not to say that it isn't similar, but it isn't. There's a lot of different things going on nowadays. Where do you want to start with this?
It evolved. I mean, I've been listening into a lot of other people speaking about this lately, because we really have evolved as a society. I mean, if you think about it, when we were kids, like, what was our version of the American dream? It was the white picket fence with a happy-go-lucky family and a house, and having kids and being married by, like 18 or whatever it was back then. It's evolved. Like, now it's completely different. You don't have a job where you really have to show up. Like, it's not the norm anymore to have a 9-to-5 job. Where you're clocking out at 5 o'clock, dinner's on the table, you're eating dinner, you're watching TV, and then you're going to bed. Like, we are so far from that it's so interesting how we just continue to evolve over the years, in business, in relationships, in design, in art, artistry, all of those components.
It really is true when you think about what it was, what it is. And for some people that've been around for a while, when all of this changed with COVID, I have to believe that they almost felt guilty that they weren't working enough, because their parents came from the model of gotta work hard, 9 to 5, gotta work. Where that all changed, where life is fragmented in terms of your job. Maybe you're a little bit from home, in the office, on the road, whatever it may be. But not to sound old, younger generation, different view of it. And it started 12, 13 years ago with Google, where, a lot of rising technical stars shook that place up to the point where there's video games in the lounge, where it's more laid back, chill atmosphere, but work got done and continues to get done. I guess just a different mindset overall.
There is. And I'm noticing there's like a huge gap right now between each generation. I don't know what I think it's the boomers, the baby boomers is our parents' generation. And we're considered millennials. And then there's Gen Z is like right after us. So like millennials are stuck in between like the boomers and the Gen Z as far as like work and how daily operations are and how to show up for business and how to show up for themselves and their families and their self-care. It's a huge gap. And it's a big argument. It's almost like they're at war with each other because a lot of the higher ups and the bosses in the boomers are, you know, they have that old school mentality mindset where it's like, you got to be 9 to 5. You got to show up for this time. These are your hours. Like, this is the respect that we're demanding. And then the Gen Z, and then, you know, part of us, like our millennial era, they're like, no, it doesn't have to be like that anymore. We've evolved. There's so many other ways we can operate conducive to being successful, where we don't have to burn out all the time. We don't have to be miserable and unhappy with our jobs. We don't have to conform to these like society expectations that there used to be for so many years. If you think about it, and this is something I've struggled with as a business owner over the years as it has evolved, I used to have that anxiety if I'm not working, like if I'm not up at like 5 a.m. and I'm working by like, you know, 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. for like a solid 8 to 9 hours, I don't feel like I'm productive or successful. I feel like a failure. It doesn't have to be that way, because there are days when I'm not working that often. Like I have like a 4-hour window of like solid work, and then the rest of the day I'm kind of doing other things. Or I'll have like a 16-hour day where I have like a deadline, you know, so it's different every day. But it took a while for me to be comfortable with the fact that it's okay if you have those days that are a little bit shorter. It doesn't mean you're not successful. It doesn't mean you're not working and showing up for your business. I think a lot of people struggle with that right now.
It's generational too, because boomers, it came from their parents. And I believe it may have came from the Great Depression, where when you were able to work, it was like work hard, work hard. So then they instilled that in the next generation. Fortunately, we broke that generational situation, but I believe it's 4.1 million. It's a record number of people will turn 65 this year, which, you know, that generation now is heading into the retirement. But then again, you know, we're living longer, so keep working. But at least the cycle has been broken. And I had a wake-up call in myself. And I work hard, but I try to, play hard at the same time. I would hear from friends like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm laying in bed doing nothing. It's Saturday morning. It's 11:30. You're just laying in bed doing nothing? Yeah, just I'm watching TV. Really? I couldn't figure that out, because not that I'm like early riser, going to go going, but I'm always moving. I'm always doing something, hanging out with people, or I'm working or whatever it might be. And it took me, and I only realized this like 4 months ago. I'm not even kidding. I just stayed in bed. I door dashed, breakfast. It was great. Then I realized, oh, duh, you are doing something by doing nothing, because you're recharging your mind and your body by just laying in bed doing nothing. And it was a real wake up call. And now I actually blank and look forward to it, like either Saturday or Sunday, depending on plans and stuff like that. I'll pick one and I'll lay in bed a little bit later, and it's, call a dog in, we'll just hang out. It's like the me time, but I didn't get it. And I think, a lot of people maybe don't get it. How beneficial
You don't
that
get
is.
it until you're forced to get it. I mean,
Well,
if you don't take that time to
that's what
rest
it was.
and reset, I mean, the universe, the world is going to show you it's time, and it's not going to be when you want it to be. So you may as well figure it out now.
Thank you for saying that, because I forgot to mention that I was dealing with a lot of stress, had like digestion issues and this, that, and the other. And that was it was like I got pushed into sleeping late. And that's when I realized, oh, okay, yeah, this is okay. What are some of the other things that you're hearing in terms of the not so much American dream anymore?
Well, aside from the workforce, it's bleeding kind of into the design and art and build industry, because we do have craftsmen, the older generation craftsmanship that learn to work with their hands. Now everything is so computer derived and generated that like the guys who work so well with their hands and do sketches and hand drawing and drafting, you know, in my industry, they can read the digital plans, not a problem, but they can't produce them. So that's where people like myself come in, where we could produce both. Like I was taught both in college. And actually, I was a late bloomer in everything in life when it came to learning. So I was very good with sketching and drawing and not so good at the computer stuff until later on when I like had to be. And a lot of people in my position kind of experience the same. I work with architects who are women and men who only hand sketch. And then I work with some architects that are a little bit younger who they do the whole shabam or they outsource, and you have those architectural plans that you see online. Same thing with like custom furniture building, people building with their hands. Like there's one guy I found on Facebook, and I think it showed up on like your For You page or whatever. And it's this guy, he creates these really cool hand carved, like Disney animated, like wooden plaques. And it is so detailed that it's insane. I've never seen anything like that. And it made me question, I'm like, damn, I gotta like continue to paint and do all the handwork because that's a dying breed.
Oh, totally. Even it's hard to find people to become plumbers. There will always be a need. As far as we know, there will always be a need for that and some of the other trades. Now, I'm curious, the people that you're mentioning that are kind of doing it old school, are they younger as well?
Some are. Some want to really keep it going, keep it flowing. I try to stay in touch with those people and build my network with those kind of people, because that means, you know, that pendulum, it swings. I keep saying it, but it's coming back around. So God forbid all of our technology goes out, or if you're in a situation where like you have to sketch something real quick, you really need to be able to do both. I mean, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to learn how to use your hands and learn the technical computer side of things, because there's going to be a power outage at some point. I can just feel it.
Plus, I think there's going to be backlash from everything being automated. Everything's a bot, or you don't talk to people. You just send text. There's a place for all of that. I get it. But people are going to start truly majorly craving human interaction, where now phone calls are going to be made and face one-on-one connections are going to be made. I loathe when I go to hit a chat for customer service and it's a bot.
Me too.
It drives me insane. It takes I'm glad it's great for the company and you don't have to hire people. Shame on you and all of that. It takes longer to drill through the bot trying to figure out, well, just give me a person. Even when I make a phone call and it's automated, all I do is representative, blah, 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 representative, blah, 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 representative, until I get somebody on the phone. I think that people are going to be craving that sometime, especially with AI. I think that's going to push it faster.
100%. I've been feral all week over Optimum for that exact reason. Like I finally got people on the phone and a tech physically here. And by the time the tech got here, the problem was resolved. And I said, I don't care, undo it all and then redo it again. Because you know what? If I have to call you and go through 97 bots to get you back here, I'm going to lose my mind and it's not going to be good.
Yeah. Oh, I'm right there with you. Same company had an issue with them where they changed my service, but they really didn't. I was still paying the same thing. And just the waste of time. The perception is that this technology is saving time. The only thing it's saving time is for the company, not for the consumers. It's almost like they don't even care anymore.
Yeah. And also brick and mortar too is dying. And that's really upsetting because you can't, any business, anything that loses its tangibility, you can't guarantee a success rate. I mean, no matter how old you are. I have clients who are older, much older, and then clients who are my age and younger. We want to touch and see and feel the goods to ensure the quality. Yeah. And I can't do that if it's online. Plus, with AI, anything can be generated online. I mean, listen, you can order things from China that look great on the model, and then when you get when it arrives and you try it on, it looks completely different. You're like, what did I do? I've fallen victim to that more times than I care to admit. But
For that reason, I went to the mall on Sunday. First time. I had some time. I'm like, I'm going to the mall. I've been there a long time. I actually went by myself. It was a me time. And it was kind of depressing just looking at how many stores are going out of business, looking at some of the smaller shops and just not well kept, where like, you want to buy a shirt and it's like all over the place. And I'm like, oh, no, fix that. It's the reason why people aren't going there. And then, use the restroom. Oh my gosh. It looked like, there was a bomb went off in there. It was a mess. It's like, don't you care about the customer anymore? Why don't you just close the doors? What are you doing here? It's truly a shame. It really is.
They don't want to hire people. And that's the downfall of where we're at, financially, fiscally, and society. And with this whole American dream, like people are seeing these areas where you can be successful working from home, working remotely online, that it's also driving, like people don't want to physically show up for a job too, which is creating a problem. So while we have all these other remote access ways of making money, people don't want to be in that burnout. I think it's fear-based, to be honest, or maybe it's just like anxiety-based. We got comfortable during COVID because we had to stay home. We had to keep to ourselves. And then you kind of were like, I don't want to deal with anybody at that point. I don't want to interact with people. And so you get comfortable not interacting with people for so long that when you're forced back into it because your job requires that, you get anxiety and you just don't want to do it.
I never thought of it that way, that COVID changed the mindset of many to where they're not used to dealing with people. Granted, if you're younger, call it Gen Z, the younger side of Gen Z, you're not used to social interaction anyway, just because of social media and connections that way. So that's a whole different thing going on there. But yeah, I never thought of it that people are uncomfortable being with people. Wow.
It's scary. I mean, I got like that in my own business as a designer, and I'm like, I need to work with people. Like, there's no way around it. You can't be like Charlie and Charlie's Angels. And I used to laugh and joke around and say, I want to be Charlie. I want to be not seen, but everywhere. And I still kind of want to do that. But like, you have to build relationships with people. You have to build trust. And it's the only way you can be successful. You can't be a ghost in thin air for design and not be known.
How do you know Charlie's Angel? It's so funny you bring that up. Like, it's like so old school that, but it's on your radar.
There's newer versions too.
I know. All right. I get it. I have a group of 3 women I'm friends with, and we call them Stevie's Angels. So we're in a group chat, and it's like, to all of them the other day, I was like, Happy Mother's Day, Angels. So funny. What else are you thinking about in terms of the American dream? What has changed? Like, I'm looking in my mind, certainly in terms of making purchases, it's amazing how Amazon went from, wow, kind of cool, to the backbone of America in a very short period of time.
Yeah. Amazon is huge. I mean, they keep growing. That's what's scary, is like, it's hard to keep up. And I'll be honest, like, I have seller accounts, like I'm a seller on Amazon. I can't even keep up. It's overwhelming what they continue to offer. Everything, cosmetics, medicine, home goods. Like, the home goods stuff scares me because I'm like, I know where they're getting most of it from. They're getting it from Alibaba, which is China. That's where they're getting it from. I did a whole course on this stuff. Wow. And it got to be like really overwhelming. And even if you try to take like an item and resell it yourself and customize it to make it a little different, the minute you do that, it's all over. I mean, they take what you want to do to it, and they just run off to the races with it, with their name on it. So it's like, it's going to forever grow and be a thing, Amazon, but I don't know the longevity of it. I don't know what it's going to be in 5 or 10 years.
Isn't it interesting that on one side in technology, you have Amazon. We live in an Amazon world. Press a button, it shows up. Then on the other side, we have what we were talking about before, the bots, when you try to get customer service. And it's the complete opposite of the Amazon situation. Like, it's weird how it's not all the same. It's vastly different.
But you know what's actually interesting? So I've noticed so many Amazon trucks as I'm driving.
Oh my God.
They're doing a really good job with giving people jobs. And that I commend them for, because there are people who have phenomenal jobs. They're well taken care of. They're getting benefits. They're getting all these things that a lot of other jobs are not offering. And I always say, like, if for some reason I ever really shifted gears and like totally went out of what I'm doing, I would accept an Amazon job 100%, because they are taking care of their employees. And I think that's why they continue to grow.
Yeah. Starbucks, great company too. I have friends that work part-time at Starbucks for the benefits. The benefits are fantastic. And interesting, we mentioned Amazon and bots. AI is being used by Amazon employees right now, and it's a problem at the warehouses because they have something called voluntary time off, where you just get, it doesn't count toward your vacation time, you just get time off. Well, no slots are available because employees are using bots to claim the time off. They figured out you have it's voluntary time off, where it's like, oh, take a day off, take a day off. There's certain slots available. Doesn't count toward your vacation time. So some tech savvy employees are using AI bots in the Amazon system, you know, the back end of the system for employees, to claim their time off, because there's only a certain bank of time. So they're using bots to do it. So now Amazon has to clamp down on that.
They better button that up real quick, because there's enough technology to go around where they can nip that in the bud. They can get rid of that. I mean, that's scary.
Isn't it interesting how Amazon went from convenient to now essential, where I don't order anything from anybody else. I just ordered on Amazon because it's just convenient. I don't feel like plunking in the credit card numbers again. I don't feel like doing this, even if it's auto populated and I just got to put in the 3-digit code. It's already set to go. And it's almost like a test. Like, you know, I'll see an ad for something, you know, oh, it's a cool pair of shoes. All right, so let me check that out. And then I'm like, wonder if it's on Amazon. Boop, 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 boop. Yep, sure it is. Same price. Sold.
And to be honest, they make it easier if something happens, like let's say you order shoes and you have to return them.
Yes.
There's so many drop-off areas for the return that is so easy.
Yeah.
That it's too convenient. Like, I would normally just take the L and say, screw it, I am not returning this item. I've lost so much money in things and tangible items because of that, because I just didn't feel like returning them and shipping them back. Now I can go anywhere and just drop off my Amazon return, and it's so easy.
Yeah. And I wonder, like, how are they doing that? How are, you know, because it's got to be expensive. But then I figured out, oh, wait a minute. Most of us opt to put it back on our Amazon account where it shows up in like an hour, as opposed to on your credit card, which 7 to 10 business days. And then you got to keep track of it. So they just took that money and they're just recycling it. So it pays off for them. Tell me more about your work and how things have changed. Like, I think it's fascinating that there are still some master craftspeople out there doing some of the work that you connect with in terms of designs. Any other stuff in that area?
Yeah, there is. Wallpaper installers, for example. Wallpaper used to be huge back in the day, and it got so like nauseating because it was so overused. Now people are like, oh, I don't want wallpaper, but it's changed. Now they have all these new beautiful wallpapers on the market that people want it again. And then there's not enough wallpaper installers to actually like have that artistic eye to match the prints and apply it the proper way. There's some out there and they're not cheap. And people are like, why does it cost so much money to hang wallpaper? I'm like, because it's very intricate. It's not just like wrapping a box with paper. Like there's a whole system to it. You want it done the right way, or do you want it to peel and look like crap in like 6 months?
I never even thought of that. I never thought of that. And wallpaper got a bad rap years ago because it's hard to remove. So it's like, I kind of like it, but am I going to do it? Because if we want to change it, can't really paint over it. We'll just paint. We'll just paint or do a faux finish on a wall. That was big for, a hot 2 days back, like, I don't know, 12 years ago. I remember trying to do it. It didn't turn out well.
Well, back then also the adhesive that was being used for the wallpaper was very different. It was almost like cement. Yeah. Now it's designed in a more chemical friendly way where it's safer to inhale upon installation, but also removing. You can literally take like a steamer, like a clothing steamer, put it up to your wallpaper and steam it, and it should peel right off. And it shouldn't interrupt your wall. I mean, your wall's going to need a little repair work, but it's not as crazy as it used to be, where people are literally just painting over it and you have layers and layers. By the time people want to like rip it to the studs, you're like, how did we get so many layers of wallpaper and things on?
You're bringing back visuals. I totally remember it, where I never had to deal with a wallpaper situation. I'm trying to think. Maybe in 2 houses back in a bathroom, and it was just like stripes. It wasn't that bad. Wasn't that tacky. But I do remember that scraping. Like, you're right. It was like this, almost like a cement that it took a while. It was brutal. And then right away, you're gonna mess up the outer layer of your sheetrock. Then you got a spackle and everything. So we've come far. We're out of time. I don't know how this happens. Like, it just like evaporates. Interesting talk today, and how you have the ability to talk about trends, and then we tie it into design
society
work. Yeah, society and design work. There's always a connection. It's like actually really cool. How do we find you, KN?
Find me on social media, on my Instagram, KN Creations and Design. My website is kncreationsanddesign.ltd.com, and on TikTok.
I'm only going to say one thing, and I read this today. Generation Z will not wear ankle socks at the gym. And it's only Z. Millennials, it's all good. They will wear like higher socks at the gym. And I just read this, and then I was at the gym today. I'm like, yeah, look at that. I'm still wearing them. They're comfortable.
Wait a minute. No, that cannot be right, because I'm seeing these kids on TikTok wear those old school, real scrunchy socks to the gym. And like, it's like their hot girl walk, and they're cute. And they're like, this is so cute. This is what I wear to the gym. And I'm like, I wouldn't even wear that to the gym. Like, what?
I'm not seeing that. Like, anybody, Gen Z is like age 11 to 26. And it's socks that are, up your leg to a point. I don't know.
Yeah.
Above your ankle, whatever. But not, I'm not going to lift my leg up here to show you, but it's like, you can barely see the socks. That's what I wear. I call it, an ankle sock. But that's how you, to them, that's how you tell somebody is old, if you wear those. Like, really? Come on.
I need to find other ways to evaluate age, I think.
Right. Well, they're also okay with socks and sandals. I don't know about that either. Yeah, no. Yeah, not my thing.
Not my vibe.
Yeah. Thanks for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Cool talking. We'll catch up next time.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Right. Same. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
If you're one of those people that sometimes get up and you're just kind of lethargic and, I have to go to work and I have to do my day, I want you to look at it from a different perspective. Somebody who has enjoyed doing just that for many, many decades. She is approaching 92 years old and still working at Xavier University in Ohio. And she's part of our Education Hall of Fame. And she says, I love talking with her. Dr. Roseanne Fleming, sister, is with us. Welcome back. How are you?
Well, thank you so much, Steve. I'm fine. Thank you.
How many years have you been doing what you're doing? I know it was like 50 something or more.
Well, you mean here at Xavier?
Here at Xavier and in total?
Well, I've been here at Xavier for 42 years. Prior to that, I was at Trinity College, and that's now called Trinity University in Washington, D.C. I was there for about 8 years. And prior to that, I was at Summit Country Day School, where I became head of the school and had that administrative position for 7 years. And then I taught Latin all 4 years of Latin from 1960 to 67. Prior to that, I started teaching for the Sisters of Notre Dame 1954 in September, and at Mount Notre Dame, which was at that time called Mount Notre Dame Academy. And I was there until 1960 when I went to Summit. So that's kind of my work history. Before that, I went to college at Mount St. Joseph. For 4 years, I boarded there. And prior to that, I was at Summit Country Day School myself for 13 years.
Unbelievable. So I've been doing what I've been doing in the broadcast world since I was 17, and I'm old. When you look back, does it for you, and I'm based on my feeling, it doesn't seem like it's all those years. It just doesn't. Maybe half or 2/3 of that entire time of your life working and all of that. Well, how does it feel for you?
I think probably like you're stating it, you wonder where the time has gone. You're conscious that you were in these various places and you were trying to meet people's needs in those various with those various opportunities, but it went fast. And looking back, and it's still going fast. I can't believe we're going to be at February 1st tomorrow. So the months go fast within the years, and people tell me that as you get older, it goes faster. So
do you believe that?
From my experience, yes. On a day-to-day basis, no, an hour still has 60 minutes in it. But I think you become pretty efficient at handling time, for one thing, and you get the most out of the time you have as you get older.
Well, I need to have a conversation with you after we get off the air, because I'm still, I will say this, and it's only been in the recent, I'm going to say few months, that I've tapped the brakes a little bit. I'm always been moving. And I used to look at not moving and doing things as a negative. But now I reverse the mindset and look at it more as a positive because I'm giving my body an opportunity to rest, recharge, think of things, have more clarity. Even just laying in bed on a weekend, hey, that's okay. Previously, always going. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that's really very important, and you have to consider how much recharging you really need. And our bodies are very efficient, but we need to take care of them, not break them down from overwork. And that's very important, is you get enough exercise, enough relaxation to come back and be totally recharged for the next day.
Wow. So I want to look at your day, and somebody that's been doing what you've been doing. I can't even figure out the math. You gave the numbers, upwards of 60 years, I would say, easily.
Right. Close to 70.
Thank you. Math was not one of my stronger subjects. So let's look at your typical day. What time do you wake up? I'm fascinated. I really am. And it's not that you've been, working 90 years. I'm sorry, not at 92 coming on, but it's more of your energy and passion is still for me, I detect at the top of the scale here. So what's your day like, starting when you wake up, and how does it go? What's the flow?
Well, I have my alarm set if I need it, but I usually am awake a few minutes before my alarm goes off at 4 a.m. And I do that purposely because as a religious, I have a commitment to make sure that I spend enough time in prayer. So I would say the first hour and a half of my day, the 4 to 5:30 at least, is in prayer. Break it down between the rosary, meditation, morning prayer, and then I have a half hour for breakfast. Then I take a shower and get dressed and get over here by 6 o'clock usually.
Wow.
And I like that because between 6 and 8, I can get things done that I have to do. For example, I teach class several times a week, and I need quiet to be assured of quiet to prepare. I don't like to ever walk into a classroom and not know where we're going. It's not fair to the students. They're paying us a good price for their education, and they deserve our best. So I spend like 6 to 8:30 making sure that I'm able to get all the points across I need to get across, plan their tests, correct their papers, and do that kind of thing. And then if it's depending upon the day of the week it is, I take another half hour out to go to mass, either at 8:30 in the morning if I'm not teaching it, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then Tuesday, Thursday, I go to mass at 5 o'clock on campus. I mean, it's within 2 minutes of my office to walk over to the chapel. So it's not a big deal, but it's important to me to do that. That's the beginning of my day. And then during the day, the doors open all day long here in my office. Students come in, try to do what I can to help them, either with their essays or whatever else, whatever help they need. I attend certain meetings because I'm involved in some things, one of which is the athletic department. I serve as special assistant to athletics. So I attend certain meetings. They're mostly in person now. It used to be for a long time, it seems, by Zoom. Even on campus, we would not have in-person meetings, but now it's mostly in person. And then I'm been trying to serve as special assistant to enrollment management. There's a section that we have called success coaches, who take care of a lot of different needs of students, particularly psychological needs, trying to meet social, economic, financial needs, whatever needs they have, in addition to any help they need for succeeding in their academics. And that's a fairly new group here on campus, and it's expanding all the time. Universities are different today. Students have a lot of needs that we do take care of today that we didn't back in the 50s and 60s and 70s.
Let's address that for just a moment. When you say needs, is it also by and large emotional needs in that kind of situation? Yeah.
I mean, I think, and I can't account for the origin of all these needs with people, but I think a lot of it is that times have changed. Just the amount of money that a student needs to go to college today is absolutely urgent in their minds. And they know, most of them know, they've decided with their families how much they are responsible for. So the family can take care of a certain amount. But beyond that, students have to earn money during the year as well as during the summer. I can remember days where students worked during the summer because they just wanted some cash in their pockets and they didn't want to bother their parents if they were in college and pay for the gas in the car or something. But now it's a more total thing. It's a package that they have to earn in addition to going to class. So, and getting some work done based on that class. So yeah, the needs are very different, and we try to help them all we can to meet those needs.
Wow. Tell me about the class. And by the way, before we even get into that, the needs, the emotional side of things, I believe the students they always had those, but now we're more open to discussing what's going on mentally and challenges somebody might have.
Yeah. I think you're right, Steve. It used to be like a really secret thing.
Right.
You needed some help figuring out how to deal with a problem. Now, fortunately, students feel more able to talk about that, and we want to help because they can't learn if they're all tied up in an emotional crisis.
Sure. I mean, even for adults, if you went back even 20 years and said, yeah, I'm going to be busy later and be talking to my therapist, there might be a little awkward silence for a moment. There's, somebody might look at you, but now it's like a friend. Yeah, I'm going to go talk to my therapist.
Well, it's recognition that this is a healthy person.
Hey, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. All right. So the class that you teach, tell us about that.
The class I teach is called Sport at the Service of Humanity. I took that title. Well, in my class, I say, comma, or is it? So that I make them think, is it really? Is that what sport really is? I took the first part of the title, Sport at the Service of Humanity, from the Vatican, held a conference in 2016. And I didn't know about it until later, but they did hold this conference. They call it the first conference of faith and sport. And the purpose of it was to evaluate by getting 400 people together that were picked out scientifically, we might say, 200 that served in the various churches throughout the world, and 200 that served in sport, from commissioners, owners of teams, great famous players, and so forth. And this conference was held in Rome, hosted by the Pope, actually, Pope Francis.
Wow.
And they declared 6 principles that were, if sport were to be used with faith throughout the world, these 6 principles were acceptable to people of all faiths. And they felt that for sport to be a saving factor to the populations throughout the world, these principles had to be evident. One was compassion for people with injuries and so forth. Another one was respect for coaches, respect for other players, respect for our competition. The third one was love, bonding with your team, they're having your back and so forth, and recognizing that the excellence of the competition. The fourth one was called enlightenment. And enlightenment stood for knowing that winning wasn't everything, that there is so much more that comes with sport than just winnings. Competition, one side or the other is going to win, but you don't lose everything when you don't get the win. You have to remember all the good you get out of sport, the body training, the nutrition, the constant care, health, and your companionship with the team, your oneness with somebody outside yourself, trying to do something that's greater than any of us together, and using your talents, your God-given talents. Not everybody is using it at the same level of excellence, but your God-given talents are things that most of us that have been involved in sports one way or the other value. And so the fifth one, the fifth principle was balance. Do things in a way that are reasonable. Use reason as your guide. Don't, try to know that you can learn from your failures. You can come back. And the last one is joy. And that, I think, for people of all ages and all times, and you can go back into history and look at it. It's a question of real sport ends with joy in the exhilaration we got from it. And sometimes when students are worn out, we know we've gone too far. That's if this becomes a job, if this becomes something that's exhausting, if this becomes something that upsets me, then we have to look and see what's going on, because they should be ending up with a feeling of I've done it. I've used my talents in a way that's made me relax, made me totally feel that I'm in the zone, and I'm using my best. So that's kind of the emphasis within. We take a look at a lot of different people, but we look at it with the lenses of the 6 disciplines. Is this really something that's going to make the world a better place? Is this something that's going to save humanity?
I want to go back to what you said, and it's like the thing that all parents tell their kids, in that it's not who wins, it's how you play the game.
Absolutely. You can learn from your failures if you look at it in the right way. How much more did I need to do?
Right.
Was it concentration? Sometimes when you see a ball drop, you think, where's their mind? They're in the middle of the floor, middle of the field. Yeah.
Well, that brings me to what you led right into what I was thinking, in that, do you feel that everything we do in life is designed as a lesson? We're here to learn. That's why we were placed on this planet. We're here to learn and help others. Do you feel that?
Yes. Yes. I think it's got 2 sides. And just picking up on what you said, I think we're here to serve God and others. Let's put it that way. In doing that, I think we need to reflect on our experience in serving others. Is it really service? Is it really what they need? Can we do more? And that kind of thing. And I think we need to be very sensitive to the fact that we listen to what they need. It's not just doing something that we think should be done to others or for others, but meeting a need that the other person has. I think that's very important.
I, in the last number of years, go by this one thing, and it's just do the right thing.
Yeah.
However, not the right thing by just you.
Mm-hmm.
It's for the greatest good of all.
Right. That's true.
Yeah. It's a delicate blend, because sometimes we immediately think that, all right, well, that's the right thing. That's the way it should be. But maybe that's just for you. It doesn't affect the other person. So you have to look at it through their eyes.
Sure.
Got a few minutes left. I'm going to go a little deep here. You start your morning with prayer. What happens? A lot of people struggle with this. They'll say, I want to pray. I'm not really sure if I'm doing it right. What do I say? What should I be thinking? I don't think there's a wrong way to pray, but what's it like for you? I know there's a blend between the rosary, meditation. Take us through that. Just want to look at that.
Well, I think there's a difference between formal prayer and meditation.
I don't know the difference. I know what they are, but I don't know the difference between the two.
Well, in formal prayer, you're saying something by rote, the Father, our Father, the Hail Mary, glory be.
Like the Rosary, right?
Right, and I mean, essentially, we've been trained to think of what we call various mysteries of the Rosary while we're saying that, so that just saying rote doesn't get, it gives us an opportunity, if you're reflecting on a mystery, to be in the presence of God and to think about his coming to this earth and what he's done for us, and be grateful for it, and be encouraged by his resurrection and so forth, that we too, following him, will have an eternal life. So there are ways in which saying the Rosary will enable you to also have a kind of a transcendent experience. What I do next is say the morning prayer from the breviary, which is prayer for the whole church throughout the world. People that are in our church, and maybe many other churches, have a set prayer that helps us remember the needs of all people for God in their lives, to help them see the right thing to do and to choose to do that right thing for his glory. And that prayer varies from time to time in the year with the movement of the liturgy, but at least it's a way that I see of having the needs of the world in my prayer rather than just my own. Right. And then the meditation basically is the easiest of all. It's really a conversation with God. And as long as you understand how much he loves us, and I don't know that we can ever fully understand that, but have an awareness of it, have a conversation with him for 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I try to do at least 30 minutes a day, and ask him to help you with problems that you're having, how to solve them, how to react to them. How would Christ have handled this? And sometimes it's like you come out of meditation thinking, do I really have to do that? And in your heart you do. I mean, if you want to serve Christ, you want to be Christ to others, you do. And it's strengthening for the day, and it gives you a goal that probably wouldn't happen spontaneously in our busy world if you didn't take the time to think about it.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask one final question. Just a yes or no answer. We all get challenged. Life is a challenge. It's beautiful. It can be a challenge. In your entire life, was there a moment, maybe even a fleeting moment, whatever it might have been, was there ever a moment where you doubted God? You wondered about the existence of?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, I came from a family that was really oriented towards raising children to know God. And that's why I think it happens to a person like me early in life. I have not had that experience yet.
I like how you said yet. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that you're open. So far it's been good. Well, but you're a realist. You're a realist in saying that you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You have faith. It's all good. But yeah, you never know. You never know. I always say, never say never, because you don't know how it's going to go, whatever it might be. Roseanne, always great talking with you. It's fascinating. Your legacy, what you do for the students there. It goes without saying, but I'm going to say it. You care, you love them. You love what you do and God and all of that. And proud to say that you are PhD Professional of the Year. Thank you so much for being here again.
Well, thank you so much, Steve. I've enjoyed our meetings. Thank you.
You too. Yeah, be well. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Here's your dog's best friend. I know it sounds like a cliche, but it really is true. She does so much great holistic body work with dogs and also works with other animals as well. And we're gonna go down an interesting road today in terms of the universe, shall we say that? Melanie Amorosa, Happiness for Dogs, back with us. Welcome, Melanie. How you doing today?
Doing great, Steve. How are you today?
I'm fantastic. And you know what? I had some great bonding time with my dog yesterday. I've been busy, haven't really spent the quality time with him, and it was just so great being out with him, walking with him. You forget when you're busy how amazing dogs are. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's like you forget because you get busy.
Yeah, it's amazing. They really help us focus on the here and now and get our head out of all that noise that we live in a lot of times.
We take them for granted. Many of us. Yeah. Because, it's something that you see every day with someone, and sometimes you don't put the gratitude on our animals. Today, we're going to fast forward into the fifth dimension. Or am I saying that correctly? Is the fifth dimension already here?
It is here, and we are slowly evolving into fifth dimension living, which is living more in harmony, shedding all of the negative associations that we have that hold us back, unhealthy relationships, be they with ourselves, with people, with animals, with food. It's just sort of coming into a more harmonious, higher vibrational frequency way of living.
Long time coming, though.
Well, it's as with any evolutionary process. It's, you gotta ramp up to it. You gotta build that foundation, and then, asking people to look at themselves, their relationships with their animals, again, with people, with food, with anything, and to really take a cold, hard look at it and see if that is serving them in their best way. It's hard for people to do that.
It is, and we feel guilty. And what you just said, in my journey, somebody said to me about 2 years ago about some people in my life, and she said to me, "Yeah, they don't serve you anymore." And I thought, "Oh, wow, that hurts." How do you think that of people, that they don't serve you? It almost sounds very self-centered, but it's really not. It means that they're just not in alignment with your values and morals or your universe anymore.
So, and look at it this way too. They came into your life for a specific reason. They came into your life to help you with something. And that might be looking at what doesn't serve you and what doesn't help you live your life in the harmonious way that you want to live it, and learning to let go of some of those relationships that don't work with us anymore. So they came into your life for a very specific purpose.
I agree.
Mission accomplished.
I agree. I haven't figured out the full purpose of a certain group of people. There is one person in particular there is no doubt in my mind, and you couldn't have foreseen it, but it kind of all came together, and then they kind of all went away. And like they say, for a season or a reason. And I put that person in the season category. And I'm sure, I taught her a lot of stuff too. And that was that. And that's great. And so the fifth dimension, are some of us still in the third dimension?
Oh, I think a vast majority of humanity is still living in that third dimension. We get glimpses of what fifth dimension living looks like. And, we start to work toward it and aspire toward it. And, it may not be a journey that we complete in this lifetime.
How do you know what dimension you're writing in for the most part? And can you, so two-part question here, can you have one foot in the fourth and then one foot in the fifth?
We shift back and forth. It's not an all or nothing type of proposition. And we may backslide a bit and get caught in some old patterns and habits that we need to look at and go, all right, I really need to learn to break away from this and be steadfast about it. Again, this is a whole learning and evolutionary process. So you're going to kind of have that ebb and flow back and forth as you come into it.
Would you say that the fifth dimension, now let's rewind here. There was a group called the Fifth Dimension, 60s group. Okay. And the age of Aquarius, and they would talk about the age of Aquarius. Is that what they were referring to, that it, something was coming our way? And that song goes back to, I think, like 1969 or something like that.
Oh yeah. And fantastic group. But yes, some of us lead the way into this more enlightened way of being, and some of us follow. We're not everybody can be at the head of the pack. And so the more of us that start to experience living in harmony and living in balance and shedding those things that don't serve us well anymore, we start to act as examples for others. And so we lead by example in living that lifestyle. And a lot of times our pets are living in the fifth, and they're slowly helping drag us along with them.
Wow. Melanie, where are you?
I have been practicing fifth dimension qualities for quite a while now. And before I even really knew about the fifth dimension, there were things that I was doing, especially in living in the fifth dimension with my pets and animal companions, that sort of, I guess, were the precursor to me looking at the rest of my life and saying, okay, well, if I'm living this way with my animals, why can't I live this way with humans? And my attitude toward work or, politics or whatever. My grandfather kind of led the way and opened that door into animal relationships for me. And my grandfather, we're coming up on his birthday here in a couple of days. He was born in 1904, lived with the land, hunted, was a conservationist from the very early age. And to watch him work with animals and just his very quiet way of being and the way they responded to him and the way that they trusted him and worked with him, it was amazing to me because it was such a different way of being than those Disney movie scenarios that we all kind of grew up with and are still experiencing. And part of it is appreciating that our animal companions are still wild animals at heart, number one. And number two, they've got a lot to teach us if we open up to it. And some are, again, are much more evolved, just like some humans are a little bit more involved and a little further on this journey than others. But they help us look and examine that. And one of the phrases that I like to use is moving from parentship into partnership with our animal companions.
Interesting. And by the way, your grandfather is an Aries.
Yeah.
Was an Aries, right? Aries are good people. They're interesting people, but they're very, in my understanding, and I have so many Aries in my life, they're very empathetic, whether they want to be or not.
Yes. And again, his sensitivity to nature and it just his understanding of how the environment and the ecosystem just all interwove and how it all supported itself, and the respect he had for that was just a gift that I didn't start to unpack until later in life.
The word respect is the one I was just thinking of, and then you said it, and that's so parentalship and partnership, interesting concept. Before I even go there with you, I'll go back to that. You said our animals are wild, and we forget that. We really do. And it's amazing when you look at that. They are, they've been bred to our dogs and packs and things like that. They're wild animals, but they don't act that way more times than not, many more times than not when they're with us. But I forget. I just,
But they still have that inner wisdom.
Yes.
And that connectedness to source and, and to each other, that is something that many people don't fully understand. I think a lot of us don't fully understand it at all. And it deserves respect and recognition.
And I think part of that is their unique quality in terms of their instinct. They got it. They got it going on. And like you said, they bring us to the present. They don't worry about the stuff we worry about. They just focus on what's important. So moving into the fifth dimension, being a parent as opposed to a partner with our animals, how do you view that?
So when we move from third toward fifth dimension living, parentship is for people with animals can be a sort of an unhealthy relationship. We rely on that animal to plug some of the holes that we have in our lives. We look to them to reassure us, to affirm us, to approve of us, and to fill the whatever gaps that we have and unmet needs. And while they're happy to do that, there's a look at partnership. We look at asking those animals to work with us, to be with us, and respecting them as much as we ask them to do things for us. That respecting the gifts that they give us. And we really pride ourselves on, I'm a dog mom, I'm a dog dad, or I'm a cat mom, or a cat dad, or and we get the t-shirts and we get the hats and the bumper stickers and all this other stuff.
Right.
And really, I think that does, while I applaud that enthusiasm for having that animal in your life and celebrating them, it doesn't always serve us well, because we kind of, again, it's not a healthy give and take in a lot of relationships.
Interesting what you're saying here, because it sounds almost like a human to human relationship. but we're doing those things with our dogs or our animals. In other words, let's say you've got some things you need to heal from, and you're putting it on your pet.
Yeah.
Or things are missing in your life and you're looking to your pet like you could be looking to another human to fill those needs.
And the other part of that too is that we look at our pets as a distraction.
Yes.
So they can be distracting us, or our view of our relationship with them is a distraction from actually looking deeper at ourselves and how we live and work with them.
So are you saying that we look to our dogs and pets as a distraction because of we don't want to deal with what we really should be dealing with?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So one key trick that again, this is something that I used before I even really started learning and studying about living in the fifth dimension and started, working in that direction, was when I was training my dog, or either of them, and they would do something willingly, wholeheartedly, they would really execute a behavior super well. My response was, thank you. That was fantastic. Oh my God, you're wonderful. So instead of saying, oh, good boy, because again, or good girl, because again, that puts us in that authoritarian, it's up to us to dole out approval or not. Instead, celebrating when they do work with us, acknowledging that and being grateful and having that gratitude for that relationship of trust and support that we're building for each other.
So let's say your dog does something good.
Yeah.
What's the proper thing to say so the message gets through?
I say thank you, and I focus on gratitude because words have emotions. And again, when you tell somebody they're good or they're bad, that has a very different feel to it than saying thank you or hey, can we try that again? And if you start to look at it with that sort of language shift, it really changes where you're coming from. And it's coming more from a heart-centered place of being than a head place.
I get it. And how many of us say thank you to our dog for doing something? I usually, when I take him out, because I have limited time and I need him to go potty, and it's like, I'm a good boy. It's a good boy, which is okay, but thank him,
Right.
You're sending a positive energy of gratitude within the thank you energetically to your animal.
Yeah.
Wow. And gratitude is so important. We should all practice it.
Definitely. And I'm going to say, breaking away from that good boy, bad boy, or good dog, bad dog vocabulary is hard. That is so ingrained in us. And it's not that you can't ever say it, but and don't beat yourself up if you say good or bad. But still be aware that when you say that, follow it up with a thank you and start to build that habit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? When you say that we're used to the good, the bad from our upbringing, our parents did it.
It's a judgment.
Yeah. Yeah. And it could be as simple as you're two and you reach over to the table for the first time. You finally, been able to see over the table and you reach for the salt shaker and mom or dad says, no, don't touch that. Can't, that's not good. No, bad. They meant well, but what do you hear? Bad, and sometimes you hear good if you got some good grades or you learned a couple of letters in the alphabet at 4 years old or whatever it might be. So I think we're kind of conditioned for that. So we just pass it on to our kids and our pets.
Exactly. And, and that's part of breaking away from that and looking at sort of a different way of being. And again, shedding some of those habits that don't serve us.
Yeah. Well, the stuff we're talking about here, I would have to believe is more of a fifth dimension mentality.
Yeah.
I would have to say, in the last year and a half, I'm riding my way to the fifth dimension. I think I am, as it sounds like you are, in terms of what we think, what we're mindful of. Interesting.
There's a huge energetic shift, and the vibrational frequencies are increasing and multiplying at a far more rapid rate in the last 15, 20 years than they had before that. So, again, we're sort of coming to a culmination of a really neat shift that's going to serve us very well.
Are you deep into astrology? Do you skim the surface? Are you interested in it?
I am interested in it. I skim the surface. I am, very curious about it. It's just not something that I've had a lot of time to look into, but it's on the radar. It's one of those things that, one of these days I'm going to click on a book, or I'm going to, come across something that's going to just be the right time for me to jump into that.
I'm the same exact way. And there was something that was taking place in March astrologically that was very impactful. I don't even know what it was. I just remember people talking about it. And somebody did connect it to fifth dimension theories. So, but
I'll check it out.
I'm not really sure what it was.
Well, I'll see if I can find something on it.
So I'm intrigued. We got a couple of minutes left here in terms of the behavior of our dogs.
Yeah.
Let's say you're trying to train your dog. For me, I moved, trying to get him to go to the bathroom outside. I'm in between houses, so I don't have a yard for him where I can just open the door and let him go at the moment.
Yeah.
That being said, how do you promote that positive behavior? Is it as simple as just thanking?
Yes. And taking the stress and the anxiety out of, you got to hurry up and go. Because when you're doing that and you're like, hey, you got to go, like, I got stuff to do, you got to hurry up. The more you talk with your dog when they're trying to concentrate on, sniffing and finding the right spot to go, clear yourself, ground yourself, just, make yourself a tree and let the dog go and do. And because otherwise we distract them. We're moving around. We're trying to, well, you liked the spot yesterday. Let me bring you over here. Maybe you'll go again over here. And sort of interfering and just sort of take that moment to breathe and get out of their space a little bit and see how that works for you.
If I'm going to be a tree, I don't want to be peed on. I'm just saying.
You've been around enough dogs, it does happen.
Yeah, but something's very clear, Melanie, in that they're picking up on your energy. And I a lot of times do just what you're saying. It's like, 6 o'clock in the morning. I know he's got to go. It's like cold out. It's warming up, but it can be cold. And it's like, okay, all right, come on, let's go. I'm moving him along, but an extra 25 seconds isn't really going to make that much of a difference outside. And that can give him, because I'm sending energy like, oh, let's go. And he's picking up on it without a doubt. Interesting. Yeah. Like, you know what? I think I said this from the beginning when we started talking, but you run so many layers deeper than I thought in the beginning. I viewed you as, all right, she's a massage therapist for dogs, animals, has a lot of insight. Now we're talking, a few podcasts later about the fifth dimension. How super cool is that?
It's fantastic. It's been a real treat. And, again, it is learning to support our animal companions on all levels, not just, massaging a sore muscle here, but it's healing both body, mind, and soul.
like we said before, we take them for granted. We also take for granted what's going on here, and energetically, instinctually, all of that stuff. There's a lot happening. It's not just a dog that you love and jumps on the couch with you at night. There's a lot more going on there for sure. Melanie, if somebody wants to learn more, talk with you, how do they find you?
You can find my website. It is happiness4dogs.com. My email is happiness4dogs LLC@gmail.com. And feel free to reach out to me with any questions.
Fantastic talking with you.
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful time.
Yeah, same thing. Learned a lot and look forward. I don't know. My gut tells me there'll be a chance we'll be getting together sometime in the future.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
She is here to speak her truth and make you aware of many different things every time we get together. She is an author, a speaker, evangelist, and she's back with us. Marlena Constant joins us here on the program. How are you?
Hi, Steve. I am good. No tornadoes the last few days, so that's good.
I mean this when I say it. Amen.
Amen.
Seriously. Your book, I'm trying to remember, it was delayed a little bit. What's the status of that?
Yeah, I just turned in my last edits last night, and Victoria said she was going to work on it towards the end of the week. I'm hoping we'll see it next week. I just know it takes a minute when you publish a book and it goes on to Amazon and you've published it yourself. It just takes a minute for all of the processes to be ready to go. So I'm hoping by the end of next week.
Gotcha. And before we get into today's topic, and today's topic is right to life. We're going to look at that in all different angles. What is your book essentially about?
It's a women's I say it's a women's devotional. I've had a couple that said they absolutely loved working through it together. It can certainly touch the heart of men, but it's a devotional journey. Like the first chapter is called Glimpse of Glory. And it's talking about, Steve, that, not every day is glorious. I mean, if we're alive and our hearts are beating, there's just some hard things that happen in life. Even if someone feels like they've had just a glorious life and they've never had any trauma and they've never really had family drama and on, they're still going to go through some hard times somewhere in their lifetime. So a lot of these devotions that I've written over the past dozen years, they just touch on different things. There's one about leaving a legacy, to your family when you pass. There's just a lot of different subjects to touch on. I truly don't touch that much on trauma. That book may be coming in the future. But as we spoke before, it gives everyone a chance after each devotion to write out their own thoughts, to date it. And like we talked last week, then you go back and look and be like, wow, this is where I was. So looking forward to sharing it.
I want to ask you this question before we proceed, and
Sure.
it just kind of organically came up. Yes, we all deal with stuff. I truly believe that anybody says, well, my family's perfect, everything is great, everything. You're not being honest. It's just
Probably not.
I'm not even going to use the word
Denial.
I'm going to take the word probably out.
Denial.
You're not being honest, but that's your choice, and that's fine. What do you say to people who go through struggles and say, why? Why did God do this? Why did God allow this? Why? Why is this happening? How do you respond to that?
Well, I believe I've shared before that in my own life. Okay, first I have said that Romans 8:28 says, all things work together for good to those that are called according to his purpose. I would love to have been spared the trauma that I had at 3.5 years old. I would love to have been spared the deep, dark depression I went through from probably 29 to 31 years old. But guess what? Because I have had those experiences, I have lived through them. God can use me as a spokesperson, so to speak. And that was it. I actually said, God, use me. I will share anything in my life if it will help someone else, which is what I'm going to do today as well.
And another question before we get there. Do you believe there's a plan?
Well, of course I do.
Okay.
Of course I do.
Will we always know at some point? Well, will the plan be revealed for each of us?
The plan. I don't believe that we're puppets by any means because he has given us our own free will. But certainly, when I was a senior in high school, I had no idea that I would have a call on my life to help, especially women, come through their own trauma. Again, we take one step after another, Steve. No, I don't know at my age, we just spoke of our ages. At my age, do I know what's going to be going on in 10 years? I don't. But what I do know is that I have a Heavenly Father that has been so faithful to me throughout my own life, even when I was not faithful to him. He has worked me through, pulled me through, cleansed my heart, cleansed my soul, even when I wasn't being faithful to him. He has had my back, even when I didn't have my own back. So that's what I know. That's what I can share is God is faithful. He has never turned his back on me. When other people have throughout my life, even within my own family, he has never, ever left me.
Do you feel that if we look at our lives and we see, wow, that actually worked out. Oh, I get good test results. Or wow, that, I didn't think that was going to happen, but it actually went in my favor and it's all good. Do you think that's God at work?
Can be.
Okay.
There again, I think we go through trials, we go through tribulations. Again, if I hadn't walked through what I walked through, I wouldn't be able to be on this podcast with you over these many weeks. I wouldn't have anything to share. I wouldn't have any awesome story to tell you of how he pulled me out of the darkness. And so that's what I had to say.
So today we're going to talk about life, the right to it. I'm going to let you begin.
Well, I say I'm going to speak on abortion. I have quite I could probably truly write a Netflix series on my life. It could be quite salacious. But you know what? I'm not really concerned about that. What I'm concerned about is the fact that what I just said, God is faithful. The lost little girl that I was, the teenager I was, living in ways I shouldn't have been, the deep, dark depression that truly just about sucked the entire life out of me. And then all of the steps towards forgiveness that I've taken since then. In 1983, I was modeling part-time. I worked in oil and gas. I actually served at a restaurant a couple of days a week. I mean, excuse me, I had it going on. And I was just a busy girl. And guess what? I had dated a guy for a couple of years and we were doing things we shouldn't have been doing. And I got pregnant. All I knew was what the media, which at that time we didn't have social media. There was no Facebook. We just had newspapers and we just had televisions. And what I knew was that they were saying that, hey, if you're pregnant and this is an inconvenience in your life, this is just a mass of tissue. You can just get rid of that. I bought right into that. And truly, I did not come from a Christian home. We certainly didn't talk about purity. We certainly didn't talk about saving yourself until marriage. None of those conversations were had. I'm not going to blame it on anyone but myself, because I was going to church. And I know I've shared that I actually got saved at 11. But you know, you can get saved and go down the road and not have a clue what the Word of God says. You know, faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the Word of God. You know, if you're never told, do not go out in that street, and if you do, you're going to get ran over, or you could. If you've never known that truth, you're probably going to go do that. So anyway, here I truly was saved. I believe I have my fire insurance is what I call it. But all through my teen years, until I truly started getting in the Word and learning the Word, I just didn't know, Steve. Anyway, what I have to tell you is I walked into an abortion clinic January 21st of 1983. I was 5 weeks pregnant. I had just been named Miss Tulsa Speedway 1983. And you know, when I look at it now, I have to admit, it was such a selfish decision. I'm not going to say that for anyone else. I'm only telling my own story. I'm only addressing women today that are hearing the podcast, those that have had an abortion, and many have had more than one. And you just can't emotionally get past it. Like it is something sitting on your chest and your shoulder and your head and your heart every day of your life, and you just can't get past. I am reaching out to those. You know, when I walked in that clinic that day, it was cold, it was freezing rain, and I walked in that clinic, Steve, and I just wanted this inconvenience gone. Mm. And I had a life to live. Little did I know, and I've shared the scripture before in Psalm 139, that God intricately weaves us in our mother's womb. That tells me God already knew about my child. The Holy Spirit showed me many years after that my baby would have been a boy. I work women through healing. I named the baby. His name is James Cade. I truly believe my son is in heaven. And come September, he would be 41 years old. So back to walk in the clinic, just want that gone. Hour and a half later, I will tell you it changed me. I am standing on those same steps an hour and a half later, and I stood there looking out into what was in front of me. And I had a knowing, Steve, that I just gave away. I just lost something inside of me that I could never replace. And that started me on a journey of sadness. I didn't tell anyone. There was one person that knew, and she went with me. I don't think I told anyone for 15 years, maybe more, 18. And a friend of mine called and asked me if I would go with her to get one. And I said, I am so sorry, but I can't, and here's why. She said, well, that's fine, but I'm still going to do this. When I shared that with her, and I was actually pregnant with my third son, I began healing. I can remember rocking in my rocking chair, pregnant with my third son, with my third child, and God began healing my heart. And He actually poured a workbook out into my heart that I have here. And by the way, I want to read some of the reasons women choose to have an abortion. I didn't know it was a baby. I was so ashamed. My mother or my parents pressured me into having an abortion. The father of the baby said I had to. My doctor said the baby was deformed. This isn't a good time for the baby. My doctor made it sound so easy. My pastor said it was up to me. And my counselor said abortion was the only answer. I am telling you right now, I had an abortion because it was not a good time in my life. The father wasn't going to marry me. I wasn't ready to get married. I wasn't prepared to be, but I was doing things that would create a baby. So, where do we take responsibility, for that? So 1 John 1:9 says, if we confess our sin, He is faithful and just to forgive us and to cleanse us of all unrighteousness. That is the scripture that began working in my heart. And I will tell you, it's a process. Yes, God forgave me. God, forgive me. Forgive me for making a decision to abort my child. Here's what I know. A man and a woman come together in a sexual relationship. There is an egg, there is a sperm, life is created. Typically, 9 months later, there is a newborn baby that is born. My decision that day completely took that child out of the picture. There was no new life. He was gone. And that is what abortion looks like. So yes, I am pro-life, and it is based on what I believe the Word of God speaks of. We are created in His image. So I know at some point we're going to open the phone lines, and maybe someone will call, maybe they won't. But I posted on my Facebook about this today, and I said, not everyone is like me. Not everyone is called to go out into the world and speak of what their past was and how God healed them. But this is my truth, and this is what I'm called to. And I am so grateful to be able to share my story, because it saves. What it does is it makes women think. There might actually be someone listening today that has an appointment and they decide not to do that. I wish there had been a picket line that day that said, don't abort your baby, you're going to kill. But would I have made any different decision? I don't know. At that point in my life, I was 21, like I said, had it going on, thought it was an inconvenience. I don't know.
How spiritual, Marlena, were you at that time?
Well, obviously not. I was fornicating, let's just call it that. I was having sex outside of marriage, involved with a young man that was certainly as lost in the world, so to speak, as I am. I know he is now a Christian. He certainly wasn't then. And no, I wasn't thinking about God. I just wasn't thinking.
When did you truly feel that you were deeply religious? At what point? I know you had said even as a child, I think it was around 11, that you knew that there was a presence of a God. But when did it really kick in for you?
When I married at 24, he and I made a commitment to go to church and to take our children. And I believe that I stepped into what I call religiosity. I don't know if it was real to me yet. It was rules and regulations. Do you remember I shared that? I think it was last week at lunch, with my husband at that time. I said, I said, God, if all you are is rules and regulations, like, I don't want it. I just don't want it. Show me who you are. And I've challenged our listeners before to do that. Ask God to show you who he is in your life. Pray and ask him. Open the word of God. And I think that's it, is what I said earlier, is faith comes by hearing and hearing by the word of God. Until you really start digging into what might be truth. It might not be your truth, but it might be, here's the deal. We've been told our whole life that a red light means stop. Okay, what if your whole life that you grew up in a home that wasn't Christian, the word of God was never opened? Again, I'm not going to blame my parents because it became my own responsibility. How did I have any fuel to get out there in the world and know to not do the things I was doing? Everybody else was doing it. You listen to music, you watch movies, it's happening all around you. So to answer your question, because I did get filled with the Holy Ghost and was given the gift of tongues somewhere around that same time. Yeah, I have a very curious timeline. Sometimes I ask God, like, how long was it going to take me? I believe my true wake-up call, Steve, was when he pulled me out of near suicide in 1992. And that is when I stepped back away from those pills and said, God, I will share anything in my life if it will help someone else. That is when, I don't think that's when I got saved, though. I had been on a journey since 11 years old. So there are a lot of people, Steve, that have, yes, I went to church camp, I got saved. No, that wasn't my story.
At that moment in the early 90s, would you say you almost made a deal with God?
I don't really think it was a deal with God. I think God was probably saying, like, well, finally, hello, I've been waiting on you this whole time. I've been protecting you when you didn't know it. So yeah, I don't think I'd say it was a deal with God. I think it was a resignation to self. I think it was a dying to self. Okay, God, I'm listening. I'm here. I'm finally listening. And see, I know you use the word religious. And I know I told you, for me, the word religion chokes the life out of me. But give me Jesus. Let's talk about a relationship with Jesus Christ. That is what I can wrap my heart and my head around.
A lot of people do report making a deal. You get to a point in your life, maybe when your back's up against the wall, where some say, all right, I'll do this if you show me that. There's even a song. It's called Running Up That Hill. And it references making a deal with God. It's by Kate Bush. Came out in the 80s. I want to say right around 1983, actually. Okay. Maybe 84. And it had a resurgence because it was in a TV show in the last year or two. So now many generations are aware of the song, but it essentially has those overtones. I have Rachel checking in Stamford, Connecticut, instant feedback, steve@gmail.com. She says, how does one recover from a sin like abortion? I have a similar story as you.
Her name's Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel, good morning to you. I am so glad you reached out. Girl, I understand. It is absolutely our decision to have made that decision. It's like we take a ball bat to our own heart every day, and we can't forgive ourselves. And I say in my workbook, which someday I will publish, it's even easier to forgive or to receive God's forgiveness than to forgive ourselves. I have spoken to several women that have had up to 4 abortions, and they are so completely beyond upset with themselves. They feel like they may not be suicidal, but they feel like they just can't get past it. And what I have to share with you, my love, is the scripture I just shared. You ask God to forgive you. And I'll just say, I'm just going to pray because there are more than just her listening. Father, we come to you and we ask you, Lord, to forgive us for making the decision to abort. Lord God, I know what your word says, that you were intricately weaving that baby within my womb. But Lord, forgive me for my decision to abort. And Lord God, I ask that as I learn to receive your forgiveness, Lord, that you would help me and show me how to forgive myself. And Lord, I will be faithful also to share my story as you lead. And I thank you so much for your forgiveness today. In Jesus' name, amen. It's a really, really difficult thing because you know what? I can remember going to Wade Burleson's church in Tulsa, Sheridan Road Baptist Church, years ago. And we were going on when you knock on doors. And I thought, sure, I'll go. I'm going to tell you straight up. All the way from where I lived to that church that night, I had a little demon sitting on my shoulder saying, oh, you think you're going to go tell people about Jesus? Haha, you're a murderer. And by the time I got there that night, it was a Monday night, I was not catatonic, but I was just paralyzed emotionally. I just couldn't get past it. But God poured this workbook into my heart. I think after today, I'm going to feel the need to get this thing out. Women need, guess what? By the way, I shared this same testimony on the radio years ago in the Tulsa area. There was someone that I know that listened to it. It was a man. He had paid for a girlfriend's abortion, and he was desperately sorry. And he also wanted to be forgiven for his part that he took. So it's not just women that need to be forgiven and to forgive themselves. It's also men that have, paid for the abortion, wanted the abortion, stood by the abortion. So I send that out as well.
If somebody is struggling with something, can they reach out to you for guidance?
Of course. Absolutely. My website, marlenacompston.co. There is a place towards the end, on the website that you can send an email, and I will respond to those probably same day. Absolutely, Steve.
Just a thought. I haven't seen that section on your website, but maybe even make it to the point where if somebody needs guidance, not in a crisis situation, certainly 911, maybe there are people lost. Maybe they need a connection to somebody. Maybe you're the connection.
I'm glad to be. It's what I'm called to do. I never mind sharing my email. It's marlenacompston@gmail. MarlenaCompston@gmail.
Thank you for being here today. Appreciate what you bring. If we factor everything out, some people are uncomfortable with spirituality or religion.
Sure.
Your passion and your energy are fantastic.
Thanks, Steve. I really appreciate you. I appreciate that no matter what subject I decide to talk on, here we go. You're always open to, let's do it.
Well, that's why we're here. And I always say I don't deal in politics. I don't get deep into religion.
Controversial things.
Yes. But
and and when you said that, I say, I don't mind being challenged. I do love to debate. I'm always trying to tell my husband, debate with me. He can't do it. He thinks that means argue. No, it's great to throw things around and all that. So I'm always open. Just about any subject is game. We'll
people are talking. People are talking about it, so why not talk about it? And looking forward next time we get together.
Sounds good. I'll see you next week.
We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Excited now for you all to listen up, and maybe it's time to unlock your potential and start thriving with ADHD coaching. That's right. We're here with our expert and founder of J. Vance D ADHD Life Coaching to talk more about the services she provides to individuals who think they may have or are diagnosed with ADHD. And, a lot of people who are struggling, functioning in the world, whether it's at work, in their home. But as she's here to tell you, you don't have to worry. This can really, you can have this under control. And she offers one-on-one coaching, small group coaching, as well as webinars and trainings. So welcome to the show today, Janine. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Jill?
I'm doing great as well. Where are you from?
Well, I'm in a little town called Nashville, Michigan. We don't even have a stoplight. So
Really?
Yes. So yeah, it's a pretty small place, but that's all right because I serve people all over the United States and Canada. And I even have a client in Ireland. So pretty much if you speak English, we'll figure something out.
All right. Well, where were you born and raised? Were you born in the Nashville area too, or no?
I was actually born and raised in the Grand Rapids area in Michigan.
All right. And you said when you were young, you wanted to be a teacher. Could you share a little bit about your journey?
Absolutely. When I was a kid, I just knew I wanted to help other people. And I looked at a lot of different careers that did that, but education really is what met that niche for me. And so I went into special education, and I did special education for 30 years. I was a classroom teacher, a resource room teacher. I did it all. I worked with all the different disabilities. I looked at, I worked with K-12 kids. But like one thing that was always the same throughout was ADHD was there. No matter what the area, no matter what the age, we were always having ADHD. And so as my last 6 years, I was a central office administrator and continued to work in that area.
And so now you were working this in the Michigan area?
Yeah, so this was in Michigan. And so as I came up on my retirement, I was like, well, I've spent 30 years working with people with ADHD.
Yeah.
And I have ADHD. I just found out when I was 50. So it was a natural fit to go into the coaching because I really wanted to work one-on-one with people again and really see some of the fruits of my labor, because administration kind of separates you from that.
Got it. Now, how did the medication work with you?
Game changer. Yeah. And I don't tell people they should or shouldn't take medication. But you'd think 30 years of education, working with ADHD, knowing what this is.
Yeah.
I would have diagnosed myself, right?
Yeah.
Wrong. And that's one of the great things about coaching. And it is because you sometimes see things that you wouldn't have seen otherwise through other people's eyes. So I discovered I had ADHD when I was 50.
And from there, how ironic, right? Because you've been so good at helping others with it. Well, let's talk about that because I know you wanted to share a little bit about, well, first and foremost, the transformational power of life coaching through self-discovery. Do you want to share and tap in on that?
Absolutely. So when we work with people with ADHD, I work with ADHD people, I work with people who think they might have ADHD. I work with people who just may have some difficulty with executive functioning. So I lost track of your question because I have ADHD.
Oh, it was about the transformational power of life coaching. You wanted to talk about that through true self-discovery.
Absolutely. So if you go to my webpage, you'll notice there's butterflies everywhere.
Yes.
And butterflies go through a major transformation that we all recognize. We started recognizing that when we were, littles. And I kind of equate that to coaching because we all have that beautiful butterfly waiting to spread their wings. It's just sometimes we get so bogged down in everything that we can't get out of that cocoon. And through exploring how our brains work, exploring our values, our beliefs, discovering our strengths and how to use them more effectively, aligning our values and beliefs with the things that we're doing and finding that disconnect. Because sometimes you find some really major disconnect in there and you're like, wait, this is why I'm having problems because I don't have a value that lines up with this. And then just being able to identify your roadblocks and being aware of yourself. Those are all things that we work on in coaching, which can lead to building confidence, communication skills, being able to look at your own roadblocks and saying, I know what to do next, which is really, really important for people because a lot of times they get stuck and they don't know where to go next. My goal is that at the end of coaching, you'll be able to say, I know that I have roadblocks, but now I can see what the roadblock is. And I know what questions to ask myself to work through those roadblocks. I myself have been coached through as well as being a coach and have learned so much about myself in that process. Really has given me more confidence, really has, shed a lot of light on things for me. And so as a coach and as a coachee, I have seen the changes that happen within people when they're coached.
Also, let me ask, you've been doing this now, well, the coaching aspect of your business. When did you start this company?
So I'm pretty new. So it was a very natural progression for me because I worked like my whole career with ADHD and I realized there's a real need for support for adults with ADHD.
Well, that's what you say. You want to talk a little more about the people you serve.
Yeah. But in that, so in that process of figuring that all out, I lost track of my question again. So anyway, yes, the people I serve.
The people you serve, yes. And you mentioned, well, and then not K through 12, but you've worked with them in the past. So tell me about the ages of the people you work.
So, so when I was getting ready to retire, I looked and I noticed there's this huge gap for especially college students. They get all these supports when they're in high school and then all of a sudden they go out to college and adulting just becomes very impossible for them. I also work with adults who maybe weren't diagnosed as kids, but have been diagnosed as adults. One thing I want to say though about ADHD is a lot of people have this misconception that ADHD goes away, like you grow out of it. And up to around 4% of adults in the United States are diagnosed with ADHD today. They guess that that's completely underestimated as far as how many function with it, because about 10% of our population of kiddos have ADHD. If you have ADHD, you're going to have it your whole life. It just is about whether or not you're really meeting the standards of the DSM-5, which is the manual that they use to diagnose, mental conditions. And so sometimes you have better control, you have better management techniques, better strategies, and you may not meet those diagnostic criteria, but the brain is still working the same. You still have, and I'll just tell you real briefly, there's a dopamine in your brain there's a little less of that with us with ADHD, and it doesn't work very effectively. And so those things happen, but we also have the amazing thing called neuroplasticity, which allows our brains to change and grow. So I chose to work with adults because after that K-12 experience, they're really kind of out there floundering on their own, trying to figure out how to do ADHD and adult life at the same time. And it can affect them in so many ways, like in the workplace. You can have difficulty with organization, making meetings on time, all those things that you have a really hard time controlling, where you end up at the end of the day exhausted mentally. I know I did. Before I hit my tipping point, which I'm going to talk to you about a little bit. A tipping point in adults is when either you've had ADHD diagnosis before, but you've learned to manage your strategies and skills, and then all of a sudden you hit a tipping point and it doesn't work anymore. And kind of the same thing with people who are diagnosed for the first time. I was just really good at masking my symptoms, but the whole time I'm looking around at other people and I'm thinking, why is this so easy for them? Because this is really hard for me. So having that ADHD support in adulthood was so important to me, to continue to support those people as they go through those changes. Tipping points can be triggered by a lot of things. Big life events. You have a baby, all of a sudden your strategies aren't working anymore. You move, you have a wedding, or it can be like perimenopause and menopause really affects women a lot with ADHD. Or you just have been working and working and working, and all of a sudden you just reach capacity and you just like, nothing's working anymore. That's where I come in.
Oh my goodness. Well, we are glad you're here. Let's remind everyone of how we can contact you. Could you share the website again, phone number, any forms of social media before we continue?
Sure. So my website is JVANSTEE ADHD Life Coaching. And my email is JVANSTEE ADHD Life Coaching @gmail.com. And my phone number is 269-377-8957. You can find me on Facebook as well.
Now, do you mention you want to talk about some of the benefits to companies who choose to sponsor coaching and training for their workplace?
So as we were saying earlier, I am fairly new to this, but I've got the 30 years of backup, all that ADHD knowledge. So what I have found is that one of the most significant places in a person's life that is affected by their ADHD is their work. And businesses are getting wise to this. They're figuring out that, some of our ADHD people are the most creative, out of the box thinkers. They could be some of your shining stars, but because they don't necessarily fit into the boxes and little holes that you want to peg them in, they're not living up to their full potential. So you may have a diamond in the rough sitting right there in front of you who's being held back by ADHD. So with businesses, I have worked with businesses and they have sponsored people to have me work with them as part of their ADA accommodations. The Americans with Disability Act makes it clear that we have to provide accommodations, reasonable accommodations to people with ADHD in the workplace. And more businesses are recognizing that coaching can be one of those things. Some of the things that I've seen come out of it is increased productivity, increased confidence, motivation, relationships, communication, executive skills have been improved. I just did an exit interview with one of my clients the other day, and it just made me feel so good because she said, I never thought that I would be able to communicate effectively with my boss because they were neurotypical and I'm so neurodivergent, which is, with the ADHD is the divergence. And she was able to put that belief behind her and learn to communicate with her boss in an effective way during our coaching.
Got it. Well, do you mind sharing a little bit about the process of how it works to be coached by you? I know you do a lot of virtual sessions, but how long does somebody need coaching for? Is there any special programs? And what is the process and accountability factor of how many times you're meeting? And yeah, give us some insight to what it's like to be coached.
So I generally say 3 to 6 months. Some people would like to go longer, they just think it's very beneficial. I've had a client for 9 months now. So usually about 3 to 6 months. I feel like you start to see real change around 3 months, and that's a session a week for that period of time. I also, when we were talking about the companies, I can train supervisors about ADHD to help with that as well. So I do training. I do one-on-one coaching. I can do group coaching. So I have a plethora of things. So what coaching looks like is me asking you a lot of questions, making you really think about what's underneath that. And sometimes the aha is just, I had no idea that was what was holding me back. So what it is you bring me a topic. You say, I'm really struggling at work with organization, specifically with this kind of organization. And it kind of feels like a problem-solving process, But during that process of working through that situation, you're asking yourself questions that you're learning how to think differently. So I may ask you, well, what's holding you back? What about that? What is holding you back? How does that make you feel when that happens? How can you release that feeling? How do we get around this roadblock? If we can't break it down, how do we find paths around it? What strategies will work? So it's a lot of, it's really a coach-versation. Where you have a conversation with your coach and you start with a goal. And at the end of it, you hope to have what you were looking for by the end of that session. And we talk about your takeaways. And then I acknowledge the fact that you have had the absolute courage to step into this realm and try to better yourself.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And we still have 10 more minutes to talk. And I just want to remind everyone, if they go to your website, obviously, we can find out more there. So, Janine, do you offer an initial consultation, like a free 15-minute discovery call?
Absolutely. So I do a 15-minute consultation that you can sign up for on the website. And all of my sessions and all of my services start with that consultation.
Perfect.
Because I want people to meet me first, right? Because you may want to hire a coach, but you're like, I don't know who I want to hire. I understand, just like a counselor or a therapist, which I'm neither, and we can talk about that a little. You want the right person, right? I'm not going to fit for everybody. And everybody's not going to fit for me. And part of that is just building that relationship and seeing, is this something we can do and work together with? And then you can get your questions answered. And we really just get a chance to get to know each other a little bit. So the consultation is the very first step for everything that we do.
Got it. Well, let me ask, you also are helping educators too, right? Not only the students.
Yes. So I work with adults, college students, and educators. And I put educators in a different category than just plain old adults because I've been an educator. I get it. I know what it's like to try to be an educator and do the whack-a-mole all day long, trying to keep up with everything that's going on and looking around and saying, why is everybody else seem to have their crap together and I'm not? And so I've been there, and I understand those struggles so true to the career, which is a great career because it's got all kinds of things that ADHD people love. Creativity, things change every day. Things, there's always something new happening in education. But on the other side of that, there's a lot of structure, organization, those types of things, emotional regulation that you have to cope with all day long. So I give my all my educators, including administrators, teachers, counselors, psychologists, speech therapists, anybody who works with educating students, I give them a 10% discount because I just really understand the job that they're doing, and in most cases, the pay they're getting.
Yeah. Well, do you want to share some of your client stories with us? It'd be great to hear, the progress. You don't have to use anyone's names, but how
Sure.
it's been going, how it's been helpful to some people. Some testimonials would be great.
Sure. So one of my favorite stories is a person that I was working with on organization at work. And he was struggling with getting his things organized. He was forgetting things. He's been doing this for years. He is famous for creating these beautiful spreadsheets that people just love, and they're, oh, this is such a great organizational tool, we think this is great. And he's like, it doesn't work for me. It works for all my neurotypical peers, but it's not working for me. And after several sessions, we finally got down to, the computer's not the way you organize. It's paper and pencil. You need to have it right there in front of you. And we started working with checklists and breaking down tasks into smaller chunks and looking at what needed to be done. And first of all, he realized, I'm not a complete failure. I'm doing a lot during this process. And so it's very, self-validating as well. And then, so now he's doing great. He's not getting things turned in late. He's got his organization under control. But it took us a minute to get to the fact that, the computer wasn't the way for him. And I had another client who was having a lot of issues with, self-doubt, those types of things. And we came around to, she really wasn't about self-doubt. It was about the fact that if you say positive things about yourself and you build yourself up and you put yourself out there in that positive way, that's immodest. That's, you need to be modest. And that's a story that she carried over from her childhood, that modesty means that you can't tell people what you're good at, and you can't tell yourself even what you're good at, because people don't realize how much self-talk they do and how negatively it impacts them. So that was a huge aha, because she was like, wait a minute, no, I do believe in myself. It's just that I feel like it's braggadocious to be that way. So yeah, it's really exciting to see people make those breakthroughs and have those aha moments. I have a lady in Ireland who's also a teacher, and we work really well together. And she had just been diagnosed with ADHD, which is really, really common to seek coaching right after you're diagnosed. So I've been working with her, and she's made all kinds of discoveries about how she thinks, and she's gotten more confident, and she's gotten stronger. So it's been really exciting to do exactly what I said I wanted to do, which was help people one-on-one again, or help people where I can see those results happening.
Could you share some of the signs out there and symptoms of what we can look for to know if you're ADHD? If someone's out there questioning, maybe I have it, maybe I don't, and maybe how do you get diagnosed with it? Where do you go?
So yeah, there's the real common symptoms everybody thinks of is, people who can't sit still, or people who, can't focus on anything. And I could talk for hours just about why ADHD is so misunderstood, but it's really not a lack of ability to focus. It's a lack of ability to regulate your focus. You focus on everything. And so the best thing to know about ADHD is it really presents differently in every person. But things that you're going to really commonly see is difficulty maintaining focus on things that you want to maintain focus on. difficulty with time management, time blindness. People just forget that time exists. Out of sight, out of mind. This is one that a lot of people don't realize. Like, if you can't see it, it stops existing. Literally, you can forget you have friends because you haven't talked to them in so long. So it's a problem, because this leads to disorganization, because then people start just spreading things out all over the place so they can see them, so they know where they are. Emotional dysregulation is a really big aspect that's overlooked in adults. I don't know if you've ever heard the term RSD.
No.
Okay.
RSD?
So RSD, yeah, RSD. It is rejection sensitive dysphoria. And literally, and it's not part of the ADHD diagnosis, but is so comorbid with it that it may as well be, is that any kind of rejection, real or imagined, feels like the world is coming to an end. It's just all encompassing. It causes rumination. You start, redoing conversations in your head from that morning. Did I do something wrong? Did I say something wrong? Should I have said that? You may be going on that. And I'll tell you, with me, one time I had a conversation with a security guard at the library in the morning. I got a little snippy. I couldn't stop thinking about it all day and ended up having to call the library and talk to him. So it can feel like you can't move on with your life because you feel like there's been a rejection. This is really misinterpreted by a lot of people, because you automatically assume you're being rejected. And so people will say something that maybe a constructive comment is automatically going to send you into a triggered RSD episode where you can't hardly function. So that's just one of those things that a lot of people don't even realize is kind of attached to ADHD. And the other thing is, there's those people who can't sit still in meetings, those hyperactive folks. Some of them, squirm, some of them, do whatever, they sketch. Some of them keep it all inside and build up this like kinetic energy, almost like they're going to explode, and they can get angry because they have to sit there that long and keep their stuff together, right?
Of course.
So some of those things that you don't normally recognize as being part of ADHD, or the idea of how you make motivated decisions. This is one of my favorite things that I learned. People who are neurotypical make their decisions based on importance for the most part. If it's important, I need to do it, I'll do it. And then they look at a person with ADHD and they're like, if it's important, you'll do it, right? ADHDers' brains are motivated by novelty, challenge, just anything that's going to give them a little bit of a dopamine hit, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then the importance is kind of secondary. So we sit here and we try to figure out, how do we make something that's important yet uninteresting, because it has to be interesting to make it doable.
Yeah.
How do we make those important tasks interesting?
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, we're just about out of time. I apologize, but we have to remind everyone how we can contact you, please.
Yes, JVANSTEE ADHD Life Coaching .net and JVANSTEE ADHD Life Coaching @gmail.com. Those are going to be your best bets. And then I'm also on Facebook. Come check me out. And I didn't mention, we just launched our brand new website yesterday. So it's a beautiful new website. Come get your free workbook for strengths building and check it out.
Aw, thank you so much. And tell us the website one more time.
JVANSTEE ADHD Life Coaching.net.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Pleasure having you here. Looking forward to the next time we get to connect. Have a great day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are joined here once again today by our friend Wendy O'Neill. Excited to have her here. She's the owner of Soul Spark Healing, and we're going to talk today about a lot of her offerings that she has, including Reiki healing sessions, Reiki sound healing with Tibetan singing bowls, her classes, and her yoga classes as well. Let me have you do the honors. Wendy with an I. Welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I have been operating the business for about 3 years, since about 2020. And I decided to open, wasn't probably the most opportune time to open a business, but I did realize that a lot of people probably needed it at this time. So I started with Reiki, and then I got certified to teach yoga. So I began to incorporate that, and then I brought in sound healing with Tibetan singing bowls.
Wow.
So now I'm in Milford. Yep.
Amazing. Well, first off, how do we reach you? What is your website, phone number, any social media pages you want to share?
Sure. My website is soulsparkheal.com, and I'm on Instagram and Facebook, and all my information is pretty much on my website. So if you go on there, you'll find all my contact info.
Perfect. And also, let's before we get to talk more about the offerings that you have with your Reiki, yoga, sound healing, so on and so forth, I meant to say, I want to know about you. Let's go back to when you were a child. Where'd you grow up, and how did you find all of this? Would you mind sharing? Because you were in a different field, right?
Yeah. Well, I grew up in Milford, Massachusetts, and I went to college in New Hampshire. And I came back and I decided, I kind of moved around a little bit. I traveled, and then I just kind of landed on a role in a school system, doing special education. So I did that for a little while in New York City, and then I moved back to Massachusetts. Continued to do that. I did ABA, so that's applied behavioral analysis in a school system. So I worked with children who have autism, mostly in the elementary school level. And I actually found that very fulfilling. But then we started a family. I had my own kids. We moved around again. And so I ended up just being a stay-at-home mom, not just, but I was a stay-at-home mom.
I know, everyone says that, just.
Yeah.
How many kids do you have?
3.
God bless you. How old are they?
My oldest is 15. My daughter's 12, and then my youngest son is 9.
Oh my goodness. I have a 9 and 7-year-old, and we live alone. I take care of them full time, work full time. But I go back to my mom who raised the 3 of us, and she was always saying, I'm just a single mom, and I hate when people do that, because I commend you, because that is the hardest job ever. And it makes me so angry that years ago that wasn't respected enough. It was like, so I commend you on that. It is the hardest job ever. Going out to work at a job is easier than taking care of children. And for some of the men out there who now know it because they're doing it, Yay.
Yeah.
Kudos to you. But my goodness,
It's
wow.
a
Okay,
lot.
so you've been a stay-at-home mom, which is you have your hands full, and then you decided to open up this type of business. How did you even discover Reiki healing? I would love to hear the backstory and love that
Um,
you have been working with kids. Will you go back to teaching,
okay.
you think, one day, or?
I still work with I'll actually be doing some classes at a preschool next week. I'm
Oh
going to
my
go into a
gosh.
preschool. So yeah, I still work with them when I can. And I love working with kids. It really is they're just awesome because they're so open, so it's really fun. And as far as getting into Reiki, I started that actually after practicing yoga at the studio that I practiced at for a long time. And I got a Reiki healing session, and it just opened up all these different, I don't know, energetic frequencies. So I just immediately connected to it. And so I had gotten my own sessions with someone who's now my friend who ended up teaching me Reiki. So it was kind of a cool full circle thing. And then I ended up going into certification for teaching yoga as well. And I kind of approach yoga from the same way, just from a healing perspective.
And tell me what it is about Reiki that you discovered and how it helped you. Now you're helping others with it. Because some people may not even understand the concept still. I love just making sure everybody knows what energy healing is. And of course, I want to talk about all the benefits.
Yeah. So Reiki healing. So when you become attuned to Reiki, you go through trainings, through different levels. And really what it's doing is it's opening this energy within you to allow who you are to take in this energy, like we call it prana, life force energy, chi. And what we're doing is we're channeling that energy for the client, and it's clearing their energy. So we all have, some people know about chakras. There are basically our energetic vortexes within our bodies. Obviously, you can't see them. So that's the other hard thing is you can't see it. So people automatically assume, well, it's not real. But when you actually go into a session and then you realize, yeah, it definitely is. And so I've always myself been just a highly sensitive person, just highly empathic. So I pick up people's energy, and Reiki just felt very natural. That's just how I really realized that it was one of my purposes in this lifetime.
Not only then you start taking classes, then you become a master teacher. We're going to talk about that too.
Yeah.
So you clearly must love it. And I was also reading your notes that you said you were a little more of was the word introvert that you said?
Yeah, it's funny because I think people think introverts are like, we kind of hole ourselves up and we don't like people, but that's really the opposite. I love people. I really need to find that balance between, doing what I do and then spending time with family. And then I really need that time, especially in nature, to just kind of recharge and feel recentered. And during a session, I'm really connecting to the energy. So I'm feeling it within my own body. And so that's kind of how I pick up on anything that's coming through. I usually feel myself. And so sometimes I just kind of need a break to just kind of come back to me, kind of separate from some of that energy a little bit.
All right. Well, I think you seem very outgoing to me. So I would think an introvert would be someone who's not as outgoing, but as a teacher, as a mother, yeah, I could understand people could confuse the difference. But no, I see you as obviously you're working with people. This is your business and your life and your passion. So there is Reiki healing sessions, which I do want to talk about. I know that's top off your list, and the whole sound healing with Tibetan singing bowls is something I want to learn about, and I hope our listeners can benefit from. So these are some of the biggest things that you offer. And by the way, you do virtual work, right? So here you are, you're in Massachusetts, and doesn't matter. And energy healing can travel, whether it's in person or on the phone or on Zoom. And that's something sometimes people are like, wowed by. How? But
Yeah.
can we dive into that a little bit and what you offer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So with Reiki, it's you can actually you're taught, you're trained to be able to send it through, we learn certain symbols and things like that. So what we do is because I mean, really it's all energetic. So when you think about it, you're just really tapping into energy, not necessarily, it's not just a hands-on process. So when you kind of go into a meditative state, and from there you're really connecting. And honestly, I get a lot just talking to people, and sometimes what people need to do is just talk and work through certain things, and because it's usually we're holding things in our energy. Sometimes we're not even aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think sometimes, with me, because I'm getting in there, sometimes, it can bring up stuff that I don't even know if sometimes we're even aware that we're holding on to, because we repress or we get through our lives just by, we do what we have to do. And so when you really get in there, people start to become self-aware, and then you are able to really work through some of these things that you might not be aware of all the time, kind of put on the back burner.
And could you share, some of the things that we could benefit from these sessions? And if you are just tuning in, I want to remind everyone, soulsparkheal.com, and we're talking right now about Reiki, but there's still so much more to talk about. If you're a yogi, we have that too. What are some of the types of things that this could help with, and what aspect of energy healing? You'll probably say everything, but
I was gonna say, like, what doesn't it? Really? It's like everything, but it's also really personalized and individual, because everybody has, their own stuff. And I think sometimes like I said, we just put it to the side because we have our daily lives. So, when you're in the session, it's an opportunity to just get quiet and reconnect with yourself. And what I'm doing is I'm clearing your energy centers. We're clearing your chakras. And it's almost, I always say, it's like an oil change, like for a car. You just kind of feel, I've had clients say they feel lighter. Overall, you probably feel less stressed.
Mm-hmm.
And, things come up. You might have emotional releases, but that's good. We want to feel those. And learn how to really become aware of the things that we're holding on to.
Mm-hmm. And let me ask, with energy healing, which I just recently learned about, you can also heal. There's chronic pain involved, that people are feeling pain, and maybe not the regular doctor can help you. Not saying there's something against doctors, but there's a place for everything. And I learned about Reiki energy healing when my mom was diagnosed with lung cancer 8 years ago. Unfortunately, it was severe. We never had time to take advantage of the energy healing, which could have helped her with pain. But you hear such amazing stories about it. Could you share like a client experience or two of how you've helped? Thank you.
Well, actually, my dad actually was diagnosed with cancer as well. And, for him, it's so hard going through that, all of the things you have to go through when you have cancer. You have to go through, it's not just doctor's appointments, it's everything, all the treatments. And so it creates so much anxiety, so much stress, that your body's not able to naturally heal. So when you're able to get into this relaxed state, he would say that's one of the times he actually felt relaxed. And when you're relaxed and you're clearing all of this energetic blocks, which are usually due to a lot of the emotional things that we carry, that the emotions kind of get stuck in your subtle body. So when we're releasing these, you feel overall just more relaxed. And when you're more relaxed, you're more likely to help that healing process. Just helps that.
And also with your energy healing, you also do something with, I'm looking at your pictures on the website, by the way. You look beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
They're Tibetan sound bowls. What are they, and how does that benefit?
So what I love about all this stuff is that it's been around for so long, and we're just kind of bringing it into the West now, but they've been around for so long. And mine I bought online actually, and they're handmade, and they were made in Nepal, and they're beautiful. They're made out of multiple different types of metal, and each one of them, the 7 chakra bowls, kind of they form like energetic resonance, and it in itself, these vibrations are healing. So they'll help with blood pressure, stress, anxiety, any physical ailments. You can use the singing bowls to help to clear some of these physical things. And they have done some research on that. So there is stuff online if you ever wanted to look that up. There's crystal singing bowls, there's Tibetan. I just really like the Tibetan ones. So
And when you're working with someone doing a sound healing session, how long is it? How does it feel like? What does it make? I mean, I'm watching you just through the pictures here. So it's what types of sound is it making? I can't see it because I'm watching you're looking at your pictures, but
no, it actually it's funny because they look just like regular bowls, right? And then they all have a particular note, right? And this note aligns with your chakras. I also have a bigger singing bowl as well. They call that an antique singing bowl. And that one it sings, and that vibration, it just really works with your energy system. Again, it's connecting to your prana, your life force energy, and really it's clearing. That's really what ultimately these vibrations are doing. They're clearing your energy. If you think about anything, music, any sort of vibration carries with it healing energy.
got it. Well, let's also talk about the other aspect in your work besides the Reiki energy healing and the Tibet singing bowls. There's yoga. So you offer, do you want to switch gears to that? And your class, is it online, the one that you offer in Milford, Mass?
I actually offer it. My office is in a chiropractic office. So I also have a space there that I teach yoga. I teach yoga at a yoga studio as well. But my practice offers a Sunday morning class with Tibetan singing bowls. But I do offer privates as well. I have some private clients that I do one-on-one with. But the yoga, again, I think the approach to yoga to me is one of a healing modality in itself. Because what you're doing is you're moving the energy through these movements. Again, it's an ancient practice, and it's really designed to move the energy and to clear your energy system. And then it prepares you ultimately for meditation. And that's when I bring in the singing bowls, and I just work to clear the energy with those.
Got it. Well, let me ask this, because when you're doing a yoga session, right? So it's yoga combined with Reiki?
I do a regular yoga practice. So we'll do about 50 minutes of yoga, and then I offer a 10-minute shavasana. So when you come into meditation, that's when I'll do a sound bath, and I will also work on each individual student on their energy field. So sometimes I'll do Reiki with the singing bowls as well.
I'm on the website. I'm exploring, by the way, and getting to know more what you have to offer. And you've done this, you said, in schools as well for kids, right? From pre-K to high school. Do you still do that too? That's got to be so exciting to see those little ones.
I mean, it was great because I went back to work for a little while in the school system, and then I decided to just focus on my business. But I've gone back and I've worked in the elementary school in my town, the high school, and then again, I'm doing a pre-K. And then I've also done work with an Autism Alliance group. So I've done some teenagers and some adults with that as well. And I don't know, I just think it's for everybody. And I think the more we incorporate it in schools, the more I think you would see mental health and improvement in mental health.
Got it. Well, let me ask, then you also took more classes and not only are certified to teach Reiki, but you are a Reiki master teacher. So you offer Reiki 1, level 2, 3 as well. And tell me that
Yeah.
process and what that entails.
Actually, yeah. So this Saturday, we're teaching a class for Reiki 2. It's actually the students I did with Reiki 1. And this is basically, it's a class that teaches you about Reiki, obviously. And then also there's an attunement process. So the attunement process is really what opens your energy for becoming a practitioner, for being able to give it to other people.
And would you say now, how did you learn from this? Did you have a mentor? Like, I know you read a lot of books, you said in your notes, right?
Yeah, I read a lot of books.
Tell me.
But I have, I've learned the most from, first of all, my teachers who taught me Reiki, but also just other healers, other yoga teachers, friends, I don't know. I love seeing how everyone else does it as well. And I think everybody has their own personal, whatever they bring to a practice. And, I think you're always learning, always. So I wouldn't say that I could pinpoint one specific mentor, but I will say that I've learned so much just from a lot of the people I work with. So.
Sorry?
Just a lot of the people that I work with, I would say that I've learned the most from them.
Got it. Okay. And now you work also, you mentioned you're in a chiropractor's office as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how does that work? Because here you are, it's like, the alternative and the medicine. It's like so you must have a lot of patients from there. Do you work a lot with people who are getting their adjustments, who have issues? It's a great referral system.
Because I definitely have collaborated, or I've worked with also the chiropractor who owns the practice, and she also is Reiki certified. And so she really believes in the holistic aspect as well. There's different offerings at the office. So it's kind of cool because she does incorporate the holistic approach to her practice. And I've had some clients come in that she's referred, or I've even referred some to her. And so it's kind of cool because it's really about working together. And it's all physical, really. All of these things are physical.
True.
I get chiropractic work done, and I'm a yoga teacher, and my back is always bothering me for some reason. So.
Could you share a client experience or two of someone that you've been working with, whether it's the Reiki healing, whether it's the combined yoga, or I would love to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, specifically like a specific like process, or like with somebody.
Oh yeah, just to hear it's like a client testimonial, like say, of what you've done, how Reiki's helped them, or how the yoga. Yeah, it's always good to find out some of the things that your clients go through that you've helped them overcome. I think I like hearing them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been, I think one of the funnest things, I don't know if I should say fun, but it's kind of cool when somebody comes in that doesn't necessarily, I don't want to say believe it, but they're kind of like, what is this whole Reiki thing about? And then they experience it, and you're getting in there, and you're feeling whatever trauma or wherever these energetic blocks are. And to see, oh, this isn't just, nonsense, that what we do is real. And to see how they feel after a session. And I tend to get in there pretty deep. So it's not always an easy process. I've gotten into clients, some of their tough stuff. And the tough stuff comes up, and I've cried with clients, and it's not easy. So you really have to know going into it, what do you want to get out of it? And if you want to get in there and really work through it, and I don't judge, I've probably been through all of it, so depends on really what you want out of the session. But yeah, there's been a lot that's come through for sure.
I'm
people.
sure.
Yeah.
And how do you know how many sessions someone needs? Do you have any specials right now, or do you want to share? Is there any group classes for the yoga that you want to leave with us before we go?
I would recommend it. It's such an individualized thing. So, you know, if you're going through something and you need some extra help and support, I would recommend at least once a month, like an hour session. And I really like the Tibetan singing bowls because I do think that they add a little extra clearing work. I do offer Sunday morning classes from 9 to 10 in Milford, but I do offer privates as well. And, you know, an online session would be, you know, we would do Zoom and, you know, I would take time to meditate, connect to the energy, and then we would chat about it. But, you know, it's always an individualized process. You know, everything's on my website. So if anybody, and I'm always willing to, you know, we can always look into different options for payment or, you know, packages and stuff. So that's always available.
Well, thank you. And you offer initial consultation if someone's interested in you to talk to you, like the initial call, see what they need. All right.
We can set something up.
Good. And how can we reach you?
I would say, like I said, go to soulsparkheal.com and that will have all my info, phone number, email, things like that. So I would just go there. And there's also a form you can submit if you want to get more information.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Pleasure getting to know you today, and excited to have you here on board and to learn more about the work and help you're doing. And is there any upcoming classes we should be aware of? Any yoga classes? Are there a certain time every day, every weekend?
Yeah, I do a Sunday morning yoga class every week. And the sign up is on my website. If you're in the area, you can check that out.
Awesome.
But otherwise, yeah. Yep.
Thank you so much. Pleasure getting to know you today. And again, soulsparkheal.com. Wendy O'Neill, thanks for joining us. You could just Google her name too. It's Wendy with an I, O'Neill with 2 L's, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much for being here, for joining us, and looking forward to the next time we get to connect. Have a great day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, you know, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are here with Regina Roberti, excited to talk to her today about her work as a life transformation coach, as a licensed trainer in advanced conversational hypnosis, a certified hypnotist, and also a certified health coach. She uses many modalities to really help people, and we are excited to have her here today. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for having me, Jill.
Well, you are the founder of Life Transformation Solutions. And what is that website for people to reach out to?
lifetransformationsolutions.com.
Perfect. And tell us just a little overview about the company and what it is you offer.
So my background is in alternative medicine. I've always been very interested in working with the body in a holistic way. Through many years of massage therapy, I learned that the mind and the body and the spirit are very much intertwined, and you can't just work on one thing, you have to work on everything. So led me to working one-on-one with clients, trying to help them more in the mind so that their body could follow in a beneficial way. And I developed Life Transformation Solutions because it allows me to encompass both my hypnosis practice with the health coaching and now as a trainer of advanced conversational hypnosis. So now I can help therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, hypnotists also use ACH so that they can make their practice a much more successful one.
Great. Well, there's so much to you and so much more to the work you're doing, but I'd like to kind of just back up a sec and talk a little bit about you. Could you share a little bit about where you grew up and what
Sure.
brought you into, this field? Would you mind sharing? I know some of the stories are personal, and we appreciate you diving into that for us. Thank you.
No problem. I'm one of 9 kids. I am from New York, and I grew up kind of in the country. So I was a tomboy,
May I
always
ask where?
the Catskills in New York.
Beautiful. Okay.
Yeah. So I grew up in the woods. I was very much a fairy child in the, in the bushes and the ponds and the streams. And I guess I'm a hippie at heart. After being in a pretty crazy household with 9 kids and a lot of addiction and things, I decided to move to Florida when I turned 21. I graduated from college and I was pursuing something that was different from what I had experienced. I wanted to get away from illness. I wanted to get away from drinking, just addictive and abusive lifestyle. So I got into massage therapy a few years after being here, and that just led me to where I am today.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing that. And you also had some obstacles along the way, right?
Yeah, life has a lot of interesting challenges for us all. I think being a single young person, I didn't see my life as having too many challenges, but once I started to get into massage therapy, my body was changing dramatically from a very unhealthy one to trying to become healthier. And so I started to deal with detox processes, skin issues, and then after having kids, all of my childhood stuff kind of came back around, and I was dealing a lot with mental health stuff, and also physical things. So those are my biggest challenges is postpartum depression.
Can I ask how many kids you have?
I have 2 boys.
How old are they?
Almost 8 and almost 10. Their birthdays are right around the corner.
Mine are 7 and 9. I feel you. I'm with you here. Oh my goodness. I
Yeah.
know, not easy, right? Amazing, but not easy. So at Life Transformation Solutions, I know you're going to talk today about the work you're doing, and you really address it from a holistic perspective, as you say, right? So can we share some of the things that you help people work on to start to change? You mentioned good mental health is one of the most important things in, of course, addition to the eating right and the exercising, but could you talk a little bit about that?
So in holistic coaching, I'm working on the client's intrinsic ability to heal themselves. So I have the information, but I also need them to be on board. And so I work on lifestyle changes, exercise routines, fitness routines, good diets, incorporating herbs, and phototherapy that would help with, stem cell the remaking of their own stem cells, herbal blends that help activate cellular pathways. But we also work on mental stress. And so what are your everyday stresses? So in the combination of all 4 of those things really helps to round out a person and get them to where they want to be.
Now, also, you mentioned, I was reading up about not just the physical, you're looking at from cellular health in a sense. Do you want to talk about that and some cellular activators? I know there's some websites there involved. I want to learn about that.
Yeah, so I have a recommended products page on my website, but I am a brand ambassador for Life Wave, which is phototherapy patches, and Life
Okay.
Vantage, which is a lot of patented herbal blends that work at the cellular level. So we're exposed to tons of toxic things that we weren't exposed to 60, 70, 80 years ago.
Yep.
And a lot of us are much sicker than, our previous ancestors were. And cellular health is really important to get us back to being as young as possible cellularly. So the health of the cell is really important. Your mitochondria is your powerhouse of your cell, and that needs to be very healthy, but a lot of us aren't there. And so when we help with the antioxidant making process of our body, the glutathione making process of our body, which is our body's master antioxidant, and we work on our mitochondria, we can really get the body to become healthier much more quickly.
Okay.
And then everything else follows that. So I think that's a really important part of the health coaching aspect of my business.
And can I just share the websites? Is it lifewave.com and lifevantage.com?
Yeah, so my personal website is lifewave.com/LTS.
Okay.
And then it's activationchallenge.lifevantage.com. It's a little long, so the best the best thing to do is to click on the links on my website, because then it'll take you directly there.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, I see that as well. Also, I know for today you wanted to discuss a little bit about, you say as a licensed trainer for ACH, you're hosting master classes throughout the year. I know something big's coming up too, right?
Yeah, so I have a master class coming up. It's a program. So when you sign up for the master class, you are actually going into my school program.
Okay.
And you are not only going to get a couple of days of training where we do demonstrations pretty much right off the bat, but then you're going to have my mentoring throughout the whole process. It's a one-time buy-in program, so you never
Okay.
have to pay for that specific master class again. You just keep showing up to all future master classes that I host, and you have access to all my previous ones via video. But you get to learn how to hone your skill with ACH and implement it in your practice so that you can get faster results with clients. You can get those really amazing breakthroughs. You can have multiple outcomes. Like ACH generates the actual life transformation with my clients that I've never seen before in any other modality.
Interesting. Wow. All right. Thank you for that. And by the way, when you talk about being a practitioner, right, you mentioned sometimes people have struggle times with sleep. So we're going to talk today about traditional psychology and therapy. How that's a little outdated, right?
Yeah, it is. We're really further ahead than the way that it's taught in psychology. I think I know a lot of therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists who now incorporate hypnosis in their business. So they're seeing the benefits of working with the subconscious mind and the results that come from that. So, I really want to help people in those industries get better results with their clients and faster. I don't think seeing a client for a year or 2 years or 3 years is really sustainable anymore. People don't want to sit and talk about the same old problem that long. They want results.
Got it. Well, what else in particular do you want to make sure we cover for today? I know you also want to talk about self-care. I'll let you take the lead though. I'm just going over the notes of what I have, but would love to hear about, the need to take care of ourselves and not put us on the back burner, right?
Yeah, I think as a mom, I really learned that lesson the hard way. I'm
Yes.
sure you have too. When you
Ditto,
have your
ditto,
kids,
ditto, Regina. Yes.
they become your life. Everything that you do revolves around them. And there's way too many moms out there that are not only working, they're taking care of their families, their homes, and everything else. And so they tend to put themselves on the back burner. So I just find that self-care is really self-love, and that, if you can find a way, to do as many things that make you feel good, that's great. But if you are dealing in the mental health, world of struggling with your mental health and you haven't quite yet touched the therapy world with it, I think that's really important. It is a form of self-care, but you want to make sure you have somebody that helps you get out the source of what's causing all the problems. Maybe what's the reason behind why self-care doesn't come easier to you.
Any tips for self-care that you want to give us?
Well, definitely, I think finding a therapist is a really great idea because we can't talk to our husbands, and sometimes our friends aren't the people to have those tough conversations with about. It almost sounds like complaining, right? Like we're just complaining about our experience, but the truth is that we're in a rut and we don't know how to get out or break that cycle of behavior or thinking. So that's really important. But I've recently become a member of my local capoeira dojo. Capoeira is Brazilian style of martial arts. It's a lot of music, a lot of singing, a lot of moving, flips, acrobatics. And for me, it's brought a ton of joy and a beautiful community of people around me and my family. So, that's a good tip is get involved in something local that keeps you active and makes you feel good.
Well, also remind us at this time all the ways we can contact you since we are halfway through.
Oh, yeah, sure. So Life Transformation Solutions is the best way to contact me. My calendar link is there for you
Yep, I
to
saw that.
schedule a strategy call with me, whether you want to be a client or you want to be a student. That's the best way to get in touch with me. You can find all my social media links on there. My product links are there. So that's the best way to reach all of the information about me.
All right, great. And I know you for today, you also want to talk about your favorite topic. It's the mind's role and whether or not we attain our life and health goals.
Yeah, so our programs come from when we're really young, and a habit of behavior is something that we don't easily break. And so if we address it from the source, from the root cause of why we're not attaining the goals that we seek, like somebody that I just recently worked with, she's always been a really good eater, but somehow she fell off track. She was eating a lot of sugar. It was activating a lot of inflammation in her body. And so she just on her own couldn't get back to eating really healthy again. There was something that was keeping her from doing it. So life was stressful. She couldn't add one more stressful thing, which was, being tedious with her diet, what she was putting in her body. And so I helped her to bypass that that behavior that she kept going back to, which was not being consistent.
Got it. And you mentioned though about the negative impact, right, of this bad cycle of behavior, but it can be broken. Could you share a little bit how you shift the mindset? And yeah.
So essentially the client is doing it, but there are many different things that are hazardous to our health as far as behavior goes, like addictions, drinking, smoking. Not a lot of people want to hear it, but caffeine can be very damaging to our body. It dehydrates us really badly. So it could be as simple as addiction. It could be as simple as being in poor relationships. So if we don't get to that core belief that keeps bringing us back into those relationships or bringing us back to that habit of behavior that is destructive, we are not really going to be able to fix those problems.
All right. And what other aspect do you want to discuss? Do you want to share any client stories? What do you want everyone to know about you and the work you're doing?
Oh my God. So, I'm a sleep specialist. I have tons of different styles of sleep issues with clients. I had a woman who's in her 50s whose sleep issues started when she was 12. There were these irrational beliefs around why she couldn't go to sleep or stay asleep, and every little thing would wake her up. And I think I spent 2 hours with her total in 2 sessions. And she was able to sleep full nights again, and the little noises weren't waking her up. She had a family, she owns a business, she's raising her 2 daughters on top of her business. So she couldn't have been more grateful. And then I've had clients that haven't slept in decades. Their sleep was terrible. They've tried every form of sleep hygiene, medications, over-the-counter meds, pharmaceuticals, meditation. And within one session, they were sleeping like a baby, like pretty much immediately. So I have a lot of these stories where, it doesn't take long to get the results. You just have to flip the switch inside the back of the mind that allows it to shut that cyclical behavior or thought off.
No, it's a licensed trainer of advanced conversational hypnosis, right? So can we talk about some of the benefits of hypnosis and what it's used for?
Hypnosis can be used for a lot of different things depending on where you are. So in the state of Florida, there's a lot of restrictions around practicing unless you have become certified through a state-approved school. But in England or in Australia or other parts of the world, these hypnotists can work with many different problems. Everything from debilitating diseases to skin issues, to sleep disorders, to mental health issues. It can be used for a lot of different things. People use it for money blocks, intimacy problems. So hypnosis can be used to really create permanent change for people, depending on, what you're looking for. There's a ton of people out there doing hypnosis, but I would definitely urge you to consider working with somebody who does ACH because it's a very rapid modality that works on the premise that the client has everything they need to change their circumstances.
Got it. Could you share some of the stories of your clients of, what they've said of working with you and the success of, the transformation that they've had with you?
Yeah. So, it's really interesting to work on a sleep issue, but have all these other things come up that you weren't expecting, and that's just how the mind is. But I've had clients who their business has changed, their ability to make money. They were blocking just because they couldn't sleep. It wasn't really about the sleep. So there were some underlying things going on that were keeping them from experiencing a happier life. So they really progressed and had that life transformation in their relationships, better communication, better business building skills, coping skills. There's just so many different things. Not sleeping is enough to really hurt somebody. And the fact that they get sleep again, now they have energy to tackle things that they didn't before. So it could be as simple as that, or it could be as in depth as, they finally decided that their life was too important and they had a lot of love for themselves. And so they started making better decisions that affected their life in a very positive way.
I love hearing those stories. Those positive testimonials are amazing to hear,
Yeah.
And I was also now I'm on lifetransformationsolutions.com. Strategy call. Do you offer, I know you could book that there. Do you offer like an initial 15-minute session with someone?
No, because you don't know how much information, like the strategy call is about 20 to 30 minutes. So it
Okay.
is technically like a introductory session because I
Okay.
use ACH style questioning to get
Okay.
to what's really going on. But a session could be 45 minutes. It could be an hour and a half long, depending on the client. So getting to that root cause sometimes takes a little bit of a dance, but eventually you get there and then have that processing and shifting.
Got it. All right. Thank you. And in our last few minutes together, what else did you want to make sure we get across?
So June 21st and 22nd is my master class, my next master class coming up. I'll probably have another one in October or November. But if you decide that you want to check this program out and become a part of it, I am giving a discount off the top for people who give me a call and they sign up on the phone call. I'll give them the discount for the program. So it's a pretty good one.
Ooh, we like hearing that too. Discounts, right?
Yeah.
And let me ask you, are you working with any age, any sex? Is there, is it adults, children? Who do you work with?
I have both male and female clients. I don't specifically work with one or the other. I just like to help people who really haven't found other solutions from traditional methods. And so, ACH and the coaching style that I have is not really like your typical, it's an out of the box kind of thing. So if something traditional hasn't helped, I like to use my style to help my clients get results.
Well,
really
how
quick.
did you really get into this field? Did you work in massage therapy? What did you do before this?
So I worked in massage therapy. I've been a licensed therapist for 14 years now. When COVID hit, my practice was, being a homeschool mom, I was working about 26 or 27 hours a week. And I went down to one client right after COVID. So I was like, what am I going to do? How am I going to work with people? And I had already started seeing the correlation between the mind and the body. So I decided to look into coaching to see if that would help. And that led me to hypnosis, and that led me to ACH. And so that's kind of how I wound up where I am. And like, it's been an interesting roller coaster ride of fun and excitement, because I really love this work, and it's the results like make me so happy to see my clients thriving in life.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. And in closing today, how did you want to leave off for everyone?
I just think it's really important to take care of yourself. We're in a day and age where things are really confusing, and there's a lot of conflict and challenges, and people are struggling a lot. And so if you see an opportunity for help, find it, get it, jump on it.
And you work with people all over virtually, right?
Yeah, I work through Zoom, so I have clients all over the world.
All right. And tell us all the ways we can contact you, please.
Okay, so my phone number is 772-261-4090. My website is lifetransformationsolutions.com. And you can access all of my social media and my Calendly link there. And if you'd like to email me, my website has a link for that as well. So you can click on it and send me a message. And we can set up a Zoom call. That way I can see, what you're struggling with, if I would be a good fit for you, or if I could refer you on to one of my colleagues, because I have 1,000 people that I work with regularly, who are colleagues of mine in the ACH realm. We all are specializing in something. So, if it's not me, I have plenty of people.
Oh, well, wonderful. Thank you for being here today. Pleasure getting to know you, and looking forward to the next time we connect.
Thank you. You too. It's been
You have a great day. And to all of our listeners, stay tuned. We'll be right back with more.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Who's back? It's Joseph Werner. Excited to have him here from beautiful Melbourne, Florida. He's the owner and family therapist at Child and Family Consultants. And again, he's going to bring on his tribe of people who work to help him help Brevard County for over 31 years. Exciting to have him back here. And I know there's so much that you all do, very compassionate, and help so many families with center therapy type services. Welcome back.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having us on again today. And we're glad to share this time with you. And you're right. Child and Family Consultants has been working with children and families in this Central Florida area for 31 years now. And we've been very fortunate that families and kids have allowed us into their lives, and that we've been able to add a helping hand to them. And Child and Family Consultants is really is a team effort. It's about collaboration and communication. And so what I wanted to do today is introduce some of the team and let everybody get a chance to meet some of the other great staff that we have here. So I'm gonna,
without further
leave
ado,
my seat and bring you one of our first staff people. So
hi.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Good. What's your name?
My name is Itza Marie.
Itza Marie, were you on with us earlier?
No. This is
A
my
few
first time.
months ago? No. Tell us what you do there.
So I'm a speech language pathology assistant. I
Okay.
absolutely love it. It's probably like the best job ever. Playing with the kids and honestly just targeting their goals and just helping them achieve these milestones and celebrating the victories is honestly the best part.
Really? Oh my
Yes.
goodness. How long have you been here for?
So I have been exactly, it'll be 4 months tomorrow.
Oh my goodness. So as a speech therapist, who are the types of people you're working with?
So we work in the peds population. So my clients vary between, I think my youngest is like a year and a half, and then my oldest is I think like 13 or 14. So I get to, do the whole variety, and it's just awesome, just playing, the games and just allowing them to grow in their goals. It's honestly a blessing. So it's the best.
Oh my gosh. And what are some of the types of things you're working on specifically with your patients?
Yeah. So some of them is just as far as knowing like what spatial concepts are. So it's just kind of like, we're going to put the dog on the table, underneath the table, stuff like that. Some of it is just expressive and receptive language. Show them just like, oh, like this is your head, these are your ears, these are your eyes. I'm just allowing them to do that themselves. So.
Oh, and what do you love most about your work?
Honestly, it's the kids.
Yeah.
When they reach like a goal, just celebrating that victory with them, like they are just as excited as you are. Like when you celebrate the small things, the way that they smile and they light up, it's the best. And playing with toys, it's super fun.
Oh my goodness. And what got you into this field? Just curious.
Yeah, so I used to work at a church, and I had a kid who had Down syndrome come on a retreat with us, and a lot of the kids just didn't exactly know what it was, and so this was our first time having someone with that, and so it was just beautiful how the rest of the kids were just like, hey, like just including that person and everything, and so it just made me curious about the field, and so then I decided to pursue a degree in it, and I love it. It's probably the best decision I've ever made.
All right, now how did you come across Joseph and his crew? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So honestly, I was employed first as a SLPA in Orlando, and I was driving an hour every day to work. And it just became
maybe
a
that's
lot.
too much. Yeah.
Yeah, it just became a lot. And so I saw an opening for Child and Family, and I applied. And during the interview process, Dr. Joe was just amazing. And just seeing the clinic and all of the tools and resources that they had, I just knew that I wanted to work here. And then on top of, being here for 4 months, just the way that not only he helps us, and he's very research based and, does everything that he can to make this a place where, it's okay to ask questions.
Yep.
But I feel that with the whole entire team. honestly, I'm not scared to go up to someone and be like, hey, could you just help me, you know, with this goal, or what does this mean? So really just kind of like having a place where I know that I can grow as a clinician. So
Oh, well, it's exciting to have you here. And I've gotten to know him and some of the crew the past few months. I think we started these conversations back in like October of last year, and you all seem so helpful, rewarding. And I think that's why the business there is so successful, right?
yeah. Well, Dr. Joe is amazing. So
Oh, that's great. And so who else do you have in the office that wants to say
So
hello to us today?
we have two other folks, and then this next lady is Miss Santipi.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good
My name is
morning.
I guess afternoon now. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Yeah, it is afternoon. You're right. You're right. We're on the East Coast here. So
So my name is Xantippe, and I'm a CODA, which is an occupational therapy assistant.
okay.
So I do occupational therapy with mostly children. I guess we go from ages one. I do have a 65-year-old gentleman that I do get to work with as well. So I have a very fun caseload. Mostly I'm working with children. So generally speaking, it's the 2 to 18 crowd. And I feel really fortunate to be here.
And what type of things are you working on specifically with the children with occupational therapy?
It goes all over the board. I mean, you think about we're making them better at what they do on a daily basis, and that's
Okay.
playing and going to school and just functioning in their world. So some of the things we've been working on, I've taught some children to ride bicycles, working on their gross motor skills, their balance, and um, it's a very rewarding moment to let go of that bicycle, kind of like Itza said, and see that success happening in their eyes. It's a beautiful thing to share that moment with the children. I've
Oh,
also worked on everything from handwriting, personal care skills,
wow.
safety,
Uh,
getting ready to be drivers, talking to them about preparing for adulthood.
mm-hmm.
Um, so it's all over the board. I think one of the hardest things about the job is it's so varied, and it's one of the most lovely things about the job.
Wow. And how did you now find Joseph? Tell me the story behind that.
So I had done geriatrics in the past. I had left the field for a short time to care for a family member, and I saw an opening with child and family consultants and interviewed with Dr. Joe, and I was just amazed. He is the kid whisperer. We call him that when he's not in the room. It's amazing, and to get to work with someone who understands children and young adults so beautifully. So it was very motivating. And the clinic is kind of unusual. There are 7 CODAs, so 7 people like me that work together on a daily basis. There's also the speech therapist, and we all talk to each other. In fact, just before I came in here, we were talking about a child whose goals are coming up, and we both see him, and how do we see him, and what do we think his goals should be, and how well he's progressing. It's a real team environment. So we're blessed to be so many of us together that all care about kids and are willing to kind of help each other and encourage each other.
And you really all just seem so like a family there, and which is great to be
It's
in a
very
work
much so.
environment that is so positive and so beautiful. I think it's just it's amazing because I've talked to so many people, and it's just like everyone says the same thing about working there. Like I want to move down to Melbourne and work there. I could be at the front desk doing customer service. Um, but it's so great, and I don't see this much, to be honest with you. And what about you in the business? You all have to be one of the best.
Well, I don't know if I'd say I'm the best, but I would say I'm very dedicated and I love what I do. And it's one of those jobs that just gets inside you. It gets inside your heart. And to work at a place where I'm not a number, I'm a member of a family team here.
Yeah.
And to know that they have my back and I have theirs it's a beautiful thing.
Oh, well, I love it. Thank you for being here. And I would
Thank
love
you.
to introduce the next person who's coming.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our next person is Miss Debbie, and Miss Debbie has a very important role. She is part of our office staff, and the office staff makes things happen. And she also gets a lot of opportunities to spend time talking with the families and helping them resolve issues and making sure that the therapy services run smoothly for everybody.
Perfect.
I'll
Hello.
let her
Hi,
tell you.
I'm Debbie.
Hi, Debbie. Tell us a little bit about yourself, please.
Well, I do jack of all trades pretty much. Do the billing and I do the uh, all the posting and anything that has to do with the office. I also get the opportunity sometimes to spend time with the children, which is very rewarding, to get to know them and see how receptive they are to everybody here. They'll run right up to you and give you a big hug or grab your hand and want to go for a walk with you, or so it's a very rewarding place. It's the best place I've ever worked, and I've been doing billing for over 30 years.
Oh
And I
my
will say that
goodness.
with working for Dr. Joe is best move I ever made.
Oh, tell me about that. He's just seems this amazing guy, and I don't think there's no one's hiding behind that. He is, right? I mean, to work here
Yes,
for so long, and what is it about him that keep people,
anything that's going on, he's right there. There's no micromanaging. There's not anything that, somebody's looking down your back saying, oh, why are you talking to this person, or why are you not doing this? Everybody has their role and everybody does it, and they do it well, and he appreciates us and shows his appreciation. So that's helpful also. I got the job through a friend of mine who I was having dinner with, and she told me that they were looking, and I happened to be looking to leave my last job. So I came in for an interview and he hired me. So,
oh, that's
but
great.
and like I say, it's been a pleasure working here ever since I started.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's great to know there's more good people around because I've met quite a few who are already here in this platform, and it's always positive smiles. And you all seem so eager to help, to love, to care, and yeah, with what you do. So thank you for being here and telling us more about the practice. And by the way, let me just ask, so you've known Joseph for 30 years?
No, he's been in business for 30 years. I've done this type of business billing and everything for many different companies for over 30 years.
But you've worked for him for how long?
About 8 months.
And what do you feel makes him so unique? I mean, because you've had a lot of experience, right? So tell me, what do you love about Joseph? And you will be here for another 30 years, I'm sure.
I'm not sure about that, but anyway, no, it's just the environment that you work in. It's a very relaxed, very, everybody's like family, like they said before. Everybody, it's you just don't feel like anybody's breathing down your neck saying, why are you doing this? Why are you not doing that? Or something like that. I came from a very environment like that before, and it's very nice to have, we're all like family, you're not afraid to approach somebody and talk to them. And Dr. Joe's very open to, if you have questions or talking or learning. I've dealt mostly with, not, it's the first time I've dealt with pediatrics this time. So it's a lot. And I've learned a lot from Dr. Joe by watching him and by asking questions. And he's always willing to answer any question you have or help you in any way that he can. Like I say, he's just a very nice, giving man. He's just the best boss you could ever have.
Beautiful.
And I'm not saying that because I'm just saying that's the truth. Yeah. No, I don't have to say that because, like I said, where I came from was not a nice place. So, this is a very nice atmosphere for me, and I love being here.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Who else is up next to
Hey,
say
thank
hello
you.
to?
Dr. Joe, I think.
Hey, he's back. Hi.
So, yes, we have a wonderful crew here. They're dedicated. They work hard every day. They're very collaborative, and you really see their passion come out when they're working with the kids and the families. And the other thing that always impresses me, and to be honest, is one of the things I look for when I try to hire people, is that they're eager to learn, and they understand that being a healthcare professional is not just having a set of information and doing it, but every day we're trying to learn a little bit more so that we can provide a little bit better service, and so we can understand our families and our kids better, and then we could help them as much as we possibly can.
Oh, well, this is wonderful. It's always a pleasure having you. And Joseph, anything new with the practice that you want to share with us? What's been happening? How's, the move into spring been?
Well, spring is always a busy time because we've got lots of kids who are finishing up the school year, and finishing up the school year is hard for a lot of the kids because they're getting kind of tired now. Matter of fact, one of the things we've seen over the years is that the month of April sometimes is one of the hardest months for kids because they've been in school for maybe 8 months now. They're all starting to get tired. Schools are trying to get the last bit of work in, and the teachers are tired, and so we're really working hard to help a lot of our school age kids kind of get to that finish line. In Florida, the school year ends at the end of May. So I know in other parts of the country it ends a little bit later than that, but Florida it ends in May, and so this is the time of year when we're having to get that last big push, and we're trying to help them get across the finish line and help their parents also help their kids and understand that their kids might be a little bit more stressed out or a little bit more fussy than usual, and it most of that really has to do with the some fatigue setting in and all the extra work that the kids have to do to finish up the year.
Yeah.
And then we're also very involved in our Brevard Autism Coalition work too. So we've got a sensory sensitive play that we set up with the Cocoa Village Playhouse. That's going to happen in June, and we're busy getting that ready. And then there's our summer camp for kids with autism called Camp Toucan, which is the only summer camp with kids with autism, and that runs in June and July. And so we're preparing for that. And also we're doing something with our partners in Brevard County. We're setting up a meeting with our local legislators and people running for office. And that's not going to be until September, but we're setting it up now. We're inviting our local representatives and mayors, and we want to try to get all these good people together in a forum where we can, ask them polite but good questions about the types of services that we need them as our political representatives to work on up at the state offices, so that the kids and the families can really get the funding and the resources that they need to be successful. And and you have to work with the our legislators to help get some of that done. And so we need an opportunity to speak to them and for them to be able to hear us, and then maybe help them problem solve how they can help out these families.
Beautiful. Well, thank you. Remind us how we can contact you. We still have plenty of time, but it's always important to remind our listeners.
Well, there's the best two ways are, one is by phone. You can reach us at 321-768-6800. And then you can reach us by email, which is childandfamily@cfl.rr.com. And that's all spelled out, CHILDANDFAMILY at cfl.rr.com. And then you can go to the Child and Family Consultants Facebook page or our website and find out lots of good information. As a matter of fact, all of these podcasts are now on our website. So people come in and
we're celebrities. We made it.
They can meet the staff and meet you, Miss Jill, and on our podcast. And I think that's always a good way to get out the information about who we are and some of the work we do here in Brevard County.
For sure. And what else did you want to share with your listeners today?
Well, one of the things I wanted to talk about is two simple words. And these words are simple, but they're really at the heart of all discoveries and even personal breakthroughs.
Okay.
And those words are, I wonder. I wonder, how can we make things better? I wonder, how can we improve this? I wonder, how can we overcome this issue? I wonder, how can we get to know this person better? I wonder, how can we play with my kids a little bit better? I wonder how he can do a little bit better in school, or I wonder how he can make friends. in a way, everything starts with I wonder. And that's it might sound like it's a philosophy, but it's really gets to the heart of where parents and kids and health professionals are at. And so we ask those words, and from there we can get started and find out about what the kids and the families are interested in, and how do we go about setting the stage and activities and exercises that will help them all out. But it all starts with the I wonder.
I wonder. Of course. And I mean, over your years, I mean, you have such great experiences. I know we talked a lot about some of the client experience. Could you share one or two in particular, some of the children or, adult clients you've worked with and what they love about coming to see you all? And you don't have no puppets today. I know you're very hands-on.
Yeah, didn't have my puppets with me today. Well, I can tell you one or two kind of funny stories. And what if I ever write a book, this is going to be the title of my book. I had this little fellow who's probably about 5 years of age. He's a little very happy little chunky little guy, and but he was very active. Hard for him to dampen down his energy or his spirits. And I was showing him how to ride a bicycle, well, actually a little like a tricycle. And oftentimes when kids come into the lobby at our office, I'll actually bring bikes and scooters up to the lobby, and they can ride them back down the hallway down to the where our gym or our therapy offices are. Anyway, this little fellow was on the tricycle, and I told him, now remember, don't go too fast. And of course he got on it, and he started zooming down the hallway and bumped right into the wall, of course.
Yeah.
And bounced off the wall, and then I was right behind him and asked him if he was okay, and he just looked up at me and he said, "Mr. Joseph, you gotta watch out for those walls."
It's so true, right?
And then
Gosh.
and then there's other really cute story about another little boy roughly the same age. He was 6, and he was not a child who spoke a lot. But I discovered that one of the ways to get him to talk is if I put him on a swing. If I could put him on a swing, then I could get him to open up and talk. And his mom was sat in on the therapy sessions, and so he had just started school, and he was on the swing, and I asked him if he liked school, and he said yes. And then I asked him, well, are you making any friends? And he just looked at me. He said, yeah, and I have a girlfriend. And I think that surprised his mom, because his mom just perked up and maybe hadn't heard this before. And I said, well, I said, is your so you're spending time playing with this girl at your school? And he says, oh yeah, we play every day. And then he says, and I think I'm gonna marry her. And but so his mom and I were trying to suppress our smiles at this point, but he just kept going, and he said, but I'm not sure she wants to marry me, because she wants to marry her grandfather. And then so it's getting harder to stifle our laugh.
Yeah.
And then the last thing he says was, and he says, but I'm not too worried about that, because I think he's going to probably pass away pretty soon, and then I'll be able to marry.
Oh my goodness, that's great. Great story. All right, and we have to wrap it up for today. How did you want to end off?
Well, I just want to thank you and your crew for allowing us this opportunity to do these podcasts. We've had a great time with you. You've been a terrific interviewer.
Is this our last show?
I think this might be our last scheduled show.
I wasn't sure. Oh my goodness. All right.
So I wanted to take a moment and just thank you for all your time and your energy and your effort and your brilliant smile and all your help putting this together and making it happen for us. We
Ditto, ditto,
Appreciate it.
ditto. Thank you. Awesome. Really pleasure having you all here and looking forward to the next time we connect. We will. And I come back
Yes,
down to
we will
Melbourne. I'll stop in
connect.
next time. I was this
Absolutely. Don't.
close.
Yes,
All right.
you
Thank
are.
you so much.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Have a great
All
day.
right.
Thank you to all
Bye-bye.
the
You
staff as
too.
well. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. Tracy Claremont joining us here, our certified hypnotherapist, life coach, and friend. Welcome back. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm doing great. How are you, Jill?
I'm doing okay. It's been a while. Good to see you. Please tell everyone a little bit about what you do.
Of course. My name is Tracy Claremont. I'm a certified hypnotherapist and a life coach. I am located in beautiful Western Montana, and I have an office here that I work out of, but I also do sessions, hypnotherapy sessions, and life coaching over Zoom. So I can do it with anybody all over the country or the world. And because I do understand that Western Montana is not some place that people easily get to. But I love doing hypnotherapy over Zoom and to people all over. It's so very interesting. And so I can be reached on my website, which is TracyClaremontHypnotherapy.com. And that's TracyClairmont hypnotherapy.com, or I can be reached via email, and that's hypnowithtracy@yahoo.com. So that's hypnowithtracy@yahoo.com. And I also have an Instagram page, which is also Tracy Claremont Hypnotherapy. So a few different ways that I can be reached.
Awesome. And what did you want to discuss for today? Unfortunately, or fortunately, no, it's sad. It's your last show you mentioned, so it's our last time together. But maybe not. You never know. So what did you want to focus on today and want our listeners to learn?
Well, I really just want to focus on a message of healing with this 10th podcast. Like you said, I don't know if there's going to be future things or not, but I really want to wrap up these podcasts with a message of healing and really encouraging people to take charge of their emotional healing. There's so much suffering that goes on in the world, and there's so many different ways to heal. I also, as you know, am a regular licensed mental health therapist, doing psychotherapy. That's one way of healing, of course, but there's so many other ways. There's meditation, acupuncture, and Reiki, and all sorts of different ways to heal in the world. And I just really want to encourage people to take advantage and take charge of their emotional healing. So course, I am a strong believer in hypnotherapy. I love doing it. I see miracles through hypnotherapy all the time, and it always is just an amazing process. And I advocate it because it's a completely natural form of healing. You know, it's that process of being guided into a completely relaxed state, and, you know, where your nervous system is put to sleep, so to speak, and where you can access the subconscious mind part of your brain and really do that exploration of past experiences and feelings that drive different issues that people struggle with today. And it really makes it so you can really address any kind of issue, you know, because it's all those issues are related to our experiences that we pack away in our subconscious mind. And a lot of times in regular mental health therapy, and I am an advocate of that as well. However, in that process, when you're working with the conscious brain, you know, it takes a lot of time to develop a trust relationship with your client and help them feel safe in your environment to really unpack those things in their conscious minds. And with hypnotherapy, you know, you're guided into that relaxed state so that your nervous system is, you know, put to sleep and you can feel safe to unpack and open up those things in your subconscious mind. So it's a faster process to getting at the core root causes of your issues. And it's very impactful for sure. It's just a great place to work miracles around your issues. So, you know, it helps you to be in that emotionally regulated state, calm mind, calm body, to do that emotional healing. And a lot of times that's why people don't go to therapy or don't get help to work on their greatest issues, because they're afraid of unpacking those things, you know? A lot of people have put considerable effort, and understandably so, because some experiences are so traumatic and scary that you want to lock them away in your mind and just keep them at bay so you can go through your life and your day and with some kind of you know, some kind of joy. So you pack things away, and a lot of times people will get stuck in that place when things get buried. And as I said before, you know, if you don't express those thoughts and feelings based on those experiences, they will express themselves, right?
Yeah.
They'll come out in unhealthier ways. They'll come out in emotional kind of dysregulation, or they'll come out in physical illnesses. There's all sorts of ways that they will be expressed if not released in a healthy manner. So hypnotherapy is one of those ways to accomplish that. And I also want to say it's never too late. It's never too late to do this work. I do this work with all people of all ages. You know, I've worked with people who have even been like I worked with somebody who was 80 years old, you know, and we did that healing around things that she carried for all those years, and she experienced that relief, and it was a beautiful thing. So it's never too late to do this work on emotional healing that will free you and allow you to experience joy and fulfillment in your life. There's just so much suffering that goes on today that can be healed. You know, it comes out, and that suffering comes out in depression and anxiety, like I said, physical illnesses. That it even comes out in violence, and racism and hatred.
Yeah.
All of it comes out. But help is available.
Well, that's always good to know.
Yeah.
Remind us how we can get help from you. Just tell us the website before we continue.
The website is TracyClaremontHypnotherapy.com, and my email is hypnowithtracy, and that's TRACY @yahoo.com. And I also have an Instagram page, same name, Tracy Claremont Hypnotherapy, if you'd like to reach out to me and schedule an appointment.
God, thank you so much. Sorry, my phone is not on silent. Anyway,
No problem.
what else are we discussing?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about. That was a great cue for the next thing I was.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Go ahead.
I was going to talk about, some of the things in our modern world that kind of put obstacles in our way as far as emotional health and wellness. We live in a world full of technology. That was perfect timing. And I do appreciate technology, because without that, I wouldn't be sitting here on a podcast with you today. So there are great things about technology, and I do appreciate those things in our modern world. However, I will say that our modern world and technology has really served to interfere with our ability to genuinely connect.
Concentrate, everything. It's always, right? Nonstop.
Yes, learn relationship. We learn to regulate our emotions through experience in relationship. And, you can't do that through relationships through a phone or through social media. It needs to be face-to-face, genuine human contact, which is how we humans have survived always, through groups, being in groups of people. And it's no different today, only now, our grouping is challenged. It's different. You can't, like 10,000 likes on social media is not the equivalent to even one face-to-face connection in human relationship, right? And that emotional growth happens in face-to-face human relationship. Our ability to regulate our emotions happens. We learn that in relationship. That's why, when we have a baby and they're crying, they can't go to a phone and get comfort from somebody on a phone. They look to a human to provide that comfort, and that comfort comes from human contact. You hold your children close to you. You rock through movement, you comfort them, regulate their nervous system. We sing to our kids, right, to help regulate their nervous system. We touch them, we stroke them, like we rub our kids' back at night to get them to relax. Those are all human contact situations where emotional regulation is being learned. And there's just no other way to do that other than human contact. And then, we do that throughout, even into our adulthood. A hug from somebody who you're connected to and trust is very healing when you're dysregulated, right? Unless you have some big traumatic stuff in your subconscious that doesn't allow you to have human contact, and those are things to work on. So, it's almost like with technology today, it's almost like emotional malnutrition or something for our brains. So we really need, we have these obstacles to overcome. But the great news is again, it's never too late. Our brains, they always want to heal, they want to grow, they want to organize. They remain adaptive throughout our entire lifetime. That's why I can work with somebody who's 80 years old and make great gains. They're always ready to establish new neural pathways, create new neural pathways, and moving towards that emotional healing and well-being. So, of course, the first step in all of that is making the choice to heal, like making the choice to do the work. Again, that can be a scary thing, and I completely understand that, but it's all important to do so you can, reach a place of fulfillment and joy in your life, and have more moments of that.
We want more of that, yes.
Absolutely, and we want to feel comfortable within ourselves. We want to have love and acceptance of our own selves.
Yeah.
That's a big goal. It's a big job getting there. But those are the things that lead to fulfilling, joyful lives, and our ability to have genuine connection and relationship with other humans, right?
Yeah, that we even take for granted so much.
Yeah, it's all important. All
I'm
important.
here like, all right, I'm like, I want to get you for social media. I'm like, I want to take a picture. Look, I want to do this. I want to do. Your mind's always thinking, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So the importance of that genuine face-to-face human connection is just so important. And you asked me last podcast, I think, if hypnotherapy is always successful, and I just wanted to say about that. I've never had hypnotherapy not be successful, but I did want to say that, and it's always been it's always, my clients have always come out of it with a very good feeling and kind of very interested in the things that came up, that they weren't like conscious memories, and making those connections and figuring out what's causing the issue. And then the recording at the end is very feels very good. It's all of those things, that new suggestions that you want to be driven by. And a few years back, I was going through my own difficult time in my life. I had lost my little sister. She had passed away. It was a very difficult time for me, and I remember around that time I was really focused on the word hope. I was focused on the word hope, like hope that things can be better, hope for a better tomorrow, hope that this gets easier, and whatnot. So much so that I even tattooed it on my wrist. I don't know if you can see that, so that I could look down on my wrist and see hope, keep hope. Well, all of these years later, what I've come to understand is hope isn't strong enough. It's kind of a maybe it will be better, maybe it won't, but we need to have the belief. So I replaced hope with belief, that we have to believe that it can be better, that it will be better. Belief is a very strong word. If we embrace the belief that things can be better and will be better, we believe that, behaviors can change. We believe that life can be joyful and peaceful, right? That is the strong word that we need to move forward with, okay? More so than even hope. So we can't change those experiences of the past, but we can change how they affect us today, right? And we can believe that it will and can get better. So if you come into hypnotherapy with that belief, then absolutely it will be successful, because you've already done half the work, right? You've already gotten to the place of belief. And then the hypnotherapy just comes to support all of that. And it we say in hypnotherapy that you can't fix what you don't understand. And through hypnotherapy, going back into those experiences and memories, we do the detective work to figure out and to understand what drives these issues. And once you have an understanding about them, then we can do healing around them. So I'll give you an example. I did hypnotherapy with a man who came to me, and his issue was that he was choosing toxic relationships. And he was in one at the time that he came to me, a relationship where he just was not valued, and there was just tons of fighting. He was always trying to fix it, make it happy and whatnot. And he'd had a few of these relationships, and he really was the feeling he came with was just miserable and hopeless, right? And he didn't know if hypnotherapy could help him with this, but he was like, I don't know what else to try. So I'm trying this. So we went into a nice relaxed state of hypnosis. We brought up the feelings and the issue, and then we went back to scenes related to this issue, like the core beginning of this issue that he was experiencing. So we went back to the first scene, and he was a young adult. A lot of times we go back right into childhood, but with him we went into his young adulthood. And he was in the hospital. He'd been in a very serious car accident. He had been driving recklessly in a high state of emotion. So he wasn't actually suicidal, but he was okay with killing himself in a car accident as he was driving recklessly. Didn't really care if he lived or died. And then he woke up in the hospital, and he was seriously, severely injured, like had almost lost his life. So when he woke up, he was in a coma for a while, and he woke up and he realized that in this scene, he noticed his mom wasn't there. Mother wasn't there. In fact, she hadn't come to the hospital, and she lived in the area. And she never did come to the hospital. The only person that did come to the hospital during all of his long recovery was his brother. And when I asked him, like, what is he feeling in that, he was saying he was forgotten, not cared about, not loved, not good enough, not worthy, a failure. Those were all the feelings that came from that scene. And then we went to the second scene, and then he was a 10-year-old child in this scene. He was living on a farm, and he was working, doing chores, really working hard. And was picturing himself, doing these chores and just sweating and working so hard. And his siblings were doing no chores. They were doing whatever they wanted. He was the only one working. And he describes that he was working hard to please his mother. And when he went to his mother and told her all these things that he'd done and showed her, he did not receive what he was hoping for. In fact, she was unkind to him. She said, berated him. He hadn't done enough. She was criticizing what he had done and degrading him and leaving him to feel unloved, unwanted, like he couldn't do enough to gain her acceptance. So then we left that scene and we went to the third scene, the last scene. And in this scene, he went all the way back to the womb. And he was in the womb of his mother. And I said, what are you feeling, experiencing, sensing? And he said that his mother was extremely upset that she was pregnant. She did not want to be pregnant, and she wanted to get an abortion. She wanted to abort him. And she was saying things about this pregnancy was ruining her life. And she wanted an abortion, but she was also being told that she couldn't. It wasn't her choice, and she was going to have this pregnancy. Her parents were telling her that she had to have this pregnancy, and she was feeling trapped in the situation. Actually, I don't know if it was her parents or a husband anyway, that she had to have this pregnancy, and she was feeling trapped in the situation, and she did not want this child. So the feeling from this scene in utero, which is amazing that we can have memories that are in utero, was that of feeling unloved, unwanted, alone, desperate for acceptance, heartbroken that he wasn't wanted to this degree. So we took all these scenes and we made the connections between his choice of relationship today and those experiences. And he put it together that he was, again, chasing love from women that were unable to give that kind of love. He was desperately trying to gain their love, but they were women who were just like his mom and not going to give him that love and acceptance. They didn't have that ability. So again, working with, doing the healing around that. And, that healing, it's gaining the recognition and then putting in the suggestions about, I survived against all odds. I'm meant to be here. I have purpose. I have meaning. I don't need the love from my mom. I no longer need that. I can easily find love as a grown man, better love that is respectful and caring and not dependent, but instilling all of that in there and then having him just take that home and do the self-hypnosis and listen. Those kind of healings have great impact on fulfillment and joy in your life. And it did with him, that it really did have a great impact on him. So that's just an example of.
That's a great example. And how is he today after all your sessions?
He split up with the woman that he was with, and he has chosen more fulfilling relationships that, where people who actually value him, that he understands, excuse me, and has that knowing and that acceptance and love for himself.
So it's possible. Change is there for you if you're listening. It is possible to fix whatever you think is wrong. And Tracy, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No. We are almost out of time. Unfortunately, I know we started 3 minutes late, but I can't stay longer. I needed to ask you, how did you want to end today, and tell us how we can reach you?
Again, just want to end today with knowing that suffering does not have to continue. There are ways to heal. Hypnotherapy is one of those. Even life coaching and getting support that is meaningful is so healing in itself. So help is out there. I can be reached via email on hypnowithtracy, and it's TRACY @yahoo.com. I can be reached on my website, Tracy Claremont Hypnotherapy, and that's TRACYCLAIRMONT hypnotherapy.com, or on Instagram with the same name. And I would love to work with you. I love doing this work.
Thank you so much. Pleasure having you here. I'm sure we will connect again, if not here in the future. We don't have a choice. We're connected for life now. Pleasure being with you and speaking with you. Really, you're awesome. And thank you so much for everything. Have a great day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back with our friend and mental health counselor once again, Catherine Zittebart, joining us here today from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, internationally certified trauma-informed sex educator, also a counselor that specializes in working with neurodivergent individuals. So we are back with her today, and KT, we should call her KTZ to be exact. That's the website. Go to KAYTEEZEE.com. Welcome back to the show today. How are you?
I gotta be honest with you, Jill. I feel like the world is on fire and I'm like caught up in the middle of a storm. I'm unable to orient myself. I almost canceled our conversation today. And then I was like, you know what? First of all, I was too late. And secondly,
never too late.
But also, don't I look like I'm coming in from heaven with the lights behind me?
Oh, it's very angelic.
If anybody's looking at it, I hope that's okay. But I'm so much about the tools that I'm instructing are practical. I thought we could just talk a little bit about feeling like the world is on fire. Like we don't even have to label or name for what reason. My goodness. And maybe just some things we can do to like discharge some of that, or like move the body if you're starting to feel a little shut down, so that anybody listening or watching can walk away with a couple actual useful tools.
Beautiful.
That's what I thought we could do today.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, because the world is on fire, and
the world is on fire.
Crazy. Yep.
Yeah. So, because I am a interactive human, and you said that you're cool with the conversation. I'm just curious, are you cool with talking about a little bit about how you're feeling, or I can share how I'm feeling?
Absolutely. I'm an open book, anything. Absolutely.
So I know you've got young ones and we've got lots going on, and I'm just curious about like how we're holding the mom heart.
Well, to be honest with you, the mom heart is so sad for all these children and families. And you hear this this horror that's going on, right? Versus Israel and Palestine and Hamas, and we're hearing about children being beheaded and murdered. It's just disgusting. But I have a 6 and 8 year old.
Let's take a big breath in through our nose, out of the mouth. 2 more. And it's like you're trying to blow out a candle with the exhale. Okay. See what happens when we name the scary thing.
Yeah.
Naming the scary thing makes it very, very, very real. I didn't mean to set this up in this way, truly.
No.
But I know there's the reflection of all the concern an adult would have for the humans, for the planet. We have so much understanding about some of the structure, regardless of what our position in it or belief is. We understand we're in this big structure and our kids are just having an experience.
Yes.
The parts of us that feel afraid, the parts of us that are scared, the parts of us that are freaking out are like children.
Yeah.
So,
it's so true.
So can I refer us back to the sense of bum?
Yeah.
Remember, so if you're driving your car, you're not going to do it. Well, actually, if you're at a stop sign, do it and then film it and tell me.
Yeah.
But whatever surface you're on, that you're just literally, I call it sense of bum, that we're just just walk a little bit. Now you have a sense of bum. Do you have a sense of bum?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you're feeling sad in your heart.
Yeah. Very sad, angry, frustrated, nauseous, sickening.
Ooh, that's a lot, right?
When you're watching it on the news, you see it. You're seeing the blood. You're seeing the devastation. You're seeing the bombs. And
so let's take a breath in through the nose and out of the mouth. So if we were in the thing together, what I'm noticing right now is that you're using eyes to describe your experience. You see this, I'm watching this, you see that, I'm watching that. So I might suggest, if we were together, I would say, oh, pick something to look at, Jill. That's not that you enjoy.
Oh, my water. Okay.
No, that's fine. The water bottle.
Okay.
The water bottle. No, even that. And describe it to me physically.
It's smooth. I like the packaging. It's Poland Spring.
What do you like about the packaging?
It's comforting and it's cold. It feels good.
Cold.
Yeah.
See, now I can't see that it's cold from here. Did you get it from your refrigerator?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, a while ago. Yeah. It was in the fridge. Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes when I drink out of my water bottle, I feel guilty because I never drink enough because I have cats and gravity.
Yeah.
So I have a slightly different relationship to water bottle.
Got it.
But are we starting to? So because you're telling, this is just how I would approach this moment in a conversation, but because you're going to the sense of sight.
Yes.
I would want to invite a little bit of disruption to that circuit, that mind circuit, by giving you something else to direct your attention on, which would be pick something up and tell me what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that at least just gets you in a different relationship to that sense.
Yeah.
And so now you know that you can just consider a thing. You don't necessarily have to, are you the water bottle? No.
No.
It is an idea. It is a terrifying fucking idea. The world is on fire. Oh my God, everything's going to happen. We're all going to die and it's all tomorrow. And believe me, I have brain cancer 17 times a day. I'm so good at it because I've survived cancer. And then I go up, I'm feeling it, right? I'm feeling it through my nerves. So I'm going to go physical. I'm feeling it through my ears. I'm going to go listen to music. It's a way to disrupt. I think about it like disruption.
Mm-hmm.
And then remember that smile we did? Do you remember? Nobody remembers. But see, she's smiling now. You bring the tip of your tongue to that behind your upper teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody remember who was the stranger on the internet. And bring that gentle smile to your lips. Let's bear in mind that as terrifying as an idea is, it is a thought, it is an idea. And we can bear that in mind, like way up in the ethers to the heavens, because we're the grown-ups, so we need to have some kind of distance when we're entering into loving kindness space. I'm not saying this works all the time. I am not saying this works linearly. So now we're smiling. And now we're going to get your hands back into it. And you put your hands on your heart and you smile to your heart, knowing that there are big, scary, terrible, frightening things, and we all have to deal with them because holy shit. But also right now I'm here. Right now I can feel. When I'm working with dissociation, especially online, I'll be like, you have to be real first, and then you can feel, but make it real. So if it's an idea, make it real. If it's a sensation in the body, what might you write it down? How might it look like this is why yoga works, by the way, right? Because we go into a shape. We hold an intention in the shape. This is if you're practicing yoga, not if you're doing yoga.
Got it.
Right. But fancy Sanskrit word, Garuda Asana. Fancy, yeah. The eagle god. There's a god of an eagle. I don't know him well, but I like the idea of it. And you make your body into this pretzel, which makes no sense. What does an eagle have to do with pretzel? I don't know. And I'm doing the pretzel, and it's Garuda Asana. And finally somebody says, as above, so below. And I'm like, oh, that's right, because the eagle has perspective. And then the shape of Garuda Asana creates an infinity with my body. And so I can be contemplating so many ways, but some days I just want to give myself a big hug, and that's all I'm going to do, and that's all I do. So the idea, making it real and then doing things with it. I'm just in a conversation right now with a colleague because I'm writing teacher training, and I'm trying to make some of these concepts tangible. She's nodding. This is good. I'm very good at being abstract. But I would say make it a game.
Okay.
But also, like, I notice where I get so activated, I would call it, where the arousal is so much that I either just like check out or go to rage. I can't say that you do that, but I do. I go to rage. If I go to rage, I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time there. I don't have a lot of room for rage in my body. If I shut down, I'm going to go into shallower waters, right? So a lot of what somatics does is, instead of saying like, this is a that response, this is a trauma response, this is a stress, who cares? It says, what happens when this happens? And so you're just asking questions of your literal self, your actual physical body. With children, to be redirecting that attention, that kindness, that whatever back to self starts to create a lived experience of what a lot of scientists like to call emotional regulation, or regulating we need a regulated child. Got to regulate your child, Jill. Make sure they get all the check marks. Come on, who children are little DNA strands unraveling to infinity.
Exactly. Yep.
So the somatic approach would say, you're very, excited about this, scared about this, somebody on the, okay, good. Let's make it into a thing and then do something with the thing. It's symbology. Children are doing it all the time anyway. Let's play house. Let's play that. Why don't we do it as grown-ups? Why did we stop? This is how trauma healing happens. Trauma heals our inner children, not the grown-up. So let's play with our kids.
Yeah.
And also, when it's a big scary thing and you notice the sense that's associated with, oh, I see this, you could turn off the TV. You could practice looking in different ways. Have you ever been to a museum?
Yeah.
Have you ever been guided by a docent in a museum?
I've never heard of the word docent.
Docent.
I call them the guides. Okay, but
yes.
I never heard of that word. What is it?
Docent, darling.
Oh, I never heard of that.
In my household, you would call it a docent.
Oh, okay. I learned something new today. But yes, I call it. museum tour guide. Yeah.
Exactly. But they give you context for the art.
Yes, a
They help
lot.
you look at it away. And each docent's going to have a slightly different take on it. And every time you look at it, you might look at it different. Right. But then like the bigger thing is what makes it art in the first place? Why is it in the museum? We can ask. So, and this is where we can start asking the big cultural questions that are as big as what's happening in the Middle East without having to feel into the Middle East, but just practicing thinking bigger and bigger. And I'm declaring that art is a very wonderful way to do it. Art, play, music, dance, gardening. Let's stop flipping. I'm going to try not to swear today because I have a birthday.
It's okay.
That is my passion right now.
Good.
Something else we can do. Let's talk about shaking.
I need to get a drink too.
Please do. Shake your hands. Everything's happening. The world's on fire. Oh my gosh. Oh, don't shake your carpal tunnel hand, please. Keep that
pushing on
it. How about that? This is what we would call adaptive shaking.
Okay, got it.
Find the way that works for you.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a frightened animal? They sit and they're tremoring.
That's what
this is a way that animals, which we are an animal, relieve and release stress is by literally they shake it off.
Oh, now I'm thinking Taylor Swift. Shake it off.
Shake
it off. Now if we could play Taylor, even
that shit. That woman, can you believe how smart that girl is?
She's awesome. And I love how people make fun of her because she has different boyfriends every few months. Good for her. She's awesome.
Nice boy. But so, right. So if you're feeling shut down, then the opposite would be to just shake or be like Matthew McConaughey in
Wolf of Wall Street. You're so funny. Oh my God.
But it's all over. All over. Have you heard the story of why Matthew McConaughey does this?
No.
Matthew McConaughey does this to make himself real before he acts.
Really?
Teacher of his gave him this as a tool.
Didn't know that.
I am a strange person.
No, you have a lot.
I might have made that up, but even if I made it up, I think it's we're just going to go with it. But I don't think I made it up. It's a weird thing for me to come, but who knows? But yes. Oh, and then he's singing in it, right? And he's in the middle of a fucking restaurant.
Totally. Yeah, in New York City.
And now he's a millionaire in the movie. But that's
Yeah.
Well, why can't I do this at the grocery store if I just need to remember I'm real?
Yeah.
What is that doing? That feels so much better. I'm here.
I'm present.
So the world is on fire. We're never going to fix it. The world is on fire. I can't handle it. The world is on fire. This has been me. It's been my mind. I'm in tears, and so why try to do anything beyond my nose? When I feel like that, I feel like that's when the care of self, to be full of care for self, as distinct from self-care, I'm going to do a thing, I have an action that I'm going to take, but that smile helps us cultivate the fullness of care for self. And children love it. Have you taught your children the smile yet? Did I give you that assignment?
No, I have not, but I will go to see them in
about an
hour and a half. No, with the tongue behind. My son just got a palate expander in his mouth.
How's he doing? Dental
He's only 8, right? So he's like, his mouth is like, it's bad enough mommy goes in and I have to put a tool in and tighten it. So
hold hands, maybe. And then you smile through your hands and he receives the smile. And
sore there.
I don't know how his face feels.
He's sore. His teeth are sore, but I don't know.
And just acknowledging the pain.
Yeah.
That this whole we have to just tough through it, and adults, we do that. We have to tough through it, don't we?
Always.
Can't take a year off work because something happens. No, we've got to. So also then, how can I be cultivating a different lived experience inside? So when I'm getting together with people, that we can be experiencing connection rather than like just trying to hold it together.
Mm-hmm.
So the KDZ today, KAYTEEZEE, I think the best benefit I can offer today is all of the science, all of the spirit, everything distills to, we're going to look at things a different way. Focus, we're exhaling. When people say, take a deep breath, breathe, just exhale. Just notice that you're exhaling, because that's going to bring the body towards relaxation. If you're upset about something, start saying it out loud. Mine is, I feel like the world is on fire. I will always talk about feelings. I'm never going to say, you're never going to hear me use see. So my remedy is going to be a different direction based on how I understand the yoga that I'm in. But even if it's not, I'm now like, oh, well, I've noticed what's happening. I've noticed what's happening in my mind. I've named what's happening in my body. I don't have to label the emotion. I don't have to label the meaning. I don't have to call it good or that. Identifying something and labeling something are not necessarily the same in this moment, right? Because I'm just identifying that I'm having a feeling. And then I'm saying that feeling is a lot more or less, whatever. So I'm just going to cultivate a different feeling. Maybe I'm going to deal with the why later. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm at work, like whatever. And then also when it gets into those deeper layers of pain, we don't always remember. I don't want to remember all of my wounds. I want to repair them. Smile, have an orgasm. Don't want with your kids. We do that, just remember, because we're the grown up and we have discernment. We have a responsibility to that. But it's all coming from the same place. It's all coming from us.
True.
And that this larger perspective, right? I'm holding that my job right now is I am the mom and my job is to protect and I'm terrified and blah, blah, but you want to come from the love. So this is one way. There's so many ways. I just offer one of them. And then sometimes we bang on things and make sound, and it's really fun, and art as well.
Did you paint that? You're pointing behind you. Is that something
I am pointing behind?
did?
I made all of this. Yeah.
Did you?
Want to see what my boot looked like before I had it cut off?
No, let me see. Let me see.
So I did a whole ritual before I had my mastectomy, and I painted my body. And I put paint on my breasts, and then I made breast prints. Because I didn't want to look back at the figure that I no longer have. I wanted to look back at the transformation. I made it art.
Love it.
Other people do different things.
Oh, it's beautiful.
But like, where do I have agency? I got to cut it off. They're going to do all this stuff. I don't want and I wanted it gone. I take them both, man. I don't want cancer in this body.
Yeah.
But I'm also not going to make her name is Blanche. Blanche and Bob Boob, B-E-W-B.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you had names. Okay. I
named them.
Great.
Well, because Blanche was going to individuate. Go off on her own. I wanted a way to kind of have a little bit of distance, but also be related. So I named them. And I also had the provider's name speak to Blanche. We talked about Blanche. We didn't talk about cancer. Having it personified gives me, like, I can feel connection right now. My energy body is like feeling into breast, even though it's not here. So that's, I guess, also what I do. I used to think it was cheating, but now I understand it's actually quite useful. It doesn't make the problem go away. It just helps me relate to it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And so the world's on fire. We're not going to fix it. So we're going to breathe in through our nose, out through our mouth. Make sure we have a sense of bum so we remember that we're real.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then we're going to come into the circuit that we make with people. Jill and I would so be like hanging out if we were.
Totally.
Well, I can tell our bodies just like do the same thing.
Now I'm feeling like, oh, I need to stretch.
Yeah, see?
Yawn. It's so good to be
Heaven
myself with
forbid
you.
we should actually relax when we're supposed to be having a terrible time. Oh my goodness. It's okay. It is okay. So pleasant.
Ah, thank you, Katie.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, remind us how we can reach out to you before I fall.
KAYTEEZEE. I'm the only Catherine Zitterbart online. And I
Are
will
you
see
really?
next week.
That's awesome, right? Because
the only Katie Zitterbart. I'm not the only
in the
Zitterbart.
world, but in the world.
To my knowledge, I'm the only me.
I mean,
But
of course.
Also, to my knowledge, I'm the only Katie Zitterbart. I'm sure I'm not, though.
I know what you mean.
I'm a German with the first name Catherine. That's pretty European. So.
Well, thank you for being here
Thank
again.
you.
And spell the website
KAYTEEZEE. She's a whack job with a background in science. That's all people need to know. We have a lot of fun together.
Beautiful. We do. Thank you so much for today. The world may be on fire, but we still need to live life and be happy. Thank you so much.
Pleasant. Just find a little bit of pleasant.
Good. Thank you again. Have a great day, sweetheart. Thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Dream to Rise. Cynthia Encinas Concordia joining us. Excited to have her here. She's the founder and CEO of Dream to Rise LLC. How are you today?
I'm doing very well and so glad to meet you here, Jill.
Same here. Pleasure. And she's helping you out there, listen up, to reach your dreams, right? She's going to bring us on a little journey of self-discovery, and she can really help anyone manifest anything they've dreamed about. So tell us a little bit about the concept of Dream to Rise.
Yes, as what you have mentioned, Dream to Rise is really a journey of self-discovery and towards manifesting your dream. And this is to help those who have experienced their traumas and they got stuck there. They got stuck there for several years and so on. Mm-hmm. But because of fears, limiting beliefs, doubts, and worries. But here with my one-on-one coaching, my group coaching, me being a guest in some of the international conferences, speaking engagements, and podcasts, I am able to really help inspire and empower those who are really struggling with their limiting beliefs and fears. So they could live the life they love.
Beautiful. We're excited to have you here to talk more about the coaching you do, the group, the one-on-one. Also, we have a Dream to Rise Inner Circle. But first, before we talk about the work you're doing, I want to find out more about you. Where are you from? Tell us about your background and your, your childhood.
Yeah. Oh, well, yes, I'm married. I'm a widow, but I have 2 children. And, you know what? Growing up, I was exposed to really, what's this? Doing service for other people. And because I should say that we're not rich, but my family valued education so much. So they sent me to an exclusive school. I finished college, took up psychology and business management, and this opened up to service, helping others, at the same time earn a living. Because as being the oldest in the family, I told myself that I made a commitment that I will help my parents in terms of the financial expenses once I get my first job. And after I got my first job, that was the time that I continued helping them. So, but then I worked for the private sector and 2 international organizations, that's Asian Development Bank and the World Bank. So my 32 years with these international organizations, I got involved with a very diverse group of people. And this exposed me to really be more sensitive, be more flexible in terms of how to relate with other people, be more understanding, be more compassionate. So it opened my eyes to really not focus on myself, but really realizing the needs of other people. I had the opportunity to engage with top levels, at the same time the lowest. But then, you know what? Interacting with each one of them, I've learned so much in life, about life.
Now, were you born and raised here or in the Philippines?
In the Philippines.
Ah, okay, good. That's what I read. I wasn't sure. I know you did the business school there, but wanted to ask, oh, wow. So you're the first out of your generation to work like this and have this career and inspire and help your family. That's amazing.
That's well, I think it's our culture as well. And for me, it's a sign of giving back to the family, especially to the parents. Since I'm
Wow.
the oldest one in the family.
Now, okay, so how did you decide to start your own company now, the Dream to Rise? Where did this come from? And I can't wait to talk about some of your upcoming events too.
Well, actually, when I retired from the bank last November 2019, and I was planning, my intention was really to take care of my mom and help my sister. But it just so happened COVID took place, and I couldn't even go travel and visit them. So suddenly, while I was really scrolling down through the Facebook page, I saw this life coaching thing, and it struck me because I feel that this is aligned to my purpose, aligned to my vision, helping others. So that's when the time that I took the course, I got certified, and then I started my Dream to Rise business to September 2020.
Wow.
And yeah, but on the personal side, I've gone through so much trauma as well, wherein I came from an abusive relationship for 23 years, and this started when my daughter was only 5 months old, back home in the Philippines. But when I actually convinced my husband to move here to the US to give our children better opportunities and at the same time work on our relationship. But it turned out to be the other way. He was on 2 restraining orders. And I on the second restraining order, he was given a 2-year permanent restraining order that was requested by my son. He was hitting my son continuously, and my daughter was the one who initiated the call. And that was the time when But then, you know what? I continue to remind the children that, hey, your dad loves you and would still want to be connected with you. And I'm so happy that they invited their dad to attend their graduation, college and high school. That means forgiveness is taking place within the family. So, but then it was the time wherein my son asked me, Mom, will I be going to college? Because I was so depressed. I felt I felt that there's no more value in my life because when he passed away, the worst thing was his family blocked us off from their family because they blame me for his death. And that was the time that I was in my dark bubble for 6 years, 2 years during the restraining order and 4 years after his death. The guilt that I was carrying, imagine I was the cause of his death. And I stopped engaging with other people. I stopped going to the gym because of fear that I'll be judged. I'll be rejected, and I was a failure as a mom and as a wife. So that, and when my son asked me, Mom, will I be going to college? Because he just graduated from high school. And I asked him, for me, it was a slap on my face. I forgot that I still have a son that I have
of
to
course.
take care of. Yes. So when I asked him, where would you like to go to school? And then he said, is it okay to go to Culinary Institute of America? And I've heard about that school because a lot of famous chefs graduated from that school. And when I did my research, I was shocked by the tuition fee. Being a single mom, single earner, where I get that money. But that was the time when I made the decision to create my dream by design, not by default, because I know I have a purpose, and that is my dream is to let him finish college and let him define his purpose and his dream as well. They deserve to live a happy life. And that's the reason why after that, I told myself after he graduated, he's really making an impact on other. Right now, he's working with brigade chef as a brigade chef.
My goodness.
21 schools in the school district in California, helping and training administrators and cooks to prepare food or meals from scratch rather than serving meals to the children, the processed food. And that's the thing. And my daughter, on top of her job as a project manager, she's also a volunteer firefighter. Why? Because it was the volunteer firefighter who tried to revive her dad when he collapsed on the road. So for her, it's give back
Giving
time.
back, yeah.
Yes, so by saving lives. So that's the thing. I had to take that uncomfortable action to go out of my comfort zone. So these dreams may become a reality, be manifested, and the dreams of my children be there for them as well, so they could live a more purposeful life.
Amazing. Well, so happy to have you here and excited to talk more about the work you're doing. Also, you're an author and you have group coaching. We want to talk about one-on-one coaching. Where did you want to go to next?
Yeah, for the one-on-one coaching, it's actually the group coaching. It's a 12-week program wherein I would tell them the 4 secret steps on how to manifest your dream, how to create a blueprint, how to bridge the gap between the limiting beliefs, the fears, how to build and accelerate your dream, and at the same time, at the last part is harvesting your dream. What have you become throughout the journey? And if they still need more, I could go on a one-on-one coaching with them to dive in more in terms of what do they really need? Have they, if they want to really go to the core of fixing what are the blockages that they have that stop them from moving forward to manifest their dream. And then the Dream to Rise Inner Circle, actually this was created because my old clients wanted me to have a continuous communication with them. And because I know being in a group makes a difference. You cannot do it by yourself. So here we are supporting each other, helping each other. Actually, I had this retreat last year in Buffalo with all of them and told them, okay, instead of me, because this is on a weekly basis, instead of me doing a session for you, I want you now to do a session for the group because I want them to really rise and shine, build their confidence, and then share their skills, their talents, their gifts to the members.
Ah, wow. This is beautiful work. Amazing. Now, okay, hold on. I also have to add about how many books have you wrote and when did you write these books?
Actually, the first book, my first solo book, My Journey into Becoming, was released January of 2022. And this is my story and and I shared the tools and strategies which I have used to overcome all my blockages and now doing what I'm doing. And then I became a co-author on Overcoming Self-Sabotage. That was released May of 2023. And then My Dream to Rise anthology, which was released January 2024. It's now an international bestseller. I'm glad.
Oh my goodness. And where can we find these books?
Well, they are now in Amazon. And actually the Dream to Rise can be found in Barnes and Noble, in Discover Books. What's this? Discover Books, the Thrift Books, Walmart, eBay. I think there are 10 distributors now of this Dream to Rise. And I'm so happy that this is now expanding.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. This is beautiful work. Let's remind everyone how we can contact you, please. Tell us the website, phone number, any social media pages.
I have my Dream to Rise info. That's my website. And they could email me at cconcordia2@gmail.com or cecdreamtorise@gmail.com. And my social media, I am on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and LinkedIn. Just look for Cynthia Concordia.
Beautiful. And tell me where you're going to be next. You have some upcoming events. This is fantastic.
Yes, this is in March. I'm leaving. I was invited by Ideas Global Forum in Paris from March 8 to 9. This is more on about women empowerment. And in May 4 to 5, I will be in Toronto to speak. In Paris, I was invited to be a keynote speaker. So I'm just excited.
Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. And I would love to hear some of your client testimonials. I know on the website I was able to read some. There's a lot of people who say great things about you. I'll share one. Sharon Smith says, Cynthia is currently working with one of my daughters. She has been an absolute godsend. I have seen such growth and confidence in my daughter since she began 4 weeks ago, and I cannot thank Cynthia enough for sharing her life's purpose with us. Someone else wrote, James says, working with Cynthia has helped me significantly in manifesting my dreams. I'm in the early stages of manifestation, but the empowering energy that I receive from our sessions is priceless. Cynthia has taught me a lot about myself through our conversation, and I truly appreciate her expertise. That's from James Watkins. Could you share a story or two of someone that you've worked with and how you've helped them?
You know what? Someone connected with me through LinkedIn, and then it was her daughter who's having problems, and she asked me, Cynthia, could you help my daughter? So when I had a talk with her, a chat with her daughter, well, she agreed to work with me, no? And from at the start, she was not that comfortable in terms of sharing her feelings and her emotions and so on, her problems. But as we went through the process, she became more comfortable, more open-minded, because the mom has the same age as me,
Okay.
as I am. And I kept on sharing with her, where is her mom coming from? Because I am also the mom for her. And and then she opened up her, it made her realize that I still also need to work on myself so that
Oh,
I will be able to really have a good relationship with my mom. When her first job, during the first sessions, she was not happy with her first job. And I asked her, why are you not happy? Because I don't want to wear this mask of being happy in front of people. I don't like to engage with people. And I told her, and I asked her why. Because I don't want to be with people. But you know what? After the last session, she even got a promotion wherein her colleagues recommended her.
oh, wow.
So we worked on how she worked with or engaged with her colleagues. And then she even invited them to their place to have a movie night, which was very surprising according to her mom, because she always stays in her room. And now she's very vibrant. She likes to connect with people. And the mom told me, Cynthia, now I'm learning from my daughter because of her session with you. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
my
Uh-huh.
goodness.
Uh-huh.
Ah, what are now, how do you tell someone, because everyone has dreams and manifestations, but you hear about manifesting and vision boards. Is there a tip that you can give us, techniques that we could start today? Like, is there something that, people think sometimes they manifest and people say, well, it's not working. What am I doing wrong? There's some more than just wanting and writing it down, right?
Yes, yes. It's actually your mindset, having a growth mindset. So tell yourself that were you were created here on earth because you have a mission. We have that power to create the life we love. And the power we have or within us is actually greater than the circumstances and conditions surrounding us. We may have this war going on, the wars going on, health issues, the inflation.
Yeah.
We can create our dream by design, not by default. It's only up to us to overcome all those fears, all those limiting beliefs, all those doubts and worries. We need to manage our fear. So how do we manage our fear? Try new things. Go out of your comfort zone. Our fear will just be there to to make us uncomfortable and challenge us, because when you're being challenged, that means you're going out of your comfort zone. You're learning something new. And when you're learning something new, that's when you're growing and you're thriving. Remember, opportunities are actually at the borderline of your comfort zone. So for me, whatever you have learned in life, share that light so others may be able to share their light as well. And my vision statement is very simple. Spread sunshine and happiness to all. So this may create a ripple effect. It all boils down to us, each one of us.
Beautiful. Well, you say you're having a hard time visualizing your dream. Probably your purpose is not yet clear. You offer a free masterclass. What's that all about?
Oh, I just had my master class last February 22nd.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and then it was a session wherein I helped them design their dream, create a blueprint of their dream, how to test your dream, and then how to overcome fear and the forgiveness being a daily practice. So that's the whole thing. And then we had some breakout sessions wherein I asked them to create their dream. Given 3 years from now, what's your dream? Focusing on the 4 domains of our life, which is health and well-being, our relationships, our purpose or vocation, and our time and money freedom. What would you love to do, to have, to create, to be, and to give? That's all.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you've been doing this now for so long, helping people. There's great reviews on your, on what you're doing. You have books. What's next for you? Are you going to have your own show soon?
Actually, I'm focusing now on actually marketing my book, and at the same time doing some speaking engagements. So if there are people who would like to get in touch with me and share my dream, and so I may be able to inspire and empower others, I'm available. And I'm still working on my next book, but this is more on, because my Dream to Rise was more on the females. And I'm glad I'm so proud. I have one co-author who's a male who shared who was vulnerable to share his story. He was a professional rugby player, a professional model of Calvin Klein, Ralph Lauren, and an actor. He was the American Pie, but now he's doing what he's doing, sharing this healing work for those. He's now in Bali. He does this in Bali, in South Africa, and in India. So I want now to focus on the guys, because
can we ask his name?
Brett Shuttleworth.
Perfect. We'll have to look him up. One more time. Brett?
Brett. Brett Shuttleworth.
All right. Wow. This is fascinating. So men out there too, come on, get started.
And that's what I want to focus next.
All right.
To get more males to open up themselves, to express themselves, because a lot of males, they are scared to express themselves, to share their emotions, their feelings. So because they're known to be the protector, the provider, the supporter, but not those with a lot of emotional feelings.
Well, thank you so much. Pleasure having you here. Looking forward to talking more, and excited to be on this journey with you. Could you share one more time how we can reach out to you?
Yes, through my dreamtorise.info website and my email, cecdreamtorise@gmail.com, or my social medias, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, Cynthia Concordia.
Beautiful.
Okay, thank you so much, Jill.
Thank you. You have a fantastic day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back here empowering gender opportunities with Doris Sumner. That's right. Over the last 4 episodes, we've got to talk about your business mission to combat the sexism that many of us tolerate. And we, of course, talked about your awesome newly published memoir. And last week, even discussed your cover art. And of course, the feedback you've been receiving has been amazing. So, what are we going to talk about today? This is actually our final episode.
Yes, that's been very, very exciting to talk about the book, because I think that, again, if you don't understand what a business mission, if you don't understand the need or the impact that it can have on your business, you're really not going to hire it. So I think that my book really solidifies why a diversity consulting company focused on gender bias is really important. My book, it's titled Life at Camp: Combating the Sexism We Tolerate and Why the Military Should Take the Lead. And it's not just a story of my experience, but my experience, the details of trying to present to a very male-centric leadership that if they embrace feminism, it would be a whole lot better. And it was definitely a challenging job, attempting to change a culture where there's this high degree of sexual harassment and sexual assault, and we want to change that culture. So it's like, how do you change the culture? I just kind of wanted to mention that some of the young, strong, professional women have been saying, what do you mean tolerate sexism? I don't tolerate sexism. I don't put up with that. So I wanted to explain a little bit more about what I mean by tolerating sexism, because it can sneak up on us and be sort of tricky. And I spent 33 years specifically driving through the camps of Camp Johnson, and that's why I titled the book Life at Camp. It certainly was a big chunk of my life, although I hope I have another 33 years chunk here on the planet.
Yeah. Well, thank you. We're excited that you are here, and you'll be around for much longer. So what would you say in all this? Of course, why do you say that we tolerate sexism? You know, I certainly think I like to think that I don't tolerate it, but if someone is being sexist toward me, I plan to kind of push back very sternly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. These young women are saying, I don't tolerate it. You know, I give them hell. But, and that's what I recommend. Yes, you definitely push back. But there are some times when it's not safe to push back, or it's not advantageous to our career to push back. We know about retaliation. And often, first, we have to recognize what it looks like and how it shows up. So that's why I use the term tolerate, because I tolerated it for so many years. I was not an equal opportunity officer till I was 40 years old. I had already spent 22 years in the military. And as I'm learning about preventing sexual harassment and discrimination, I'm realizing that I have acclimated into a culture where I've tolerated a lot of sexism.
Got it.
Yeah. So I'd like to give an example of how that shows up. And of course, I write many examples in my book. So like I said, I want to be clear that sometimes, you know, every situation is different, and sometimes it's just not safe to give pushback. But the point is that when we recognize it and we know it's unacceptable, that we make an intentional pushback. So it may not be in the moment. We might not turn around and say something right then, but we do something intentionally to reject it. I got a quote here from Leonardo da Vinci that says, nothing strengthens authority as much as silence. So if we don't say anything, we're saying it's okay. So here's an excerpt from my book, and this comes when we were meeting with a command sergeant major, a very high-ranking person that's in charge of 70% of the force is enlisted people. These are the sergeants and the specialists and the privates. Okay, so this is a command sergeant major who's in charge of the state enlisted. There are hundreds of stories that I could tell where I've tried to tell men in senior military positions in my attempt to help them understand the cultural barriers that women have. So one female in this meeting that we were having, she didn't speak up and tell an example that she had given. So after the meeting, I wanted to tell the sergeant major this example, thinking maybe I could get through to him. This is what she had the way that she read it.
Sure.
I had a terrible headache at drill, so I went up to the first sergeant and I asked if he had an aspirin. He said, no, but I can run you to the store. She said, sure. We were walking across the armory and a bunch of guys were standing around. The first sergeant yells over to them, y'all don't talk about us while we're gone, okay? They all laughed, but it mortified me. This was a combat arms cavalry unit. I was one of 2 women in the unit, and I was trying to earn respect. I was seeking to get a full-time job in the unit. This one comment erased what I had worked so hard to build. After reading her story, I further explained to the sergeant major that even if they hired her for the full-time position, many of those guys might perceive it as a quid pro quo sort of deal, although women did not need a scene like this for guys to think that. When she told me the story, I heard her pain. I heard her humiliation, her disgust and irritation. When I told this sergeant major, that the leader of all enlisted, he chuckled and said, I probably said dumb shit like that before. He admitted to seeing the problem, but he was quick to add, she should have spoken up and called him an asshole. Well, I shook my head. What kind of recommendation is that? I kept on talking, explaining that she wanted to get a job. And the first sergeant was a selecting official, so she couldn't make a fool out of him in front of his troops. All she could do was put it in her imaginary backpack, compounding her headache. I told him so many women don't even recognize this as sexism, but it is. And it deters inclusion and objectifies females. The first sergeant in this story, he took away her power. He made her out to be something that he'd go and have fun with just so his boys could laugh. And to him, it was just a joke. It was just him being funny. But it was another humiliation for her. So I told the sergeant major that women do get tired of constantly combating sexism along with competing with the men. You have to be competent. So I must have felt like I was getting through to him as I continued to make my case. This is why we had the women's workshop. This is why we need a women's group. We need these forums. We need women to understand where their energy is being taken from. And he said, well, if they don't know it, why would we want to tell them? I would continue to engage with command sergeant majors for the next 5 years of my career, and every conversation was hard and felt senseless. I would often vent that I would rather stick a fork in my eye than explain gender bias to another man.
Wow. This sounds like a moment in your career where you really were just banging your head against the wall. Oh my gosh. Well, certainly some tough conversations. I love hearing this and the honesty and the truth of what has happened. And what options did the female, you think, have in that scenario? She certainly wasn't happy, but what could she do?
Yeah, well, certainly calling him an asshole was probably not going to be the wise thing to do. But a lot of women do banter back and forth and use sarcasm and humor. Most of the time, they're just shrugging it off, and saying asshole silently, like whatever, they're just joking, and they don't recognize that's what's happening. So I do advise women to find a safe way to enlighten leaders on how these seemingly casual comments impede equality. Now, would the first sergeant have said that if he's walking out the door with a guy? It's easy for me to suggest that a young woman warrior go tell somebody in leadership, especially now that I'm 60, I'm out of the military, I have no fear of reprisal. But a young woman who's trying to gain rank and respect and, getting a job, it's definitely more of a risk to do that. So what I'm suggesting is that she find a safe person to talk to and get encouragement on how to raise that issue. Mm-hmm. Also, there's other ways that you can lift that voice. Maybe company surveys where they have surveys and you can anonymously say. So when leaders are reading those surveys and they're seeing these comments from the soldiers in the unit, they're like, hey, we need to cut this out. We need to be more aware of what's coming out of our mouth. So there are ways to speak up to say it's not okay.
Interesting. Wow, this is powerful. Let's talk. There's some more disrespect, right? You say a lot of people are thinking about this and this unconscious bias that comes out in comments where sometimes we truly don't mean harm, but It does harm, right? Ah.
Right, right. Actually, the sergeant major in the story provided our diversity team with an example of a sexist remark that he was saying around the units. He used to go, soldiers swear, everybody swears. Well, he used to, when he would swear, when he was in a room, if there was a female in the room, he would look to the female and he'd say, "Oh, I'm sorry," and he would apologize. Well, this female master sergeant, one day she said to him, "Sergeant Major, if you're gonna apologize for swearing, apologize to everybody. Swears aren't gonna burn my ears off. Like, apologize to everybody." And he was kind of surprised, but he said, "That's the way I was raised, to say that we're not supposed to swear around women." But it did make him realize that he was pointing to the women and saying, "I'm sorry for swearing."
Yeah.
And he changed his behavior, probably just swore and didn't apologize at all, but he did realize that he was unconsciously, doing that. It was a sexist thing, saying that women can't hear swears, but men can. And so that's the disparate treatment. And there was a time where Playboy magazines and Playboy calendars were in the work centers. And today I'm certain that male employees would know that that is definitely not okay, because there came a time where people in the workforce were saying, I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm not okay with that. I don't want that around here. And, so it became policy that we're not going to have those things. So the only way we know to change is when somebody, raises that awareness that it's offensive. I don't like it. Yeah. And again, sometimes it's not safe to do it, but we have to find a way to say it's not okay. Yeah.
Wow.
The other thing is sometimes women aren't offended. They think it's funny, or they're bantering, they're playing right along with it, and they don't think it's offended. But again, as I said earlier, if you don't understand the spectrum of harm, sex-based harm begins somewhere, and it generally begins with this attitude, and we test that through words and comments. We see if we can get away with saying, "Hey, honey, I like the way you're looking there," and we see if she's going to tolerate that and banter back, right? So there's someone who would absolutely shut that person down, right? Or a supervisor.
Wow. No, it really is. Oh my goodness. Wow. All right. Well, this is a great show already, as always. Let's remind everyone how we can reach out to you. Tell us about the book. Tell us where we can contact you.
Yes, it's allaboutego.com is my website, and I have the prologue on there, and generally what the book is about, and also previews, reviews of people that have read the book. And the book is available on Amazon, or you can order through local bookstores. And also my business, Empowering Gender Opportunities, I kind of spell out there some of the services that I provide as a diversity consultant for catering to the size of your business, the number of employees, the type of work that you do. So it's all there at it'sallaboutego.com.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll be right back after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Have you ever rolled your eyes or screamed on the inside when a coworker or boss called you honey or sweetie? They mean no harm, right? Perhaps you don't want to be known as the employee who nags about being politically correct. Hi, I'm Doris Sumner, president of Empowering Gender Opportunities, EGO, a diversity consulting company focusing on the gender bias impeding team effectiveness. Are you a fearless leader willing to help your employees? Check out Ego at www.it'sallaboutego.com and let's build synergy.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are back here with Doris Sumner and having a deep conversation really about how sexism shows up in the workplace, everywhere, really. And many of us just kind of tolerate it by shrugging it all off. So she discusses her recommendations and strategies to reject sexism. And of course, what else can we do to help your mission of combating sexism here today, Doris?
Oh, well, thank you. And again, I think a lot of us don't recognize it as sexism. We, like I said, it comes in the forms of jokes or sarcasm or just bantering back and forth, and we do not see the harm that what it's setting the continuum up for. So rejecting it early and saying, I don't like that, that's unacceptable, or finding a way to have the leadership of your section, your unit, your organization say, we cannot tolerate this. During my tenure in the National Guard, I spoke at the highest levels. I gave presentations about sexism and combating sexism and just trying to disrupt that harm by early interventions and changing the culture. Sadly, 1 in 4 women will experience sexual assault during their enlistment. And the military's separate justice system, which is overseen by commanders, has been criticized on this low rate of conviction. So the cost of each survivor is immeasurable. The numbers across the military branches point to the problem getting worse, not better. And sexual assault rates are up. Mm-hmm. The percentage of people reporting sexual assault is down, and trust in the military when it comes to protecting victims is at an all-time low. So that is a sad state of affairs when I talk about military organization, the most esteemed organization in our country, still having this problem. So the military must take the lead, because if we don't do anything, nothing's really going to change or impact the culture. Now, I know I am not okay with another 34 years of this going around. I talked about last time my sister working in the logistical distribution company for 34 years saying there's still sexism. There's more representation, but there's still sexism. And I'm not okay with 1 in 4 women in the military experiencing a life-changing traumatic incident that they have to carry and heal from. So that's why I have this sense of urgency to do something about it. So it's not, it's not something that we can just shrug off, is what I'm saying. So that's why I'm trying to raise so much awareness on it.
Oh my goodness. So what are some of the proposals you write about the military needs to do? It seems there's a lot of attention on this issue. Can you help us understand a little bit why this continues to be such a problem for the military?
Yeah, I think that a lot of the focus has been on the care for survivors, which I applaud and support. Obviously, if something traumatic, sexual assault or sexual harassment happens to you, it is important that the organization have the advocacy to care for the victims and also for accountability. But what I talk about in my book in great detail is the prevention. So let's stop the damage from happening. So how do we fix it? And so what I propose is changing the culture through gender equality accountability. But you can't really enact a law or a policy unless you convince those that have the power that it is going to make the necessary changes. And I learned through the years of activism that it's really hard to pass a law. It's really hard to pass a policy, even within a organization, because you have to convince those that hold the reins that all this work and effort in implementing this is going to be worth it. During the briefings, the senior leaders, I was trying to promote that if we had more women, we would have less sex-based offenses. But they would always tick off the reason why we don't have women. Obviously, the combat exclusion rule and a lot of the positions in the military are combat, or they would say that women just don't want to join the military. They would point to our Vermont National Guard having the first female adjutant general. But regardless, the problem statement was always the same, that women were underrepresented in all occupations in the Air and Army Guard. And the goal was to increase the numbers. But what I couldn't thoroughly and effectively communicate was why we need more women. It was never fully understood by the all-male senior leaders, the value of gender diversity. So, you know, I say we need more women in the military, not just for recruiting numbers, not just for the sake of readiness, but women in power to influence the command climate. And the military, we can't just appoint somebody to be a general or a sergeant major. We have to grow them, but we can't grow them if they're getting sexually assaulted and they're not feeling included or valued, and they're getting out at 3 times the rate of the men. Now, research has shown that firms with, you know, organizations, corporate America, firms with more women in senior positions are more profitable, more socially responsible. They provide a safer and higher quality customer experience, among many other benefits. So there is a ton of research proving that if you have more gender diversity in the command climate, then you're going to have a more profitable business. But the military, our profit is readiness. It is not money. And so because the military gets the job done and we do what we need to do, it's hard to sell that profitability of having more women. So that's why my book, 622 pages, there's a lot to say of how that is the answer to reduce sex-based offenses, is to have more women in this culture.
Wow, absolutely. And I can't believe this. This is actually wow, pretty amazing. You know, you've over the past few weeks learning all about you and your career and what you've done and accomplished. And yeah, now it's, you know, it's not just the military, it's transluted, it's right, ascended, I should say, to so many different fields and people. I remember you were at a local you were selling your book, you had a book signing recently, and you were telling me, right, that lady was very interested. And it's like people who never heard of this or, you know, understood it, they're like, wow, this gender equality really does exist, and not just here in the military, it's everyday life, every job, right?
I really enjoyed, I was at the fairgrounds again this weekend and enjoyed some wonderful conversations with such a diverse group of people that come up to the booth. Okay. Because I had young men come up, you know, and again, I have my cover art there, and then we have some other military things there. And my husband, who's a combat vet, you know, he's standing there with me, and we just have great conversations. And there was this young man, you know, 20 years old, and just a cool looking dude. And he was just like, he totally rejects the boxes that society tries to put. Women should do this and men should do that. And he's like, I'm totally all for gender equality. And that was a great conversation. And then another woman who had received my book last month, and she was elderly, and she came up and she gave me a hug, and she said, you know, I didn't think I would really get this book, but I opened it up. And she said, your book was very easy to read, and I was getting it. And she says, I was even late feeding my dog. She says, I was just reading. So that was validating that regardless if you're young or old, in the military, out of the military, I think it's a story that can resonate with people, that there are individual things that we can do to say we reject sexism. We reject these societal roles and stereotypes that often preclude our actions. So like I said, the story of the sergeant major apologizing for swearing to the women, once he was aware of that, you know, he realized that that really was a sexist sort of way to, you know, to talk to the group, and he changed.
Yeah, well, this is fascinating. Now, have you piqued interest in the military themselves? You know, just curious. You know, have you? Good.
Not yet, but you know, like I said, I spoke in the military, and they are doing these sort of events and these sort of presentations, and so I'm hoping, like I said, that what they end up seeing is the tie between diversity, gender diversity specifically, but all types of diversity, improving our readiness, our profitability. You know what I mean? And seeing that tie to the military doesn't make money. And so our profit is our readiness. And that's what I'm trying to present here. And the law that I tried to enact here in Vermont, it was a bill called H401. And what it was attempting to do was hold the state adjutant general accountable for the recruitment, retention, and promotion of women within the state guard. And although they do that organically through the service requirements, having, like I said, eyes on it. When we count something, when we measure something, we pay attention to it. There's a lot of people that pay attention to their weight because there's a scale that says it's something, right? So when we count something, we pay attention to it. And that was a bill that we tried to enact, and it never made it out of committee. But what we were trying to highlight here in Vermont, a small state, is that we got to pay attention to the number of women in the pipeline to become those future commanders, those future sergeant majors who influence the culture. And so, again, very much detailed in my book. And that's my mission that I'm working on now. And one day at a time, I just keep at it.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being here. Remind us how we can contact you, please.
Yeah, my daughter says I don't have to say the www before it.
You don't, but it's okay. How cute. I do the same still. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's allaboutego.com is my website. And again, you could go to amazon.com to get the book and look at the reviews. Goodreads.com has some really very nice reviews on there. So you can get a feel for what's in the story. And certainly contact me at doris@it'sallaboutego.com is my email. And I'd love to talk to you, engage with you about how ego can help your business and your team.
Perfect. Thank you so much. You have a fantastic day. And to all of our listeners, stay tuned. More of the shows coming up. Best of luck to you. And I hope, a lot comes from this. I'm sure it will. Thanks again, Doris. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Coach Sam joining us again. Excited to have her back. From frantic to free. And that's what she preaches. And that's what she's here to talk to us about with her Mind, Body, Spirit, Women's Coaching and Healing Retreat. Welcome back. How are you today?
I am doing great, Jill. How are you?
I'm doing well. I love your energy, your positivity. You're such a doll. Please introduce yourself for those that don't know you yet.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Coach Sam, and I'm a life and health coach. And I'm here to help women reach their life purpose by going through a holistic coaching program.
And how do we reach you?
You reach me. I'll give you all of my contact information. The most resourceful site for me is my website, which is MBS, that's M as in Mary, B as in boy, S as in Sam, womenscoaching.com. You'll have my email, my phone number, everything there. You can find out more about me. My phone number is 804-837-7080. Text messages work best. And for email, it's Coach Sam at mbswomensgroup.com.
What did you have in mind for us today, darling?
Sure. So what I want to talk about, the last time we spoke, we had the wonderful Brittany call in and we did a live coaching session. Jill, I just feel like this glare behind me is it annoying?
No, it's better. You was on your whole face before. Now it's just above. It's not as bad. If you want to adjust it, you can.
Okay. Well, if it's not bothering you.
Nope, not at all.
Wonderful. So yeah, Brittany called in the last time that you and I spoke. And what I want to kind of follow up from there. We did a live coaching call with Brittany. She was wonderful. She felt relieved and confident after speaking with me and going through the exercise that we did together. And what tends to happen after this, Jill, is that that accountability piece is what's missing. Because Brittany walked away knowing, okay, I need to put together a schedule and, I need to stop the people pleasing. We identified what the issues were, but where a coach comes in is helping you to cement those things that you've identified. We've worked together to identify that need to happen because people fall off. It's human nature, and that's the real power of coaching. And I'm just going to pause there for a minute before I start blabbing on.
It's okay. All good. You're not. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I want to talk about next. So we got that accountability and we need that discipline. A lot of us do. I would say probably 85%, 90% of us need that. I just want to walk our listeners through what a typical coaching session would be like. So in the beginning, it's usually an hour-long session. In the beginning of the session, I build that rapport with the person that I'm speaking with and find out, hey, what's going well this week? I don't want to know what's going bad. I like to start on a good note so you have that energy, like how you just commented on my energy, Jill.
Yeah,
I like for people to have that energy in the session, and that really works well to do that.
Yeah.
And then secondly, we kind of go from there into, hey, are there any challenges that you're experiencing this week or since the last time we spoke? And we kind of go from there. If there are some challenges, I pause there for a minute to help the client with those challenges. If not, we move into some new information, some fun activities, such as the one that we did with Brittany. It's not always as serious an activity because the one with Brittany, I think that was kind of, more of a serious but needed activity that we did together. Some of them are more like upbeat and I guess a little more flavorful, fun. But we get into that new information. I don't want to take anyone into new information if they have challenges that they need to work through. So after we do that, we spend some time just talking about what did you learn today? What were the ahas and insights from the coaching session? And after we do that, we go into we work together to put together an action plan. And that's that accountability discipline piece that people need. We have a plan in place and they know that by the next time we see each other, there needs to be some progress made. I'm not going to slap anyone on the wrist if they don't make progress, but it's just natural that we do better if we know that someone's watching,
It's so true. I agree.
Yeah. I want to share that I have a coach myself, and I mainly talk to her about my coaching career because I want to be the best coach that I can be. So I'm always asking, what are my blind spots? What can I do to, be more effective? And what I find, Jill, is that after talking to my coach about my career, it has a ripple down effect on my personal life, just not just my career. I find myself using the advice or the learnings from that coaching session to improve all areas of my life, as a mom, as an employee, as a coach, you name it, as a friend, whatever it may be. So coaching is just a really holistic thing to be a part of. And I highly encourage people to get a coach, contact me. It's mbswomenscoaching.com.
Yay. Yay. Continue. I love it. I love it. I love it. So much good to come out of this.
Yes, absolutely. So I do have some talking points. I kind of jotted down some things that I want to talk about. And then maybe we can open up the phone lines, Jill, for people to call in if they have questions. Yeah. So let's see. Let me pick a card.
Ooh.
Okay. So this is one of the things that I love about the coaching program. Okay, so let me say this. With the coaching program that I offer, I have a stubborn belly fat one. So obviously that focuses on that stubborn belly fat. Then I have another one where if someone comes to me and they already know what it is that they want to work on, we work on that thing. I call that the area of focus coaching package. And then there's also the one that I really like the most, which is the holistic coaching package. I call it the works, because with that one, we move through everything. We talk a little bit about everything, and we don't have to just stick to one area of focus. I have a plan in place to move the client through, but what I find is that it deviates depending on what's going in that particular person's life. I may have it mapped out to talk about these different 8 things during the 8 weeks of coaching or 60 days, but we may find ourselves having to focus on relationships for a little bit longer than anticipated. But it's a holistic coaching package where, you can just kind of work on everything and just come out a better version of yourself. But some of the tidbits that I offer, no matter what program of coaching selected, is ways to be healthier, that health and wellness. And one of the things that I love most is the 20-minute meal challenge. Have you ever heard of that, Jill?
No, I have not.
Yes, I thought this was so phenomenal. With the 20-minute meal challenge, the goal is for you to, you start it off by just timing yourself when you're eating a meal and just see how long it takes you to eat a meal. Some people, they may have a combo, for example, from Wendy's, and they find that they ate it in 3 minutes or so, right? I think that is like extremely fast. But, some people eat fast. We're in a rush society where, we have to get back to work or do this, do that. So we do scarf our food down, unfortunately.
Of course, we do it quick. Yeah. I do. Guilty, yeah.
Yeah, or sometimes we don't eat. But the goal with the 20-minute meal challenge is after you do that baseline to see how long it takes you to eat your meal, you're going to put your phone in front of you and give yourself 20 minutes to consume that meal. So you're going to have to do a lot of putting the fork down or putting the burger down and breathing and really think about what you're doing. Slow down. Yeah. And the goal is to get it to that 20-minute mark.
Okay.
People don't usually go from 3 minutes to 20. It's a gradual thing, but it really helps our digestive system. Yeah. So that's a tidbit.
And drinking water with our food, no?
Yes, Jill, absolutely. Drinking that water, pausing to stay hydrated and to help wash the food down. Absolutely. So try that, everyone. The 20-minute meal challenge. All right. Did you have any thoughts or comments?
I wanted to open up the phone lines if someone's interested in calling. We open the lines, maybe another number, 631-205-6605, 631-205-6605. If you have any questions for Coach Sam, how she can help you on your journey. And when we just sat down a second ago and you were like, I'm pulling cards. I'm like, wait, is she going to do a tarot reading? I'm like, what type of cards is she pulling? I don't want to confuse people. No, right. Do you do tarot as well?
No, I just got my little.
I know, but if someone calls and it's like, yeah, I heard you doing psychic readings. I heard a palm reading. I was like laughing. if you have any questions. Oh my God.
Probably wish I could.
Sorry. Oh my
No
gosh.
problem.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, so while we're waiting on someone to call, I would like to share that I know Jill, you went on vacation one week and then the next week I went on vacation. But when I went on vacation, what I noticed was that actually, okay, I noticed that before I went on vacation, I was kind of like blah, like, life is going on. I got a lot to be happy about, but there's that 30% that I'm not so happy about. Went on my vacation and it was enjoyable. Just me and the girls, not my little girls, but my girlfriends. There were 7 of us. So we just had a good time. No kids, no husbands, nothing to worry about. Just have fun. We went on a cruise to the Bahamas. And what I noticed is that when I got back, I felt myself go from a high of happiness back down to oh my gosh, why do I feel this way? Like to a low, and that it stood out to me. And that was something that I spoke with my coach about to try to get to the bottom of what is this about?
Yeah.
So
we have a call coming in. Stand by. Hi, welcome to the show. You're live on the line. Who's this?
Yeah, hi, this is Rob. How are you?
Rob, did you say?
Yes.
Hi, Rob. You're live on the line
Hi,
with
Rob.
Coach Sam. How's everything?
Okay, how are you?
Good. I hope
Hi,
you're
Rob.
calling. Are you calling in regards to her coaching?
Yeah,
Not palm
pretty
reading, no. What's your question, Rob?
Do you coach men?
I specialize in coaching women, but
Wait, women? There's an MEN in women, but okay. Again.
but I would definitely deviate, especially since you called in and asked the question. Yes, I can coach men as well.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, because I have some issues that I'm trying to work through, and I'm not sure, especially how to go about doing this. Yeah, so it's basically, admittedly, I'm a little bit of a sex addict. It's a little awkward for me to say, but I am. And I'm not sure, like, what the best approach is to kind of, like, getting help and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is it anything you wanted to share online, or did you want to set up like a consultation to talk privately about it?
Well, I mean, admittedly, like, I just, I tend to be, I don't know how to put this. I have I tend to, watch a decent amount of porn and stuff, and I'm married, and it's definitely affected that, and I'm just trying to figure out like the best way to kind of like work through this.
Yeah. Have you done anything like at church, or have you done anything to try to work on the problem, or is this your first?
This is my first foray into it, to be quite frank.
Okay.
I never really thought much about, what to do. And, I was thinking maybe since I heard you were a life coach, maybe you could give me advice about what to do and where to go. And, is this something that I should be, going to, a professional for, or I don't know.
Quite honestly, Rob, I think with this particular thing, I think it would be better handled by like you mentioned, like a therapist or someone like that, because it's nothing to be like ashamed about, but it's more of like an addictive behavior that would be more difficult to break within a 60-day or 90-day program, which is what I offer. I think that kind of thing can take a little bit longer to address. And I think what you'll find. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, is this something you think I need to like go inpatient for, or is it something that can be done outpatient? I mean, I don't know if this is even your domain, but.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something. It sounds like it's something you would want to start as outpatient. And I think just like a counselor that deals with that particular thing, like addictions. I think that would be a better avenue for you, because I think it's going to take longer than my time frame, to break that. Because I'm sure it didn't start like yesterday. So,
oh, maybe then can you explain that to us? The difference between a life coach and a counselor in a sense. What's the difference? This is like more moving forward, or how would you say that?
Yeah. So with a therapist, they more so kind of look at what's the history of the person that's coming to them. What could it be in their history that's causing this particular type of behavior, right? And let's work backward to try to figure out if there's something we need to resolve. Maybe there were some, unmet needs in childhood or whatever. I'm just throwing things out there. Versus with a life coach, it's more so you're in a place where you are able to move forward to get to the next level that you want to get to. There's nothing that you really need to look backward for. Everything is right here in front of us. We just need some help with making the choices and that accountability to move forward. So that would be the difference. I hope, did that clarify?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely helpful. I appreciate the advice, and I guess I really need to.
And Rob, let me. One more thing I want to say too is that with me, the reason why I work with women is because I can relate to women better, like women's issues. I think it may be. I don't want to sound sexist, but it may be more beneficial to speak to maybe a male because that can relate, or maybe someone who has gone through it, like a professional who has gone through it. I see a lot of practitioners that they get into certain fields because they've experienced it. So they know how to help. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. I'm so glad you called in, though. I appreciate you being vulnerable.
Thank you for the call. We appreciate it. I'm wishing
you
good luck.
Take care, Rob.
No, thank you so much, Rob.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. And if anyone does have any other questions, feel free to call 631. Actually, well, there's two lines, and I'm so funny. I'm looking at the wrong one. It's 631-205-6605. 631-205-6605. All right. Well, thanks for calling. Good luck to you. So yeah, interesting as a life coach, and you're helping so many people, especially women, going from frantic to free. That's the goal here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And check out my podcast. It's called From Frantic to Free.
Tell us about the podcast. Yes. Where do we find the podcast?
So the podcast is on Spotify. So you just search From Frantic to Free, and you'll see my lovely picture in purple, and just click on that and subscribe. And I try to do a recording at least once a week. So I put our recordings on there, Jill, so people can listen to that. And then I just also, like I talked about the 20-minute meal challenge. I may put something like that on there where I'm talking for 10 minutes to give some type of help, a little tidbit here and there. Last week, I talked about the Dollar Tree because that really, really helped me get my finances in order. I started just shopping for people who didn't hear what I said last week. I started shopping at the Dollar Tree when I didn't have as much money, and, my finances were just not healthy. I needed more discipline. I would go to the Dollar Tree and get my health and beauty items for my family. I have a family of 6. So, it was beneficial to get stuff for $1. I'd load up on toothpaste and toothbrushes, because it's nothing for a toothbrush to fall into the toilet and, oh, mommy, I need a new toothbrush, So I can, instead of making a mad dash to Walgreens or CVS, I can just go under my sink and say, here you go, here's a toothbrush, So that really was an affordable way to help me get on track. And it also saved me time because I'm not making that mad dash to the store to get cooking oil or whatever it is, because I have plenty of it in reserve. So it's hacks like that I put onto the Spotify podcast.
Awesome.
And at some point, I'll have guests coming on at some point. I want to have a life insurance specialist come on to talk about that.
Yeah, that's important.
That's important because, Jill, I see a lot of people doing like GoFundMe's when a loved one passes away. And I'm thinking, man, if they just had life insurance, it's not very expensive. They could be in a much better position. It's already stressful when you just lost a loved one. then you have financial burden. So I would really like to bring a life insurance professional on to just educate people,
That's a
and
good
that's on my
idea.
heart.
Yeah.
It's on my heart now because I just signed up for a new policy. I got a preferred rating and I'm 43. So I got a preferred rating at 43. I had to do the medical exam and all of that good stuff. And,
Yeah.
Everything checked out. So, yeah, I got a good rate. So I'm just wanting to encourage people to go out there and get that life insurance. And I'm going to do a podcast on it.
Awesome.
So, yep, Spotify from frantic to free. All of this stuff takes you from being frantic to free.
I love it. I'm on my way.
Yeah.
Coach Sam, we have 2 minutes left of the show. How did you want to leave off? I know it goes so quick.
Let me get my contact information again. The website is M as in Mary, B as in boy, S as in Sam, womenscoaching.com. And my email is Coach Sam at mbswomenscoachinggroup.com. And the phone number, preferably text messages, the number is 804-837-7080. And maybe next time we can do another live coaching call.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, Coach Sam, pleasure to have you back as always. Excuse my reach. The mouse is a little further away today with my arm, but it's good seeing you. And thank you for our caller and looking forward to the next time we connect, hon. Have a great day.
Same to you, Jill.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back with Ann Sharp, our certified professional organizer. So excited to have her back here on the show to talk about what many of us have a problem with. Right? Yeah, it's true. We are, some of us, disorganized and just honestly clutterbug. So welcome back today from A Sharp Space. Please introduce yourself before we begin.
My name is Ann Sharp. I'm the owner of a business called A Sharp Space. I'm a certified professional organizer and I work in the residential space, helping people get organized.
Great. And where are you based out of?
I'm based in Winchester, which is just north of Boston, Winchester, Massachusetts. So I cover like the greater Boston area in person.
Beautiful. And you also do virtual work too?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. She's worldwide and sharp. She really is sharp. And for today, we're going to get right to it. We're going to talk about kids' play spaces. My 6 and 8-year-old, I don't have a dining room. The dining room is the toy room. Oh, the garage is now the storage room of all the toys in the bins filled with toys stacked to the ceiling. Help to all those parents out there. Help. And then their artwork. Wait, then their memorabilia, then their papers. And that's the whole other room in my house packed with all their stuff. Help. Okay. So play spaces, should they be dedicated or multi-purpose?
I think it's definitely going to vary a lot based on where you live and what your square footage is in your home. I think a lot of parents like the idea of a dedicated space because then they can close the door and not have to deal with whatever's going on in there. It's not always possible. I mean, if you do have a dedicated space, it's great because I think today there's just so many great kids furniture solutions and options. You can kind of have a lot of fun with it, and scaled for toddlers, and then elementary age, preteens. I would say one word of caution though. Sometimes you can pick out some really great like furniture for your kids' dedicated space, and then get a little bit of sticker shock when you look at what the shipping charge is. So make sure you check that out if you're in the market. But I think a lot of people are sharing the space, where the kids play is also maybe a family room or a living room, or even part of an office where you're working during the day while they're at school. And in that situation, I think you need to choose your furniture very carefully. Maybe try to pick multi-purpose furniture, like an ottoman where the top comes up, or maybe something like IKEA have very affordable options like their Kallax cubby system. It comes in, all sorts of configurations. But then you can easily, repurpose that piece of furniture down the road, use it for different things. You could decide to have cubbies in a space like a Kallax unit, which hide what's in it. Might not make it just as easy for the kids, but then, you could label it too. Clear bins obviously are easier for them to sort of see how to organize their toys and pull out what they want. But if you're looking for a very clean look, there are some very nice, baskets and fabric cubes to work with something like that. But the other thing is like crafts. If you think about it, they can get pretty messy, right? You don't necessarily want them doing that on your dining room table. So I think with something like crafts, you might want to set a few guidelines, just this is something that it's like a special activity, we do it one-on-one with yourself or with your caregiver if you've got a nanny or, a relative staying with your kids after school. And crafts can be very well organized on a cart, which can kind of come to the kitchen table, cover it with some paper or whatever, and then be put away in a closet afterwards. So, it can be a very portable and versatile piece of furniture to have a cart, and they're very affordable. I mean, you can pick them up for $20-$30 in a number of places. So, anyway.
Interesting. Okay. Well, by the way, Ann Sharp here. Just want to remind them how we could reach you, by the way, your website and best form of contact. I don't think we established that off the top.
My phone number is 617-939-4641. And my website is asharpspace.com. So ASHARPSPAE.com. And you will find there a way to link. So if you want to book a discovery call, it's complimentary, just so we can have a chat first and see if it looks like it's a good fit for you.
Awesome. All right. To continue on, we talked about carts, right? Where to store stuff. What about some maintenance? We got to make that part of the daily routine, you say, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's all very well to bring myself in, or, you as a parent take some time off to knock the room into shape. But if your kids aren't part of the process and part of keeping up with it, it's just going to get back to the way it was in pretty quick time, So I think you need to start developing routines. Maybe there's just before dinner, you take 5-10 minutes. Okay, you have to pick up the playroom. And I mean, you have to demonstrate for kids what that means. Don't assume that they know what you mean by that, so you should role model a little bit, do it with them a couple of times. I'm not saying everything has to be perfect, but if you've gone through trouble of organizing it and provided storage for certain groups of toys, then they should have a home. And that, so you want to ask them basically to put them back in their home and, maybe close a cupboard door or whatever it is. but they can be part of that process. And once you've worked with them a few times, you just make it like, okay, before you sit down at the table, make sure, you've spent 5 minutes picking up, and then go and wash your hands, and I'll see you at the table. So yeah, just it's a matter of building routines, or putting it, as part of their chores. Maybe once a week they do a bigger tidy up, maybe once a month they pull out a few things that they're not interested in and put them in that donation box that you've got at the bottom of the cupboard. And, because they're not playing with it, somebody else will enjoy it. So that's a really good habit to instill in kids early on, that if you're not enjoying something anymore or playing with it very much, there's somebody out there who would love it. And why not, let it move on.
Aw.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing this. And also, let's go down the list a little further and talk about toys, right? What's the deal with rotating toys?
I think not everybody, certainly, because there's definitely kids that don't have very much, particularly at the moment. There's a lot of immigration and so on. But there's also the other extreme, where kids have too much. Family and friends give them things. They have birthday parties. They get a lot of stuff. And it can be overwhelming for a kid, to be honest. So I think it's better to think less is more. Make sure that what they are playing with is age appropriate. You can really spoil a toy, I think, for a kid by giving it to them too early. It's very tempting, to go to that like Playmobil with all those little parts. But to be honest, if there's a choking hazard and they're under 3, you shouldn't be doing that, and give them pieces that their hands can manage, like with Legos, like the Duplo version, as opposed to, let's build a spaceship, So you have to pick toys that are age appropriate, but I would say keep it manageable. Certainly there's different types of toys, building toys are very good for their imagination. I'm not always a big fan of, build what's on the picture, like a jigsaw puzzle. And, I think building toys are really more for your imagination. Just give them a stack of bricks and see what they come up with. So, so sometimes just pulling a few toys out and putting them away is actually a good thing for the kids, because then they're all excited about them again when they come back into rotation, So
I like that idea of rotation. It becomes like new and surprising. Like,
right.
It feels new again. It does, because go to the store, they always want new, and then it ends up on the back burner. But then if you get rid of it, you bring it back. Like, we have an air hockey table, and I put it in the garage, bring it out every few weeks. It's like the whole new game. It's great.
Yeah.
And like this train set, automotive one, and this light up car set, can't fit them in the room anymore. Bring them out, and it's like, wow. And they play for a few days. I love it. Then I get sick of it, which is normal. But yeah.
No, I think that's a healthy thing to do, to put things away every now and again.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. What else is on the list?
Well, art, right? If you've got kids, you've probably got kids coming home with backpacks and things that they've made in school. And I know for a lot of parents, this becomes quite overwhelming. It's lovely to see what they have produced in school. I think it's much more common, of course, with the younger kids, the preschoolers and elementary age, than the older kids, unless, they really are actively choosing art classes. But, you want to recognize that your kids wants to share something with you. So that's a positive thing. It's, something to talk about. But I don't think you should feel compelled as a parent to keep every scribble, every piece of art, every piece of writing, every report card, even for that matter, that they come home with. So I think you need to be a little selective. Just start developing some boundaries and routines, depending, what your routine is with your kid, because maybe, you're leading a busy life as a full-time job, and it's the weekend before you really get to delve deep into, what happened at school, in depth. So maybe just, empty the backpack into, like, have a containers. I would say an oversized box, because I don't know if you've seen preschool art, it's not typically A4 size, it's often a little bigger. Just collect the art there, maybe for a week or something, and then, pick out 2 or 3 favorites and put them on the fridge, or You can get like a washing line with little pegs, that they could be hung somewhere, maybe if you do have a playroom. There's also these frames that you can get, which they just snap shut, over a piece of art, very simple. So basically you have places on your wall for the frames, but you change the art in them frequently. I mean, they don't have mounts or anything, very simplistic, but, a way of honoring your kids' art. So I would say sort of gather it, then with your child, go through and pick out, some special pieces, honor them by displaying them, and then the rest sort of quietly disappear. But then when the new batch comes in, put the ones that are really nice in a box that you're maybe collecting for a year end, maybe in the summer after the school year is over. And then you'll look through, every week or every month's favorites and decide, oh, I'd love to make maybe a scrapbook. So, it could be a summer activity you do with them. Or there are companies like Archive where you can actually send your kids art, or, maybe a piece of poetry. It could be a piece of writing, and send off, and they will make you a beautiful book. And, you could end up making a book a year. It's not that inexpensive, I will say, though. But one piece of advice, I heard this once, I think it was during the pandemic. We were doing a lot of webinars among ourselves as organizers. And this girl made this great suggestion. She said, the piece of art is wonderful at the time, but it's your kid holding the piece of art. That's what you want to remember. You want to remember what age they were, how proud they were. So I would suggest, if you're making a book and maybe taking a picture, a photo, of the piece of art, take a photo with your child in it, holding the art. And similarly for trophies. I mean, trophies, they gather, depending, I don't know if you've got kids who play hockey like my kids do, you get a lot of trophies. But, it's your child holding the trophy is really what you want to remember more than the trophy itself. So, yeah, I think you need to be selective.
Interesting. I'm a big believer in that, because now he comes home. I have a 6 and 8-year-old. 6-year-old comes home with all his artwork, and he says anemone without the M. He says anemone, and I just love it. Mom, but that's anemone, and I'm like, oh, I know, but do we really need another picture of a ghost? But Mom, we can't throw that away. So I would like to start taking pictures of stuff. And you're right. Maybe like on, those Shutterfly, you can make a book and you can have like 20 images. So it saves the clutter, because the clutter adds up and adds up and adds up.
Yeah.
And I like that. Getting rid of stuff. But go ahead.
Oh, no, we had a family dog when my kids were, from like 4 to 16 when my youngest, and when the dog died, very sad, because this dog had been a big part of our family as the kids were growing up. And I made a photo book. And of course, the dog is featured in every photo. But to be honest, it was really a book about the kids growing up. It was, the dog pulling, like my daughter, in the dinghy, or the dog with goggles on, or the dog with the birthday hat. But, the kids were in the picture too. They were on a hike, or they were on the lake, or, obviously they weren't on a plane because it was all local. But it became a really great keepsake for my kids, because it covered 12 years, the length of time the dog lived, but captured many key moments from each year. And it's treasured by each of them, So, I do think there is a place for keeping certain things. And I think when the kids get older, you can, be a bit more discriminate and involve them in it. But when they're very young, you're kind of acting as the caretaker or curator. You're trying to think, what would my kid at 25 really want to have from his childhood? I mean, it might be the jersey he wore at a particular hockey event where they won something, or, so you're sort of picking and choosing these things. But I think you need to put a limit on it. And a lot of parents struggle with this. I know they do. They're choosing things more for them, remembering their kid's childhood rather than what the kid themselves may want. And to a certain extent, it's okay. But, I always recommend, like, maybe have a trunk per kid. By the time they're done with school, it should all come down to one trunk of fun memories. Maybe it's the high school yearbooks in there, plus the doggy book, or the book that you made of their art, or, maybe it's the birth announcement. maybe a special, if you had a sweet 16 or a bar mitzvah or something, it's the.
Oh, I got a question.
Yeah.
I have this issue since I was a kid because my mom did the same for me. She collected, and I still have all my birthday cards from I was 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Now I have my kids 6, 8, all these birthday cards, and I'm saving them. Why?
Yeah.
They're just birthday cards. I don't even believe in giving cards because I feel like they end up on the floor and they end up in the junk pile of the garbage.
Yeah. Well, you could turn them into a craft activity. I mean, that's what I personally do after Christmas.
Tell
I
me.
have Christmas cards. I make them into gift tags. And I kind of enjoy it. I have some fun serrated scissors, which give it a different flair, and then bits of ribbon. And I don't know, maybe people like them, maybe they don't, but I kind of enjoy doing it. And it's a way to keep some of the images. So, you can use them in art, but yeah, I think maybe if it was a sweet 16 or, maybe a 21st, a special birthday. No, we would keep personal. I wouldn't keep them all. No. But
yeah, I got to get rid of them. I like this. It's
Yeah.
craft. You turn them over,
Yeah.
you use them. What type of labels do you make?
Oh, labels, just ones that you tie on. I'll punch a hole in it, add a nice piece of ribbon, and use it as a tag. But if you are keeping them and you really do want to keep, just make sure you're keeping it in a archival storage box. Something where it's not going to get yellowed and so on. So pick a Archival Methods is a website. They sell archival boxes. And same with photographs. Actually, be very careful how you're storing them. I mean, obviously, you should really be thinking about digital, but if you are storing actual pictures, you should make sure that you're storing them properly and so on. And you might want to use like weather tight kind of bins to put even the archival boxes in, particularly if you're storing them somewhere where it's not climate controlled and, the temperature varies a bit or there's a chance of some damp. That would be the worst thing, to go to all this trouble and keep all these things and then open it up years from now and find it, it's damp, mold or
whatever. No, I
so,
get it.
Go the extra mile and buy the right supplies to try to protect what you are keeping.
All right. And as far as, we're talking here more now about the memorabilia, obviously. Let's just remind everyone and how we can reach out to you before we continue.
You can reach out to me by phone, which is 617-939-4641, or on my website. My email is anne@asharpspace.com, and I'm also on LinkedIn.
Perfect. All right, let's continue. So what other ideas for memorabilia can you give to us?
Well, involve the kids, to a certain extent, particularly the older they get. I know I made as a graduation gift for one of my kids, sort of all the different sports things that he'd been to, and it's hard for kids themselves to pull this all together. So I think, a scrapbook with, newspaper articles and photos and maybe ticket stubs to particular games. It can still be fun. Of course, everybody likes to do things digitally, but there is something very special about touching things and having the actual items there, if you're into scrapbooking or need a rainy day project, but of course you can digitize things. And I definitely recommend, if you have videos, or example, like say if your kids went to preschool and they gave you like a VHS or a CD of, the display from years ago and you have kept it, you need to digitize that, because DVDs and tape, they are not going to last forever. You need to get it in a digital version. And there's an organization called the Photo Managers.
What's that?
It's another, like, I'm part of the National Association of Productivity and Organizing Professionals, and a lot of photo organizers are part of NAPO, but they're also part of this great industry called the Photo Managers. And they will take all your on different, like you may have even
like, what if I have photos on Google, on iCloud, on Amazon?
Exactly.
The Photo Managers? I never heard of that. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So you can find someone in your area to work with. They will work with you to create something that's manageable for you and make sense of all those photos you've got on your phone. I mean, there's software now to, get rid of duplicates, physical pictures. If you're looking at a scenery shot and you can't even remember where it is, where are you keeping it, right? So, sometimes you can give someone else rules about things. If there's nothing written on the back, or you can give like key people that you're looking for in pictures, and someone else can actually do the legwork, and they have a lot of software and tips and tricks for doing it. So, sometimes you just want to connect with the right person to do that.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, we still got 4 minutes left in the show, Anne. What else is on tap?
Oh, well, so for your own memorabilia, for you as adults, I think carefully about what you're leaving your kids to deal with. People talk a lot about decluttering, and they're thinking about physical things, dishes and sofas and artwork. But if you've been keeping a lot of things that are memories for you, I loved how, what was her name? Margarita Magnusson wrote this book called The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning. Quite a mouthful of a title, but this is the way they would do things in Sweden. They wouldn't leave things for their kids to deal with. So what she did was she got like a shoebox, and she put things in it that were important to her during her lifetime. The ticket stub to the concert, or a photograph of an old boyfriend, or maybe even a special t-shirt, but things that would have no meaning really for her kids. And she labeled it, you can get rid of this when I die. So she basically got it down to a shoebox of really key memorabilia that she wanted to hold on to for her. And then, when the kids are clearing out and selling the house, she's giving them permission. It's okay. This was for me. I know it's not part of who you are or your life moving forward. You can just toss it, So, yeah. There are some great books about, honoring people's memories. And, I can tell you another great site I've been, might be using with a client next week, actually, called Artifacts, which was created by another NAPO member. And what you do is you take a photograph of something that means a lot to you, but maybe you can't take it with you to your next home, you're downsizing or whatever, but you write a little story about it. And there was a great post on LinkedIn just a week or two ago about this guy who had done this. And he said he has something like 300 photos on his phone in his pocket of things, treasures that means something to him. And he has a little story about each. He says, I don't have most of those possessions anymore, but I have all of the memories. And I just think it's a nice way to kind of keep the essence of what's important to you, and, without necessarily keeping the physical item. So yeah, there's a lot of things you can do.
Perfect. Well, thank you.
Serve the memory. Right.
Great. Yeah. Now, as a professional organizer, just curious, I know we honed in on the kids, the toy spaces.
Yeah.
What is the biggest problem organizations you see most people have? Is there a certain one that you could say,
well, parents don't always organize kids the way kids play with them. I mean, I have seen some, what I'd call over-organization of Legos, for example, and I think it's more about...
I hate Legos. I'm sorry. I don't know how you lose them, you step on them. They're the most annoying. I got rid of them. They're in my garage, and I hope my kids never play with them again. Sorry, Legos, if you're listening, but I can't take it.
There's parents out there who use it, as like it's meditation to separate the different colors and put them in the right boxes. But, is that how your kid is playing with it? It might be more helpful to put a complete set with the instructions so they can rebuild it in a box, So I just think about your child and how they play when you're categorizing things and grouping things, not necessarily how you want them to look.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you for being here. And how do we reach out to you, sweetheart?
By phone, 617-939-4641, or at my website, asharpspace.com.
Perfect. Thank you for being here, for joining us today
Uh,
live on the
it's been a pleasure.
podcast. Great topics as always. And reach out to our friend for a consultation. We could all use it. Thank you again. We appreciate your time.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Jimmy Bethel joining us here from Project Safe Hands. Excited to have him back joining us from beautiful Mesa, Arizona, but worldwide helping everyone. Again, it's called projectsafehands.com. And we've had some great discussions the past few weeks. But first, for those of you that may not know, tell us a little bit about what the company is, and then we'll get into great conversation as always.
Project Safe Hands is a community 501c3 that consists of basically former law enforcement officers. And we teach people how to negotiate safely traffic stops and things of that nature. We kind of consult people on what to say, what not to say, and how to avoid conflict on traffic stops. I'll tell you the situation right now with traffic stops can be very dangerous. We're at a period in life where we invest so much into our children. We want to make sure that a lot of them are graduating from college, and a lot of them will be going to college in the fall, and they'll be going to colleges in locations where they're not familiar with. And we want to educate not just them, but also police officers nationwide as to this program that basically is going to establish a new protocol as it applies to the conduct, both police officers and the motorists. The benefits as it applies to the officers, officers killed in the line of duty, the families of officers killed in the line of duty stand to benefit from this program, as well as wounded warriors and wrongful death victims. Unfortunately, those things do happen. But other than that, if you hear anything that kind of perks your ears, just give us hit us up at 1-888-885-6712 or our website www.projectsafehands.com. I want to touch a little bit this morning on AI. It's the thing that's going on now. Everybody's talking about
artificial intelligence. Is it taking over the world? What's happening?
Yeah. So I guess it's kind of a good thing and could be a bad thing, really. I was just wondering this morning about folks like myself. I used to do a lot of voiceover, and I'm wondering, what are the people in the voiceover field going to do? Somebody hijacks their voice and uses it.
Yeah, true.
You know, so it's something to think about, but it's also going to really greatly improve my workload and the things I'm trying to get done, especially as it applies to speaking engagements at colleges, high schools,
Yep.
Especially churches. So it's the world right now is my playground as it applies to really marketing. So I'm very, very excited. I think that we need to change the culture of things. We mean the people.
Yep.
Because you know, I was listening to several politicians, and you know, your mind is what they call a reticular.
Okay.
The mind has a automated, built-in reticular system that it applies to politics. As far as I'm concerned, anyway, you kind of hear the same thing over and over and over every season from politicians, and kind of sounds like a broken record. You hear them, but you know,
you're like, wait.
you're here, but you don't hear it. You know? So any changes that's going to be made, a lot of times we're going to have to make those changes. But we can do that. We can do that. That's what this project is all about, bringing about changes on the police department and holding bad cops accountable through this system that one of the politicians who's very, very well known has determined he also is going to pardon people from the January 6th insurrection.
Oh no.
Oh, my ears perked up when I heard that, because basically with Project Safe Hands, we have a built-in pardon system that's going to pardon motorists for one traffic violation, not to include DWI, reckless driving. And the overall goal here, Jill, is to get a mandate for these things anyway, because nighttime traffic stops can be extremely, extremely deadly. So the more they pardon, the more I feel good about what I'm doing, about what we're doing by offering this pardon system, especially when people are trying to put food on the table with price of gas that's finally look like it may be coming down.
Yeah.
But things are still very, very high. And it's a sad state of affairs. When you get pulled over for something minor, like a stoplight or whatever, and you have to pay a couple $100. You can't even, you can barely keep a roof over your head to feed your family. So with that in mind, this card is going to be very, very popular. I don't want people to get too hung up on the hands thing, because a lot of people don't understand what safe hands are anyway. Basically, they're just a pair of half mitts that fit only the fingers. They illuminate the hands at night when you're stopped at night, so that the officer can see your hands when he stops you at night. But that's just a small part of it. As a reward for using safe hands, we're offering this pardon. These pardons are designed to bridge the gap between the community and the police right now, because of all the bad things that have happened, and good cops want to rectify that. I've had plenty of time to think since our last interview.
Yep.
And I was reflecting on exactly what's missing today in police departments nationwide, and that's the community involvement. I know that I put together a group many years ago, entertainment groups, as a matter of fact. And we went to schools, we went to universities, we went all across the United States. And we pretty much bridged the gap between the community and the police at a time back in the late 60s, early 70s, when it was really, really needed. and it's really needed now.
Yeah.
So I have not ruled out bringing back those old guys and doing something in schools again. A lot of the people that we entertained those kids back in those days, they now have kids. It's kind of like a promise that we made to them then that I like to keep today, keeping them safe, keeping the kids safe. I mean, this is something that really played heavily on my heart. I gave a lot to the police department. The police department doesn't owe me anything. I don't feel like I owe it anything, but I owe the people of the District of Columbia where I policed. I owe them everything because they were good to me.
Yeah.
We're a good community. And at some point, I would like to give back in a good way. I've come a long way, as they say, Jill. But once again, if you can help us, if you're a law enforcement officer, or you were a law enforcement officer, and you want to get involved and make a change and make the police departments across the United States decent again, give us a call. 1-888-885-6712, because we're going to need speakers nationwide. Okay, because I can't be everywhere. I know a lot of things I've done online, but there's nothing like the personal touch. Nothing like actually being there, answering questions from people that have questions. I want police officers that are currently involved also to get involved. So that's the only way we're going to solve this problem, because we were warned many years ago that our departments will be infiltrated with white domestic terrorists. And actually, some of them occupy the White House, not the White House, but Congress. Walking the halls of Congress. Sounds unbelievable, I know, but just think about that.
Yeah.
There were people that tried to overthrow the government that are still in office, and some want them back in office. That's very confusing to me, and I know it's got to be confusing to a lot of other people. But once again, www.projectsafehands.com, and while you're there, check out the website. It's very informative. It will explain everything about the project. And check back often, because we make changes all the time to the website. We're having people in the law enforcement field that want to get involved. We'd like to have you involved also if you're out there and you want to make a difference, because it's a good, decent job. And one of the problems that they have nationwide is the recruitment of minority officers. And that should never be a problem. I've worked in recruiting for a while, so I know what the problem is. Many years ago, they would raid black neighborhoods. Let me give you an example. They're hot and heavy right now on people taking pictures of police officers while they're locking people up or whatever. Okay. It's their constitutional right, video or whatever, but they'll tell you to move on. And if you don't move on, you're charged with disorderly conduct because you won't move on.
Yeah.
All right. If they put their hands on you and you snatch away, now you assaulted a police officer.
Gosh. Yeah.
It's crazy. And all those things go on your police record. And they stay there. They stay there. They say that they get expunged. Well, yes and no. If you're applying for a sensitive position, very sensitive position, you may have been 15 or 16 years old, but I can guarantee you, if you're 30, they're going to dig it up out of your records that you were once arrested for assaulting a police officer. A lot of those charges are just ridiculous. But for the most part, the police officers are good people. And we can't let a few bad apples, which have now turned into a whole bad orchard, ruin a good profession. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, Jill.
I know, and you've shared your personal story about what you've went through with your time in law enforcement, and I appreciate you sharing that with us, and opening up about, your life and putting your life on the line and what you had to deal with, which is not always easy.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know it, but I was the son of a barber. My father was a barber in the heart of DC in the old Dunbar Hotel. He was from Alamance County, North Carolina. He was a barber. He had a barber shop in DC, and he was shot and killed at point blank range because he used to help a lot of inmates. He used to give them jobs, side jobs at the barber shop. And one of the inmates, from what I understand, came back after hours to rob him and shot him point blank range. He said he was real good with hands, so I could imagine that whoever it was knew that. And said, "Well, we're not gonna fight this guy. We're just gonna shoot him and rob him, take his money, whatever." But anyway, that's a little bit of history about me. But I came to DC at a very, very early age, and stayed there, born in Virginia, a little small town called Good, Virginia. And, my mother sent me back there after my father was killed, wanting me to be around my cousins. There's a lot of us. There's tons of cousins. But anyway, I would go on, join the police department, and the rest is history. It wasn't quite as simple as that. I went through some trying times, but I tell people all the time, I got up and I pulled myself up. Eventually went on and as a police officer, well decorated police officer, a performer for presidents of the United States, senators, congressmen.
Wow.
Came on during the '68 riots and had the privilege and honor of being the bodyguard for Coretta Scott King on the anniversary march of the March on Washington. And a few years later, I would portray Dr. Martin Luther King on stage at the National Theater, giving his I Have a Dream speech. But anyway, once I finally finished my book, it all being there. That's pretty much going to wrap it up for me today, Jill. I know that I'm probably just about out of time anyway. But I just
we still got time. We got
get out of here.
We got
How
6
much
more
time?
minutes. Talk.
How many?
6
How many?
minutes.
How many?
Six.
Oh, that's a lot of time.
5 minutes. Let's go.
All right. But once again, www.projectsafehands.com. And while you're there, there's a short video that you should look at, explain about traffic stops. Because a lot of people are confused about traffic stops and what they can and cannot do. This video will explain a lot of it. Talks about the attitude on traffic stops. A lot of people don't understand why police officers want you to roll down your window. They want to see you, they want to smell if there's anything in your car, I guess, if there's any drugs or whatever. And there's so much going on right now, folks. I can't even express it all, but that's why I do these podcasts. If I don't cover it today, I'll cover it on the next podcast. But just know that it's a very educational website that will enlighten you. And will enlighten your son or daughter when they're traveling, make them a lot safer. But there are people out there that are looking for controversy. It's a very stressful job where there's controversy, where there's shooting. I hate to say it, but there's a lot of profit in crime. There's a lot of profit in investigation. There's a lot of profit in people going to jail. That's the system. We must stop being victims of the system and make the system work for us. Clean system, flush the system out, any corruption within the system. And we can do that. But this project is going to help do that because it's going to hold officers accountable. It's going to hold them accountable because there's a system that's going to reward the good cop. Yeah. And the good cop is not going to get rewarded if they're bad cops. So what's the good cop going to do? So they're going to flush out the bad cops. I promise you they're going to do that. Because I'm not talking about a little bit of money. I'm talking about a system here goes nationwide like I know it is. It's going to be a very valuable system. It's going to get a lot of support from a lot of good officers that want to do the right thing. Because the streets right now are flooded with guns. Good cops don't want guns, don't want streets flooded with guns. Yeah, they're afraid. They're human just like everybody else. They want to go home to their wives, to their sons and daughters. It's no fun. It's no fun. You actually have Congress that approved the sale of silencers to every citizen. Think about that. You're a police officer. You sit down and have a cup of coffee. Some bozo walks up to you, puts a silencer on his gun, and can shoot you just like that. Nobody even know. You can go into a concert with loud music because of things like that. Put a silence on a gun and do a lot of harm to a lot of people.
Oh, so sad. Yep.
And this was passed by a congressman who was shot at a baseball game. Can you believe that? Is that insane or what?
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah. So once again, www.projectsafehand.com. Support us in any way that you can. I'm going to put up a fresh GoFundMe site there on the site so that if you want to give, you can give. But other than that, Jill, that's your phone or mine.
Oh, thank you. I love it because you are just such a kind person, and you're here helping so many. And we're urging everyone to go to the website, please, Project Safe Hands, and to reach out. There's so much they could do to really, inform yourself about the proper etiquette. First of all, I told you that. My dad always tells me, when you get pulled over, put the hands on the wheel, right? Keep the keys on the dashboard, do this. But now if you have your Project Safe Hands on, right?
That's right.
It's even better.
Right. This is even better. Even better. You don't know, we don't know as police officers who's on the other side of that glass no more than you know who we are. Two people meet that know nothing about each other.
I know. And
depending on the attitude, it can be pretty much deadly. We don't want that to happen.
Gosh, well, thank you again so much. Let's also remind everyone one more time the best form of contact. Thank you.
Yes, www.projectsafehands.com or 1-888-885-6712. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, really, Jimmy. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure having you here as always. Have a great day, and thank you again to all of our listeners. Stay tuned. More of the show is on the way.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Welcome to the Undiscovered Gems podcast, hosted by radio legend and serial entrepreneur Steve Harper, highlighting today's best and brightest business minds.
So, question for you. What is your value? We all have a value. Everything in life has a value to it. We're going to talk about that, connected to interior design, but in general. I don't know what happens whenever we get with her. She's an amazing designer. We go down the life rabbit hole. And it starts with design, but then it goes a little bit deeper than that. But she goes a little bit deeper than that. And that's why she does such a great job in terms of putting designs together, what is going to truly support you and all of that. I value our friendship, and she's KN. She's back here. I just call her K. Is it okay to call you KN?
Yeah, most people do.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Last name, Colasacco?
Colasacco.
Yep. So the value thing, what are your thoughts overall on that?
Well, there's so many layers to the word value, right? It comes down to you as a person, you as a business, whatever service that you offer, and then also what you're placing value in your life. And in the design world, like, what are you spending your money on? What is the highest value that you should be investing in? For me, I've really been doing a lot of inner work and inner digging, and I just can't help but think about this one question that keeps popping up in my head when I'm driving to a job site or a new meeting with a new client, or just driving in general. And it's basically, the question is, have you cracked your moral compass for something or someone or an opportunity that you thought would bring greater value to your life, and it just ended up being gold-plated and not at all what it seemed?
In other words, we sometimes compromise our compass because we see value in something, but when you peel back the layers, the value really wasn't there.
Right. Because you're kind of blinded with hopefulness, I think, of the outcome of something, or the quality of something. And then it ends up being one of your biggest lessons.
Do you do this in basically any situation? Do you already look to the future of what it's going to be like? Let's say meeting somebody for the first time. Could be personal, could be professional. You have an appointment with a client, never met him before, but you got some information. You're not just going to show up there blind. You already have, some things. And I'm going hypothetical for everybody here, but you already know the way it's going to go. And I don't mean to jinx it, but I do that. I visualize it in advance so that I can put some value on it or take away value that it doesn't deserve. And many times it's right on the money, no pun intended. It's like I'll show up and it's like, yeah, this is what I thought it was going to be. I don't want to manifest it. It's just like, what I thought it was going to be. Yeah. All right. So, if it's a job, you put a certain value on it. If it's a personal situation, you put a certain value on it. But you want to make sure your value is correct and also align with your moral compass, right?
Well, yeah, because I think that your morals play a huge role in how you show up to your job and to your clients and how you can resolve any potential issues that may come up or not. I mean, if you don't have to, I think your moral compass is basically how you're navigating life. Like, do you find that you have to kind of go against it a little bit because you thought that something was going to turn out way different, like you said, than it actually did? For me, like early on in my career, I really, I'm embarrassed to say that I have taken jobs that I absolutely should have said no to because my morals were like, I completely ignored what I stand for just for the sake of signing a particular project to get it on my list of things that I've done, kind of thing. But at the end of the day, I actually ended up walking away from one or two of those projects, and it ended horribly. But it's a lesson now where I'm like, I'm not gonna devalue what I provide as a designer for anyone or anything.
Did you know, even in that situation early in your career, did you know going into it that it's probably not going to be good? It's probably not going to be worth it, or you kind of saw what it was about, but you still went with it?
Yeah, I mean, I did for sure. I had my blinkers on in my head, and I was like, this is probably not going to be good, but here we go. Giddy up.
Yep.
Let's do it. But at the same time, I was so desperate to learn and get as much experience under my belt that I was just like, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to figure it out like I always do.
Sure.
Maybe it's worth the stress. Maybe it's not, but maybe it'll be a good story one day.
And we're not just talking about design and your business in general here. This is universal. This is a universal thing. So
totally universal.
I met with a new client yesterday, and we kind of had the same conversation in terms of him looking for leads and the type of people that he's looking to work with. And there are some where just we're talking about where it's I don't know if that's going to be worth it. And then we came up with the pain and suffering fee. You raise your rate just because you know what it's probably going to be, but you don't want to walk away from it. So it's the pain and suffering surcharge that the client doesn't know about.
I call it Botox tax personally.
Okay. All right. Love that. Yeah.
I've even told clients, I'm like, listen, this project, or, like friends or whatever the situation, I'm like, this is going to cause me stress and I'm going to have to pay for it somehow. So
yeah, well, it makes it worth it. What you're up against, and it could even just be the personality of the person that you're dealing with, that's,
yeah.
But it comes back to one thing, your value. Where do you put your value? Even in those situations, you might be swallowing your pride or your moral compass there to take on a job. Not suggesting you do that, but sometimes we need to, and it becomes true work at that point.
I think also we got to shine a light on, are we taking other people's value away? Are we doing to people what have been done to us? For example, you go out to a nice restaurant and it's expensive, and you're like, do I really want to pay for this very expensive meal? Is it worth, like, the chef could be a Michelin chef kind of thing. They have that value. They know what they're worth. Of course, the menu is going to be all kinds of fancy and crazy and weird and expensive. But you could walk in there and you don't even know. You just like picked a restaurant. You're like, oh, do I really want to pay for this? You don't even look at the bill. You're just like, I'm just going to get whatever, like a cheeseburger or whatever it is, shrimp. And it's like exceeds what you expected that you'd be paying for that meal. And you're like, why am I paying for this? And then you have to stop and think, like, who's the person behind the craft?
I walked into a restaurant last week and I walked out.
Did you really?
Yeah, it's a new restaurant in town, and the goal with the person I was with, we were just going to go to a local sports bar and have some apps and a couple of drinks. And I was like, oh wait a minute, we didn't get it. I always wanted to go to this place, and I walk in. Usually need a reservation, but here's the thing: it's not a fancy place, but they're trying to kind of make it look that way a little bit. It's in a nautical town. I don't eat seafood. I'll do like fried calamari. That's about it.
And that counts.
I
That's something.
had a bad experience back in the day. And I sit down, I'm like, all right, well, let's do dinner here. I'm looking at the menu, and there's only like 4 steaks on there, and the steaks are like insanely expensive. I'm like, I just had a big steak like 2 days ago, so I don't want to overdo, the steak thing. Maybe once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. And I'm like to the other person, I'm like, are you good? Like this is not what I was thinking. And I actually left. But here's the thing. I didn't put value on that place. Even if I wanted the steak, I'll go to a steak restaurant instead of paying what they had. And by the way, I don't know what they're confused. Like there's an identity crisis going on here with this place, because you got like the $80 tomahawk steak, right? And then you look up, and then where the bathrooms are, there's a sign over it says with an arrow, poop deck.
What?
Doesn't go.
So it's like a casual, like aesthetic, super casual, but the menu is like a Michelin menu.
Yeah. Like what are you trying to do? What's going on? I guess this goes back to design, just what fits, what works. And who I was with, I said, I'm not getting it. She goes, well, the chairs by the bar were had a certain fabric on them and a color, so it kind of looked, a little upscale. I go, but not good enough. It's like, I'm good going there, just getting some apps and burger and thing like that, because that's what it looks like to me.
Something more casual,
right? Poop deck? No, not not the.
That was a design fail on their part.
I agree.
For sure.
I agree. And it was interesting, the floor, the way they painted it, because it's a nautical theme. It almost looked like water in a way. I thought it was a little interesting.
It's what? It's epoxy.
It's epoxy, right?
Yeah.
And it has like swirls in it, so it could look like water. You really want to do it, I'll put water underneath it, put plexiglass on top, and put some fish, whatever. But that's me.
So what happened there is that whoever was contracted to design that place, and it might have just been the owner, honestly, they might have just been like, I want a really cool nautical place that is appealing to that vibe, but like I want to offer some crazy expensive menu that doesn't fit the vibe of the place. And that's like the value of having the right people contracted to help you get started.
Yes.
Like the right designer or the right contractor or architect will literally say to you, you're not making sense because you're not aligned at all with what you're putting out there and what you're providing. I have all my clients that are commercial clients. They all opened up their first business. They needed a lot of guidance that I was happy to give them. I had to learn what their brand was going to be, and they weren't even sure yet what that was going to be. So they were kind of having like a little bit of the identity crisis too. I have another client right now doing the same thing, and we're kind of like finessing what that final brand is going to be. So there is branding involved with design work. Some designers, they don't want to be involved in that. They're like, figure it out and come to me when you're ready. But me, I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to leave you high and dry, because at the end of the day, someone like you is going to walk in there thinking they're going to have one experience and walk out with a different one. And they're going to be like, what the heck is going on there? That makes no sense.
Totally. It's all part of it. You just brought back a memory too. I did marketing for a small amusement park. But, very small, but, cute family kind of place, been around for years. And the owners decided to upgrade the building and bring in a restaurant consultant and started, so I'm not even kidding, serving tomahawk steaks, gourmet mac and cheese. The kitchen was amazing, right next to the arcade games. Like, go figure. No, you have go-karts and batting cages, and you're serving tomahawk steaks. Like, what were you guys thinking? And they were thinking, well, we could probably pull some people from the Hamptons because we're about 40 minutes away. And I'm thinking, ain't nobody traveling from the Hamptons. This is Long Island.
Right.
So
Yeah.
like to go there. And they
No.
abandoned that. I mean, again, they spent like 1.2 million on the building, and they abandoned the idea. And this year, the place officially closed. Gone.
It's like a high-end Dave and Buster's, it sounds
Yeah,
like.
but Dave and Buster's is much more luxurious than what we have here. Like, at least in terms of the attraction. It was nice, but again, confusion. And I guess it goes back to value. I'm going there. I'm not getting value in my tomahawk steak, looking at the ice cream dispenser and and again, the arcade, the claw. There's a disconnect going on there. How do we find our value? Let's say if it's us, how do you know what your value is?
I think you have to really sit with yourself for a minute and just think, what am I providing? What am I bringing to the table? And what differentiates me from my competition or the same person doing the same thing as me? Who am I as a person is what it comes down to. It has nothing to do with your job. It's just strictly who you are as an individual. Like, what is your moral compass? What are your beliefs? What are your 5 core values? And are you staying true to your word? That's what your value is. Like, I have been struggling myself since being back from Italy because I'm on 2 different time zones, but I'm also like, I want to implement change into this new person I'm evolving in. Every year as we grow, we evolve, and you kind of have to fit a new pair of shoes in a sense. And if you're saying you're going to do something and start practicing all these changes and you're not doing it, it makes you question your value.
Yeah.
And that's something that I've kind of been dealing with a little bit personally. And it makes you kind of really focus and reset as many times as you need to get to that next mountain, to get over that mountain to the next thing, basically.
Do you find it interesting once you start thinking of your value and, like you're saying, going within and just looking at all this stuff? Then once you kind of identify what your value is, who you are, the value you put on yourself, then you look at your relationships and you kind of pair it all up. And does it fit with this? Doesn't really, I'm not going to invest time in this, let's say, person. No, that doesn't align now with my value. It's not like we're being snooty, conceited, having an ego. It's just like you're doing your thing, I'm doing my thing, and my value. I value my time. I don't want to spend time with this person. They're not what I thought they were. You change, I changed. Not doesn't work.
See, I think you have to kind of see a little bit into the future when it comes down to people and investing time. And if it's something where like you really have to put in the work to kind of elevate them and they're not at the same level that you're currently at mentally, like emotionally, and maybe just in their jobs, like if they're just not quite where they want to be in life yet, even a little bit, you're just going to have to completely continue to motivate those people and almost like parent them. I hate to say it, but it's true. And then you're not going to enjoy the process and you can't enjoy that end result. So whatever your end results and your goal in life is, if you want to travel the world with somebody and that be your best friend, but they're somebody who hates to travel, or like they're just very comfortable in their hometown and their zip code and they're never going to leave, that'll never work. You're never going to convince them to change. So you have to really kind of look a little bit into the future, not too much, to start making better decisions that do line up with your value.
Do you need to know what your goals are before you put a value on it? I was just thinking as we're talking, we talked about goals. Like, do you need to know what's your goal? Like, as you grow as a person, your goal is to succeed, to feel good about what you're doing, to prosper in that way, to have the right kind of relationships with the right kind of people. I think you need to have the goals first, right?
You do. I think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves with goals though. So I personally, I like to do small goals that are very attainable. So
Sure.
if you can reach smaller goals, you can check that off your list, say, okay, I did that. Now I want more. And you can build it up little by little. like bricks, but you do need some kind of a goal because you need the motivation. You have to self-motivate. No one's going to do it for you. You can watch TikTok and YouTube and all these things, and you can watch, like, what's his name? Tony Robbins.
Right.
And they can motivate you for all of 5 minutes. But at the end of the day, if you're not motivating yourself to get out of bed, do the workout, eat cleaner, start writing that book you want to write, whatever it is in your life you want to do, if you're not doing small steps and forcing yourself to do that, nobody's going to do it for you. And then you're never going to reach that goal at all, not even a little bit.
Let's look at the word value when it comes to working with a designer like yourself. When you find or you make the suggestion to a client, hey, you could do this or you could do this, how do you decide? You decide, and also the client, in terms of the value. Is this worth it to me? Do I want to spend more on a higher end fabric? Do I want to? How do you decide?
Well, so just today, actually, I was educating my client on the difference between solid wood custom shelves versus shelves that you can buy online prefabricated for that floating shelf. And, we have a very specific vision. And I always, for situations like this, when it comes to design and materials and fixtures, you have to let them know, educate them on the pros and the cons. If you spend a little more here, this is what you're getting. If you spend a little bit less, this is what you're risking. So for example, like quartz, Home Depot sells quartz. No offense to Home Depot, by the way. I'm not trying to get sued by Home Depot, but Home Depot has quartz. And then there are stone yards that have quartz from brands like Caesar Stone and Cambria, who are legitimate brands that have high quality. And the quality is because it's man-made a specific way, whereas the less expensive quartz that Home Depot offers, they're not made the same way. They're not made with the same ingredients and the same finishes. So if you put a 400-degree pot on a Home Depot quartz, that's going to buckle after like 2 or 3 times. You go with Cambria or Caesar Stone, you're not really going to run into that issue. So you're going to pay a little more for a long-term product. And that's where you have to kind of figure out what you want to spend your money on. And if you want to deal with this headache a year from now.
It's so true. The last house I was in, they did it in HD. Everything was in HD. You know what that is? Home Depot.
Home Depot, yeah.
And
or Home Depot.
Yeah, and there's some stuff that works, but then the floor, and I don't know the material, but it's a stone and it's a very porous stone. It almost looks, it was white, but it almost had in some areas like a little lava look to it.
Yeah.
Bad idea. You drop a pot or something and right away puts a hole in it, cracks it. I don't know what they were thinking, but you get what you pay for. And
right.
They remodeled the kitchen after a small fire, but most of it was Home Depot. Same thing with the bathrooms. Some of it was okay, but again, like the floor situation and even the countertop, there was some challenges with that. But you gotta look long term and not cheap out. And it has nothing to do with you benefiting on the back end. It's you making the recommendation of what's going to last and what's really not going to last.
Well, because at the end of the day, I've had clients and people reach out and call me a year later and say, hey, this shower glass is getting like stains on it. And I'm like, well, it's from Wayfair. What do you expect? I told you what was going to happen and you went against my word and my recommendation. And now you're stuck with this headache. And I said, and it's a year later, they're not going to replace it. Sorry. Things like this is stuff that I deal with. I know a lot of designers deal with, builders deal with it, people in the industry deal with it. I mean, that's anything that you devalue, it's going to bite you in the ass eventually.
I would pay anything extra not to have that problem on the shower door. Really?
Me too. Anything, honestly. Like I will say I spend more money on things I know are good quality in life, food, materials, anything. If I know that I'm not going to be aggravated in the end as a result because I didn't pay what I needed to for it.
Sure. Yeah. 100%. And I've stopped looking at my shower door because I just pretend it's not there. But when it comes time to cleaning, and when it gets to that point, then it's like, have the cleaning person come in because I don't want to deal with it. But I didn't know that they made something that repels water, so you'd never have to deal with that. Worth every penny. Worth every penny.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It looks nasty.
Well, we'll get you a new one. Don't worry. I have people for that.
I got people. I
got a guy.
So I'm usually the guy that says I got a guy. I don't have that guy. You offer a lot of value in what you do for your clients. How do we find you?
You can find me on Instagram at K_ANN Creations and Design. You can find me on TikTok. My website is KNCreationsandDesignLTD.com. And I'm actually going to start putting out more blogs and more educational information on value to kind of introduce people to other ways of looking at what they're investing their money in for their projects.
I think that's a great idea. And even when we're talking, I mean, joking about the shower door, I didn't know if you told me this and this, I would have went for the more expensive one. I don't know the difference. Same thing with the floor. I inherited the floor, but if I would have known, I wouldn't buy that. You know, it's even looking at it. I'm not the expert looking at it before it got cracked. It doesn't look like it's going to last, but we don't know until we know. And by that time, it's usually too late.
It's all that gold plated. Don't fall for it.
Yeah. Same thing with relationships too, but that's a whole other podcast. Thanks for being here today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll talk soon. Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll be right back.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome to the show. We are joined now by our friend, our holistic psychotherapist and relationship coach, Cynthia Grace Luma. Yes, as a holistic psychotherapist, relationship coach, and owner and CEO of the Center for Inner Peace. She's here to talk more today about her coaching that she can help you with. And of course, we want to find out about her book too. Welcome to the show. How are you?
I am great. Thank you so much. It's so nice to be here and to meet you.
Well, same here. And you're not that far from us. New York, you're in Philadelphia, right?
Yes, it's not that far. You're right.
No,
same corner of the country.
Exactly. Well, we're excited to have you here. And to start off, just tell us a little bit about your background and what the Center for Inner Peace is.
So I'm a holistic psychotherapist. I have been for almost 50 years. And when I work with people, I'm working on whatever it is they want to work on. They might want to have a better relationship. They might want to do better at their work. But all the while, I'm thinking of, at the same time, helping them have more inner peace. Because that's actually the goal of all of us, to feel good inside. And if you can have more inner peace, life is going to be better. So that's how the name, Center for Inner Peace. And it's also centering yourself. Centering yourself for inner peace. So that's kind of how the origin came of the name of that.
Great. And can I ask you just about your background, if you don't mind? Just tell us a little bit more about, where you grew up. And it's always good to find out more about, what you wanted to do. I think you were going to be a teacher and an author, right?
Exactly. Yes. I grew up in Peabody, Mass. So I'm a New Englander. And I spent 30 years in Maine before I came to Philadelphia.
Okay.
I've been in Philadelphia for 4 years. So I'm a real East Coast person who loves the ocean and all that. So growing up, I wanted to be a teacher and author. Those are my two little dreams. Little did I know the direction life would take me, which is, of course, true for so many of us. I have been teaching for 50 years as a psychotherapist, because that's what we do. We find out what people want, what they need, and we're teaching them new ways of thinking about things, new ways of doing things, resources, etc. And always it was in the back of my mind, someday I'm going to write a book. And then about 6 or 8 months ago, I started, and I just launched the book 2 weeks ago.
Wait, you started writing it 6 or 7 months ago?
Yeah. It's a small book. If you can see, it's only a small book. It's about 100 pages.
But still, that's impressive. And you've done all that. Wow.
But of course, I've been thinking about all that for you know what I mean? It's all part of my work. It's what I do all the time. So it's really a little formula for clients. I broke it down for what I actually do with clients. And what my job is with clients is to make people more aware of what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what's stopping them, what triggers them. And so I put it all down in the book, kind of the outline of it, so that people can understand what it is I'm asking them to do when they come to see me. And I didn't realize this when I started writing the book, but now that I've written it, I think this is going to be a great start for anybody who starts working with me because they get the whole thing outlined, what we're working toward, to understand it.
Well, what is the title of the book?
The title of the book is The Relationship You Want. And the secret theme of it is, and it says that on the back cover, there can be no significant other in your life if there isn't first a significant you. So the whole meaning of the book, the whole theory of the book is, as well as you working with your partner towards your goals, or anybody that you're working with, because lots of people are working toward better relationships with parents, with siblings, with people at work, you know, but whoever you want to have a better relationship with, the foundation of all that is understanding yourself. And I have spent my whole life moving through that journey of understanding myself. And there's always new things to learn, but it's just having a better handle on who am I? Why do I get upset by the things I get upset by? And how do I open up to more of life? That's the journey of awareness.
Wow. So obviously self-love, self-care, all that you're going to agree with first because you got to learn to love yourself first. Okay. And hold on. So the relationship you want, how to be seen, heard, and understood in the most meaningful relationships in your life. That's the full title, right?
That's the full title. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Good. Just making sure. And where can we find the book? Where can we order it from?
It's on Amazon. And if you want to go on Amazon and put it in, or you can just write, it's also on this website, therelationshipyouwant.com.
Perfect.
If you click on that, they'll go right to a little website about the book, which also has the link. But on Amazon.com, The Relationship You Want.
Great. And can we talk a little bit about your journey on becoming a therapist? Because, you know, how did you get here today, right? You're helping, and we're going to talk more about the work you're doing with couples and finding that inner peace. Could you share the career path you went into?
Yes. So for me, I got a degree in chemistry. When I was in college, which was a long time ago, there really wasn't a lot of careers for somebody in psychology. I mean, people went to see a psychiatrist if they had mental health issues. But for me, when I thought about majoring in psychology, which I would have loved when I was in college, I thought, what would I do with it? I'm not going to work in a psychiatric unit. I'm too much of a scaredy cat for that. You know, it wouldn't be my path. So I majored in chemistry, which was the kind of a similar thing in the sense it's how things work rather than how people work. Right. So I got my degree in chemistry, spent a year in a chemistry lab when I got out of college. All I kept thinking about was when I could retire. That's how much I loved working in a chemistry lab. It wasn't the right place for me. I got pregnant, got married, got pregnant, had my first child. And I knew as soon as I looked into that little baby's arms and held her in my arms, looked into her eyes and held her in my arms, I would never see the inside of a chemistry lab again. I knew that was over. That was done.
It's amazing how they change us.
It's true. And I ended up having 4 children. I gave birth to 2 and adopted 2. Was fascinated with these little beings and how every day they change and grow. And many of you that are parents or aunts or uncles that love kids understand what I'm talking about. I just loved it. And so I had a friend. We had both adopted children. We were on quite a journey of making people more aware of adoption because there were many children waiting for homes in those days. And we both shared with each other one day our secret dream. And I felt very vulnerable to share it. And my dream was that someday I wanted to write a parenting course and work with parents because I was fascinated with the whole journey. She had the same dream. So we wrote a parenting course together and we started presenting it at area churches and community centers. And I loved it. People loved it. People that came loved it. People started coming up to me and saying, I need to make an appointment with you. And I'm like, you can't, I'm not knowledgeable enough for making an appointment for you. I'd refer them to a therapist. Wow. And then after a while, I began to think maybe I should get some training. So that's what I did. I got some training, but that was my beginning, working with parents because I was so fascinated with children and working with I've always worked with adults. I've worked a little bit with kids, but I really like working with adults because with children, I'm very, very sensitive. And it's very painful to me to think of any child being stuck in some of the situations they're stuck in. But an adult, even with a lot of trauma, this the adult has some ability to make changes for themselves, whereas a little child, doesn't. So I've worked with teens, but mostly I work with adults.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, let's get started and talk about that work that you're doing. And I know in particular, did you want to focus on the couples aspect first and how you're helping?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what I found over the years, and I say it's been a lot of years, what I found over the years is even when people come in supposedly for individual therapy, we're always working on relationships because people are always focusing on their relationship with their parents, their relationship with their significant other, their sister, their brother, it's like, that's a huge part of what we do. So that's why I took the training as a relationship coach, because it's such a huge part of people's lives and what they want. So for me, I've always been very spiritual. I've done a lot of training, and not only in psychology and holistic health, but also in spirituality and things. So I like to bring in with people, when they're open to it, the part of them that sees that we're all part of something big and we're all connected in whatever language they use. I think that's a huge part of life. And if we can use that in the therapy, whatever their spiritual beliefs are, the therapy goes better and deeper. So that's kind of an orientation that I have. Relationships, spirituality, intimacy. Those are all the things I love that turn me on. And after 50 years, I still love exactly what I do. I just love supporting people in what they do, which is, I'm lucky. I'm lucky to have something that I love. So I noticed over time that I was working with more and more couples.
Yep.
And I think what I love about that is both people in the room. There's something very powerful about working with, not talking about the person that's not there and imagining how they're feeling or what they want, but actually having the person there. And when I start working with couples, the first thing I ask them is, how committed are you to changing yourself? Because a lot of people have the orientation when they come into counseling, if only my partner would change, it would be great. And it's not going to happen that way. It has to be that each person is willing to change whatever parts of themselves they can to learn and grow in whatever way they can. And let me tell you an interesting story. When I was a little girl, and I say this in the back of my book when I talk about going full circle, when I was a little girl about age 11, my mother in those days, had women's magazines. We had a coffee table and my mother had women's magazines. And I was a curious kid and read everything I could get my hands on, even things that were beyond my age. What I looked forward to every month, it was a Red Book magazine. And I don't know if any of you out there can remember this or relate to it, or whether you can, Jill, but you look a little maybe too young for these days.
46, no.
That's pretty young. That's pretty young. Anyways, the name of the column that I looked forward to was, Can This Marriage Be Saved?
Oh, okay.
This marriage be saved? And my little mind, my little 11-year-old would read the first person. The husband would say, my wife does this and my wife does that, and all the things that were wrong with his wife. Then I think, oh, that's terrible. That poor man. And then I'd read what the wife said. My husband does this. And they'd talk about all the issues that husband had. And as a little girl, I would just look at it and I would just be kind of in awe, like, how is this ever going to work out, right? So now I know, and they didn't explain that in this magazine at that time, that it doesn't matter what issues your partner has. I mean, of course, you both want to deal with that, but it's really about taking responsibility for yourself. If you both do that, magical things can happen. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. You hear this all the time. Tell me this is cliche, but they say with couples, it's all about couples, communication's broken and couples grow apart. What is the biggest challenge, would you say, with relationships and couples? Just, give us some insight here. What are we doing wrong?
Yeah, I would say that almost 90% of the couples, that's what they come in with. Doesn't mean there aren't other things going on with them, but the things trigger them so that they can't communicate. So like, say there's a mother-in-law issue, then every time they go to talk about the mother-in-law, they're both tense because they know that they don't agree and they're going to fight. So what I see happens with couples, two things. I would say the two things that happen is the communication breaks down. They need some guidance, some help. Most of us did not learn in our family of origin good communication skills. I certainly didn't. I had to learn as an adult.
Same here.
Yeah. And then the other thing that gets in the way for people is people are managing so much in their lives. A couple comes together because they love each other, they have fun together, they love talking to each other, they love being together. And then the baby comes. And there's a job, and there's the baby, and there's the second baby, whatever it is. And I often will say to couples, it's like you get into managing the business. the business of being a couple, the business of being a family. It's a lot. It's a lot. And nowadays, women work too. I mean, when I was a young woman, women either worked part-time or they didn't work at all. My mother didn't work outside the home. And even though there were disadvantages to that system, for sure, there's disadvantages to today's system because it's an awful lot. So what I try to do is bring people back to remembering why they got together in the first place. And, prioritizing different aspects of the relationship, making time for each other, and coming to coaching or counseling with an expert in that is one beginning step of prioritizing the relationship and my supporting them and coming back together to what's really important.
Let me ask, you just mentioned coaching, and how does coaching differ from counseling? Right? Because those are two separate things and people don't understand what they could use. You could benefit from both, but what's the difference?
I think that many people would use different terms, but when I did coach training about 20 years ago now, and psychotherapy training about 50 years ago. So it's, two different things. But when I added the coaching to it, what they used to say then is if somebody has a psychological issue, they should go to a psychotherapist or a social worker who's trained. Otherwise, coaching is teaching more about the present. Coaching is working more with the present. Okay. So I noticed in today's world, though, a lot of coaches are also working with the past. So even in that tradition, things change. But there's more training in understanding some of the psychological aspects of life if you have psychology background or a social work background as a psychotherapist. And in coaching, a lot of people go for coaching and they already have something. They might be an MD. I met a lot of MDs in my coach training. So people come, acupuncturists may go into coaching. People have different backgrounds that they bring. Some people, they don't have any specific training in this aspect, but they love the idea of helping people make changes. And so they may have a particular program that they run that works really well for people in a particular area. We therapists used to be taught to be generalists. We treated everything. Whatever came in the door, we treated. So I think there's differences in what particular background particular coaches have. I mean, I was always impressed with the holistic physicians who had a medical degree.
Yeah.
And we're working with people. I just think that's a great thing to have. But there's a lot of great backgrounds to have. And I think there's a diversity within the coaching field of what people do and what their backgrounds are.
Great. Thank you, Cynthia. At this time, would you mind just reminding everyone how we can contact you?
Sure. I would be happy if you would contact me on my website, Center for Inner Peace, www.centerforinnerpeace.net, or the new one, therelationshipyouwant.com, which will tell you about the book. And my email is Cynthia, CYNTHIA, at CynthiaLuma.com.
Perfect. And that's CYNTHIA, Luma spelled LUMA, correct?
Yes. Right.
Awesome. All right. What other aspect did you want to talk about? Because I know your work focuses on finding inner peace, but there's still so much to you. So what did you want to share for us today?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Can I read you the back of my book?
Please. Absolutely.
This is a picture of my book. And I'm so excited about it, obviously, because it's only been out there 2 weeks and I have only seen it. It's only been 2 weeks that I've seen it. I designed it with a designer, but you know how you see how it all comes together when you actually hold it in your hand.
Yeah.
And so here's what the back of the book says. And I said a little bit about this before. There can be no significant other in your life if there isn't first a significant you. In her book, The Relationship You Want, Cynthia Grace Luma tells us that our job in any relationship is to first accept the truth and significance of who we are. Only then can we practice the compassion and curiosity required to build a deeply loving relationship with someone else. The author, who has worked for 5 decades as a holistic psychotherapist and relationship coach, shares her 4-step relationship truth framework for creating lasting connections with the people you love the most. If you've ever wondered what holds you back from having the kind of relationship you long for, this book has the answers you've been looking for.
What are these steps? Can you share
any
insight?
The first step is to be aware. And that's hard sometimes, to listen to your people, your partner or your friend or whoever, to listen to their feedback and say, is that true? Could there be some truth to that? And as you become aware, oh my, yes, there is. I give an example of myself, the first chapter, Finding My Anger. And this was when I was just beginning my training and hadn't done much personal work. I hadn't done any personal work really. And you take turns in the training programs being the client. And somebody said to me, I gave a story and they said, you must be angry. And I said, no, I'm upset, but I'm not angry. And then I go on to tell the story of how I found my anger, because I didn't want to be angry, because I had seen my father was violent when he was angry. And I sure didn't want to be like my father. So that's one example. So the first step is accepting. Okay, there's that awareness. Oh, yeah. Or something about your family that happened that you denied, you didn't want to believe that it could be true. And then you become aware of it. You have to sit with it, and it's hard. And then the second step is to become aware. The second step is to accept the truth of it. And this is where the most important step from me is compassion. And that's my strongest suit, is to support people in being compassionate to themselves for whatever they begin to recognize. Like they might say, oh my God, I didn't know I was that person. I didn't know I did that. And you can't judge yourself so harshly. That's where it's really helpful to have a sensitive mentor, coach, therapist, somebody who can help you see yourself, because in that wounded part of you, the place of denial or the place you don't want to look at, it's so easy to judge ourselves because it was the younger part of us. And if you have a person reflecting back to you, have compassion for this young Cynthia, this young girl who's trying to do her best, but she made some mistakes, right? That compassion is huge.
Yep.
And the other piece is the curiosity is huge.
No, I know it's better, I think, to come from a non-judgmental standpoint. That's why it's better to go to someone, because sometimes going to friends or family is not the right thing for us. Would you agree?
Sometimes they don't let us look at the pain. They want to wipe it away and say, oh, you're not like that, because they know you don't want to be like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other time is they can be judgmental because they don't know, they don't understand the roots of it. Whereas somebody like me who's worked with people for a long time, I know when I hear certain things that there's something underneath that. Something happened earlier to cause that.
Mm-hmm.
And I automatically have that compassion. And then the other thing is curiosity, to be curious about who you are, be curious. And then the third part is really owning it, really owning. The third step is owning. This is okay. So this is my truth. And sitting with it for a while, with the choices I want to make about it. What does it mean? Do I want to change? Do I want to listen to my partner when he or she asks me to do X, Y, Z? And then the fourth part is the absolutely best part that we all want to get to, and that's living your truth. Living your truth. And when you live your truth, you know who you are. You can tolerate listening to your partner or whoever the person is, whoever the relationship is that you're looking at, tolerate hearing the truth about you. What I find that often gets in the way for couples is a woman may ask her husband a question, or husband may ask his wife a question, or wife asks wife a question, whatever pairing it is. And then when they tell you the truth, the person gets triggered and gets furious that the partner says something that they didn't want them to say. So that's the curiosity and the compassion. And once you can tolerate the truth, something can happen. It's not that things don't happen, because we're never perfect, but it's like you can tolerate hearing what your partner has to say, agreeing or not agreeing, sharing what you have to say, daring to share your truth. So that living with the truth is the goal. And again, it's not perfection. It's just acceptance of the self, acceptance of what life is bringing you, and then loving yourself enough to say, I can change whatever it is I want to change. It's my choice.
All right. Well, beautiful. Start today. Cynthia Luma, how can we contact you? Unfortunately, we are out of time. We got 3 minutes, so we got to sum it up. Sorry. I understand.
Yeah.
What else do you want us to know about you? Obviously, before, besides buy the book.
Yes, buy the book. Cynthia, let's see, what is it called? I'm talking so much. TheRelationshipYouWant.com is the easiest way. And the other way is Cynthia at centerforinnerpeace.net, which is a longer name, CENTER, Center for INNERPEACE.net. So centerforinnerpeace.net and TheRelationshipYouWant.com. Either of those would be great.
Beautiful. Well, it's a pleasure getting to know you, having you here with us. And if someone wants to work with you one-on-one, do you offer an initial consultation?
I do. Yeah, I offer a free 30-minute consultation. It gives somebody a chance to find out if we're a fit, if I'd be somebody they'd like to work with. Absolutely.
Oh, wow. I love this. And did you want to leave off with a certain quote or I know I was reading like your work before or anything else in particular? I know you said this. I wrote, I've always loved this quote from Mary Oliver. What is it you plan to do with your one
Yeah.
wild and precious life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always loved that because we only have one life and we got to invest in ourselves. You know, I've invested in myself my whole life because it's a journey of self-awareness. And I think we all deserve that whatever your passion is, invest in it, you know, whatever's good for you, invest in it. But coming to know yourself is a really good step for anything you want to do, any relationship and any step in life. That's my philosophy.
Well, we appreciate you and we're glad you're here. And hopefully we'll get this book. I can't wait. Exciting stuff here.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Pleasure getting to know you today. And thank you for helping so many. Centerforinnerpeace.net. So check her out as she can Zoom with you, FaceTime all over the country, based out of Philadelphia. And don't forget that new book, The Relationship
And that is a really good point that I forgot to say. Thank you for saying it. And that is that I work with people all over the country virtually.
Perfect. Good. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Have a fantastic day. And to all of our listeners, stay tuned.
Bye,
We'll
everybody.
be right back with more.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. Jesse Popick joining us here again from New York City. Pleasure to have him back, unless he's maybe traveling again somewhere in the world. Let me ask, where are you, Jesse?
I am in New York City today, Jill. I appreciate the ask. It's true. I do bounce out of the city occasionally, but today I'm here. Yeah.
Well, pleasure to have you here. Tell us a little bit about the coaching and what you do. And honesty, there's so much. So I'll have you introduce yourself today.
Well, thanks, Jill. Yes, I am an honesty and sexuality and sales coach. And I know that mix of ingredients raises a lot of eyebrows right away. I spent most of my career in sales and sales management, doing a lot of selling, even though I don't have an MBA. I didn't get a degree in business. I have a degree in ecology, and I have a degree in resource conservation, and I have an almost master's degree in geography. And yet I ended up somehow being the chief revenue officer for a technology company. So
isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I have been told that I have a natural sales ability. I believe that to some degree. I do spend time facilitating and training Google salespeople. So Google and I have a relationship where I came in January and worked for a group within Google called Google Sales School. And Google Sales School trains the new salespeople that Google hires to sell advertising, and they mostly work with brands and with agencies. And I imagine that I'm at a point in my life where I've had so much sales experience over 25 years in direct sales, in sales management, and in managing client services teams and managing sales teams that, yeah, I guess I have some stuff to share with some people.
You do a lot.
Yeah. And the sales stuff, I imagine that part of what has made me such a successful seller has been my accidental authenticity. And what I mean by that is like I didn't go out of my way to be authentic. I imagine I just am.
I think so. I think it's an innate gift.
And I also believe that I've been really lucky that, if you had told me when I was a younger person that I'd be in sales, I'd be like, oh God, no, it's horrible. You mentioned used car salesman in a previous podcast. And yeah, I mean, like sales, no, I don't want to do sales. And it's funny, I told this story recently actually to a group of salespeople at Google. My first sales exposure that I'm conscious of was doing canvassing, going door to door and trying to raise money for a nonprofit group. And that was really hard. I hated it. And I wasn't very good at it. And there were people who I was working with who were really good at it. They could knock on a door, have a stranger open the door, and 20 minutes later walk away with that person having given money towards a nonprofit we were trying to raise money for. It was an incredible exposure to like, wow, this is what sales can be. And since then, I've come a long way. And asking for money now is something I actually enjoy doing. And I think it also has a lot to do with what it is that I'm selling. So if I can believe in something, that usually makes my enthusiasm levels rise, and then it's easy to do. I worked in restaurants for a long time. I worked in wine for a long time, and I always measured my ability to be a good server by giving service to people the way that I would want to be treated if I came into a restaurant. Mm-hmm. And I imagine that has served me well outside of the restaurant world and in the business world. Being able to build relationships for as long as I did relied on a level of transparency and honesty that I think a lot of people don't relate directly to sales.
True.
Right? I mean, to your point about the used car salesman, there's a whole association we make with, slimy salespeople trying to get something out of my pocket, and that being my wallet and the dollars, and that it's all negative. And I think where authenticity and honesty comes in is when you're speaking to a client, whether I'm a business person trying to sell something to a consumer, or I'm a business person trying to sell something to another business, is curiosity and asking questions to make sure that the person you're selling to actually needs or has a problem that you can help solve. And also being the first person to say, yeah, no, this isn't a good fit. Mm-hmm. I shock the junior salespeople in Google where I say, yeah, we can break up with people before we've even built the relationship. And that's okay to do because we don't want to waste our time. We don't want to waste the client's time. And curiosity has led me down also a pathway towards success of being able to identify clearly what people's reluctance is if they're objecting to saying yes. I had a CEO for a technology company that I worked with who used to say that when you hear the word no, that's when the real selling begins. Now, in this day of consent, and in my previous podcast with you talking about healthy sexuality, consent is number one. So hearing a no outside of a sales situation, is a no. A no means no. And in a sales situation, a no means that there's probably reasons behind that no. And if you are a curious salesperson, you might get to the root cause of that no.
Got it.
Right. And really uncover why the person is saying no in that moment. Right. And again, coming to a conclusion with someone that you're working with or trying to sell something to, that maybe this is a good fit or maybe it's not. And if it's not a good fit, then putting that down and walking away. And if it is a good fit, well, then really getting into is what I'm selling you going to solve the problems that you have? And the only way I know if that's true is if I can ask you questions about what problems you're trying to solve.
Got it.
Right. I think this model is true if you're trying to sell a product. I think it's true if you're trying to sell a service. in my coaching as a salesperson, or in my coaching for salespeople, curiosity and a level of sort of caring, really trying to get to understand the client builds a relationship, right? And that requires some empathy, that requires questioning, that requires real curiosity. And I imagine that people trust a salesperson or a person if they're asking the right questions, right? No one wants a pushy salesperson, and I don't think a good salesperson needs to be pushy. A good salesperson needs to ask the right questions and engage with the person they're trying to connect with in an honest and authentic way. And having a growth mindset is very important, both as the seller and as someone who's potentially being the customer too. Having a growth mindset really allows for that curiosity to be there. The growth mindset allows for the realization that as things are today doesn't mean that's how things will always be, right? I don't know how to be a good salesperson is very different than saying I don't know how to be a good salesperson yet. And that simple word of adding on the yet is that my mind can be open to learning more, and that there is room for growth. If I shut that down, I don't include that yet part, well, then that's going to close me off pretty quickly to an opportunity that might be sitting right in front of me. Yeah. So, I mean, in your experience as a consumer in the world, I would love to hear about someone who you thought sold something to you really well. Like, do you remember an experience where you walked away thinking, wow, whether it was a mattress or a car or I mean, do you remember that? Do you have those?
There's a guy at it was at Lowe's that sold me my washer and dryer, and he was commission based. I curiously asked, but he was just nice and helpful. Like when he went, hey, how you doing? You need any help? Just let me know. Steve, I'll be right over here. That was it. Then obviously I had questions about this type of dryer washer compared to so many different questions. So I called him over. We spoke about it. And even showed me, he's like, let me just show you some other options. These are the other ones that have the front, the bottom thing if you want. And this one has the Wi-Fi, this one. So he gave me options. I went in knowing what I was looking for, and I ended up getting what I was looking for, but he also gave me the good and the bad about it and gave me comparisons, some that are less, some are more expensive. So he wasn't pushy. He wasn't trying to get me to buy that expensive Wi-Fi, one that was, he's like, the truth is, he's like, he's like, it's, I'm going to be honest. It's like, it's just a little added thing, but it's a lot of more money. He was just very real. Like, so yeah, I remember him, and his name was Steve. But he just did it naturally. It wasn't pushy, because if he would have came over and stood next to me while I was looking at all the washer dryers, I wouldn't have bought it from him. I would have been annoyed. I would be like, I'll come back another day, or I'll go to another Lowe's, because I just don't. Everyone likes something different. Some people may want that companionship full time. I want a little privacy, a little time to myself to look and to compare my notes. And yeah.
Right. I mean,
what about you?
Yeah. No, I mean, first of all, the fact that this person made you feel a certain way says everything to me, right? I can think back in my personal experience as well as a consumer, and the people who made me feel comfortable, who made me feel good, were generally the people that I bought from. And the people who dismissed me or made assumptions about me were usually people that I didn't want to interact with. And I think also, as you pointed out, the guy didn't hover. It sounds like he didn't hover. He gave you space. Taking it back to the restaurant experience, who wants a waiter who's constantly looking over your shoulder and bugging you? You want some space to make decisions, and also showing options, right? Mm-hmm. I love that he didn't try to sell you the most expensive unit. He tried to show you all of the options that were available, and then allow you to come to your own decision about what's going to work best for you, right?
Yeah.
And I imagine he asked you questions about the space or what you were looking for, and he tried to show you the things that might reflect back on you what you were looking for without an agenda. His agenda was to simply get a washer in your hands, right? Which one it was probably less important, I hope, than just solving your problem, which was, I need to buy a washer and dryer. How can you help me do that? I think to that end, him having the product knowledge is really important. Yeah. Right. Him being able to actually explain to you the details between the features of the products, and we're talking about a washer dryer here, and I sold advertising software for 25 years. It's the same stuff, though. It's the same stuff. I need to be able to describe to you what I can and can't do for you, or what the systems can or can't do for you, or what the washer and dryer can and can't do for you. And it does give you the ability as a buyer to make choices if you know what all the options are. Makes you an informed purchaser. And as a seller, I would be doing you a disservice if I wasn't giving you all of the options, right? So to me, again, this requires a level of honesty and a level of transparency that not everyone is associates, I think, directly with selling.
No.
Right?
No.
So my goal here as a sales trainer is to change that predisposition towards salespeople, because I myself come out of left field when it comes to selling and sales. As I said, I don't really have a traditional sales background. And again, my successes, I think, have been with my ability to, in some cases, lead with objections. I talk about this in Google Sales School as well. If I can prepare myself, if I know that we're going to be speaking about the washer and dryer or about a piece of software, and I understand that there are some weaknesses with some of the things I'm going to be telling you, it probably makes sense for me to actually lead with some of those, to show you as the person who's buying that I'm aware of what the Achilles heels are. I'm aware of what the weaknesses are. And it also gives you, again, the ability to choose based on having all of the information, as opposed to me trying to hide information from you that might weaken my argument to have you buy something.
And speaking of me, tell us who you are, Jesse Popick, and how we can reach you. And then we'll continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really
we did that yet. Yeah.
We didn't do that. And it's really easy to get in touch with me. It's jessepopick.com, JESSEPOPPICK.com. And my email address is YOU@jessepopick.com.
Perfect. Thank you. Glad we have that. And on social media platforms too, we can find you.
So Jesse Popick is my handle on Instagram. The JPop is on X/Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn. Jesse Popick, pretty easy to find me there. There aren't too many other Jesse Popicks, so a simple Google search might even lead you to the right places.
Perfect.
Yeah. And in terms of what we're talking about today, right? I've spent time, and I really appreciate these last few weeks working with you, Jill, to talk about, generally speaking, my coaching, my background a little bit. I know we spent some time talking about the 6 principles of sexual health. We spent 2 different podcasts doing that. We talked a little bit in our last meeting about honesty, and then today talking about sales and sales coaching and my philosophy really around my approach to training salespeople. Which again is not something I ever thought I would be doing. It really,
isn't that amazing?
It really is. It really is. I never would have guessed. Never would have guessed. Wouldn't have pinned me for the CRO of anything, let alone leading trainings and sales education. Definitely surprises even me. And again, associating that approach of selling with honesty. To me, the honesty is the umbrella that I park both the human sexuality under, as well as the selling part. And those are 2 very different audiences. But I do believe, in my personal experience, that honesty can help buoy both us as humans when we're dealing with our own personal sexuality, as well as honesty as a salesperson. And again, to me, it's more breaking this predisposed perception of salespeople as being shady and being dishonest. And certainly, I imagine all of us have been tricked once or twice in our lives by shady, unscrupulous salespeople, and that didn't feel so good, right? And those people have to live with themselves. And as a salesperson, I want to feel good about what I'm doing. There's a level of ownership too that I also think makes for a great salesperson. The ability to, well, as I said, be enthusiastic about what it is that one is selling. And also, in my experience, even if I was an employee of a company, I always found that if I had the mental capacity to have some ownership, like emotional ownership, or not necessarily physical or financial ownership, but really feeling like I own what it is that I'm doing, that this also is reflected in how people received what it was I was trying to sell, whether it was a plate of food or a case of wine or digital advertising software.
Wow, what a lengthy career. You've done a lot.
Yeah, a little bit. Been here and there. And selling has been a part of it, whether I knew it or not. And I appreciate that I'm at a place now where I can look back at my experience and offer up my experience as a way to serve others and help them be successful as well.
Beautiful. All right. We still have more to you and to what you do. And this is a whole nother side I get to see of you today. I love it. I love it. The whole sales. And when did you start working in sales? So,
I was thinking about that earlier as I was talking. I imagine I worked, well, as a kid, I raced bikes and I actually was a New York City bike messenger for a while and worked at a bike shop on the Upper West Side in Manhattan for a bit as a teenager. And so I imagine I started selling there. I mean, I successfully sold some bicycles to some people. And I really didn't get into tech sales, like really real sales, until the late 90s and early aughts. And I've had the pleasure in my career of working with some of the biggest media companies in the world. I sold software to Google, to Facebook, to Viacom, to NBC Universal, to huge media companies. So I have had a lot of good fortune in that way and exposure to situations that I never dreamed I'd be in. And those situations taught me a lot. I had some great mentors along the way that taught me about relationship building and again, how important it is to be authentic. And if I can't help you today, I want to be able to walk away from a conversation we have where if you need help 6 months or a year from now, we can connect again and that we're in a good place. So, not burning any bridges, even if we don't get ink on paper.
And what type of wine did you sell? Just curious.
So I worked for a wine distributor in Montana, and I learned more about Spanish wine and French wine during that experience than I had known before. I lived in California for a while and certainly drank and was exposed to a lot of California wine. And then the master's degree that I almost finished was actually looking at where to grow grapes in Walla Walla, Washington. And I was using the model that a professor did in Oregon. Did that. And then, so basically the wine that I mostly sold in Montana was what we call old world wine, mostly Spanish, Italian and French, a little bit of American as well.
Nice. Awesome. Just curious.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of wine. It's it's sort of a hobby. And
me too.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much to wine. Again, I'm happy to lead with how much I don't know about wine. I mean, there's so much to know. And it's always a good baseline to say, well, I can talk about Walla Walla Syrahs. I can talk about Oregon Pinots. I can talk about some Spanish wine, some French wine. The Italian varietals, there are so many varieties of grapes in Italy that I don't even bother. There's too many. I cannot even, my brain cannot hold that much capacity for the types of grapes in Italy. Yes. So I've had a wide variety of sales experiences in my past, and they've all, I think, fortunately worked to my advantage when I have been authentic and been transparent and have led with potential weaknesses and trouble points so that we can just get those out of the way and talk about what can we actually positively do.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. We still got 5 minutes left in the show, Jesse. I'm not cutting you off.
Good. Well, I'll keep blabbering away.
Move us along. What else is on the agenda for the salesman of the day?
I appreciate you for keeping track of the time and not having me to worry about that.
No, good. Part of the job.
Indeed. Yeah. So I think the point of the big takeaway that I'd love to get out of today's podcast, though, really is the idea that leading with authenticity will help you as a salesperson. It does require practice. And I think one of the other things that happens with salespeople is that when they're first starting out, at least this was for me, I did not have a great deal of confidence in myself to be able to ask for money, or, the idea of closing a deal seemed really threatening. And again, the more human I was, the less performative. I mean, there's obviously some performance in sales, but the least performative approaches that I could take, the more human approaches I could take, usually landed me in good steads with a potential client. And that takes practice, right? Despite any natural abilities I might have, I still required practice. I wasn't good at canvassing, and no one is, even if they have natural skills, is good at selling or really any endeavor the first time they do it. And this is also something that we talk about at Google Sales School as well. Is, even people who are coming in with past sales experience, they still need to practice.
Yeah.
They still need, relationship building and asking the right questions. All of these things require a level of practice. If you don't practice, you won't know how to do it. I mean, it sounds pretty basic and simple, and it is. And the curiosity part too. I will say this: that there has to be maybe the built-in part, or maybe the part that's learned, but probably is more inherent, is this curiosity, right? And being able to respond back. If I ask you a question, that whatever the answer is that you give me, that maybe this generates a new question that I hadn't thought of asking you before, but based on your answer, I'm going to be curious about finding out more about you and about what it is that you need. And again, how can we help? Can I help you, or can I not? And I think this is one of the things that has gotten me out of a lot of trouble too, is the idea of not high pressure sale, but more like, hey, let me give you a back door, let me give you a trap door, so that we're not wasting each other's time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if there's not a good fit here, let's move on, and that's fine.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Yeah, I think this requires a level of confidence and authenticity that a lot of salespeople don't naturally have, because they just have to hit that number. They have to close the deal this month. They have to close the deal this quarter. I imagine I also get into trouble a little bit I make up a story that I get in trouble with Google a little bit for telling the salespeople to slow down. There's naturally an aggressiveness, I think, that comes with needing to hit a goal, and that's great. And also, there are deadlines that certain salespeople have. As I mentioned, a monthly number or quarterly numbers is very common. So being able to slow down the sales process is not something that comes naturally to sales leaders. And when I managed sales teams, and when I managed teams of people who were managing clients, so account management people, I would do my best to really point out that, we have to hit numbers. And also, we can have 3 meetings before we close the deal. We can have, the area of discovery, the most time that I spend as a salesperson, and that I recommend salespeople spend, is sort of the discovery portion of the sale, not rushing to sell a solution, whatever that is. Again, whether it's the plate of food, the bottle of wine, the coaching, or the software, that's going to be there. And getting you there really is going to require a lot of discovery. And a lot of me really understanding, again, like what it is that you need, and if I have solutions that will fit that need or not. And your reluctance to give me that information should trigger me to just, as I say, ask you more questions. A good salesperson should be doing very little talking. The client should be doing 85-90% of the talking. And the way that you do that is you ask questions. I also have found that certain people in certain positions love to talk about themselves if given the opportunity. And so if you ask people about what they do, or what their troubles are facing, what are the challenges they're facing, a lot of times people are happy to have an ear to talk to, and have someone who will listen to, I'm having a really hard time with this, that, and that. Can you help me with this? And being able to reveal that does require some vulnerability on the side of the person who's buying. And again, in my experience, I have only been met with, when I am vulnerable with you, generally this will allow you to feel comfortable to be vulnerable with me. And now we're getting somewhere. Now we can actually see if we have a good fit here to work together in whatever capacity that is.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Sorry, we got to run now.
Now we got to go.
Reach out to you.
JessePopick.com, YOU@JessePopick.com is the email. The web address is JessePopick.com, JessePopick.com. Jill, it's been a pleasure speaking with you these weeks.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll connect. We won't say goodbye. We'll say till next time. Is that what
I like that. That's the growth mindset.
Good. See, I had it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Have a great one, Jesse. We'll
You
talk
too.
soon. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Well, in our work world, our business world, either you love them or you loathe them. I am talking about unions. We're going to dig into that, look at that from an ethical standpoint with somebody who has been involved in the business ethics world pretty much all of his professional life as an adjunct professor of business ethics. He's a senior researcher, has been, and senior conference board working group on global business ethics principles. He's researched it, he's taught it, and we're going to talk with him, get his feedback. Ronald Birnbaum joins us today on the program. Welcome. How are you doing today, Ronald?
Okay, Steve, I just want to expand that gracious introduction to say that I started my professional life, so to speak, as a union representative of the Motion Picture and Television Cameramen's Union.
Wow.
And then I moved over to the conference board where I did research on union issues for the first several years. So my relationship or my interest in unions goes a long way back.
I honestly, I had no idea. So this is even more impactful. It hits closer to home in analyzing this. And is it reasonable to think that unions are growing, if not making more of a comeback lately?
The comeback part is true. Definitely. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen some news about a final agreement between the UAW and Ford, rather General Motors, Chrysler, so-called Big Three, whoever they are these days, and in a plant in Tennessee, and another plant, Ford plant, that was recently organized, or they filed for recognition in Chattanooga, Tennessee, a Ford plant. So Tennessee wasn't exactly where the action was or ever has been when it came to unions, but appears to be now to some extent. Secondly, the unions have endorsed President Biden for re-election. The UAW has, Building Trades has. Biden was the first president ever to join a picket line, which he did about a month ago. So that's attracted interest. interestingly enough, when I looked up in the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is the authority on this matter, the percentage of the workforce represented by unions declined from 10.1 to 10% in the last year. Not a very significant percentage, but the number of employees represented by unions increased, and also unions got some high-profile recognition for organizing campaigns and contract negotiation. But it's still an open question. Interestingly enough, this brought back memories. In 1978, the first research project I had for the conference board was called The Declining Market for Unionization. And it described how the percentage of employees represented by unions had gone from a high in the mid-50s of over 30% to a current level of about 22%. And I got all sorts of stuff from the various unions. Some of these people I already knew, who said, "You're crazy, we're doing great." But these stats were a matter of public record. They were recorded, as they still are, by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So for whatever it's worth, I was right. Now, focusing on the the plan organizing, I've already addressed that about their increased their recognition and their bargaining on behalf of workers at various automobile plants. The second interesting case, very interesting, is Starbucks. Now, in Starbucks, they recognize, or rather they represent about 10,000 workers in the greater Atlanta area. But by and large, Starbucks has stonewalled them on bargaining. Where the procedure is for a union to send a letter to the company saying, please be advised we represent a majority of the workers in your X unit somewhere, wherever it happens to be, and we would like to meet with you to discuss wages, hours, and working conditions. Now, the company can respond, as it usually does, by saying, no, you don't. And so the union will then say, okay, well, then let's have an election to see who does, whether we're telling the truth. And so they have an election. If the union can present to the National Labor Relations Board 30% of that particular workforce has signed so-called authorization cards. Okay, so, and I worked for the National Labor Relations Board at one time, so, and presided over some of these elections. And so then they have an election, and if the union wins, they win. And but at each step along the way, so-called recognition, so-called elections, so-called collective bargaining, the company can have, the union can unfair labor practice complaints, which is this, that the company has resisted, refused to bargain with them, and so on and so forth. And they can have unfair labor practice complaints issued against them by the National Labor Relations Board. Starbucks has a lot of these. I think the unions do represent a few bargaining units in Starbucks, but by and large, Starbucks has done everything it can to resist union organizing. And this is because Howard Schultz, who seems to all the world to be a very nice man and likable and so on, not a bad guy in the way union busters used to be, but he says that having a union isn't consistent with Starbucks' business model. And it's absolutely the case that that would be true if this were 1888 and it were Vienna. But Starbucks is a literally a fast food place, though Schultz would hate to hear those words used. And it is absolutely, as Paul Krugman has pointed out about places such as Starbucks and Amazon and so on, it is absolutely as appropriate for union organizing as the auto plants were in the 20s and 30s.
While we're on Starbucks, Ronald,
yes,
what are your feelings about Starbucks being unionized? Pluses, minuses, what's your overall view of that?
Well, I don't have a problem with that at all. I mean, as I said, this isn't 18 for nice atmosphere and definitely, baristas who really know how to make your coffee, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd be better for everybody if they were better paid, I think. And
well, one thing I want to interject here, coming from people I know that work or worked at Starbucks, outstanding benefits. The company takes care of their employees when it comes to benefits, union or not. I know people that work there part-time just for the benefits, and I hear rave reviews about that. So, check that box for Starbucks.
Well, that's not insignificant. And so that if the benefits are really good, perhaps the company could prevail in the elections that, and the attempts and the efforts that unions have made to be recognized. But in any event, Starbucks is literally where the rubber hits the road in terms of these modern situations. Sorry, that phone's ringing. I can't do much about that. So, in any event, Jesus, okay. So, in any event, that's Starbucks. And so I guess now we can look at our frame, the greatest good for the greatest number. That's the economic frame. And the problem, it's addressing the issue of whether the market is an efficient distributor of public goods and of resources and the benefits of commercial transactions. And in one respect, it is clear that the market is not nearly as good as it was in the 1940s and 50s in that respect. We are at a point of close to record economic equality. This whole idea of a top-down economy, a trickle-down economy, you have huge amounts of wealth, record number of billionaires, any way you care to calculate it. And the chief executive officers, when I started working for unions, rather not for unions, for the conference board, I think that maybe the chief executive officer made 20 times what the median employees. so on. So if you think it'd be better for the economy to grow from the center out, so to speak, as economists say, if you think that would be better than having the economy grow from the top down, then unions could get a plus there. Now, as far as the law, I've various procedures for relations. I think that it has been pretty good over the years, tested over the years, still very much in effect. Maybe it can be fine-tuned, but the law is there certainly on the side of employees when companies are behaving badly. As far as ethics and virtue, Schultz has his own ideas about that. He thinks that a coffee shop or coffee house or whatever that doesn't have divisions between employees and owners, at least not class divisions, certainly salary divisions, then is better in promoting virtue and skills and so on. I think that's questionable in this modern age. But the real issue, to my way of thinking, is that we need for the 1940s and 1950s. And if we continue to have this top-down type economy, I don't think that will lead to overall benefits in the long run. And we have already seen some of the problems with that sort of thing in terms of the availability and affordability of housing, in terms of all the, minimal requirements of life. So we had a Great Depression, then we had a Great Compression, and perhaps something not quite that drastic is in order now, but I think that unions could certainly contribute to an improvement in that regard. So
right now, Ronald, let's look at this hypothetically. If you owned a company and it was thriving, doing well, you had a substantial amount of employees, would you encourage a union situation? Would you be open to it?
Well, those are two different things. I would be open to it if that's what the employees want, but the last thing in the world that I think an owner should do is encourage them to join any particular union or anything like that. I think that's not what you want to do. You want to have a hands-off relationship with a representative. If you're going to have a union, you want to have a hands-off relationship with a representative of their choice.
Let's you might not encourage the union situation.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want them to think that, because then they would really think I was up to no good, and they would probably be right. So
okay. If they presented it to you in numbers, what would your first feeling be? Would you be thinking, "Oh boy, there's going to be a problem," or it's okay. They want to be unionized. It is what it is. Obviously, I can't fight it, and then we just go in that direction.
I would say let's have an election, and if they get certified, which means a majority vote, then let's talk. The first election over which I presided was, I think it was a motel or something like that in Alaska. And
wow.
the boss was there. The election was held. There were about 12 employees. You know, you can't recognize a union as a bargaining unit. Can't remember what it is. The majority, perhaps even all of the employees, said they wish to be represented by that union.
Mm-hmm.
And the manager of the motel, I doubt he was the owner, but the manager of the motel was right there counting the votes and smiling and shaking hands with the employees when the process was completed. Now, that was in contrast with a number of other elections over which I presided. But in any event, that sometimes happens, and that's fine.
In looking at the history of unions, is it pretty much the same as it was, let's say, in the 1950s, as opposed to now? Have there been like radical changes? Obviously, you're changing with the times in terms of the terms and things like that. But overall, what are the differences, if any?
You mean the differences between now and?
Yes.
Yeah, well, until recently, there has not been much of the way of organizing, except with public employees and or semi-public employees. The last election over which I presided was a teachers union that organized, I think it was the University of Seattle. I was working out of the Seattle office. And, you know, the teachers won and everybody got on with life as far as I know. I certainly did, because a year or so after that, I was working somewhere else. But, and so that's the way things ought to be. It wasn't the case where union leaders were murdered or something by rival unions, which had been known to happen even in, I think, the early 50s, Teamsters Union, and a guy named Shablonsky, I think. I can't remember the exact details. Maybe it wasn't the Teamsters Union. I don't know. Disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. You remember that?
Sure.
And, you know, so the rivalry between unions has also been a problem, and historically, doesn't appear to be a problem today. No company has exhibited any sort of hostility to unions, the likes of which you used to see. Even Mr. Schultz in Starbucks is what I would describe as good-natured, so to speak, and perhaps in my opinion at least, a little naive on his part, people to murder union organizers.
Yeah, you bring up great points about the union rivalry. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, as soon as you say it, news stories flash in my mind about Teamsters and situations. It's a shame it's got to be that way. They're up against each other.
Yeah, well, there was a time, and this was, I guess, in the days of Jimmy Hoffa and his ilk, when, as you might say, there was a lot of money in unions.
Yeah. Point.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. We're just about out of time, and our internet connection's a little bit spotty. So thank you for today's talk. This is emerging very fastly in terms of unions getting a stronger hold at this time. How does somebody reach out to you, Ronald? If somebody has a thought on their mind, or they just want to connect with you and just share some dialogue, how do they find you? Can we email you?
Yes, you certainly can. It's Ronald.Berenbeim, BERENBEIM @gmail.com. And if you want to call me on the telephone, old-fashioned landline, 212-831-0645.
A lot of interesting things to think about today, whether you're in a union or potentially in a situation where you could be in one, and just overall how this is going to affect the election. Good talk today, Ronald. Truly appreciate you being on the show with us.
Thank you very much. Nice talking with you.
You too. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So excited I get to see Sherry Griggs in person today, live on the Zoom, also on the podcast here to talk more about the work that she's doing to help you, mostly women, but men too. We're talking about balancing our bodies, our hormones, and she's just been an amazing person who I feel like I know personally, but never met face to face, but this is getting better. From Omaha, Nebraska, please welcome Balanced Body Health and Wellness, Sherry Griggs. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm great. Jill, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Thank you so much. Good to see you. And for new time listeners, viewers out there, tell us about balancedbodymedical.com. Also, that's the website. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That is. I know Balanced Body Health and Wellness was just too long. So went with balancedbodymedical.com. That's easy. We help people. And that's important because I'm not a medical spa. Like I've said in the past, spas are great. We all need them, but I'm a medical provider. So I help people balance their hormones, balance their bodies, balance metabolically. And while we're doing that, a lot of times that can take care of the root cause with some other issues that you might have going on.
Oh, wow. Well, we're excited to find out more about this. And I love you've laid it all out. I mean, for new timers, they may not understand, but the in-depth work that you do to help people like me, like you, anyone listening out there. I mean, we've had some great talks about this and we'll have more. What did you want to focus on for today?
I think focusing on some of the symptoms that people have and looking at what some of the treatments can be. And are we treating the symptoms or are we treating the cause?
Yeah.
I had a talk with a gal this morning and now I'm trying to remember exactly what she said. The problem, I know what it was. She said, I'm having this increased anxiety and I don't know why.
Yeah.
And I said, how old are you? She said, I'm 40. Oh, well, I went to the doctor and they gave me something. That stuff that can be abused. I said, Xanax. Yeah, they gave me Xanax, but I don't like to take it. And they want to give me an antidepressant. And I don't want to take this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, that's great. If that's something you wanted to take, I understand if you don't, but we're just treating your symptoms.
Yeah.
And quite frequently, one of the very first symptoms of a woman starting to become perimenopausal is anxiety. Anxiety that, one, my periods are still regular. I'm not having hot flashes or night sweats, any of those weird things that those old ladies have when they have menopause, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I have this really strange anxiety that I don't know where it's come from. Well, it's starting.
Yep.
Yep, that can be the beginning. And so right off the bat, treating the root cause of that can help prevent you from having other symptoms that may come along as things get worse, because it progresses. It's not something that just happens to you overnight. And as I also tell people, as we're getting them towards balancing, you didn't get sick or become unbalanced overnight. You won't balance you overnight either. But yeah, so taking care of not just the symptoms, but what's causing those symptoms.
Getting to the down and dirty. How does it work? You're in Omaha, so clients in the Omaha state, but also you can see people from out of state, but they have to fly in to see you personally first, right? How does, just to explain that.
Yep. So that's a preference. And interestingly, I was on one of my mentoring session calls and they said, they've extended the telemedicine, making a decision in the law until the end of 2024. So legally, I could meet with somebody one-on-one, like you and I are meeting. I could order their lab work. I could have particular special test kits drop shipped to them. So they wouldn't have to come see me. They could actually go to my website at balancedbodymedical.com and sign up for a free 15-minute phone consultation, and we could do a 90-minute from there. What I can't do if they don't come see me is I can't put them on the InBody machine to find out what is your fat to muscle ratio. So a lot of times it's nice to see that. So as you're having your treatment and you're, let's get on this. I'm like, I don't know that this is making any difference. And you're like, my weight has not changed on the scale at all. But then you get on the machine and that's because you've lost a bunch of fat and you've gained some muscle.
Yeah.
Right. And muscle weighs more than fat as far as the space that it takes up. So I could do it, but if you would like to come see me once, we can do all that extra stuff, test your nitric oxide. Nitric oxide has a lot to do with our blood flow in our body, and it's one of our antioxidants that we start to lose as we age. So we can check that, see how you're doing with that. We can check your muscle to fat ratio, and potentially I'm looking at maybe doing something else down the road, but yeah, so you could just give me a call and we could start out that way.
Perfect. Now, can I just get a little bit of your background, your credentials, what brought you here and got you into this side? I mean, I know personally, but not everyone knows. And being here on the Zoom, I would love to get a whole full overview of Sherry Griggs and what she does.
Well, I am a board certified nurse practitioner, and I studied when I went through school was adult geriatric. So I studied adult medicine, and I was fortunate enough to do clinicals with a very, very well-known and very, very smart urogynecologist here in Omaha, as well as some wonderful primary care practitioners. And originally had planned to do primary care, direct primary care, membership-based, and found there was such a need that the primary care, she didn't help women or even men with hormones. She'd say, just get through it. You'll be fine. We could give you some Viagra, that's just part of aging. And in her defense, I said, why aren't you helping these people? I don't have time to learn another specialty. So I went and learned a specialty. And every day I'm still continuing to learn more and more. And it's definitely, there's a need and there's no question about it.
Hence you come in. Ta-da!
Yeah. And I come in and I'm, right now we know that insurance isn't real good about paying for it. A lot of practitioners that practice preventative or functional medicine, it's cash-based and then you can send it to your insurance company. But I'm trying to find ways that I can help my patients out. In fact, I'm hoping to be talking to another clinic that's has a billing person that they still do everything. It's still cash, but instead of me giving the patient the super bill, somebody does it for them, right? And then the insurance company reimburses the patient. The insurance company, a lot of times, will pay for your labs. That's pretty much for sure, right?
Yeah.
They may pay for your consultation.
Okay.
I have heard rumors that there's somebody's insurance company actually paying for hormone replacement.
Wow.
Now, I'm not certain if it's bioidentical hormone replacement or they're
Okay.
just paying for the oral pharmaceutical replacement. Don't know on that one, but it was just somebody kind of mentioning it. And I didn't have the opportunity to speak to them. You know, one of these
Okay.
things where you're in a large group and you hear something and you don't get a chance to go back and find out. But that would be something that if if I did have that person or my patients are sending things in, if they were able to come back to say they paid for it.
Yeah.
They don't want to have to pay for the other, the incontinence treatments that I'll need to see the specialist because I have these issues, or the osteoporosis
Yeah,
and the
which we
broken
talked a lot about
bones,
that. Mm-hmm.
right? Or, it would be so much less expensive to pay for prevention than it would with what happens if you don't take care of yourself and replace those hormones.
Amazing. So how does it work? You come in, I know you offer initial, by the way, we should tell everyone a free 15-minute discovery call, right?
Yes.
And in that you're gathering all their intake. Well, you'll eventually gather if they sign up with you, the intake information. So it's customizable to everyone. So you look for red flags and what they're saying and all these, right. And then you're going to test them customized to what they need. How does it work?
Right. So we do the discovery call to make sure, is this a right fit for you? Is this what you're looking for? And can I help you? If I hear something that's like, oh, there's something more going on. A gal I talked to today, have you seen a cardiologist?
Yeah.
And she's like, well, Medicaid won't pay for that. I'm like,
mm-hmm.
Right? Why not? Well, they did the 24-hour Holter. And I said, but that didn't show anything. And you have these palpitations, you need to wear one for a week. So again, sometimes it's backwards. So somebody like that, I should not be seeing her till she figures out what's going on with her heart. Okay. So she would be somebody I'd say, get that figured out first, then come see me. Okay. Then we'll work on, they're telling her it's just an anxiety attack.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So maybe we do the hormones with still that. And maybe that does go away. Maybe that is something that's caused, but that's that call. And then if you decide that you want to come in, I do that hour consultation. There is a charge of $150, but you walk away with your in-body. You walk away knowing about your nitric oxide. You walk away with information and tidbits that you can use when you leave, even if you don't decide to purchase a program and work with me.
Wow. This is great. This is great. You send them out to a lab. You get looking at a script here, like a piece of paper with the script on it, and you can bring it to any lab where they are.
Yeah. So yes. So for instance, I recently had my gal I mentioned in New Jersey, and she just went to her lab. Now, she had her doctor order them. He was perfectly happy to do that, but I could do that and order that at your local lab. I'd need to call them and get my credentials to them. Locally here, I work with regional pathology, and they can go to 3 different locations. There are other kits and tests and things, some of the same tests we can do with a finger stick. And I also do cortisol testing, and that's through saliva. So a lot of the lab work we can do without a blood draw, but it's more cost effective to do everything but the cortisol with a blood draw. And you can't do cortisol with a blood draw because that's just a snippet in time, right? Yeah. And with the saliva, we're checking 4 different times a day to see what your cortisol is doing. But it is very much specialized and for each person. If I have a patient returning today and she did not need her complete metabolic panel. She just had that done at her primary care. She didn't need her CBC. There were things she didn't need, but extra things she did need. And so we worked that for her.
Got it. All right. Well, do you have something else in particular for today for your viewers that you wanted to specifically get into about, what you could do to help us?
Well, there is something I am considering. So there is a piece of equipment out there, and it uses high frequency electromagnetic energy that helps with urinary incontinence for women and erectile dysfunction for men.
Wow.
It's non-invasive. They sit on it for 28 minutes, 6 times in 3 weeks. And I've been told that it's The results are amazing because it's not invasive. Guys, as I've said, well, let's give you a little Viagra, or we can give you, use a needle and stick you in someplace you really don't want to be stuck. But if you are somebody that doesn't like needles, or somebody that has high blood pressure or heart disease and you can't take Viagra, what do? Right? It's a blood flow issue. It can be a blood flow issue. It can be pelvic muscle strength issue. It can be a hormone issue, right? It can be low testosterone.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I'm considering this because I love to be able to do the whole gamut to help everybody. Talking to a physical therapist today, I know that if you're a female having issues with urinary incontinence, hormones may not be something that fixes it all. If you've had it for a long time and it has continued to get worse, and it's not just caused by like vaginal atrophy, because the vagina helps to hold up the urethra, it helps all the muscles and everything there, or it isn't all pelvic muscle loss of strength. Or it is, right? It is all pelvic muscle loss of strength, and hormones won't just fix it, right? Just like if you're a man and you've lost your muscle, just giving you testosterone won't fix it. You also need to lift some weight, right?
Yeah.
You need to do some resistance, some weight training. Same thing. Hormones won't necessarily, there's no guarantee it will fix it. You may need some additional pelvic floor muscle strengthening. So considering that, as opposed to going to the physical therapist.
Got it. And you mentioned sit on. This confused me. You're sitting on something?
Yeah. So it's actually a chair, and it uses electromagnetic pulses to cause your muscles to contract.
Okay.
So I believe it is similar like to the M sculpt, if you've ever heard of M sculpt.
I've done that for the abs.
Yes. Same company. But it's a chair, and it's for the pelvic floor muscles. Yeah.
Wow. So it goes on your butt, like you just sit on it, and
you sit on it fully clothed.
Yeah.
You just can't, anything that might mess with a magnet or your metal would take off. Obviously, if maybe you're somebody that's had some surgery, you have a metal pen or something like that, you couldn't do it. Or if you could possibly be pregnant, but otherwise that's it. 28 minutes. You sit there. They said 2 treatments over every 2 treatments for 3 weeks. So 6 total treatments.
Okay.
And then after that, it's every 6 to 18 months, depending on you.
Got it.
So it's not even something that somebody would have to continue to put out a lot of money to do. It would just be maintenance after that.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm very intrigued. So I may be flying out to Chicago on Saturday to check it out. Quick out on the morning and back in the evening. But it is very intriguing, and doing a little more research on it, trying to find out if it's something I would want to do for patients, if patients would be interested in it.
Yeah.
Right? Because it all goes hand in hand, right? For women, incontinence, hormones, muscle strength, pelvic floor muscle strength. Men, erectile dysfunction, hormones, pelvic floor muscle strength. Ask a man, when's the last time you did a Kegel?
I'll be like, what's that?
Right? What is it? Right. They're like, no, my wife, why? Men don't do those things. Men don't have things that need that stuff.
Maybe they do.
But they do. It's muscle, right? And any muscle that you don't contract, resistance, strength training, it gets weak.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Awesome.
It is interesting.
Well, we still got 3 minutes left, and we had a little bit of a late start today because of the mix-up, but we still more time. Sherry, what else did you want to add?
I feel that people should ask questions. Take advantage. If you have even an inkling and you think this is the dumbest question, I'm not going to call her, sign up for that 15 minutes. You have nothing to lose. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe 15 minutes of your time, maybe not even that long. If you feel like the conversation isn't something, or I tell you, there are no dumb questions. Okay. I expect my patients to have questions and to not know anything about what I'm talking about. I expect that. If they do, that's wonderful. In fact, I'll say, I'm going to explain all of this to you, and I want you to stop me if you already know it, right? So I'd rather over explain to you and then under explain. So that would be my biggest thing. Take advantage of anything you can. Call me with any question whatsoever. I've had people ask me questions a lot of times. It's in networking meetings. Oh, so tell me, what do you think about this? What about this? Right. And I'm always happy to, gosh, either that's not my specialty, or the lady this morning, I really think you should see a cardiologist, right? Give you some advice. And I always, again, I say it never hurts to ask, and there are no dumb questions.
Aw, thank you. Sherry, how do we call you?
Call me at 402-807-5333. You can also email me, info@balancedbodymedical.com. Or the easiest, and I'm getting ready to open up a bunch of more times, go to the website at www.balancedbodymedical.com, where you can just look at your schedule and sign right up for that free 15-minute phone consultation right then and there.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you. Have a fantastic day, and we'll see you next time.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Back here with our healing goddess and the CEO of Blue Lotus Heals, Erica Turner, joining us live today, again, to talk more about the work she does holistically, naturally, metaphysically, from the Reiki, the sound healing, the coaching, her classes and her products. Also, don't forget that journal coming out. She's here to talk today more about the work she does, and even brought us a very special guest. So please tell us a little bit about what you do to start and how we can contact you.
All right, so I am a ordained metaphysician, metaphysical minister, and spiritual coach and healer. My business is Blue Lotus Heals LLC, and we're all about all natural, alternative, holistic, and spiritual healing. Today, I basically brought on my guest here to give you a little testimonial about her body contouring, as well as some of the testimonials that we had read last week. So she can actually speak to you and let you know how life has been for her since working with me.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Please, yes. What's her name?
Her name is Alexia Reese.
All right, Alexia Reese, tell us a little bit about how you met and the. Okay, we're going to just share those headphones. Perfect. So hi, I'm Jill. Nice to meet you. So tell us a little bit about what brought you to the Healing Goddess.
Well, first and foremost, she's my cousin. So I've been working with her since she started off as a Reiki master. I had did classes with her so I can be proficient in that as well. I was always her massage what was I? I started off as your
massage client.
Yeah, as her massage client when she first started Briarwood College. Ever since then, we just been back and forth with entrepreneurship and just helping each other out. But as far as my body contouring, so before her, I used to get body contouring done. Um, I didn't really keep up with the steps. I probably went to like 2 sessions and then I just stopped. Life happened and stuff like that. But ever since I started back this time, so I have 3 children, and sometimes mommies get stretch marks or extra skin, the pudginess and all of that.
Guilty.
So when she started, like literally right after she took the machines off of me, I seen results. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna see how much more I would lose over the next 3 days or next 6 days. And she started doing treatments on my buttocks because I have hip dips. And she started working on my sides and everything like that. And next thing you know, I started to notice that I was curving a little more. My stomach toned down to the point where I have pecs, but I don't work out. I do not work out at all. I have pecs right here. So that means I feel like, although it's focused more towards the skin, I feel like it also works on the muscles as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have a 6 and 8-year-old, same issues, and I tried the body contouring as well, but too expensive, too time consuming. So tell me, okay, so how did this, what did she do specifically to get this started? This is awesome.
Okay, excuse me if I get the terminations wrong. I'm not a body contourist.
Me too, don't worry.
So the first one she did, she put laser machines on my stomach. So they're about this size and they're rectangular. They have red lasers underneath. So the red lasers go on your stomach and your abdominal area. She puts, do you put oil? No, you don't put oil that time. Not for the lasers. Okay, yeah. So yeah, she just lay them across your stomach and then she wraps them like as if like you have a saran wrap across your stomach. And then you just lay there for about 20 to 30 minutes. You don't feel anything. Only thing you feel is a little bit of warmth, but it's not triggering, it's not harmful or anything like that. And then when she takes them off, you instantly see the flatness of the stomach, the stretchiness of like what the lasers, I guess, absorb. Like it helped the skin just like mesh. I don't know how to explain it. The stretch marks, basically, you don't really see them. Yeah, you don't really see the stretch marks like how you would without the laser. Then the next step was she used this like circle thing. She put her hand on it and she goes like this. Like she just go around in circles and in circles and in circles. And those have a red beam in it as well as a metal plate. And it's a suction. So as she's going across your stomach, it sucks like a pulsating suck.
Wow.
And yeah, so that's why I also feel like it tightens the muscle as well because of the sucking. And yeah, that felt pretty comfortable. It wasn't harmful or anything like that. The next one was I think that time as well, she put oil on your stomach or ultrasound solution so it can glide how it needs to. Then the next one, this is my favorite one, the buttocks.
Wow.
Okay. So it's these big old suction cups. They have a red beam in it too, a red laser light. She has to put them on at the same time. So she rubs them at the bottom of your butt cheek, rubs it up, and then clop them on, and it just suck the meat in. Let me see if I got a picture.
Sure.
All these pictures, I don't know why it does that. Okay, here we go. Okay. So, I don't know if you can see. Like that.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Okay.
So they are located on my hip dips and a part of like my upper butt cheek, so that whatever muscles or whatever skin fat can like simmer, like can move downward into my hip dips and make them plumper.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Is that painful?
Actually, no. It's not. It's actually pretty comfortable. I fell asleep through the whole thing, so.
Wow.
The best sleep ever.
Oh my gosh. So this is awesome. Tell us more about it and the effects. I don't know if you want to give it back to her or.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about that, specifically, if you don't mind.
So about the cups, so basically like the lasers that she was explaining, it basically breaks down like the fat cells and everything, and it also kind of lightens up any stretch marks that you might have. Like, and you have to get like the treatments done like usually like every 72 hours and everything, so that it promotes, also stimulates lymph drainage. And so it's breaking down fat cells, lymph drainage is also happening and everything, and that's going through the whole like 72 hours. You don't want to keep doing it. No, it's just max 72 hours. And within that time frame, like her stomach has gone down and like kind of toned up a lot more. Like she had very loose skin, and like it was kind of like creasing in like the center part and everything with the mommy belly. I call it the mommy belly. And like she doesn't even have that crease anymore and stuff, and she doesn't have like that loose skin that's hanging or anything like that. I did just recently do like a little bit of a breast lift on her as well and everything, like so with especially moms that breastfeed a lot, it can kind of bring your breast down and kind of be like kind of flat or flabby or anything like that. So I gave her a breast lift, and it's literally lifted her breasts up and everything to look like just like they were before and everything, just about. So that was just one session and everything. Let me see, the hip dips. So like her, like on the side of her hips, they like kind of cave in a bit, and she wants them to, yeah, they kind of dip in a lot, and so she wanted to have them plumped out a little more. And so when I slide the cups up onto the side of the hips, and it basically sucks in the skin, which is also breaking down the fat cells, starting the lymph drainage. So now everything's being drained down to that area and everything. So it starts to plump out and be look more, I guess, presumptuous. I can never say that word.
Voluptuous. I have trouble with that word too. That and my kids, Valentine's Day with the M. But oh my goodness, that is amazing.
Yeah. And so with that, I'm actually promoting that a lot right now, because as I mentioned before, February 11th is my 5-year anniversary for the business. And I am having a grand reopening sale. So pretty much you get a discount. If you pre-book now, you get the whole full discount and everything.
Let's see, pre-book now. There we go. Tell us the social media page and the website.
So the social media page is DBA underscore the healing goddess on Instagram.
Ooh. Perfect.
And you can also go to, because I made a specific page specifically for body sculpting as well, which is underscore nature's body underscore, also on Instagram.
Wow. And by the way, the area you're in, just to let people know, for the in-person services.
I'm in Chicago, Illinois.
Awesome. And what's this one?
So those are her results.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Now, how long is that expected to last? What is the upkeep process, right? Because it's not a miracle cure, right? I'm sure you got to upkeep it, but it's hey, that's miracle enough. Yes.
Yeah. So like I say, like to have the best results and everything, you get right when you start, you have same day results for one, and you have to just kind of keep it up at least every 72 hours, at least like once or twice a week. You do have to I do have like a meal plan that you can go with, or if you want to stick with your own type of meal plan and stuff, that I can help you kind of portion it to like to be able to complement the treatments and things of that nature. And you also still want to exercise as well. It helps with the lymph flow, and it helps complement the whole treatment and everything, helping to like tighten up the muscles as well and everything, so that the skin can also tone and form back to those muscles and come back into the type of physique that you want.
Amazing. Amazing. All right. So what other services do you want to share?
I think right now that's pretty much the main one. Of course, I do. Again, I do massage therapy. So lymphatic massage. I do reflexology, sports massage, even chair massage. So chair massage, I do like the chair massage events. So if anybody ever has any events, like corporate office events and everything, I will come out with my massage chair and give the staff a chair massage. So this could be like for corporate office events. This could be for teacher appreciation days, things of that nature. And I also will do parties and events. If you want to have, if someone has a birthday party, an anniversary, bridal shower, something like that. If you want me to bring my table or my chair, then I'll come out and I do that too.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And at this time, we got to remind everyone all the ways we can contact you. We're halfway through the show. Would you mind sharing?
All right. So my email is Reverend Erica Speaks at gmail.com or bluelotushills@gmail.com. My website is bluelotushills.org. And then, of course, I have my links that has everything that I do on there, which is LII, that's 2 I's, nks.co/healing goddess. I mean, heal with Erica, I'm sorry. And the business number is 312-857-8835.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And these types of services, I mean, obviously you have these hands-on services, but you also do distance services because Reiki in general, right? Could you share some of the stuff you could do for people listening from around the world?
So with distance sessions, I do is energy work, Reiki. Pretty much we just do that, either we could do it virtual through Zoom, or we can also do it on the phone, however you like. Or sometimes I don't even really do it on the phone. I'll like contact the person and then I'll let them know, okay, I'm about to start the session, make sure that they're at home, they're in a space where they're not being distracted and they can relax and be in a receptive mode. So then I will start to transmute the energy to that person.
Wow. Well, let me ask you, you've been doing this quite some time. You've had the gift, obviously, your whole life, as your cousin can attest to. Does she benefit from some of your other services as well?
Yeah, she's gotten Reiki done for me as well. She's also had massage therapy. Yeah, all of her pregnancies, I did Reiki with her. I've even taught classes for Reiki classes with her so she can become a Reiki therapist. She just really wants to learn it and become a master at it herself so that she could do it for her family, really. I don't know if she's going to do it for clients, but I think she just really wanted to do it for herself and she really wanted to learn. But I think that's pretty much it, isn't it? Yeah.
That's pretty much it. You got a lot that you're doing and helping so many. So this is a beautiful work. Yay. What other aspects did you want to dive into for today? Wow.
Well, I think I went over everything that I wanted to. For next week, I do plan on, like, I wanted to be able to demonstrate the service that I do for her as far as the body contouring. So I can show you the before of what she looks like now, and then compared to like next week once I do the service and everything, they can see the afterwards.
Not Reiki sessions, but the sound bowl event.
Oh, yes,
sound bowl?
So I will be also holding sound bowl events. Starting, like, everything is going to be starting off from next month once I reopen everything, and I'll be doing sound bowl meditation events. I do have, like, again, I mentioned last time, is also my chakra healing program and everything that's starting from February 11th to about March, because it's a 7-week program focusing on the 7 chakras. Basically just to help clear and get rid of any unwanted, unneeded energy that might have been accumulated and picked up over the holiday season. It helps you to relax, get yourself grounded, and probably just get you back on your feet to whatever it is that you were doing, because a lot of people might feel like, like they just lost the passion for something due to whatever they might have accumulated over the holidays and everything. And like that's why I do it at the beginning of the year. And because a lot of times that energy is not their energy that they are holding, and they don't realize that. And so once the healing and all of that is done and balancing out those energy centers, you start to actually come back to your reality, to yourself, and start like, oh, I remember I did have the passion for this. Let me go ahead and get back to what I was doing. Like this is the year of 8, where there is new beginnings and endings of cycles, of certain cycles, and beginning again something new. So I feel like a lot of people are going to be starting some new stuff, new ventures within their businesses and life, all of that. And it's an abundant year and everything for a lot of people. So I wanted to keep that in mind, and that's what pretty much the chakra program and all of that is going to entail and include, and healing and all that kind of stuff. I really do want to get I usually do it on Zoom, but I want to be able to get a venue to do it at, if we could get enough people. And I think that's about it.
Well, what about you're also doing spiritual coaching and helping people transform? There's a lot on your plate. When do you ever sleep?
Yeah. I'm actually starting back with them soon. Before, I also mentioned that I'm in the process of moving, so that's also a reason for starting also in February, because I will actually be moving at the beginning of February now, finally. And so I'll be starting back my coaching sessions with my coaching clients that I do have right now. And I'm still taking clients as well. You just have to book and everything. And we'll book something for sometime in February, March, or however you want to do that. But I am taking bookings for all clients right now.
Beautiful. Well, this is exciting work you do. We still have 5 more minutes left, so we're not going to waste it. There's plenty more to talk about. Did your cousin want to share any more experiences, or did you want to share something else?
Do you have anything else you want to share? Any other experiences?
Why should we contact your cousin?
Well, just recently, this is just like an intimate cousin bond thing.
Can you hear her?
Yes.
Okay.
So recently we just meditated because I was having a really bad day and I needed to unwind and get back to myself. So as we meditated before, what was it? We meditated at 11:11. Yeah. So we meditated at 11:11 p.m. And once we started that, during my meditation, I had got a couple of messages because I'm intuitive as well. I got a couple of messages for my new beginnings and to know a couple of things about a certain someone. But other than that, it gave me clarity. It relaxed me just based off the information that I was given, because I was supposed to meditate, obviously. But during my meditation, I was rocking. It was like a natural rock. I wasn't rocking by myself, consciously. My body just started rocking. So that was a great experience that I have with her, which always happens every time I'm with her. My rocking is very intense.
Yeah. And I tell her that when we really tune in and we tap into ourselves, that is the light vibration that we are tapping into, the source, the true source of all creation that created us all. We are literally tapping into that divinity, and you will find those experiences, and that is very intense, because even with me, for me, when I meditate, sometimes I start to vibrate, my body vibrates, and it's like you might get involuntary movements.
Yeah, I got it.
And And that is because you are tapping into that divinity of source. And you are now vibrating very high. You're elevating your DNA, basically. You're activating your lights because we are all energy. So when you actually let go and give in to the source, and really just let God, you literally activate your true nature, which is the source. Because again, we are spiritual beings in a human body that is just having a human experience. Like our spirit is literally like sparks of, like, we're literally like sparks of the source that is just all over the world. Stardust. I just like to give all these different other type of analogies because it's just I like to give it so like the sun, the rays of the sun. So everyone is connected to the sun, whether they know it or not. And this had just came to me another time. I was walking my daughter to school, and when I was coming back home, the sun was shining very bright. And it's crazy because I had seen this person, and the person was like, have you noticed that how the sun rays, how you're like really connected to the sun, or the sun is always moving in every single, like, wherever you're going? And at first I was like, no, I really never really noticed that and stuff. And I was like, I've never seen that person again. And so I was like, this had to be like some spirit, like trying to like, because I'm constantly elevating, I'm constantly going to the next level in my spirituality and everything. And I feel like that happens with a lot of people as well. Like they go to the next level, and then sometimes you might get to a level where you might be afraid, and because you don't understand, because you've never been there before. And like now once you start elevating higher and higher and higher, it's like you're getting to the next level that's harder and harder and harder, or it gets better and better and better. And sometimes if you've been through a lot of stuff in life, you don't really realize the goodness of what this could be and everything, that you are elevating, you are becoming the new you. That your process, the way that you think is different. The way that you feel about certain things and certain people is different, and it's all for a reason, because not everybody is ready to go with us on this journey, and you have your own unique journey. Everything is unique to yourself, so we're all just connected, and it's just so beautiful.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Well, that's great to share. We appreciate that. And if someone does want to reach out here to Blue Lotus Heals, to the healing goddess, Erica Turner herself, how can we do so?
Number 312-857-8837. You can book any session. Again, you can book now, and I will put you in the books for next month to March, because we reopen again February 11th.
Awesome.
Email bluelotushills@gmail.com or reverenderica.speaks@gmail.com. Website www.bluelotushills.org.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope you have a fantastic day. Thank you again for coming in and joining us and being our guest. And God bless you as a mom and going through what you do. But we're going to check her out again next week, right? You're going to show us some more before and afters?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you back, and enjoy your day, and good luck with the babies. By the way, how old are they?
How old are the babies?
How old are the babies?
Yeah.
4, 3, and 1.
Oh, God. God bless. Mine are 6 and 8. Oh, that was hard. But all right, go back, go take care of them, and look good. Right? There's something about feeling good about our bodies that makes us better parents, makes us better overall. I think we all know that. Some men don't get that, but it's so true. So self-care today. Thank you so much with the Healing Goddess, and we appreciate your time today. We'll talk next week. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Learned a lot every time we talk with him. And it's so critical, so important, because safety on the roads is so key. There was just an accident I'll get to in just a moment involving a tractor trailer. Just saw this. Don't know what happened, but safety is key. And that's what he and his company does for many of these motor carriers, make sure that they comply with government regulations and making sure that they're safe on the road. DOT Training Solutions is the company. Matt Freeman is the man behind it. Matt, welcome. How are you doing today?
Hey, doing well. Thanks, Steve. Been gone traveling and now I'm back home. So, let's see what's going on in the world today. Got some great stuff to share while we're here.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot from one of your partners. I'm just going to jump in here because I saved it on a bookmark and because of what we talk about. And it was a tractor trailer that had an accident. Fortunately, nobody hurt. Don't know what the cause of the accident was, but we see this coming up all the time. Side note, I think it was carrying Bud Light, so I don't think too many people were complaining. True story.
Right.
Can't make it up. But in terms of what you do, you work with a company called Girard Equipment. Tell me about the partnership with them, Matt.
Yeah, Girard Equipment supplies, and I'll let Andrew here tell what they do, but they supply equipment to chemical trailers, anybody transporting chemical trailers and other things that they do as well. And when we do our training, we test, train these guys on that they know what they're looking at. We interviewed with Randy, one of my guys who does the cargo tank training for me. So one of the things that we train these inspectors are what to look at, how to fix these valves, how to make sure there's being safe out there, make sure it's working properly. And so what we've done here, we've partnered with Girard Equipment. Great training opportunity here for both of us to reach out to multiple transport companies and to show them what we can do together. And what Andrew can do is they can provide a certificate certifying them to work on their stuff. So whereas we do something as a certificate of completion that satisfies the government for training, Andrew's actually giving them something that says, hey, I've been certified to work on this valve or this piece of equipment. So that they offer. So that's a big thing for us. It's kind of a double up when someone comes to our classes. They're getting 2 certificates out of it and something else put on the wall, and they can go back and say, hey, I've been certified to do this. So it's a win-win.
So that is the North American sales manager for Girard, and he is Andrew Mulvey. Andrew, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Steve. How are you?
Fantastic. So with what you do, you supply the parts, the valves for these chemical transport trailers. Are we talking about the big tankers that we see on the road?
Yeah, exactly. So there's all sorts of different tankers, and if you're not in the industry, I'm sure something very shiny going down the road, it looks all the same. But specifically what we do is DOT 407, which is the chemical world. So our main product and the product we're really known for is a pressure vent, so a DOT 407 pressure vent. And what that does is as those cargo tanks go down the road, it's due to temperature change, because a lot of times these things are very, very sensitive. They're hazardous chemicals. And what our products do is they allow that vessel to breathe. So The tank trailer itself is manufactured with a certain allowance for pressure, and then our device comes in and just allows that little bit so that you don't have any combustion, you don't have an implosion of a trailer, and that's exactly what our products do. So it's a very sensitive it's a very sensitive industry to be involved in because obviously there's very dangerous chemicals, and we've been in business for 70 years and we're happy to report there's never been a fatality due to one of our products, and safety is our number one.
I want to dig deeper into the product. And I know this is like maybe a cheesy example, but I had a can of seltzer water in my car 2 days ago. It wasn't even warm out. I think it was like 65 degrees. Came out to my car, the top popped off, like literally just went like this. And then I had seltzer in my cup holders and everything. Fortunately, it's just water, so I don't have to worry about it. But I'm looking at something like that on not even a warm day. I've never seen that happen before. Like it's like literally the top popped off the whole thing. How does temperature, Andrew, play a role in these rigs that are carrying dangerous chemicals?
So certain chemicals, they have to be transported at a certain temperature. So we deal with a lot of, I mean, something that's a really hot commodity for us, especially in the Louisiana area. I actually live in Houston, and the Houston, pretty much from Houston to New Orleans, it's kind of chemical alley, and 3/4 of all the hazmat material in North America comes right through the Gulf. So there's a chemical we deal with called MDI or TDI. It's something that will solidify if it gets to a certain temperature. So if there's air gets to it or there's a certain temperature change, these things that we always have to monitor. So there's certain applications where we even have to build in what's called a steam jacket. So we'll have a stainless steel valve that has a chamber on the outside of it that we have to pump in transit heat is what's called. So we have to keep that valve at a certain temperature, even when the product's being unloaded. But as far as combustion, that's just certain chemicals. They will either expand or contract as they change temperature. So it's very dynamic and you can really get into thousands of different chemicals that are being transported. So for us, we always have to stay within the limit, and we're always finding out new things every single day. So we have an engineering team, and we actually have a foundry in Florida, so we can pour our own products. So we're very flexible when it comes down to a customer says this is the specific needs they have, where we can go to one of our engineers and we can 3D print a model and go into the foundry and pour it in stainless in a matter of days. And this is the important part about being an American manufacturer is we can do all that stateside. We don't need to work with any companies overseas. We can actually have that and design a new product rather quickly when some other people can't necessarily get that quick turnaround. So for us, it's always about learning about new chemicals and constantly updating the product to make it as safe as possible.
Do you have different valves depending on what chemical, what substance is being carried in a container?
Yeah, absolutely. It's our main product is 316 stainless steel. Why 316 stainless steel? Because it's one of the most corrosion resistant of the metals you can get, and for us, it's one of our mainstays. But we can actually get into different alloys as well. So we can make an entire valve of something known as alloy 20, which was a compound specifically designed to have resistance against sulfuric acid, because that's another commodity we haul a lot, but we can do it in other things called Hastelloy, or we're even playing around with doing entirely valves that are coated with plastic. So it really comes down to what that chemical is going to do, because all these chemicals, they really enjoy eating through stainless steel. So we're always combating that. And sometimes it's something as simple as switching over to a different O-ring or a different seal. So it's always about finding that mix about what's compatible with what. And that's where the training we're doing with Matt really comes into play, because some people aren't doing anything necessarily wrong. They're just doing something the way they thought they should and didn't know there was another option for it, or potentially a safer option out there.
Matt, can we talk about the training that you offer for clients?
Yeah, what we do and what we offer our clients is the training. So when we're out there, we do a 3-day class, hotel classes right now. That's where Andrew and his team's going to come in and work with us. And so we do two hard days of classroom in the books, learning about what the inspection procedures and everything are and what they need to do. And then we do another day of, we take them out there. And what Andrew's going to help us with as well is we're going to touch the tanks. We're going to actually look at how they're supposed to be doing their inspection. So it's a hands-on And we want to see what they know how to do, because that's the time to let the trainers know that if they don't know how to do something, to let us know there, because that's what they're here for. They're coming to class for us to show them, and we turn the favor around and say, hey, you show us, because if you're not doing it right, it's okay. This is a time to let somebody know, because when you go back and you're actually working on a customer's tank, now you know how to do it. If you weren't doing it right before, you're going to do it right now. And that's the key thing. And some of these valves and stuff are super expensive. These aren't cheap valves. We're probably looking at what, 600, 700, 800, maybe $1,000 a valve, depending on what we're looking at. So to save money, one of the things Andrew's showing these guys when you get certified is how to fix these things. You're not just pulling it off and throwing it away. Now he's showing you how, hey, it may need a seal. It may need something pretty simple. Instead of sending it off and waiting several weeks to get it back, we can do it right there, or they can do it right there. So that's the kind of training. No, that training also, it's called Cargo Tank Register Inspector training. And we will take this training to all of our customers. About 90% of what we do is in our customer facilities. About 10% of it is we do about around six or so hotel classes a year, where we bring in all of the industry. So we work with different companies. And then the rest of the time is working with specific customers who call in for requests to do training or consulting on a normal basis. And that's where we'll bring in Andrew to assist us on any of those trips, especially folks who are working in the chemical world. And that's going to be a big benefit to showing them what we're doing together.
Andrew, on average, let's say it's a tanker transporting propane. How many?
I lost your sound.
Oh, I'm right here.
I can hear you.
So yes, I'm wondering how many of those valves would be contained in a let's say an average propane tanker.
So propane's a little bit different. Propane, that's a specialized compressed gas that we don't really get into as far as the chemical, but I can talk to what we do.
Sure. Or let's pick another container. Let's say it's somebody transporting gasoline, petroleum. Let's go there.
Yeah. So for us, it really depends how the tank is manufactured. So the way that we calculate what pressure this valve needs to go off at is the size of the tank, how many gallons, and the surface area, what we would call the exposed surface area. So that's what makes up the calculations for where that vent needs to go off safely. So there are certain tanks that will be one compartment, so that will require one vent. Now, there may be tanks that are 4 and 5 compartments, and each single compartment needs its own pressure relief device. And why manufacturers would do that, and especially when you get to the unloading side, is it may just come down to how fast do they need to unload that trailer? How much time do they need? And we have some tanks that may take 3 to 4 hours to unload, and some tanks they need to have unloaded in half hour, 45 minutes. So it really just comes down to what application it's going into. And I guess I wanted to add on to a little bit as what Matt was saying as far as the training aspect of things. Matt's team knows everything about the tank itself, and they get you 99% of the way there. And I feel like the partnership we've done together just goes that extra step where it goes into the product specific side of things. Because what they're doing is they're walking the students in their class how to test this tank. And where we come in is the troubleshooting side. If there is an issue, we get into this is how you look at that product and see if you can fix it, the issue is there with that valve. And that's what we train them how to do. Because again, as Matt said, it's all about how quickly can we get this done and how cost effectively can we fix this problem. So that's what we're trying to help.
Gotcha.
And it was something that I was really trying to do on my own, because we have customers all over the world. And I was going out and trying to go to all these service centers, and I can't get to 200 service centers every single year and offer training. But what Matt's company does is they already have that structure in place, and they already have the customer base. Because we may have relationships with some different customers, but essentially it's all the same customer base. We know who they all are, and this for us was a great opportunity with Matt, because he's already got the pieces in place. He's already got a well-structured class. And I think it just adds to what we do. And for us, we were able to reach a much larger audience doing it this way with Matt.
Interesting. Wow. It's like a marriage made in heaven. It's kind of what it's like.
It really worked out.
Huh. Matt, would you say that these valves, these release valves, are one of the most important safety features on these tankers?
Absolutely. Because if without the valves, there's no pressure released. And when you build up pressure in a confined space, we'll go back, you can get you know what kind of reaction you're going to get. Okay, you can get a boom, you can get a lot of different things depending on what the chemical is. We'll go right back to just to answer your question. Really, you kind of answered it yourself in sense that your water can. Okay, you think it was a cargo tank, right? In a cargo tank, they swell. The pressure builds up, and at a certain psi, okay, then those valves are required to open. Okay, so as that pressure builds up and it hits a certain psi, they're required to open real quick, let that out, and then seal again. So they're not just staying open and letting out chemical and fumes. They're letting out the pressure and closing back. So that's the testing part of it. When we go in and show them how to test them, we have to test them. We call a bench test. Okay, you put it on a pressure table and you put air to it, and then you seal it off, and then you hit that. And once it hits that certain psi, you'll hear it hit a pop. It'll make a little noise, and then you got to wait a second and see how long it takes to reseat. So you got so many seconds once it hits a certain psi, and then it has to reseat at a certain psi, depending on the valve you're looking at. So, in instance, your water can, before that popped, let's say it was a chemical valve, Andrew, what's the temperature or what's the psi that if we were using your valve when it has to pop and when it has to reseat?
So general chemical, it's going to be between 25 and 35 psi. So the range that needs to go off at is 120 to 132 of the MAWP. And then what that stands for is the max allowable working pressure for that tank. And to add on to what Matt said, as far as the reseating, that's the very important differentiation between a reseating pressure relief device against a non-reseating, which would be a fusible cap. So a fusible cap, when that pressure is exceeded or the temperature is exceeded, it just pops and there's no resealing that whatsoever. And the importance of a resealing pressure device is this thing needs to be constantly operating. And in the event of a rollover, if that tank gets in an accident, rolls over on the side of the highway, that vent that's on top of the tank needs to remain sealed, because otherwise you're going to be spilling product everywhere. So that's the very important. And that's why the products need to be tested on a regular basis. So they need to be tested without question every single year.
Wow.
That's why.
Thank you for all of this. It's coming crystal clear. I mean, once it pops, you have to have the reseal. And is it just pressure that's resealing, that bringing it back down again when the pressure gets to a certain point where it's okay?
There's a very high powered spring inside that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why getting a hands-on training with people is so important, because I'm very specific when I talk to people about taking apart these valves. Just because you've done something 1,000 times, people forget how dangerous it can be. Those springs are very dangerous, and if they're handled incorrectly, there can be a fatality. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. So we always try to show people the safe way to take things apart. And this is something that Gerard has just came out with recently, is we've came out with tools specifically designed for taking apart and putting back together our equipment, because as I went and saw more and more people, it was just very apparent there was a need for it. So this is why we're trying to make things, and working with Matt, is it's all about safety. It's all about how quickly can we get these guys back on the road, and how much can I help these guys do their job more effectively. So that's everything that we're trying to do together.
Andrew, can you show us just how big one of those average valves are? I mean, get by your hands. I wasn't expecting to see an actual valve.
You know what? I've got some stuff in my office. We can make that through.
All right.
Just to see the magnitude of this, because we don't know.
The springs in those, some of your high pressure stuff we've talked about propane before. I have one. It's about 24 to 30 inches. So I have one sitting over here. I can show you. And those are so high sprung that I've seen them release and go through like brick walls.
So this would be a pressure relief vent right here.
Okay.
it's a pretty small device. The whole point of these devices, if you ever see on the top of a tank trailer, what we would call the spill dam, it's a essentially you're keeping everything in there safe. And we're limited because we need to keep all of our devices below that spill dam. We can't exceed the height of that. But this is an example. This would be one of our springs that's inside of one of these valves. So it's a pretty substantial spring. They're all made out of 316 stainless. But some of the chemicals we even encounter, we're finding that just the vapors from when that what the vent burps is what we would call it, the vapor comes out. Even the vapors are strong enough to eat away the stainless steel on these springs. So that's why for us, it's so important to constantly be checking and on an annual basis, if not, if you can do it even more often, to make sure that these haven't been compromised by the hazardous materials they're hauling.
Wow. Is it reasonable to think that that spring that you just showed us, Andrew, would be fully compressed at one point?
No, it would never be fully compressed. So it's because it's set in there in the vent. What we do is when we tighten down the upper housing of the vent, it's tensioned so that it's going to be set right at that pressure. I mean, it would really never be compressed all the way. But what we've done is we manufacture, because we have all different types of pressure settings, all the way up to 165 psi, because we also make rail valves, which are you're talking about a whole another level of pressure when you're doing rail stuff. But what we've done is our upper housings for our vent are actually tapered out at a certain level. So you can actually use the same spring, no matter whether it's a 25, 30, 35, 40. It's actually the same spring, but all you need to do for a different style vent is just change the upper housing. So for us, it's a little bit versatile where we can have distributors or service centers around the country keep a small number of parts, but be able to fix a multitude of different vents that may come in because there's all sorts of different variations. It really comes down to manufacturer, carrier, what their preference is. Some people like a flange, some people like threaded. It really just comes down to whatever the tank is manufactured for. But essentially, they're all serving the exact same purpose.
The housing for that, the actual valve, does that vary greatly depending on what cargo is in the tank? And are there settings on it where you can, adjust it for, okay, we got petroleum, we've got different substance here. Is it essentially all of them the same, or there's all different valves, radically different?
Yeah, it's pretty radically different. So for petroleum, as you mentioned before, gasoline, that's a different style completely. That's something we don't really get into because those are all in aluminum trailers. And it's very low pressure. So Matt, petroleum, forgive me, it's not really my world, but petroleum's 3.6, somewhere in that range for pressure.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot lower pressure. Totally different valve, sizes and things like that. So from what your chemical valves are versus what your high pressure cargo tanks are, they're totally different. They look like I describe them as a little missile. That's what they look like. So they're all different designs depending on what the chemical is and what the tank is that they go on.
But in general terms, our general chemical valve would be essentially the same. We make everything standard with an O-ring, what's called Tefacil, which stands for Teflon encapsulated O-ring. And the reason we make that standard is because that's the right O-ring for 95% of products. When you get into some really corrosive stuff, we can start looking at doing maybe a Viton or a Buna or an EPDM, different types of O-rings that may get a better result with that chemical. And for us, it always just comes down to corrosion resistance. And as I mentioned, we have the foundry. So what that means is we pour stainless steel and we make every single component at our facility in Florida. After it comes out of the foundry, we go through a process where we anneal it and then we electro polish it. And all that's doing is every single step, it makes a great shiny product, but really it's about making it chemical resistant. And that's our number one bottom line. And we just got into the food grade world with a couple food grade valves, and we're finding out now how nice it is to not have to deal with hazardous chemicals because it turns out milk doesn't eat through stainless. So we're pretty happy about that. And
yeah, and spillage, spilled milk.
Yeah, spilled milk or orange juice
or Bud Light, as we saw.
Yeah, exactly.
Great talking with you both. Learned so much today. Matt, if somebody is connected to the motor carrier world and they want to make sure that they are complying fully with safety, how do we find you?
Yeah, there's a few different ways here. You can go to our website, dottrainingsolutions.com. You can find us on there. You can also see the different partners we work with, especially Gerard. See that on there as well. You can reach me at matt@dottrainingsolutions.com. And I'll give you my direct number again. It's a 573-416-8203. And we're working with Gerard now. Andrew, if you want to throw some information out there real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually, as I mentioned earlier, based at our Houston facility. We have offices in Florida and obviously Texas, and we can be reached at Girard Equip. It's GIRARDEQUIP.com, and be happy to speak to anybody if they have any additional questions. And yeah, it was a pleasure to come on. Appreciate
Bill,
it.
it was great having you both here, and we all take it for granted when we see a tanker going down the street in terms of what safety is involved there. So appreciate it. Matt, Andrew, thanks for joining us today.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are excited to have Stephanie Korchinski joining us once again to talk more about the work she's doing as a certified Canadian counselor. Inner Strength Counseling and Wellness is the name of the company. And she joins us back here live today. How are you?
Good. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. How was your holiday, by the way?
Not too bad, busy with family gatherings and stuff like that. But overall, it was very enjoyable. Got to see a lot of people I haven't seen in a while. So how was your holiday?
Great. 6 and 8-year-old were surprised, but Santa got to see the family. So still on that type of holiday high. And but then it brings us to New Year's, and then it could be a holiday lull, which we'll get to. Stephanie, first and foremost, tell us a little bit about what you do. And of course, let's find out your website and how we can contact you.
For sure. So I'm a Canadian certified counselor. I'm in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And yeah, I create, individual counseling plans for youth, adults. I also do some couples counseling. But of course, a big one, this time of year is self-improvement and sort of those New Year's resolutions that everybody's sort of talking about right now. My website is innerstrengthcw.com, and my email address, if you'd like to contact me, is innerstrengthcw@gmail.com, or my Instagram handle @innerstrengthcw.
All right. So first and foremost, do you make or do you believe in New Year's resolutions? There's always debate over this. So tell me your take on it.
Yeah, I think honestly, New Year's resolutions can be a really great way to accomplish goals. Certain aspects of your life that you want to improve, or, you just want to feel better about yourself. Maybe it's through a fitness routine or just having a more positive mindset. But I find, yeah, a lot of people, they just don't have an action plan moving forward and sort of never reach, some of those resolutions that they set for themselves. I've certainly been in that position where, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym 7 days a week and I'm just
Same.
gonna, lose weight to get healthy and all these things. And but it takes a lot more than just kind of creating that resolution. It's coming up with a plan as well, right?
Yeah, but that's why all the gym sales and memberships are really cheap for that New Year's special. Join the gym, $5 a month, because they know they're going to lose you.
Yep,
Most people,
100%.
not all. Let's be positive about this because we can make an action plan, and that's something you can help with. So talk to us about the type of plan that needs to be put into effect to commit to and to make something happen, make a change happen.
100%. So, I mean, we always take a look at the behavioral change model, right? It's one thing where you want to make a change and you're like, yeah, I'm going to have this New Year's resolution, but are you ready for that change at that point in time, right? A lot of people think, okay, January 1st, this is the perfect time to kind of create that new habit or new routine, right? But as a therapist, we sort of look at where are you at in that behavioral change, right? And so that comes from, a very, very old model. It's the behavioral change model, and it goes in various different steps, okay? And so pre-contemplation is usually the first stage. So I like to kind of use, a weight loss example for this to explain it a little bit better. But essentially, pre-contemplation takes a look at, okay, you put on your pair of pants, right? And you're like, oh, you know what? My pants isn't fitting right now, And then it's like, okay, I'm going to go to the store and get a bigger size of pants. Like you're not even thinking about like creating that change at that point in time, right? The next stage is contemplation. So contemplation is like you put on those pants and you're like, oh, it's a little bit tight, maybe I need to make a change or something. I need to do something in order to help with this. Then you go into the determination phase. So this is sort of doing your research, your planning, maybe you're making some SMART goals, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, you're kind of looking at all the different options. It's like, do I need a gym membership? Is it nutrition that I need to work on? What is it that I need to do in order to, have maybe a looser pant size or something? Then we go into the action phase. So this is where you're going to be actually going to the gym. You're already starting to make some of those lifestyle changes and stuff like that. And then we get into a maintenance phase where it just becomes a routine. It's part of your lifestyle. You're doing these things all the time, right? It becomes second nature. It's essentially a part of you, right? But of course, at any point in this behavioral change model, you could relapse going back to, sitting on the couch, maybe watching your favorite movie because you're comfortable, right? You start dropping off from the gym and all those pieces. So that's what we're really going to get into today is how to make you a lot more successful in maintaining this change overall and sticking to some of your resolutions.
All right. Well, we want to know the magic answer. Is it really one answer? It takes a lot on it's accountability too. Yeah. I wish it was so easy, but it's more about mindset, right? You have to help someone change their mindset.
100%. We talk about motivation a lot, in society, and kind of the two common forms of motivation are that intrinsic and extrinsic motivation factors, right? So intrinsic is those internal motivational cues. So it's like knowing that you're going to feel better. You might have like increased cardio. You just feel better about yourself. Maybe it's a change in positive mindset, or even just creating that purpose and that knowledge about yourself can be intrinsic motivation enough to continue pushing forward. Then we have external motivational factors. So maybe it is seeing that weight loss, or somebody compliments you. Oh, wow, like you look like you've lost weight, or you look better, you look really good, right? Or another person saying, oh, hey, you seem a lot more positive, you seem more happy, right? So kind of knowing like about these motivational factors is really key into understanding motivation itself, right? But one of the things that I always talk about is evaluate where you are now and where you want to be. It's doing that self-reflection is really going to help you understand, okay, you know what? I'm in a good spot in my life. This is a good time for me to make this change. And this is what I want to do moving forward, right? So we kind of take a look at habits, relationships, career journey, traits that we might take a look at as our ideal self currently today, right? So we want to make a list, right? And step away from it for a day and then revisit it later, right? Because we want to make sure that, the things that we're writing down isn't just reactionary to what society wants us to do, right? Are you satisfied with what you've written down? Are these things going to still come true? What would you like to see for yourself, right? So it's honestly a great idea to write some of these things down, reevaluate, and then work on it some more before you make that commitment to something that you'd want to change or, maybe create a New Year's resolution plan, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I like this. I like this because I like writing it down. By the way, you mentioned something. Some people put things in their phone. I need to see it. Excuse me. For example, I put Post-its up in front of me
Yes.
in order to see stuff. Like I had to do something to file a permit. I had to make sure you go home, clean the house, make sure you email the attorney. Like I'm visual. I have to see it because everyone's different, right? Some people can work by that. Some people put it in their phone, but I just need to see it. And I know I can pull it off that wall when I'm done with the task. That makes me feel better. But there's so many different ways, and it depends how everybody is, who I guess how everybody learns because it's different.
100%. Oh, I love making lists. And plus, also, too, writing it down just makes it that more concrete. You can really start to visualize it. The next tip that I usually get people to take a look at is, okay, so you want to be more healthy, but what does healthy look like for you, right? Is it taking vitamins daily? Is it working out 3 times a week? Is it adding more vegetables into your diet, right? So kind of creating the step and action plan moving towards whatever that ideal healthy version is what you want to include in your action plan moving forward. How are you going to accomplish this? What sort of vitamins are you going to be taking? Like, I always go into great detail when people want to certainly take a look at, okay, I want to be healthier or I want to change my mindset. Well, what does a positive mindset look like to you? What does gratitude look like to you? Right? Asking these questions, it's just going to make it a lot more easier to understand what you'd like to accomplish for the new year itself. The next thing that I usually like to talk about is consider the necessary steps it would take to make them more manageable and reachable. Okay. Oftentimes we'll chew off a little bit more than what we can handle. The big one that I often hear, especially coming from a fitness perspective, is I want to lose 50 pounds in 2 months, right? Probably not the most manageable thing. And honestly, we have to consider, okay, what is realistic and what is going to be manageable? So I always ask people when we're starting a behavioral activation, so including things that try to keep us motivated and stuff like that, is, okay, do you think going to the gym for an hour 3 times a week works with your schedule? Do you think that's a reachable and attainable goal for yourself? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And if a person says, hey, you know what, 3 hours a week, oh my gosh, that's way too much for my schedule. Okay, well, what is manageable, right? Is it 15 minutes, 3 times a week, right? Is it half an hour 3 times a week? Or maybe it's just getting your foot in the door at the gym to make you feel a little bit more comfortable with creating that routine and creating that habit change. So these are the things that, people really need to consider, like what is going to be too overwhelming and what's going to be just enough to keep you within that routine and keep you motivated to keep going, right? Also, too, in terms of small successes, right? I talked about a little bit about that intrinsic motivation. If you can get to the gym 3 times a week at 15 minutes a week, well, that's a successful week in your books, right? Maybe for somebody else, it's going 5 days a week, or maybe it's including vegetables in your diet every single meal for that week. So creating those small successes will also contribute to that motivational piece intrinsically and not extrinsically. Now, the next thing that I often hear quite a bit is, okay, Steph, well, I want to get healthy. I want to improve my finances. I want to change habits. I want to create a new routine. I want to do all these things. And I've been guilty of it too, where it's like, okay, I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to get this going. I want to start this project. I want to do this. But don't overdo it with the amount of resolutions you set for yourself, because the brain can only handle so many things and changes in your routine itself. It's best to start slow. I usually suggest, okay, maybe one at most, but if you really want to set additional goals for yourself, maybe two or three at the most, right? Just because your brain, yeah, tends to get a little bit overwhelmed and like, oh, but I said I was going to include vegetables in my diet, and I said I was going to do this, and I said I was going to do that. I'm training for a half marathon. And it's like, oh, okay, whoa. Let's slow down a little bit here and focus in on one resolution so that you can create a really good action plan that you can follow, right? Once again, I've certainly been guilty of this. I put way too much
All
on
of
my
us have.
shoulders,
Yep.
100%, right? And when I was younger and I didn't understand, like, so much on my plate was going to just create this overwhelming feeling. But it's best to focus in on a couple of things instead of having a long list of 10 things that you want to change for the new year. The next thing is, I talked a little bit about smart goal planning, right? So what are short-term and long-term goals, right? So I talked a little bit about those little successes, right? So those are sort of those short-term goals that keeps us motivated for the long term, right? So take a look at, what do you want to accomplish in your first month? What do you want to accomplish in your second month? And then overall, what is your long-term goal? Maybe it's a year from now. What do you want to see your body look like? Or how do you want to feel? Or how do you want to change your mindset, right? But ensuring that you have short-term and long-term goals and writing out your resolutions, to create a full picture of everything you're hoping to do and change during the year will help you create everlasting motivation in keeping and sticking to that New Year's resolution as well.
Yeah. And
This
at
is
this
kind of,
time, I'm sorry, reminders,
oh,
Inner
no,
Strength,
no worries.
CW.com, Inner Strength Counseling and Wellness. If you do want to reach out, I just want to point out all forms of contact before we continue. And you offer a 15-minute discovery call, right?
I do, yeah. So 15-minute phone call, people can chat about like what their needs and goals are for counseling. I go into a little bit about my background, and this is just to ensure that we're a good fit for each other. So
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. And on this path of bettering ourselves, I don't know if that's a word, but to make ourselves better, I guess I like bettering, for the new year. A lot of people have different goals, and it's not just weight loss. It's could be job wise, right? It could be, parenting goals. It could be changing habits and smoking or drinking and eating healthier. And one of mine is make sure I clean the house and organize better, because that's something I've struggled with for years. I have a very hard time with organization, and I always try and I always fail. And this year, like, what am I doing wrong? Right? I mean, you might say, well, you're clearly not following an action plan. I'm not. I never do. So how do you, now, if you're working with you as a coach, like what is the accountability factor? How often are you checking in with someone? And I like the fact that you're also there, because I feel like I'd have to perform. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because here we are working with
yeah,
someone
fair.
who's trying to help me. I better do this. I'm using my hard-earned money because I'm committing to this year. So yeah, what would you say to that?
Yeah, like, honestly, that's one of like my biggest tips for people is having a good support circle around you. Whatever you'd like to change, maybe it's improving your relationships, maybe it's experiencing new things, maybe it's creating, better wellness for yourself overall, like both physically and mentally. I usually check in, like if somebody's coming to see me on a weekly basis, yeah, we do a quick check-in at the beginning of the session to see, okay, how things are going. But I also encourage people, write on Facebook what your New Year's resolution is. Like create, a good support network online. I mean, we're in today's world where social media can certainly be very, very positive for a lot of people. If you're looking to make a big change, maybe I want to improve my organization for this year or something like that. Um, Honestly, we can go out and reach out to our support networks on Facebook, on Instagram, create, those accountability factors for ourselves. Tell our friends or family members and stuff like that. A lot of people, they're just like, oh, well, I don't want to involve people in my business or anything like that. But honestly, it's such a good idea to include that accountability factor from other people that are like, oh, hey, look at what she's doing, look at what she's created, look at she's going on her journey, right? I really love support groups for that piece, because you certainly have other people, in your corner cheering for you and making sure that you're accomplishing the goals that you want to do. One of the things that I always, let people know, a lot of research has shown that it takes about 66 days to create a habit.
Oh,
So
really? 66 days.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, about 66 days, right? Of course, some people will do it sooner, some people will take a little bit longer, but on average, it takes about 66 days to create a habit. So just knowing that, yeah, it's going to be a couple months before it really creates a new habit or routine for yourself. Um, Honestly, you need to be patient with yourself. You don't have to force yourself to do anything that you don't want to do, but making sure that you're patient with yourself, and hiccups are going to come along the way, or challenges or barriers, right? That might prevent us from, completing a resolution or creating a new routine for ourselves, right? Now, you asked a little bit about, checking in, right?
Yeah.
So I usually check in with my clients, like I said, once a week. If they're seeing me weekly, bi-weekly, if that's something that they want me to make sure that they're being held accountable for, or just needing some extra support or something, I usually just do a little quick check-in at the beginning of the session. But even for, a person that I'm helping through with creating new habits and routines, is I get them to reevaluate and reflect on their New Year's resolutions after a few months in. Like, check to see, okay, did you make your goals that you wanted to create? Are you at, where you'd like to be from, the beginning of setting this new routine and plan for yourself? What barriers, came in that prevented you from maybe getting to that point? But having that little bit of self-reflection, that little bit of evaluation, in a few months in, really creates that accountability for yourself, right?
Hmm.
And not just getting it from other people or social support networks, right? So taking a look at, okay, how can I maybe change my plan so that I can be more successful, right? And how do I maybe get around certain barriers that might be keep popping up along the way? Maybe it's a busy schedule. You can't get to the gym all the time, right? So how can you maybe do an at-home workout? Maybe with finances, maybe you have to adjust your budgeting to help you create a better financial plan for yourself. Maybe with relationships, it's taking a look how you can improve communication skills, or maybe it's going to social groups or different activities to meet new people if that's a goal of yours, right? But always reflecting and reevaluating after a couple months, just to see, okay, where can I make adjustments? Where can I create a better plan for myself? And how to reduce some of those barriers that might be affecting us from accomplishing our goals along the way.
Beautiful. Well, you mentioned no, not everybody's journey is alike, and so it's really customized and specific to you. How long does it take to get to know the person? Because you got to get to know their ins and their outs and their, right, the way they operate. So getting to know someone, how long does it take in the initial process of, really understanding that person's needs, and because their needs could be different from what they're telling you.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it depends on the person. I'll often have people take a few sessions before they open up to me and really get to sort of the root cause of whatever is affecting them. maybe it's some trauma that they experienced. Learning about the person in general certainly can take a couple of weeks. It's all part of the therapeutic process and building trust and rapport with somebody. Some people on the first session, things just go in extremely, extremely well. I could talk to somebody for, a couple of hours just because, they just open up about everything. Right. So it really depends on the person and who I'm talking with and just how well the conversation's flowing. I also have to take into consideration that I'm certainly a stranger. The person coming into my office, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to open up about all the